Chapter 275, Deep in the Mountains, Part 2. Upon witnessing the scene, the miners could no longer contain their fear. They shouted and fled, disseminating the unsettling occurrences within the mine to others. The foreman, unable to conceal the truth any longer, reported the incident to the higher authorities. The management overseeing the Kent Mountain coal mine was comprised of direct descendants of the Golden family. Upon learning of the situation, they resolved to suppress the rumor to ensure the stable operation of the mine and decided to continue the work. They doubled the wages, urging everyone not to succumb to the terrifying tales, but to bravely venture into the mine. Among the Mongolian youth, there were those who, enticed by the prospect of double pay, descended into the shafts once more, yet this time fortune did not favor them. This group descended and subsequently vanished without a trace, as if spirited away by the demons lurking beneath. Since then, no one dared to enter that mine again. The Kent Mountain coal mine was thus abandoned. Elders began to circulate rumors, claiming that excavating this coal mine had defied ancestral wishes. They had dug too deeply, disturbing the spirits resting within the mountain. As a consequence, the miners were left behind, and the coal mine ought to be closed, never to disturb the resting deities again. As the rumors spread, the miners became increasingly anxious and began to flee Kent Mountain, jeopardizing this vital economic lifeline. The mine captain, a member of the Golden family, dreaded the notion of the Kent coal mine meeting its demise under his stewardship. In a fit of rage, he and several of his brothers resolved to descend into the mine personally. However, that very night, he was found dead in his home, his body covered in black coal dust, resembling a figure of charcoal. The soot had seeped into his very being, staining him a deep black. Yet the cause of death remained elusive. This incident only intensified the miners' trepidation. They became convinced that the ancient Mongolian deities lay buried beneath, and they had indeed excavated too deeply, provoking the slumbering spirits. The sounds of tapping from behind the mine walls. Intriguing. It seems there are fascinating secrets buried beneath that mountain. When Chen Zhi heard this, he chuckled and turned to Bao Ping. Since the coal mine is privately owned, does this imply that the Golden family has granted us permission to enter Kent Mountain? Indeed, replied Bao Ping. They will lift the barriers that restrict access, allowing us to enter the Kent Mountain range. Likewise, they hope we can assist in resolving this issue. In exchange, we may search for the tomb of Genghis Khan within Kent Mountain. However, they have stipulated a condition, regardless of whether we uncover treasure. We must not take anything out of Mongolia, and I have made a guarantee on this. Oh, such a guarantee could be quite tormenting, Fat Wei chuckled. If we truly discover Genghis Khan's treasures, we might be able to purchase all of Mongolia. Yet, we must remain passive observers. This is quite bothersome. Indeed, Bao Ping smiled, but this is a firm assurance. Only in this manner can we access Kent Mountain, and it is imperative that we adhere to our commitments without any deceit. Regardless of whether Genghis Khan's tomb has been discovered, not a single leaf or grain of sand may be removed. This is my pledge to the Golden family. Very well. Very well. Fat Wei lamentingly shook his head, his expression rife with reluctance. This matter is indeed peculiar. Chen Zhi pondered for a moment before inquiring. Has the Golden family never been tempted by this legendary treasure throughout all this time? In my recollection, the Mongols are not a people who fear their ancestors to such an extent. Perhaps so, Bao Ping chuckled softly, as they are acutely aware that should this treasure be unearthed, the entire Golden family, along with Mongolia, would face dire consequences. However, even if they possess a rough idea of its location, excavating Genghis Khan's mausoleum within the vast expanse of Kent Mountain is no simple feat thus. It is likely that their reluctance is not due to a lack of desire, but rather an inability to discover it. This statement struck at the heart of the matter, and Fat Wei smiled at Chen Zhi, saying, "Let me tell you, such occurrences are commonplace in our line of work. In truth, the locations of those royal tombs are typically provided by the descendants of the tomb owners. Although they may know the general vicinity, they lack the capacity or the courage to disturb their ancestral graves, which is why they seek our assistance. The Mongols are not innocents either. If they had the means to locate Genghis Khan's treasure, would they still be waiting to this day? It is likely that the ground has already been riddled with countless holes, though no one dares to speak of it," Fat Wei remarked, suddenly recalling something. "By the way, Chen Zhi, did you not promise to find a pair of eyes that could see through? Otherwise, beneath that vast prairie, we shall uncover nothing. Rest assured." Chen Zhi replied to Fat Wei with a knowing smile. "You shall soon possess a pair of eyes that can see through, and at that time, the endless grasslands will reveal all to you." This task is exceedingly arduous, Bao Ping addressed the group. As Weizi mentioned earlier, we are in search of a treasure that has been coveted for millennia, yet no one has managed to locate it thus far for a reason. Therefore, it is likely that this place is beyond the reach of human capability. We must rely on some otherworldly, mystical powers, such as incantations. After Bao Ping spoke, he turned to Chen Zhi. You must have a plan regarding this matter, correct? Indeed, Chen Zhi nodded slightly. If there truly exists a royal tomb beneath that great mountain, regardless of how deeply it may be hidden, I shall certainly find it. However, throughout history, I have not been the only one skilled in sorcery. I fear that the secrets beneath that mountain may not be so straightforward. Regardless, Bao Ping cleared his throat gently. We are undoubtedly destined to journey to Mongolia. Due to this malevolent spirit incident, Kent Mountain is now entirely sealed off. The inhabitants have evacuated, rendering the mountain desolate, devoid of any human presence. All photographs have been captured from helicopters hovering above. You may venture into the mountain to inspect the conditions within the mine. If the tomb of Genghis Khan is indeed discovered, one should investigate the origins of that ancient hide. Meanwhile, as Bao Ping emphasized this point, he tapped his finger against the photograph of Qin Yiyang, questioning whether this woman truly resides there. Chapter 276. The allure of golden tresses. Upon departing from the secluded pavilion, old Jindo followed them back to the Hall of Destiny. The general route had been established, only preparations remained. In recent days, Chen Zhi frequently returned to the Jiang family library, enlisting others to procure numerous rare magical materials, secluding himself within his quarters to study incantations. Meanwhile, Fat Wei tirelessly revised the weapons list and reached out to crazed individuals in America for assistance in locating sellers. During this period, old Jindo was exceptionally occupied, making daily trips to the Hall of Destiny to confer with Chen Zhi and Fat Wei regarding subsequent matters. He also took this opportunity to prepare a few individuals for external visas to Mongolia. Despite Mongolia's modest size, the bureaucratic process for entry was quite stringent. Unlike developed Western nations, Chinese citizens faced considerable obstacles in gaining access to Mongolian territory. Thankfully, due to the internal coordination of the Golden family, the local government had opened a green channel for them. This expedition's destination was the subterranean mining region of a foreign land. Should any misfortune arise, no reinforcements would be dispatched for their rescue. Thus, meticulous preparations were imperative to avoid any oversight. In addition to weaponry, numerous other pieces of equipment were required, including work attire, communication devices, software systems, and various technical products, all exceedingly intricate. Moreover, during this time, Chen Zhi and his companions needed to familiarize themselves with the customs and geography of Mongolia, particularly the topography of Kent Mountain, which they needed to comprehend thoroughly. The Ghost Blade would undoubtedly accompany them. As per the Golden family's request, this mission was to remain highly confidential, precluding the inclusion of additional personnel. Consequently, after meticulous planning, the team heading to Mongolia comprised only Chen Zhi, Fat Wei, Ghost Blade, and Old Jindo. Their endeavor in Kent Mountain would inevitably involve clandestine activities, and they were likely to encounter formidable assaults. Given the complexity of the mining environment, an individual with robust offensive capabilities was essential. During this period, Mina made several requests to accompany Chen Zhi's team to Mongolia. Although she was unaware of the true purpose of their expedition, she was eager to work alongside Chen Zhi. The intricacies of infiltrating an unfamiliar nation and delving underground were areas in which she excelled as a master thief. Moreover, she possessed prior experience executing tasks beneath the Earth's surface and was proficient with all types of firearms, believing she could be of assistance. However, despite Mina's repeated appeals, Bao Ping consistently denied her requests without providing any reasons for his refusal. This left Mina in a state of considerable agitation, prompting her to implore Chen Zhi to intercede on her behalf, yet he remained silent, only offering a knowing smile. However, it was Fat Wei who continuously fanned the flames from the sidelines. Orange, just take her along. Look how anxious she is. Isn't she simply yearning for your companionship? Our esteemed Red Warrior Ing has ceased to acknowledge you. You saw how she looked that day at the hidden pavilion, her face as long as the Changbai mountain. I reckon you two are doomed, so why not engage with this blonde beauty? Who knows, you might even secure a foreign spouse in the future. Besides, taking a blonde to the underground is a first for me. It would be quite the spectacle. Yet, regardless of Mina's persistent pleas and Fat Wei's encouragement, Chen Zhi remained noncommittal. Ultimately, Mina seemed to resign herself to her fate. During dinner one evening, she donned that strikingly alluring dress once more and presented a precision floppy disk. Chen, have you heard of this? It is a tracking technology utilized internally by us, the Extreme Raiders. After her declaration, she waved the disk before Chen Zhi's eyes. This is an encrypted internal network capable of operating thousands of meters underground while maintaining uninterrupted radio communication. What do you think? Surely you must find it useful? Mina's words immediately piqued Chen Zhi's interest. He had long been aware of the advanced equipment used by the Extreme Raiders, most of which had been conceived by their former leader, Mina's father. During his lifetime, Mina's father served as a technical advisor to Western Special Forces and excelled in network tracking technology, with the finest espionage organizations procuring equipment from him. Afterward, he founded the Extreme Raiders, and many of the high-end instruments utilized internally were handcrafted by him, with their designs unavailable for purchase externally, boasting technology that even surpassed that of certain Indian counterparts. Although the Extreme Raiders now belonged to the organization, the high-tech internal equipment had never been deployed in practice. Can this system software be integrated into our work suits? Chen Zhi inquired of Mina. Absolutely, Mina replied with confidence. To be honest, even though my father has passed, our technology remains the pinnacle of its kind internationally, and for the next 50 years, no one will surpass it. The design blueprints currently visible in the scientific community are mere copies from the mainland. It is important to understand that many gifted scientists refrain from publicizing their technological achievements. The new technologies they develop have become black market innovations, sold at exorbitant prices to private institutions. Yet, even these elusive, prodigious scientists cannot compare to my father. After finishing her statement, Mina proudly waved the circular floppy disk in front of Chen Zhi. You know, Chen, while we were in Greece, we undertook a mission in an underground labyrinth. This maze extended several kilometers below, where terrestrial features were no longer discernible, and it was rife with toxic gas swamps, making it exceedingly perilous. Yet, even in such harsh conditions, our wireless devices on our work suits remained exceptionally clear, and communication was uninterrupted. It was through this wireless guidance that we safely navigated through that treacherous environment. How impressive, Mina remarked, playfully waving the floppy disk in front of Chen Zhi before tucking it into her bosom with a teasing demeanor. I said, "Girl, did you bring this to tempt me?" Fat Wei chuckled from the side. If you genuinely have good intentions, why not lend it to us instead of flaunting it in front of me, only to hide it away again? Are you deliberately trying to irritate us? Or is it that you wish to sell it for a handsome price? Let me tell you, if you seek a high price for this, go to old Jindo for the money. We are but a group of impoverished souls with pockets empty. Bah! Who would bother asking you for money? Mina cast a disdainful glance at Fat Wei. All you think about is money, do you know? This is high technology from my father's hands, worth far more than any sum you can offer. Once, the head of the German information headquarters sought to purchase a program from my father for an exorbitant price, yet he was unmoved. What makes you think you can sway me? Chapter 277, The Allure of Golden Hair, Part 2. That depends on what you truly desire. If you do not want money, then what do you seek? Fat Wei shrugged helplessly, then turned to Chen Zhi with a sly grin. Ah, I see now. You wish to have our little orange as compensation, do you? You should have mentioned it sooner. No problem. Our little orange can be both the aggressor and the submissive. Feel free to use him. After a hearty laugh, Fat Wei patted Chen Zhi on the shoulder. Orange, this formidable task is now entrusted to you. To be honest, what troubles me the most is when the wireless connection suddenly cuts off underground. It can be quite frightening. If only we had this device, it would be immensely convenient. Hurry and offer yourself up. Make sure to please Mina, then retrieve that floppy disk, Fat Wei said earnestly, casting a knowing glance at Chen Zhi. Are you serious? Mina responded, her face lighting up with a flirtatious smile. Of course I am. Fat Wei grinned widely in return. Let us dine first. After the meal, I shall have Orange cleaned up and sent upstairs to you. You can use him freely then. What are you all talking about? Clean what? Just then, Ding Ning burst forth. I've been washing vegetables for ages, and no one came to help me. Now that the meal is ready, everyone, come and eat. After Ding Ning's urging, everyone hurried to the dining hall. Ever since Chen Zhi's father departed, the task of cooking had become an impossible chore for them. Ghost Blade was a man who would never wield a kitchen knife, and although Chen Zhi and Fat Wei could cook, their culinary skills were dreadful, often inciting feelings of despair among those who dined. Strangely enough, however, the young Ding Ning, despite his lack of experience, produced dishes that were extraordinarily delectable, rivaling even the creations of a master chef. Thus, Ding Ning was compelled to assume the role of their caretaker, responsible for preparing their meals thrice daily. Although he frequently expressed his grievances, he found a peculiar pleasure in the task. Meanwhile, Chen Zhi, Pang Wei, and Gui Dao took turns washing the dishes. That evening, much like any other, they prepared an abundance of dishes, and the gathering was particularly delightful. Mina was fervently recounting the remarkable capabilities of their tracking system to Chen Zhi, accompanied by numerous accounts of past missions undertaken by their elite thieves. Among these stories was the one concerning their expedition in the ancient mines of Greece. It was revealed that these ancient subterranean tunnels had been the site of numerous strange occurrences, a phenomenon noted across various nations, yet in Western folklore, such eerie manifestations were dubbed goblins. Goblins, as depicted in Western mythology, are diminutive creatures with dark green skin and grotesque red eyes, characterized by their greedy and malevolent nature. Often exhibiting cunning and deceitfulness, they predominantly inhabit the shadowy depths of the underground world, adept at excavating minerals and possessing unique behavioral traits. Although these creatures have long been a staple of Western myth, no one has ever truly encountered one. However, Mina informed the group that their elite thieves had once undertaken a particularly unique mission a decade ago, to locate an ancient corpse within a Greek mine. This endeavor was commissioned by a Roman nobleman, an elderly gentleman who, while perusing his family's annals, stumbled upon a letter devoid of text. Upon utilizing a special elixir to reveal its contents, he discovered a familial missive left by his ancestors. It came to light that his forebear had incurred the wrath of the Roman emperor and was subsequently sent to the ancient mines to extract or as penance. Yet, during this ordeal, he encountered goblins who aided him in mining and alleviated his fatigue. For reasons unknown, however, the ancestor later offended these goblins, leading to the demise of the entire party within the mines. The nobleman, haunted by this tale, endeavored to purchase the ancient mine and enlisted the elite thieves to retrieve his ancestor's remains. At the time, Mina's father led the expedition, and they donned silencing suits as they ventured into the ancient tunnels, emerging only after 10 grueling days. Mina, still a child, did not accompany them into the depths, yet she vividly remembers her father's pallid visage and exhaustion upon his return. He recounted to Mina the existence of these goblins, cautioning her against provoking such dark and treacherous entities. Mina's words resonated with Chen Zhi, reminding him of a unique deity from ancient Chinese legends, the land god, also known as Tudi Gong or Tudi Yi. While of lesser status within the Taoist pantheon, the land god enjoys widespread veneration in Chinese folk beliefs, serving as a local protector revered across the nation. In ancient times, any populated area would have a corresponding shrine to this deity. In the eyes of the Chinese, the land immortal has always been perceived as a kind-hearted elder, a benevolent deity safeguarding humanity. However, in ancient chronicles from a time long past, the land immortal was depicted as a monstrous creature with sharp fangs, cunning and treacherous, known for seizing precious metal ores. Certain ancient texts, such as Gong Wu Ji, describe these subterranean beings as small, elusive, adept at thievery, and imbued with supernatural wisdom. This characterization suggests they are diminutive, well-suited for underground existence, and enamored with glittering rare metals, bearing a striking resemblance to the goblins of foreign lore. A similar narrative unfolds in Journey to the West, where, after Sun Wukong toppled the longevity fruit tree, the fruits were pilfered by the underground elder of the land, never to be returned. Chen, you must understand that this mission is perilous, Mina said to Chen Zhi. I have examined your work uniforms, and they are of Indian origin. The materials crafted by the Indians are indeed sophisticated, exhibiting remarkable resistance to external pressures and heat. Our work uniforms are also produced by them. However, they falter when it comes to wireless network systems. In extreme heat or under external interference, their wireless networks can fail, disrupting communication. In the treacherous underground environment, maintaining contact among team members is crucial, as any lapse in communication could cost a comrade's life. Chun, if you were to take my system with you, it would greatly aid your efforts. Then please transfer the system to us, Chen Zhi replied earnestly. Is there any fee involved? You can discuss it with Uncle Jean. This isn't a matter of money, Mina said with a smile. This system is exceedingly complex and requires familiarity to operate. The control platform resides on my computer, but I have promised my father never to duplicate our thief's operating platform. Therefore, if you wish to learn, you must take me back to the hotel, where I will teach you privately. Oh, this is splendid. Learning is a lifelong endeavor, and the lady wishes to instruct you. Do not squander her goodwill. Fat Wei incessantly winked at Chen Zhi. In my opinion, you two should spare us single folks from your antics. It's getting late, Chung. Hurry and escort Mina back to the hotel. Remember, study diligently and don't rush back. All right, Mina said, nodding happily. She suddenly grasped Chen Zhi's hand, her emotions surging with excitement. Her hands were warm, and her golden curls cascaded beautifully over her snow-white neck. Her lips were a vivid red, and her alluring chest rose and fell rhythmically, stirring a rush of blood. Mina leaned in closer to Chen Zhi, her voice soft and gentle, whispering like silk into his ear, Chun, come with me. I have much to share with you tonight. Chapter 278, Golden-Haired Temptation, Part 3. Encouraged by Fat Wei, Chen Zhi drove Mina back to her hotel. During the journey, he remained silent. Yet he was acutely aware of Mina's radiant golden hair glimmering in the light, her enchanting smile directed at him, and her hand firmly clasped in his. Chen, do you truly not wish to take me to Mongolia? I could assist you. Don't you think we make a splendid pair? Mina chattered throughout the ride, her voice melodious and soothing, imbued with an irresistible allure that stirred one's imagination. As the trip progressed, Mina seemed to inch closer to Chen Zhi, the delightful fragrance of her perfume enveloping him. Eventually, he could not only detect her intoxicating scent, but also feel the warmth of her breath. Upon arriving at Mina's hotel, she immediately took his hand and guided him into the lobby. Mina, a striking blonde, donned a sheer, ultra-short dress that commanded attention. Captivating the onlookers, many men gazed in awe. Mina fell silent, leading Chen Zhi to the elevator. As they ascended, he instinctively hesitated, fully aware of her intentions, yet inexplicably reluctant to decline. From the moment Mina sought him out that day, he had sensed her palpable aura, a fervent flame reminiscent of a woman's passionate affection, reckless and consuming. Inside the elevator, Mina leaned against Chen Zhi's shoulder, her transparent low-cut attire revealing glimpses of her figure. The allure of her voluptuous form exuded a magnetic femininity, captivating the hearts of all men who beheld her. What is it that you truly desire? Chen Zhi inquired with a playful smile, gazing at the golden-haired enchantress before him. Of course, I wish to teach you something. What? Do you not wish to learn that software? Mina replied, leaning in, her crimson lips tantalizingly close to his face. Chen, today, you are here to learn, and you must heed my words. Just then, the elevator doors swung open. The hotel's top floor housed luxurious suites, the doors wide open. As Mina pushed the door ajar, the flickering candlelight spilled into the hallway. Chen Zhi observed the room, clearly adorned with care. A coffee table displayed fine red wine and an ice bucket, while the floor was dressed in vibrant orange carpet. Candles flickered about, accompanied by enchanting music, creating an atmosphere rich in romance. The candlelight danced, filling the air with a subtle fragrance that elicited a unique reaction within the body. Chen, come inside, tonight. I shall teach you many things, Mina urged, pulling him into the room with her considerable strength, which Chen Zhi did not resist. Upon entering, Mina stepped forward to part the glass partition, revealing a large circular bath beyond, shrouded in steam. It was an open-air oasis, the crystal-clear hot spring water steaming gently, surrounded by lush greenery, with candle holders lining the edges, presenting a breathtaking vista. Chen, Mina's arms suddenly coiled around Chen Zhi's neck like serpents. Her complexion was a soft rose, her gaze dreamy, and her crimson lips gently brushed against Chen Zhi's ear, her voice sultry and enticing. Akin to a breath whispered into his ear. Chen, I adore you. Mina's tone softened, as if it could melt Chen Zhi's weary heart entirely. Her body felt supple, seemingly warmer than the waters of a hot spring. Chen, I never imagined I could be so captivated by an Oriental man. I find myself unable to control my thoughts of you even until tomorrow. I have fallen for you. Please, do not reject me. With that, Mina left no room for Chen Zhi to resist. She tugged down her ultra-short silk skirt, which instantly slipped from her form and pooled on the ground. In an instant, Mina's exquisite, snow-white figure was laid bare before Chen Zhi. Her physique was remarkable, peaks standing proud, skin as pure as freshly fallen snow, with a pair of pink cherries nestled enticingly among the white. Her golden hair cascaded like strands of polished gold, flowing smoothly over her alabaster skin, shimmering and impossible to ignore. What is that fragrance? Chen Zhi glanced around before smiling at Mina. It is quite distinctive. That is the scent of wild jasmine. Mina replied with a sultry smile, grasping Chen Zhi's collar and drawing him into the hot spring. Rest assured, this fragrance will only soothe your spirit. It is not a drug. That is reassuring. The warm water lapped at Chen Zhi's pant legs, yet he remained still, gazing at Mina with a gentle smile. Once, a woman used drugs on me, but her fate was far from pleasant. Since then, I have grown wary of such scents. You are too tense. You should relax, Mina said, entwining her exquisite form around Chen Zhi. Chen, do you not desire me? I truly care for you. There is a saying in China, fallen flowers have intentions, while flowing water is heartless. You wouldn't want to cause me sorrow, would you? As mist enveloped them, Mina's lips flushed crimson with excitement. She reached to unfasten the buttons on Chen Zhi's chest. I assure you, after tonight, you will fall in love with me. I will bring you ecstasy beyond belief. Trust me, I will take you to paradise. After speaking, Mina closed her eyes, pressing her heated lips against Chen Zhi's, yearning to entwine her tongue with his. At that moment, however, a barrier of ice coldness repelled her. Mina staggered back as a translucent barrier slowly rose from Chen Zhi, isolating the hot spring's water and Mina herself from him. Chen, what is this? Why are you treating me this way? Mina exclaimed, clearly aggrieved. Her hands instinctively covering her chest as her rapidly cooling body began to shiver slightly. I need a moment to myself. I must think, Chen Zhi replied, a frosty barrier enveloping him, lowering the temperature of the hot spring water. He stepped back, distancing himself from Mina, who stood in the spring. Mina trembled in the frigid water, her cerulean eyes glistening with tears. At that moment, a thunderous crash echoed through the room as the door was forcefully kicked open. Both Chen Zhi and Mina were startled, swiftly turning to see who had intruded. Standing at the threshold was Ji Ying, her face twisted in fury. Chapter 279. The Furious Lady of the Underworld. Mina, teach me as well, Ji Ying said, brandishing her long blade as she advanced toward Mina. Her countenance was chillingly fierce, veins throbbing at her temples, the blade drawn and its cold gleams slicing through the air, filling the room with an overwhelming aura of death that seemed capable of tearing Mina apart. Startled, Mina leaped from the pool, swiftly donning a bathrobe and turning to Ji Ying. What do you intend to do? Please, remain calm. After speaking, she hastily retreated behind the pool, creating distance between them, fully aware of Ji Ying's lethal prowess, which could claim her life in a mere fraction of a second. Chen, think carefully. I await your response. I must take my leave now, Mina said, casting one last glance at Ji Ying's enraged visage before sidling past her and exiting the room in haste. Ji Ying's piercing gaze followed her departure, the tension in her brow still palpable. After a protracted silence, she finally turned to Chen Zhi. Chief, I have been commanded by our leader to assist you in completing this task. Step forward. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhi regarded her for a moment before grasping her outstretched hand, feeling the warmth radiating from her palm, akin to searing flames. After returning to the Destiny Hall, Ji Ying departed. None had managed to rest. On the sofa sat the grinning figure of Fat Wei, alongside Ding Ning, who trembled in fright. Upon spotting Chen Zhi, Fat Wei's smile broadened, his amusement barely contained. So how was it, Orange? It must have been utterly catastrophic. I intended to deliver a message, but time slipped away. Ha. But let me clarify, it wasn't I who betrayed you. It was that lad who sold you out. As he laughed, he turned to the visibly shaken Ding Ning. You should have seen how terrified Ding Ning was. The angelic sister he had long envisioned revealed her true nature. When Ji Ying raised her fist, that boy immediately turned into a coward, divulging everything to Ji Ying, where he went and with whom he consorted. Truth be told, Ji Ying was indeed quite terrifying. Even the knife seemed to cower. Fat Wei continued, his lecherous grin fixed on Chen Zhi. By the way, I wanted to ask you, did you and that blonde girl manage to consummate your plans this time? Surely, you didn't toil in vain again? Chen Zhi chose to ignore Fat Wei's nonsensical prattle, first checking on the still frightened Ding Ning, offering him a glass of water and encouraging him to head upstairs. Finally, he settled onto the sofa and spoke softly. The software from the Extreme Thief is exceptionally useful. Tomorrow, I will have Lord Leopard formally negotiate with Mina to borrow that technology, allowing us to enhance our equipment. I have always felt that this task is not as facile as we had anticipated. When has any task ever been easy? Each one is akin to dancing on the edge of a blade, fraught with peril. With a grin, Pang Wei remarked, then rose to his feet. Very well. Let old Jean handle this matter tomorrow. If seduction fails, we shall resort to using Lord Leopard to coerce her. On the following day, before Chen Zhi could reach out, old Jindo called to inform them that all diplomatic procedures had been completed and the visa was secured. They could embark on their journey shortly. Diverging from the initial plan, the team now included Jiying. Old Jindo explained that this decision was made later by Bao Ping. Although the number of Red Band warriors within the organization has dwindled, for Chen Zhi's safety, it was deemed prudent for both Jiying and Ghostblade, 2 Red Band warriors, to accompany him. In the ensuing days, Bao Ping engaged in an extensive discussion with Mina and procured the network system of the Extreme Thief at a substantial price. Enlisting technicians to embed this system into the work uniforms of Chen Zhi and his team. The technicians were astonished upon encountering this system, declaring that even beneath the depths of the ocean, the team members would be able to communicate with one another. However, Mina received a new assignment from Bao Ping, instructing her to steal a renowned long sword that had been passed down from the Tang dynasty at a private museum in London. This sword is famed as a martial arts relic from the Tang era, later seized by pirates and kept in private collection. Since the Aseo warriors have lacked suitable weapons since their return to the organization, this long sword was intended for distribution to Aseo upon its retrieval. Mina, upon receiving her mission, prepared for her imminent departure. Bao Ping requested that she bring her child along, as the Bao family had arranged everything in Europe and had appointed a dedicated protector for the child. On the day of her departure, both Chen Zhi and Pang Wei went to the airport to see her off. At the airport, the child in Mina's arms was incessantly laughing, having recovered remarkably well. After a period of treatment, the child radiated joy and sunshine, seemingly devoid of any memory of past traumas. Yet, Mina appeared deeply attached to this place, and upon seeing Chen Zhi, tears threatened to spill from her eyes. Chen, I must leave, she lamented. Mr. Bao has said that after this trip to Europe, unless extraordinary circumstances arise, I shall not be permitted to return. But I will certainly miss you. Will you come to Europe to visit me? Have you given any thought to what we discussed? I have indeed contemplated it, Chen Zhi replied with a smile. I shall not depart from here, and you, my dear, should remain in Europe. You truly belong there. Life suits you better in that place. We each have our own destinies, and there is no need to intertwine them. It seems you have made your decision. Mina wiped the tears from her eyes. But will you come to see this child? I recall you mentioning how significant this child is to you. This child is indeed profoundly important to me. Chen Zhi gently caressed the child's face, eliciting a delighted laugh from the little one, who beamed at him with pure radiance. Chen Zhi gazed at the child and softly remarked, this child's future is boundless. He is destined to become an invaluable force in my life. Can you promise me to take good care of this child? I will, Mina replied earnestly, nodding at Chen Zhi. Chen, promise me, don't forget me. I won't, Chen Zhi smiled, gently stroking Mina's golden hair. Go on, trust me. Leaving here temporarily is a stroke of fortune. Chapter 280. Departure to Mongolia. After bidding farewell to Mina, Chen Zhi and his companions promptly set forth towards Ulaanbaatar, the capital of Mongolia. It is well known that a significant population of Mongolian ethnic residents resides within the borders of China, in a region referred to as Inner Mongolia, where all citizens can freely travel for tourism and commerce. However, the vast expanse beyond belongs to another nation, known internationally as Mongolia. When discussing Mongolia, it is arguably one of the most distinctive nations in the world. Nestled between the People's Republic of China and the Russian Federation, it is an inland country entirely surrounded by these two nations. According to historians, the Mongolian people trace their origins to a branch of the Donghu known as the Mengwu Shirwai, an ancient ethnic group that has roamed the steppes since time immemorial. The ancestors of the Mongols initially inhabited the expansive grasslands near the Khinty Mountains and the Kurlan River, known as the people of the felt tents, primarily thriving through a nomadic lifestyle. The men of the Mongolian tribes, however, were fiercely spirited, born warriors who took pride in their bravery and ferocity. Victorious warriors could seize the wives and possessions of the vanquished, leading to significant conflicts among the tribes, with warfare persisting throughout history, causing the Mongolian clans to be fragmented and divided. By the early 13th century, the valiant Mongol warrior Tim Jin unified the various Mongolian factions and was revered as Genghis Khan. From that point on, the Mongolian cavalry was unstoppable worldwide, gradually coalescing into a new national community, transforming what was once merely a tribal designation into a national identity. Today, Mongolia spans an area of 1,564,116 square kilometers, making it the 19th largest country in the world by land area. Yet, its population is a mere 3 million, with Ulaanbaatar housing half of that number. While the majority of the country remains sparsely populated, resulting in a remarkably low population density, the arable land in Mongolia is limited. With most of the territory covered by steppes, the north and west are mountainous, while the south is characterized by the Gobi Desert. Even now, approximately 30% of the population engages in nomadic or semi-nomadic lifestyles, making it a nation with significant wealth disparities. Before their departure, Chen Zhi and his companions first contemplated the issue of transporting weapons, as current air traffic regulations are exceedingly strict, rendering their controlled stone weapons unable to pass security checks. Thus, they ultimately decided to forego air travel in favor of taking an international train for overland travel, ensuring the safe passage of all their weapons. As for the final border security checks upon entering Mongolia, Lao Jindo confidently assured them that he had his ways. Therefore, Chen Zhi, Fat Wei, Ghostblade, Jiying, and Lao Jindo, dressed in casual attire resembling tourists heading to the grasslands, boarded the third international train between China and Russia. Long-distance travel has become a commonplace affair for these few individuals. The journey has been remarkably smooth, as there are not many tourists visiting Mongolia during this season. Most of the passengers are business travelers, resulting in a relatively sparse occupancy on the train. The train departs from Beijing en route to Moscow, passing through several small cities before ultimately reaching a transfer point. Due to the differing specifications of the railways between China and Mongolia, the train must undergo a change of tracks in order to continue its journey within Mongolian territory. Eventually, the train resumes its course towards Ulaanbaatar, the capital of Mongolia. Gui Dao, throughout this journey, clutches his long knife, leaning against a corner with his eyes closed, lost in contemplation. Jiying's expression has grown increasingly grim due to recent events involving Mina, her demeanor resembling that of a living specter, which has rendered others hesitant to engage her in conversation. Fat Wei has been engrossed in a card game with old Jin Do, and it remains unclear whether he has been touched by the divine hand of fortune or if luck is simply on his side, as he has been winning remarkably, to the point where old Jin Do has written out IOUs in his defeat. Meanwhile, Chen Zhi has been diligently testing Mina's network system. This specialized system for hackers is truly remarkable, as it seamlessly taps into the nearest available wireless network, infiltrating the network in real time to access all pertinent data. During the modification of their work uniforms, technicians connected their smartphones to the suits, allowing Chen Zhi to peruse the English documents from the local resource department. These documents contained up-to-date economic ratios and energy output data for Mongolia. The economies of China and Mongolia exhibit a strong complementary relationship. China seeks Mongolia's abundant natural resources, while Mongolia requires access to the sea through China to transport its resources to third-party nations. The coal production from Kent Mountain is particularly significant, representing one of the most vital resources. The Borjigen family, behind the coal mines, is an immensely wealthy conglomerate that contributes substantial taxes to the state and enjoys a high status domestically. Chen Zhi noticed that the legal entity name of the Kent Mountain coal mine had turned gray in the documents, indicating that the member of this illustrious family was no longer living, corroborating the information previously mentioned by Bao Ping. As dusk descended, the train had been in motion for over 3 hours. Just as old Jin Do was on the verge of losing his undergarments to Fat Wei, the train finally announced its arrival at the capital of Mongolia, Ulaanbaatar. It was shortly after 9 p.m., and the outside world was enveloped in darkness. Upon disembarking from the train, they were immediately met with a chill. They had heard that Mongolia experiences a plateau climate, characterized by significant temperature fluctuations within a single day. Scorching heat during the day, followed by piercing cold at night. They hurried towards the security checkpoint, their hearts racing with apprehension, as their large leather bags contained prohibited weapons, certain to be scrutinized during the security check. However, old Jin Do remained remarkably composed, assuring everyone that there was no need for concern, for he possessed a miraculous method. As they finally passed through the border checkpoint, they realized their worries had been entirely unfounded. The border personnel of Mongolia did not communicate in Mandarin or English. Each was clad in somewhat worn uniforms, their demeanor rugged, relying primarily on gestures and signals to communicate with foreigners. They did not check their luggage but insisted on verifying health certificates. Entry was denied without one. Just as Chen Zhi and his companions exchanged bewildered glances, a female customs officer approached. Typical of Mongolian women, she possessed a round face and ample figure. This woman appeared to be a local authority figure, and with a hint of amusement, she scribbled the number 200 on a small piece of paper and handed it to them, albeit with a slight error, as the character for yuan was misspelled. Lao Jindo immediately smiled and nodded, prompting Chen Zhi to extract a 200 yuan note from his wallet and present it to her. She brazenly stuffed the money into her pocket and departed with satisfaction. At that moment, the security personnel waved their hands, indicating that all luggage checks were now unnecessary. Chapter 281. The arrival of His Highness Fat Wei was astounded by such blatant bribery. Goodness, how utterly shameless. This woman is so brazen in her demand for money. Is there no anti-corruption bureau here? Is she not afraid of being recorded? After expressing his disbelief, he adjusted the weapon bag he was holding and added, "They don't even care if we bring explosives in. You could carry an atomic bomb, and no one would bat an eye, as long as you can manage it." Lao Jindo chuckled as he returned the wallet to Chen Zhi, saying, "Remember, this is Mongolia, and here, the rules are different. Forget the civilized thinking from your homeland. Everything here is straightforward, and bribery is shamelessly transparent. Mongolian public servants are not particularly educated, and their income is quite low. Fines imposed by border inspectors are merely their means of making a profit. This is guaranteed income for them every year." "Really quite corrupt," Fat Wei remarked, eyeing the uniformed, portly men. "You all seem to be too naive about the darker side of the world to accept this. You haven't even seen Chinese businessmen being extorted and beaten here. In my youth, I ran business here and witnessed such things frequently. Lao Jindo, do not act so grand. Do not forget the money you owe me. Pay me back when we return home," Fat Wei said with a glare, feeling quite resentful that Lao Jindo had interrupted him. As soon as Lao Jindo mentioned money, he swiftly changed the subject. "By the way, were we not supposed to be met by someone? Where are they? We had arranged for someone from the Golden family to come fetch us. Why have they not arrived?" Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted in Mongolian, commanding a path. A ruckus ensued as the crowd parted, revealing several young Mongolian men striding forward. They bore proud expressions, and the leader, appearing to be in his 20s, walked with an air of arrogance, as if the world should bow before him. He had a distinctly square Mongolian face. His hair dyed a gaudy blonde. His small eyes and muscular arms spoke of strength, adorned with golden accessories around his neck and waist. His gold necklace resembling a dog chain in thickness. "You must be the friends from China. Haha, welcome, welcome. Welcome to my Mongolia," the young man exclaimed, grinning broadly at Lao Jindo. Fat Wei almost burst out laughing and whispered to Chen Zhi, "Did I hear that correctly? He claims this is his Mongolia? His tone is rather presumptuous. I suspect he suffers from a sense of entitlement." Chen Zhi chuckled lightly, scrutinizing the young man but refraining from comment. Lao Jindo, ever the socialite, approached with exuberance. "Indeed, we are from the Bao family. Elder Muerte sent you, I presume? What a pleasure. May I ask your name?" "I am Hu Meng, a prince of the Golden family," the young Mongolian man declared, placing his hand over his heart with an air of pride. "Elder Muerte is my grandfather. I am a direct descendant of Genghis Khan. Welcome to my great Mongolia. Do not stand on ceremony. You are all my esteemed guests." "Ah, so it is Prince Hu Meng. Your reputation precedes you," Lao Jindo responded, his face a mask of smooth affability, engaging in pleasantries. However, the young prince seemed to regard Chen Zhi and Fat Wei with disdain, barely acknowledging them as he conversed with Lao Jindo. He ostentatiously ordered his companions to fetch their luggage and led them away from the station. The station was modest, with a few luxury Mercedes-Benz vehicles parked outside, starkly contrasting the simplicity of the surroundings. As rumored, the Golden family was indeed immensely wealthy. The prince appeared disinclined to use a driver, opting instead to take the wheel himself. Initially, onlookers thought him less narcissistic and quite agreeable, but it soon became clear that he wished for Jiying to ride in his car. During the drive, the Mongolian prince frequently glanced in the rearview mirror, fixated on Jiying's face. "Ah, I never expected that common women in China could be so beautiful. Haha, lovely lady. Would you care to come to Mongolia and join the nobility? Marrying into the Golden family means becoming a Mongolian aristocrat." Jiying seemed oblivious to his words, her expression frosty, refusing to even glance in his direction. The prince, feeling the sting of rejection, grew awkward, realizing that his usual charms were failing him. He then began to boast about the wealth of his golden family. In Mongolia, we possess nothing but vast green pastures, yet beneath them lie treasures, coal, iron, copper, even gold and diamonds, the majority of which belong to us, the golden family. This has always been the case, and shall continue to be. Ha! As Hu Ming spoke with an air of arrogance, he continued to steal glances at Ji Ying, who remained impervious to his advances. After a lengthy monologue that garnered no interest, he finally fell silent. Noticing the awkward atmosphere, Lao Jindo hastily intervened. Ah, Prince Hu Ming, it's quite late now. Wouldn't it be inconvenient to meet Elder Muerte at this hour? Perhaps we should settle in for the night, and meet him tomorrow instead. Indeed, it is rather late. Hu Ming replied as he drove. I shall take you to your hotel tonight, and tomorrow, I will escort you to meet my grandfather. Rest assured, the hotel is a property of our illustrious golden family, the largest and most luxurious in the nation, a place that embodies the lifelong dreams of the common folk. In the evening, I shall send you some lovely ladies to enhance your enjoyment. Our golden family is exceedingly affluent. Prince Humong's chatter resumed, and he continued to boast incessantly about the power and wealth of his family in Mongolia, provoking an urge among the listeners to silence him. Fortunately, the vehicle sped along, swiftly bringing them to the city center. The capital of Mongolia, Ulaanbaatar, though proclaimed as the largest city in the country, resembles a mere small second or third-tier city in China. The open-air Ulaanbaatar train station they had just passed was even less impressive than a large subway station back home. Along the journey, half of the vehicles encountered were Korean, with the driver's seat on the right, while the other half consisted of inexpensive Japanese cars. Taxis were scarce, and many were in a deplorable state, with some even using ropes as door handles, resembling refurbished junkers. Most Mongolians were seen walking. Yet the Mongolian girls exuded confidence and grace, their athletic figures and poised demeanor creating a captivating sight. Chapter 282. The hospitable Mongolians' Humong's Mercedes-Benz stood out conspicuously amidst the dilapidated cars, attracting the attention of several Mongolian girls who sent flirtatious glances his way, engaging in playful banter. Eventually, the vehicle halted in front of a hotel, a 6- or 7-story edifice, one of the tallest structures in the area. The exterior was adorned with golden glass, shining brilliantly under the lights, accompanied by garish multicolored glass decorations, epitomizing a style that was excessively gaudy. Yet, there were numerous white tourists at the entrance, and the waitstaff were impeccably dressed, indicating that this was indeed the most upscale hotel in the vicinity. Come down. Do not be shy, Humong instructed in clumsy Mandarin, opening the car door while extending his hand towards Ji Ying with a smirk, attempting to play the gentleman. However, Ji Ying frowned and ignored him. Instead, it was Fat Wei who reached out. Hee, thank you. That is truly gracious of you. Humong was discontented with having to shake Fat Wei's hand, retracting his own and wiping it on his clothing, before fondling his hefty gold necklace, akin to a dog chain. You shall stay here tonight. I have reserved the finest room for you. In the evening, I will send some women to accompany you. Enjoy to your heart's content. Really? Are you serious? Fat Wei, taken aback by Humong's earnestness, felt his eyes widen with envy. Brother, will you really send us beautiful women tonight? Is that for real? This is quite the jest. Hu Ming nonchalantly remarked that the young women here are exceedingly hospitable, in stark contrast to the affected ladies of your country. You'll understand this by nightfall, I assure you, for you shall encounter a different beauty each evening, all exquisite young models. My word, brother. I find myself growing rather fond of you, he added, as Fat Wei was swiftly captivated by Hu Ming's charm. With your princely status, you must be accustomed to frequenting such floral gatherings, am I right? Indeed, Hu Ming proudly declared, our golden family is the most noble lineage of Mongolia. Which woman would not desire our company? I am a direct descendant of Genghis Khan. After speaking, Hu Ming deliberately cast a glance at Ji Ying, as if to convey that she was woefully unaware of her own worth. Of course, you are a prince. Even the likes of Sister Ji Ling would be vying for your attention, Fat Wei replied, his face slick with flattery. He then turned to Chen Zhi, making a comical face and silently mouthing, this lad is afflicted with a severe case of princely delusion. Yet, Hu Ming appeared thoroughly pleased with Fat Wei's compliments. Patting him on the shoulder, rest assured, tonight you shall revel in the allure of the prairie maidens. It will be an unforgettable experience. Afterward, he pulled Fat Wei aside, gazing at Ji Ying and whispering, my friend, who is that enchanting maiden? She is a radiant flower, unlike any I have ever seen. I am utterly smitten. Pray tell, does this blossom have an owner? If not, I shall pursue her tonight. Ah, you mustn't, Fat Wei urgently interrupted. I must caution you, dear prince. Do not provoke her. She has a fierce temperament, and if angered, she could be lethal. You may not even realize your demise until it is too late. With your slight frame, you wouldn't withstand her wrath. Is she truly that formidable? Hu Ming inquired, astonished. Such a stunning lady could be a thorny rose. It is quite unexpected. Old Jindo, having caught wind of the conversation, approached with a smile. Prince Hu Ming, that lady is with us. She is an important friend of the Bao family. It is quite late, and we are all weary. Thank you for your kindness. Let us ascend to rest. Oh, certainly, Hu Ming replied, casting a wistful glance at Jiying before instructing the attendant to escort them upstairs. After exchanging a few casual remarks, he departed. However, before leaving, Hu Ming made a point to warn them, do not wander about at night. Some Mongolians here are not very welcoming to Chinese visitors, and this city has many robbers who specifically target foreigners. It could lead to troublesome situations. Once Prince Hu Ming had left, an eerie silence enveloped the group. As Fat Wei threw his bag onto the sofa with a thud, that Mongolian prince is quite the chatterbox, with all his boasting along the way. One would think he could have blown away the very Mongolian cattle. He was not entirely boasting. Lao Jindo said to Pang Wei, the influence of the Golden family in Mongolia is indeed formidable, and this nation remains only semi-civilized, with a lingering sense of ethnic hierarchy. The legitimate descendants of such a Golden family are still regarded as princes in the hearts of the Mongolian people. Moreover, many of the nation's vital mineral resources are under the control of the Golden family, and the Borjigin clan wields considerable power within this country, a reality that everyone has grown accustomed to. Is it really as chaotic as he claims outside? Pang Wei asked, plopping down onto the sofa to remove his shoes. Is it possible to be robbed just by stepping outside? That seems rather exaggerated. It is not an exaggeration, Lao Jindo replied. This country is indeed chaotic, with a severe disparity between the rich and the poor. Robberies frequently occur at night, and many Chinese doing business here have been victimized after dark, with some even assaulted over ethnic issues. On my last visit, I witnessed a violent clash between Chinese and Mongolian workers at a large construction site, with those involved left bloodied and unrecognizable, and no one came to their aid for quite some time. Thus, the warning we received from Hu Ming was indeed prudent. All right then, let us have the front desk order us something to eat and retire early, Pang Wei said, shaking his head after removing his shoes. He talks about sending women over like it's a daily routine. He really knows how to exaggerate. After everyone placed their luggage down, they each entered their respective rooms. The suite was expansive, featuring numerous individual chambers, while Jiying was assigned a solitary room at the farthest end. The hotel's decor was extravagantly opulent, predominantly adorned in gold and neon hues, evoking a sense of nouveau riche. Even the towel racks were gilded, surrounded by an abundance of fruits and fresh flowers. Lao Jindo informed them that in this high-altitude nation, fruits are exceedingly rare, and the prices of all produce are exorbitant. The sheer volume of such items present here attests to the hotel's luxury. He further advised them that smoking is prohibited throughout Mongolia. If one wishes to smoke, they must do so discreetly, as being caught by the staff could lead to problems. Additionally, one must be cautious with their words here when meeting the Golden family tomorrow. It is imperative not to utter any disrespectful remarks about Genghis Khan, for he is revered in this land as a deity. The day's journey had left everyone fatigued. After Jiying retired to her private room, Chen Zhi and the others washed up and prepared for sleep, none taking Hu Ming's words to heart. However, unexpectedly, at around 10 o'clock, a sudden knock on the door echoed through the suite. When Lao Jindo opened the door, his eyes widened in shock. Chapter 283. An exciting gift standing outside was a group of girls clad in revealing attire, all possessing round Mongolian faces. The eldest appeared to be around 20, while the youngest were merely 17 or 18. Each was robust and beaming with radiant smiles, embodying the quintessential Mongolian girl. Their exuberant personalities shone through as they poured into the room the moment the door swung open. With a crisp laughter, they exclaimed, "We are summoned by Prince Hu Ming to accompany you. Whomever you fancy among us, come and take our hands." Each person may choose several young ladies. After these girls clumsily articulated their words in Chinese, they burst into laughter and surrounded the group. Some girls even shed their outer garments, revealing simple yet alluring bikinis beneath. their tan skin and toned abdomens enticingly exposed. At that moment, Pang Wei felt as if his nose would bleed from the sight. His eyes widened in astonishment at these youthful maidens, his mouth agape, as if unable to close. Girls, girls, Lao Jindo suddenly chuckled to the young women, misunderstanding. We are quite exhausted this evening, and will not be keeping you lovely ladies with us. Please convey our gratitude to Prince Humung for his kindness. We shall not take what belongs to others. You may all return. We have traveled a long day and are indeed weary. Oh, do you truly not require our company? You are quite charming. I find you delightful. I never expected to encounter such handsome men in China, a rather attractive girl remarked. Catching sight of Gui Dao at the door, she playfully winked at him and tossed her long hair, revealing a tempting cleavage. Gui Dao's face darkened with displeasure. He furrowed his brow tightly, turned, and slammed the door shut, startling the girls outside. Humph, what is wrong with him? How can he not appreciate women? A Mongolian girl, feeling slighted and enraged, turned to Pang Wei and declared, I prefer robust men. My name is Wu Ya, what is yours? After speaking, she confidently approached Pang Wei and tugged at the string of her bikini, causing it to snap open, revealing her bosom in a most provocative manner. Instantly, the room was filled with an intoxicating allure as the young women erupted into laughter. Pang Wei, nearly overwhelmed, felt a surge of excitement, exclaiming, Oh dear, now I understand. Mongolia is indeed a paradise for men. Why have I not come here sooner? Ah, ladies, truly, there is no need, really no need. Lao Jindo hurriedly draped garments over the girls, gently ushering them outside. We genuinely do not require your presence. Please return and tell Prince Humung we appreciate his kind intentions. Ladies, do hurry back. After swiftly closing the door behind the departing girls, Lao Jindo turned to Pang Wei, who was now stomping his feet in frustration. I say, Lao Jindo, are you out of your mind? You may be too old to indulge, but you cannot deprive us of such opportunities. Why push them away without leaving one for me? You are truly heartless. What do you know? Lao Jindo shot him a serious glance. Do you think these Mongolian women are mere courtesans? Let me tell you, they are not so easily approached. The women of this country are fiercely independent. Entangling with them can lead to significant troubles, and they are not clean. You ought to be cautious of contracting something. Is it really that dire, as you say? Pang Wei retorted. Fat Wei sat down with a face full of disappointment, angrily lighting a cigarette. Do you think I am joking? Old Jindo exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. In this country, there are not so many virtuous maidens. It is quite common for young women to have several children before marriage. Among those girls we just saw, many likely already have husbands. At that time, these Mongolian men will fight tooth and nail for them. I advise you to keep your distance from these Mongolian women. Be wary of potential extortion. Get some rest. We must rise early tomorrow. Chen Zhi said calmly from the side. Indeed. Old Jindo concurred. Tomorrow we shall visit the main residence of the Golden Family, a place not everyone can access. The individuals residing there are true descendants of Genghis Khan. Mind your words tomorrow. The law holds little sway in that place. Old Jindo warned before departing. Fat Wei remained preoccupied with thoughts of the girls from earlier, muttering complaints under his breath. However, it was already quite late. Ghost Knife had gone in and did not emerge again. They quickly washed up and retreated to their respective rooms for the night. Perhaps due to the fatigue of the day's journey, they slept rather well. The following morning, Hu Ming's car awaited them outside. During this period, Hu Ming's role was to host them. Upon seeing Fat Wei and the others emerge, he immediately inquired, Didn't you find those women attractive yesterday? Why send them away? If you found them too old, I can certainly provide some new ones today. No, that is too kind, Old Jindo hastily replied. We are here on business and need to conserve our energy. We appreciate Prince Hu Ming's goodwill, but those girls are unnecessary. Haha, you Chinese are always so bashful about these matters, Hu Ming remarked nonchalantly. You will understand once you stay in Mongolia longer. Life lacks meaning without women. After casting a glance at Ji Ying, who ignored him, he returned to driving. The city was not large. They traveled by car, first passing the famous Genghis Khan Square before reaching the old Mongolian royal palace, both notable landmarks. Behind the old palace stood a very aged estate, surrounded by tall walls that appeared unremarkable, yet the rooftops were adorned with thick layers of gold. We have arrived, Old Jindo signaled to Chen Zhi and the others. This is the main residence of the Golden Family, the Mongolian palace. The gatekeeper, upon seeing Hu Ming's vehicle, promptly opened the checkpoint, allowing them to drive into the courtyard. The main residence of the Golden family indeed displayed considerable grandeur, with an expansive yard filled with towering trees. Beyond the trees lay a long path where an elderly man clad in traditional attire stood beaming with a warm smile. Dressed in a pristine white Mongolian robe and adorned with a golden scarf around his neck, enthusiastically waving at old Jindo. Beside him stood a young woman, and when Chen Zhi beheld her visage, he was instantly taken aback. Chapter 284, Innocent Memories. This was an ancient residence. The colorful brick path beneath appearing steeped in history, likely a refurbished imperial palace from antiquity, yet surrounded by automated water features, with many decorations intermingled with Western elements. The elderly man standing in the center of the path was undoubtedly the elder Mert, a benevolent-looking Mongolian gentleman, with a round face and small eyes that sparkled with wisdom, clearly a seasoned and composed patriarch. Next to him stood a young woman, merely in her 20s, adorned in an elaborate and ornate traditional Mongolian attire. Her neck embellished with layers of heavy pure gold necklaces, intricately set with large turquoise and agate stones. The weight of the jewelry gave the impression of golden shackles. This face was exceedingly familiar to Chen Zhi. Throughout his lengthy high school years in a technical school, this visage had been the embodiment of every boy's dream goddess. Her name was Fu Yuanyuan, the belle of their technical high school. Although most students at his school were unable to gain admission to university and spent their days playing truant and gaming, she was like a refreshing spring, captivating the hearts of all the boys. Fu Yuanyuan possessed a beautiful, fair face, and her sparkling eyes seemed to convey unspoken words, always greeting others with a pure and endearing smile. Her beauty was not of the dazzling variety, but rather a clean and innocent allure. Some claimed she was even more beautiful than the renowned milk tea sister from the internet. Like all the boys, Chen Zhi had admired her during his high school years. Yet he felt inadequate and lacked the courage to speak to such a paragon of beauty. However, during a classmate's birthday celebration, Fu Yuanyuan once handed him a small box containing a signature pen, accompanied by a note that read, "I would like to be friends with you." This innocent gesture was quickly noticed by their classmates, who erupted into teasing laughter. For a 15 or 16-year-old high school student, such attention was profoundly embarrassing. Fu Yuanyuan promptly fled the scene, and thereafter, they never exchanged another word. Chen Zhi, believing that the school belle had been mocking him, felt that this tender affection was extinguished before it could even blossom. Unexpectedly, many years later, this former campus goddess would appear in this very place. Fu Yuanyuan evidently recognized him. Her eyes lit up upon seeing Chen Zhi, yet she remained silent, a trace of unmasked sorrow flickering across her brow. The others around them did not perceive their acquaintance, and the elderly Mongolian gentleman approached them with great courtesy. "Welcome, welcome, esteemed guests." Myrtle, with a beaming smile, turned to Chen Zhi and said, "If I am not mistaken, you must be Mr. Chen, as mentioned by Mr. Bao. Indeed, you are a remarkable figure, youthful and accomplished." After expressing his courteous sentiments, Myrtle placed his hand over his heart and bowed deeply, uttering a few words in Mongolian, waving his hand before Chen Zhi. Chen Zhi recognized this gesture as the highest form of hospitality among the Mongolian people, signifying blessings for the guests. "Indeed, this is Chen Zhi." The elderly Jindo responded politely with a smile. "Ah, Myrtle, it has been years since we last met, and your health appears to have improved remarkably. We arrived last night and did not wish to disturb you, hence our visit this morning. Please do not take offense. Oh dear, I should have come to greet you personally. Alas, I am growing old and my health is failing." Myrtle replied in fluent Chinese. "My grandson is rather impetuous. I hope he did not offend you in his attempt to welcome you." "Not at all, you are far too kind. Your grandson, Prince Hamong, is indeed a man of great decorum," Jindo graciously countered. The two elderly gentlemen exchanged pleasantries for quite some time, before Myrtle gestured towards a woman beside him, saying, "This is the widow of my late son. It is not customary for women to receive esteemed guests, but as we are currently in mourning for my son, I ask for your understanding." "A widow?" Chen Zhi's mind stirred as he quickly grasped the reason for the appearance of this former school beauty. After graduating from high school, she had married into a Mongolian family, becoming the young matron of a wealthy clan. Upon hearing of the mourning rites, Jindo insisted on paying a visit to express condolences on behalf of the Bao family, fully aware of the intricate social customs involved. As Jindo and Myrtle exchanged further pleasantries while walking towards the backyard, Chen Zhi and Prince Hamong followed closely behind. Throughout the journey, Jindo offered words of solace, such as "May you find peace in this time of sorrow," even managing to feign a few sobs, creating a rather somber atmosphere. Fat Wei glanced at the woman adorned in pure gold jewelry ahead and turned to Prince Hamong, whispering, "Hey, Prince, that widow seems quite different from the Mongolian girls. If I am not mistaken, she must be Chinese, right?" "You are correct," Hamong replied with a mischievous smile. "She is a woman my uncle brought from China. He adored her and married her upon her arrival." "Really?" Fat Wei was bewildered. "Prince Hamong, you're not that young yourself, and your uncle must be over 50. How could he marry someone so young?" "What of it?" Hamong shrugged nonchalantly. "Our golden family is the wealthiest in Mongolia, and our men often have many wives, each young and beautiful. I shall follow the same path. My uncle was 59 when he passed. This is his legal wife. The number of his lovers during his lifetime is countless. Now that my uncle is no longer with us, that woman has become the widow of our Huangjin family. Yet she has no children and may remarry." "What?" Pang Wei was somewhat taken aback upon hearing this. "You all seem remarkably open-minded. Your uncle's funeral is still ongoing, and you are eager for your aunt to remarry. She is merely a Chinese woman, after all." Hu Meng cast a disdainful glance at Fu Yuanyuan ahead, as if she were examining an object. "This woman, akin to the gold around her neck, is a legacy left by my uncle, entirely belonging to the men of our Huangjin family. Each of us, the legitimate descendants, is entitled to share in her." Chapter 285. Mongolian Funeral. Hu Meng disdainfully regarded Fu Yuanyuan ahead, as if appraising an object. "This woman, like the gold adorning her neck, is a legacy left by my uncle, wholly belonging to the men of our Huangjin family. Each of us, the legitimate descendants, is entitled to partake in her." "My goodness, the words you speak are truly beyond my comprehension, you Mongolians." Pang Wei was filled with indignation upon hearing this, and shook his head in silence. Chen Zhi, standing nearby, listened intently, finding Hu Meng's words unsurprising. From ancient times to the present, the customs of nomadic peoples have been thus, particularly for the nobility, where women are regarded as mere possessions. Even a noble queen, upon the death of the Khan, becomes a wealth left behind for posterity. In the past, when a great Khan of Mongolia passed away, all his queens were bequeathed to his sons, the next Khan. When a nobleman died, the widow was left for his brother, akin to the inheritance of wealth. Even princesses who married into Mongolia had to accept this abhorrent custom. Some queens were even obliged to serve 3 generations of Khans. In modern times, Mongolian marriage laws have prohibited such absurd practices. However, for the nobility of this nomadic culture, the traditions of the past remain profoundly ingrained. The widows left by the deceased of the previous generation, while unable to marry the heirs, often become the mistresses of the men in the family. This dreadful tradition is tacitly accepted, perpetuated through generations. Absurd, yet unchallenged. Chen Zhi and the others made their way to the back of the grand residence, where they found white cloth stretching endlessly, and at the center, a spirit tent was erected. Mongolian funerals are highly distinctive, starkly contrasting with Han customs. Traditionally, Mongolian funerary rites were divided into cremation and sky burial. Upon death, the body was placed on a wooden cart and drawn until it fell, after which it was left in the wilderness, believing this allowed the soul to ascend to heaven. However, modern Mongolians have gradually embraced civilization, with burials predominantly taking place in the ground, while the traditional wooden cart has become merely decorative. Typically, Mongolian funerals do not feature spirit beds, offerings, mourning attire, paper money burning, or funeral music. They cleanse the deceased, then anoint the body with butter, wrapping it in white cloth along with cherished belongings before placing it on the wooden cart, which can be adorned according to the status of the messenger. The affluent may embellish it with gold and gems. Then, a lama recites prayers, and accompanied by family members, they proceed to the burial site. In this solemn process, women are not permitted to participate. All proceedings are conducted by the men of the clan. After the funeral attendees return, people, livestock, and belongings must pass through 2 fires that have been ignited beforehand, intended to purify through sacred flames. Hands must be washed with white liquor before entering the yurt. Subsequently, the bereaved family lays out dairy and flour dishes to entertain the mourners. During the mourning period, the men of the clan refrain from cutting their hair, shaving, slaughtering livestock, or consuming meat. All food offered to guests consists primarily of vegetarian and dairy dishes. The funeral scene is exceedingly grand, with attendees dressed in their finest attire. clearly indicating that many prominent figures from Mongolia have come to pay their respects. Outside the morning hall, a platform is adorned with numerous milk cakes and butter tea, and everyone queues to express their condolences at the sight of the body. Chen Zhi does not approach, but from a distance. He observes the gilded wooden cart that holds the body, shimmering with light, suggesting that it is surrounded by many treasures. The cart itself, inlaid with pure gold, is of considerable value. This group of Mongolian nobles is undeniably wealthy. Even in death, they maintain such splendor. Fat Wei whispers to Chen Zhi, "What use do the deceased have for such possessions? When I find the time, I shall turn his belongings upside down." At his age, he sleeps with a young Chinese wife, and he takes so many fine things with him to the grave. This is their custom. It is quite remarkable in its own right. Chen Zhi responds in a hushed tone, glancing sideways at Fu Yuan, who stands nearby with a blank expression. According to previous customs, the legitimate wives of the deceased would traditionally be buried alongside them on that wooden cart, which should have housed the corpse of his widow. Goodness. Fat Wei remarks with a tinge of regret as he looks at Fu Yuan. I wonder what this girl thinks now, marrying an old man at such a young age. Seemingly willing to sacrifice her life for money. Old Jindo intends to pay his respects at the body alongside Elder Muerte, and before departing, he specifically turns back to caution Chen Zhi and Fat Wei. I must inform you, Mongolians hold fire in great reverence. Anything related to fire is considered taboo. Do not pour water on the fire, throw objects into it, spit, or extinguish it. Even roasting hands over a fire pit is forbidden. Wei, do not be so thoughtless as to toss cigarette butts in when no one is watching. Rest assured, old Jindo, you underestimate my decorum, Fat Wei replies with evident reluctance. After imparting his warnings, old Jindo leaves with a sorrowful expression to pay homage to the body alongside Elder Muerte. Once he departs, Fat Wei swiftly scurries to the side to indulge in butter tea and milk cakes, while Gui Dao and Ji Ying remain stationed at the entrance, closely observing the flow of people. At that moment, Chen Zhi notices Fu Yuan cough softly from a distance, then gesture towards him before turning to walk ahead. In front lies a white yurt, presumably erected temporarily for the funeral rites. Fu Yuan, clad in a heavy Mongolian robe, slowly made her way towards the entrance, occasionally glancing back at Chen Zhi, signaling him to follow. Chen Zhi pondered for a moment, then looked around to ensure that everyone was preoccupied with their own affairs before he followed Fu Yuan into the white Mongolian yurt. This unfolding scene went unnoticed by anyone. Lao Jindo was at a distance by the wooden cart, tearfully engaging in conversation with old Muerte, seemingly destined to take a long while to return. At that moment, Fat Wei was clearly captivated by several Mongolian girls delivering milk tea. Upon entering the grand tent, Chen Zhi discovered a remarkably traditional Mongolian yurt, illuminated solely by the flickering candlelight, casting a dim glow over the space. The floor was adorned with expansive animal furs, and numerous low cabinets and seats were scattered about, filling the air with the rich aroma of milk tea. Fu Yuan stood before a cabinet, her expression animated as she gazed at Chen Zhi. Chen Zhi, is it truly you? How did you come to be here? It seems that fate has not forsaken me. At last, someone has come to rescue me. Oh, I accompanied a friend to handle some matters, Chen Zhi replied, feeling somewhat awkward. He had not anticipated that the former campus belle, after all these years, would utter such words, and even remember his name. It was well known that Fu Yuan had been the goddess of their collective during their school days. Yet now, her gaze bore a sense of urgency and shimmered with unshed tears. Chen Zhi, it has been so long. I never expected to encounter you here. Back then, you were rather reticent, yet I could tell you were a thoughtful individual. I always knew you would achieve great things. Do you remember? I gifted you a fountain pen during our school days, but you never sought me out like those who fervently pursued me. Oh, is that so? That all feels like a distant past, Chen Zhi chuckled shyly. Fu Yuan's words evoked memories of his youthful infatuations in high school, stirring a sense of nostalgia within him. He turned to her and inquired, "It's rare that you still remember me. What have you been up to since graduation? How did you end up in Mongolia?" "Oh, do not mention it. Perhaps this is my fate," Fu Yuan replied, suddenly covering her mouth with her hand as tears streamed down her cheeks. "After graduation, I struggled to find a satisfactory job. Eventually, I met a man online, a wealthy gentleman who spent lavishly and was quite generous with his money, depicted in pictures as young and handsome. After a period of romance, I traveled to Mongolia to meet him. only to discover that the man waiting for me at the airport was a grizzled old man with a face full of scars. At this point, Fu Yuanyuan began to weep sorrowfully, hiding her face in her hands. However, perhaps due to the harsh experiences she had endured in Mongolia, her skin no longer possessed the delicate softness of her school days, and her once pure gaze had dulled, now resembling that of someone burdened by life's tribulations. And then, Chen Zhi asked, looking at her intently, "Did you not consider returning upon realizing that the man you met was so different from the one in the photographs?" "I never had the chance to return," Fu Yuanyuan sobbed. "The Mongolian people are not particularly reasonable. This man forcibly brought me back, and since that moment, I have been imprisoned by this family, living alongside that elderly man. After he passed away, I became a widow. Why didn't you seek help from the Chinese consulate?" Chen Zhi continued to inquire. "Even in Mongolia, in modern society, you shouldn't be confined here." "It's useless," Fu Yuanyuan shook her head, tears streaming down her cheeks like broken pearls, rendering her delicate face pale and pitiful. "In this country, the Golden family holds a prominent position. Their influence is immense. I had no opportunity to refuse. I was compelled to marry that old man. For all those years, he consistently abused me, until just a few days ago when he suddenly died in the coal mine at Kent Mountain." After saying this, Fu Yuanyuan rolled up her sleeves to show Chen Zhi her wrists. Her slender wrists were covered in scars, adorned with numerous red cinnabar markings. These Mongolians are extremely superstitious. Ever since that old man died, they claim that evil spirits have invaded, plastering talismans everywhere. Now this place is riddled with incantations written in cinnabar. Fu Yuanyuan loathed the sight of the cinnabar and wiped it away with water. "The funeral has dragged on for many days. I am forced to keep vigil, treated like an animal by those with ulterior motives. I despise this place. Now that the old man is dead, I have become the property of the man and his family. Those men are utterly disgusting. They will not spare me. Chen Zhi, you are sent by heaven to rescue me. Quickly, find a way to take me out of Mongolia. I truly do not want to stay here for another minute." Chen Zhi did not respond to Fu Yuanyuan's plea. He gazed at the once flourishing beauty, now gaunt, and remained silent for a long while before finally speaking. "I am in a difficult position. After all, this is a private matter of the Golden family, and I cannot interfere." "What private matter?" "It is merely the torment of a helpless foreign woman. Do you know how they will treat me once the funeral concludes?" Fu Yuanyuan suddenly became extremely agitated, anxiously gripping Chen Zhi's arms. "Chen Zhi, are you truly going to stand by as I perish? If you can rescue me, I will give you anything you desire." No, I will give it to you right now." After saying this, Fu Yuanyuan, in a fit of emotion, tore off her golden necklace, and her pristine Mongolian dress immediately fell away, revealing her snow-white shoulders and the expanse of her alabaster skin. "Do you want me? Just take me away from here. I will do anything." After speaking, Fu Yuanyuan wrapped her arms around Chen Zhi's neck, pulling him onto the bed. Chen Zhi quickly pushed her away and sternly pointed outside. "This is your husband's funeral? Calm down. I already know your situation. Give me some time to think of a solution." After speaking, Chen Zhi swiftly lifted Fu Yuanyuan's robe and threw it to her. "Hurry, put this on. I hear footsteps." Indeed, it wasn't long before a few men entered the yurt. Judging by their attire, they appeared to be direct descendants of the Golden family. "Who are you?" one man shouted in a remarkably rude tone, then glanced at the visibly startled Fu Yuanyuan beside him. "You insatiable woman, is this your Chinese lover? At my brother's funeral, you dare to cavort with your paramour?" The men around him bellowed, each voice louder than the last, seemingly oblivious to the attention from outside. Their clamorous outbursts quickly drew a crowd, and many gathered around. The Mongolians regarded Chen Zhi with curious glances. At that moment, old Jindo and old Mert arrived, with Humming hastily following suit. "Silence!" Old Mert interjected as he pushed his way to the center, addressing Yuanyuan in Mongolian. "Troublemaking woman, leave at once." Fu Yuanyuan, clearly frightened by him, trembled and hurriedly turned to exit through another passage. Only then did old Mert turn to the guests, explaining, "Please do not misunderstand. This lady is our esteemed guest from China. A misunderstanding just occurred. Kindly disperse." His words carried weight, and the guests ceased their murmurs, dispersing as if such incidents were commonplace in Mongolia. Old Mert then sternly reprimanded the men. "Rascals, how rude. Do not shout here. This is our distinguished guest from China, a friend of Mr. Bao, here to assist us with matters concerning the Kent Mountain coal mine. How could you show such disrespect over a mere woman?" Chapter 287. The Crisis of an Ancient Family. So she is a friend of Mr. Bao. The faces of the men from the golden families immediately shifted upon hearing old Mert's words. With smiles plastered on their faces, they placed their hands over their hearts and bowed to Chen Zhi. Our apologies, esteemed guest from China. We did not mean to offend. If that woman has wronged you, I shall have her apologize. There's no need. Chen Zhi casually replied. I merely sought a glass of fresh water and happened to encounter her. He exchanged a knowing glance with Fat Wei, and they exited together. Once the elaborate funeral rites concluded, Old Mert entrusted the hospitality to other clan members while he personally escorted Chen Zhi and his companions back to the main hall. The main building of the grand estate bore a resemblance to a yurt, with layered spaces and predominantly curved edges along the rooms. At the heart of the house lay a circular hall adorned with towering plants, while the walls showcased large firs unseen from the outside, and an abundance of pure gold decorations lent an air of opulence. Please, esteemed guests, take a seat. Old Mert graciously indicated towards the surrounding cushions for everyone to settle upon, then waved to the maids. Soon, a long table was brought forth, laden with exquisite silver tea sets. Old Mert personally poured milk tea for everyone, then raised a silver teacup, bowing slightly in respect. He dipped his fingers into the drink, symbolically offering a sip to heaven and earth, completing a traditional welcoming gesture before finally taking his seat. Chen Zhi and his companions gradually acclimated to the intricate customs of the Mongolians. After graciously accepting their well wishes, they resumed their seats. At that moment, they heard Old Mert sigh softly and, in fluent Mandarin, address Chen Zhi and the others. I believe you are all aware of the events that have transpired in Mount Kent. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhi slightly nodded, acknowledging the whispers of strange echoes emanating from the mountain's mines. Alas, Old Mert lamented, shaking his head in deep sorrow, his eyes earnestly fixed upon Chen Zhi and his companions. This time, we must rely on you esteemed guests from China. Mount Kent has always been a sacred site for us Mongolians. It is the birthplace of our ancestor Genghis Khan. Moreover, our golden family has guarded this mountain for generations, for it is the resting place of our most ancient deities and the source of our lineage. Yet now, it has transformed into a realm of spirits, and we are left with no face to meet our ancestors. As he spoke, a profound sadness washed over him, nearly bringing him to tears. Surely, you are familiar with the tale of the origin of our golden family? Indeed, I have heard snippets, Chen Zhi replied courteously. The ancient legend of the golden family is a source of pride for the Mongolian people, known to all. It is said that there was a matriarch named Alan, who, after her husband's demise, bore 3 sons. When doubts arose regarding their parentage, Alan proclaimed that these sons were the offspring of a golden celestial deity, the children of the divine. Henceforth, the descendants of these 3 sons were regarded as the purest Mongolians, including Genghis Khan himself, which is why they are referred to as the golden family. At this, Fat Wei could not suppress a chuckle at the absurdity of the legend. However, old Jindo shot him a fierce glare, prompting Fat Wei to stifle his laughter immediately. Indeed, Old Mert said, a hint of pride in his tone as he spoke to Chen Zhi. Ultimately, the heirs of the golden family are the children of Alan and the golden deity. The members of the golden family are the truest Mongolians. Yet now, this sacred mountain has been desecrated, and we are filled with shame. Old Mert wept bitterly, his emotions running high, his ornate Mongolian hat weighed down by excessive adornments, making it difficult for him to lift his head. The maidens hurried over to assist him, lifting him up in his splendid attire. Esteemed guests, please bear with me for a moment while I remove these cumbersome garments before we continue our conversation. Of course. Take your time, Old Jindo promptly replied. Once Old Mert departed, Fat Wei finally burst into laughter. I wonder how these ancients are so adept at weaving tales. They embellish their own narratives. While her husband is away for an extended period, she claims to be pregnant and resorts to the celestial deity for justification. A golden deity, no less. What a stretch. Huh. Why hasn't Timar Rome mastered such a skill? Old Jindo dug into Fat Wei fiercely. And we regard such legends merely as tales to listen to. Regardless of our inner thoughts, we must not allow our feelings to manifest before others. It is a matter of etiquette. Please pay careful attention. Indeed, these legends often follow a monotonous pattern, Chen Zhi remarked quietly. The ancients, in their attempts to embellish their actions, were inclined to fabricate miraculous histories. Xiang Yu claimed he was born of a giant serpent and his mother, yet such tales lack evidence and verifiable proof. Let us treat them as mere stories. What is your perspective as a professional? Fat Wei turned to Chen Zhi and inquired, "Do you see that old man? And what about that so-called Prince Hamong? Are they demigods?" "I don't think so." Chen Zhi gently shook his head. Although the aura of these members of the Golden Family appears more vibrant than that of ordinary people, they are still of human essence. This only attests to their formidable physical prowess and martial skills, but does not imply they are descendants of divine beings. At this moment, Old Muerte had changed into casual attire and returned from the front. Adorned in a snow-white Mongolian robe, his long white hair was braided. Old Muerte refrained from further conversation, instead gesturing for the maidens to leave. He personally stood up to close the surrounding doors, surveying the area to ensure no one was present before returning. "Mr. Chen, are you aware of the matters concerning the sacred relic of our Golden Family?" "Oh, this." Chen Zhi hesitated, taken aback by the directness of the Mongolian elder in discussing this topic. In truth, the subject of the Golden Family's sacred relic has long been a taboo among the Mongolian royalty, as there have been numerous discussions for ages asserting that they possess a relic that could prove their lineage to the divine. Chapter 288. The Sacred Relic of the Golden Family. This relic, known as the Galagem Seal, is said in Mongolian mythology to be a token bestowed by the golden-hued deity to the progenitor of the Mongolian people, Alan, to establish a bond and ensure the continuation of their lineage. However, this remains merely a legend. No one has ever laid eyes upon this seal, leading to the belief throughout history that it may not exist at all. Nonetheless, it is said that this seal is incredibly sacred, crafted from an unseen gem, radiating brilliance. With its seal featuring two azure dragons playing with fire pearls, the deity, upon presenting a gem to Alan, saw her fashion it into a seal to affirm the noble lineage of her descendants. According to legend, this treasure has been passed down through the descendants of Habutu Hazer since ancient times, never revealed to the world, and even the offspring of the Golden Family have never seen it. However, during the reign of Emperor Qianlong of the Qing dynasty, a Ministry of Rites official unexpectedly discovered a square imprint on an ancient Mongolian leather scroll. The imprint, square in shape and made of cinnabar paste, bore inscriptions in the Fagspa script, while the scroll contained admonitions for the descendants of the Golden Family to be valiant and unyielding. The scroll is believed to be extremely ancient, likely predating the birth of Genghis Khan. The Qing government swiftly recognized this detail and, after extensive research, suspected this to be the very mark of the Galagem seal spoken of in Mongolian mythology. During the reign of Qianlong, he exhibited a profound interest and subsequently requested the Mongolian royal family to present the legendary jade seal, allowing the emperor of the Qing dynasty a glimpse of its true form. It is essential to recognize that at that time, the Qing dynasty wielded immense power, with Mongolia merely a vassal state beneath its dominion. In a fit of rage, Qianlong could have easily subdued the vast grasslands. After all, the mere demand for a seal could have been met with dire consequences, even extending to the sacrifice of a beloved son. However, to everyone's astonishment, the Mongolian royal family resolutely refused, adamantly asserting that the fabled seal was nothing more than a mythical construct. Enraged, Qianlong dispatched envoys to reprimand the elders of the Golden Family, questioning whether they valued their lives or the seal more. Surprisingly, the Mongolian people united in unprecedented solidarity, even willing to confront the emissaries. The situation escalated to a point where both men and women took up arms, teetering on the brink of conflict. Witnessing this turn of events, Emperor Qianlong was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a fervent response over a mere seal, and thus he refrained from further coercion. From that moment onward, the ties between the Manchu and Mongolian peoples remained strong, with intermarriages and exchanges continuing. Yet the matter of the seal was never broached again. After the establishment of the New China, the issue of this sacred artifact remained a sensitive topic for Mongolia, regardless of the foreign envoys visiting. They deliberately avoided the subject in the presence of the Golden Family, as if the seal had truly ceased to exist. Yet now, before Chen Zhi and others, an elder of the Golden Family had spontaneously mentioned this artifact, leaving Chen Zhi utterly astonished, uncertain of how to respond. "Mr. Chen, you need not be surprised." The elder Myrtle spoke sincerely, the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes reflecting the characteristic forthrightness of the Mongolian people. "You may not be aware, but Mr. Bao once saved my life in Vietnam. At that time, I vowed to him that I would never refuse any request he made. Now that you stand before me, akin to my own flesh and blood, I can assert with certainty that the sacred artifact truly exists, nestled within the treasury of our Golden Family." Historically, our family has indeed safeguarded many secrets for the Mongolian people. As you may know from the legends, many presume that our ancestress Alan spoke falsely regarding her 3 sons, claiming they were sired by mere mortals. No, that is not our intention, the elder Jean Do quickly clarified. It is of no concern, Myrtle replied earnestly. For the Mongolian people differ from the Han. We are not bound by the same constraints of propriety. Mongolian women who bear children with outsiders need not resort to deceit. Our history is ancient. Ever since our ancestress Alan encountered the golden celestial deity, her lineage has birthed many heroes, including the illustrious Genghis Khan. Thus, the Kent Mountain region has long been regarded as our maternal and sacred land, though it is now besieged by death. Is the current situation even more dire than previously described? Chen Zhi inquired of Myrtle. What we refer to is that beneath the mountain, peculiar knocking sounds have been heard, and numerous miners have gone missing, with sightings of ancient Mongolian warriors, correct? No, it is not merely these concerns. Mert, the elder, furrowed his brows. His aged eyes filled with sorrow. Our Kent Mountain appears inconspicuous on the surface. However, it has long been safeguarded by potent ancient spells, passed down through generations, even predating Genghis Khan. The ancestral teachings of our illustrious family state that these ancient incantations were bestowed upon our matriarch, Alan, by the golden celestial deity. At that time, the deity proclaimed, "I shall slumber beneath this great mountain, protecting you through the ages. I have left behind spells within the mountain to thwart the invasion of malevolent forces. You must diligently safeguard these incantations, and the Mongolian people shall endure eternally." Yet, 6 months ago, an inexplicable event transpired, causing the magical barrier of that mountain to weaken progressively, ultimately collapsing. The incident was abrupt, and we were unprepared, only sensing an immensely powerful force encroaching upon the mountain. Subsequently, we contacted the local authorities, dispatching numerous troops, but they vanished without a trace. We then discovered that the mountain had transformed into a desolate wasteland, with countless animal carcasses cascading down, including our soldiers stationed there. It felt as though the specter of death had descended upon Kent Mountain. We dared not send more personnel. Instead, we resorted to circling the vicinity of Kent Mountain in helicopters, capturing aerial footage. By day, the mountain revealed nothing but lifelessness. However, at night, atop the peak, we encountered a terrifying woman, resembling a cadaver, suspended from the highest branches, her posture grotesque, and the surroundings were horrifically indescribable. Chapter 289. The woman who brings death. Are you referring to the woman in the photograph? Chen Zhi immediately associated her with the image of Qin Yang, one of the reasons for their visit. Indeed, Mert nodded with a hint of resignation. At that time, I did not disclose everything to Mr. Bao, as I considered this to be an internal matter of the Golden family, thus confidential and unsuitable for external revelation. However, the situation has changed. We can no longer protect the treasures bequeathed by our ancestors, and I must confide in you. In truth, within this coal mine, there exist not only coal deposits but numerous other resources, some of which are rare and cannot be made public. For instance, the Mongolian colored gemstones, known as Kaixia gemstones. Chen Zhi's mind immediately perked up at this term. Long ago, it was said that within Kent Mountain, there lies a deposit of colored gemstones of exceptional quality, vibrant like the colorful clouds in the sky, hence named Kaixia gemstones. Yet, the yield of these gems is scarce, with their sources and buyers shrouded in utmost secrecy. Each gem that reaches the black market commands a hefty price. Indeed, Mert affirmed, these are Kaixia gemstones, the subterranean wealth left to us by the golden celestial deity. These gems, are treasures of considerable worth. Yet due to our extremely limited production, we have artisans who reside in the mountains year-round to extract us. Unlike the coal miners, these laborers are branches of our golden lineage, our kin, and to ensure their safety, we have stationed elite soldiers in the mountains to protect both the miners and the colorful gemstone mine. When we beheld the woman hanging upon the mountaintop, we simultaneously glimpsed the darkness below, strewn with the lifeless bodies of our miners and mercenaries, all sharing our bloodline. Old Mert, upon reaching this juncture, became somewhat melancholic. Yet he composed himself and continued, stating that those taking photographs from the plane were also members of our golden family. Witnessing the scene filled them with profound sorrow, and they endeavored to capture this spectacle. However, as the aircraft drew nearer to the woman for a photograph, they observed the bodies below gradually shifting, transforming into a liquid-like form, reminiscent of black, sludgy corpses rolling about. Ultimately, those bodies dissolved before our eyes, turning into mere puddles of muck, leaving no trace behind. Yet that fearsome woman suddenly lifted her drooping head and gazed at our cameraman. Recalling the moment, our cameraman described her eyes as exceedingly beautiful, imbued with an almost magical allure that seemed to ensnare their very souls. Thus, after capturing a single photograph, they presented it to us, and within a day, all of them perished, their final words uttering that death had come for them. What? Chen Zhi was immediately taken aback. For what old Mert had just recounted undeniably affirmed a certain truth. The figure in the photograph, Qin Yang, was not a corpse, she was alive. She is truly still alive. Chen Zhi felt an initial surge of joy, only for his mind to tighten with apprehension. If she is alive, why has she not sought us out? Is she afraid? Is she imprisoned by Yamo? Or has she ceased to be the Qin Yang of old? What then? Is she now? As Chen Zhi's thoughts spiraled, he heard old Mert continue. From that moment, I understood that our mountain had summoned a demon of death. And against such a formidable entity, we had no recourse. To speak frankly, our golden family also possesses its own sorcerers. During this time, we have dispatched many mages, some of whom are great wizards passed down through generations of our lineage. Yet, none have emerged alive. Each has met their demise within the mountain. We have one venerable old wizard, of a lineage even more noble than mine, who released a magical signal within the mountains. The signal conveyed a grave warning. Death dwells within the mountain, and entry is absolutely forbidden. Thus, we find ourselves in a state of utter helplessness. We can no longer send individuals to their demise. Mr. Chun, you are my last hope. As old Mert said this, he covered his face with his hands, overcome with sorrow. If this does not succeed, I shall truly abandon the sacred mountain bequeathed to us by our ancestors. Alas, I shall set it ablaze and consign myself to the inferno as well. Oh dear, old Mert, please refrain from uttering such words. Fatway, unable to bear it any longer, interjected. Regardless of the circumstances, the living can still endure. Rest assured, no matter what lies within, we shall undoubtedly emerge unscathed. I am perplexed about one thing, though. What is the demon's purpose for coming here? Is it for those colorful gems? Otherworldly beings have never been known to covet wealth. At least, she does not. Chen Zhi gently shook his head and turned to old Mert. Old Mert, forgive my candor, but given that Kent Mountain possesses such exquisite gem deposits, and your golden family wields formidable resources to safeguard them, why has this information not been disclosed to the public sooner? Is it to evade governmental taxation? Huh. Upon hearing this, old Mert laughed heartily. Our golden family has always been the spiritual backbone of the Mongolian people. The tribute we truly pay to this nation far exceeds what is apparent. However, these colorful gems must remain concealed, for they possess numerous other uses. For instance, Chen Zhi inquired, looking intently at old Mert. Ha, young man, do not question me. Old Mert chuckled. The responsibilities we have shouldered throughout history far exceed your imagination. Have you never pondered how a sparsely populated, economically challenged nation like Mongolia has maintained its position on the international stage? Why has no one ever sought to invade us? Bribery, Chen Zhi slowly nodded. Indeed, one could say that. Old Mert responded with a smile. Since the fall of the Yuan dynasty, the Mongols have faced decline. This is perhaps the retribution for our penchant for bloodshed. From the moment we were relegated to the Korchin grasslands, we understood that our glorious past was irretrievably lost. Thus, we have endeavored to foster good relations to preserve our dwindling pure Mongolian lineage. During the Qing dynasty, we annually offered noble princesses to the emperor, allowing our Mongolian women to bear offspring for him. This ensured that every generation of emperors carried Mongolian blood, safeguarding the continuity and prosperity of our heritage. Although now there are no emperors or marriages, we can still utilize these precious gems to bribe influential figures across nations. Only in this manner can our underprivileged country continue to exist peacefully. Chapter 290. The Secret Vault of the Golden Family. I understand now. Chen Zhi solemnly nodded. Before my arrival, Lord Leopard had informed me that the Golden Family is a reputable lineage that bears significant historical responsibilities, and it appears this reputation is indeed well-deserved. After Chen Zhi finished speaking, he smiled at old man Mert and sincerely said, I am well aware of your circumstances. Rest assured, this time, I will exert every effort to assist you in resolving this issue. Regardless of what has encroached upon this ancient mountain, I shall devise a means to return it to the hands of the Golden Family. Old Man Mert was deeply moved upon hearing Chen Zhi's words. He placed his hand over his heart, stood up with utmost formality, and bowed deeply to Chen Zhi, declaring, "We shall forever remember your kindness." "Oh, I must make one thing clear," my elder interjected Fat Wei from the side. "I am a straightforward man, and I prefer to lay all cards on the table. I have grasped the gravity of the situation regarding your colorful gemstone mine, which is indeed a closely guarded secret. If you allow me access and we discover its location, any losses incurred thereafter cannot be attributed to us. We cannot be held accountable for any unforeseen repercussions. Of course, you need not worry," Old Man Mert assured him, still with his hand over his heart. "Regardless of the outcome, you shall always be our benefactors. No matter what the future holds, I will endeavor wholeheartedly to repay this kindness. Please believe me, we Mongolians are men of our word. From the first Khan to the present, all elders have upheld their promises, unwavering until death. Not a single elder has ever broken a vow, and my commitment is more binding than any contract. Indeed, this is well known to all." Old Jin Do promptly replied with a smile. Who does not know that the elders of the Golden Family are men of their word? What you just said was merely jest. However, regarding the sacred relic of the Golden Family that you mentioned, this is the matter I wish to discuss with you. At this point, Old Man Mert lowered his voice and stood up to survey the surroundings, ensuring absolute safety before continuing. "Esteemed guests, please follow me. I invite you to view the secret vault of the Golden Family, and then you shall know everything." After speaking, Old Man Mert turned around and retrieved a long metallic panel from beneath his cushion, resembling a remote control. He tapped the panel on several positions on the ground, causing the square tiles to activate and gradually crack open. To their astonishment, beneath the tiles lay a hidden chamber, as the previously solid floor transformed into a series of orderly movable panels. Old Man Mert meticulously pried open the panels in sequence, revealing a metallic surface beneath. He flipped open a palm-sized metallic plate, disclosing a transparent touch screen that exuded a high-tech allure. He placed his hand on the touch screen and leaned in to allow the screen to scan his fingerprint and retinal pattern. Once completed, a crisp sound echoed, and the underground mechanism trembled, finally unveiling the true nature of the metallic panel. As the metallic panel gradually shifted sideways, a descending spiral staircase was revealed, its surface adorned with intricate metal alloys, bearing traces of electric current. Had the door not been opened properly, it would likely have unleashed a high-voltage shock. "Esteemed guests, please follow me," beckoned Old Mert as he turned to the group, then proceeded down the staircase alone. Seeing this, the rotund Wei hesitated, glancing at Old Jindo before murmuring, "Is this trustworthy? It's quite dark below. What if this old man sells me out?" However, Old Jindo showed no signs of hesitation. Rising swiftly, he followed closely behind, prompting Wei to reluctantly descend as well, with Chen Zhi and the others trailing after them. Ji Ying remained above, just in case. Thus, they continued their descent behind Old Mert, traversing the lengthy metallic staircase until they finally arrived in a spacious chamber below. It turned out to be an ancient stone room, its walls constructed from hand-hewn stone bricks of yore. The chamber was remarkably vast, its floor covered in dust. Under Mert's guidance, Chen Zhi and the others advanced, surrounded by vintage Mongolian oil lamps that cast dim light upon the astonishing array of artifacts displayed therein. Within this chamber, they encountered numerous relics, including a remarkably ancient complete set of Mongolian armor, adorned with large, rare gemstones, exquisite and peculiar in design, likely remnants from Mongolia's ancestors dating back to prehistoric civilization. They also stumbled upon more macabre exhibits, such as rows of skulls wearing crowns and human skins fully flayed, beautifully inked with colorful patterns, primarily depicting scenes of warfare. Perhaps sensing Chen Zhi's discomfort with the brutality on display, Old Mert took it upon himself to explain, "These events transpired long ago. The Mongolians of yesteryear were fierce warriors, fervent in their quest for conquest. Captured kings were beheaded, their crowned heads displayed here as trophies of war. The skins on the walls predominantly belonged to their consorts, flayed by the Mongol Khans, inscribed with scenes from their battles, preserved here to flaunt their martial prowess. These artifacts undeniably bore witness to an ancient and savage past, rife with the Mongolian people's frenzied plunder of the Han and the animosities accumulated through history. Among the displayed skulls, Chen Zhi recognized the names of many renowned Han generals. Alongside the war scenes inked upon their wives' skins, the portrayal of Mongolians slaughtering Han people evoking profound discomfort. As they continued forward, they finally arrived at the entrance of a sealed metallic door reminiscent of a bank vault, featuring a round handle and an adjacent LCD card verification system. As before, Old Mert leaned in to verify his handprint and the corners of his eyes, and amidst a low, rumbling voice, the imposing metal door gradually creaked open. With the doors unveiling, an uncontrollable cascade of resplendent radiance surged forth from within. Chapter 291. The Galar Gem Seal upon the door's opening. A luminous aura burst forth, enveloped in a golden sheen that was impossible to conceal, interspersed with vibrant, prismatic glimmers, evoking a sense of transcendence akin to a celestial paradise. Enter, dear esteemed guests. I must confess that apart from my frail self, no one else has ever set foot in this treasury. Old Mert whispered before stepping into the vault. Witnessing this, Chen Zhi and the others followed suit, and as they crossed the threshold, the vault's door slowly sealed itself behind them. Once inside, they discovered that the treasury was entirely modern in design, filled with compartments reminiscent of a bank's safety deposit boxes. Within these compartments lay predominantly gold bars weighing over 10 pounds, and on some exquisite golden trays, dazzling gemstones sparkled like radiant orbs, casting an enchanting glow. Each gem was vibrant and sizable, with the smallest akin to the size of a pigeon's egg, while the largest was as hefty as an infant's fist, emanating a brilliant luminescence under the light. Ladies and gentlemen, behold the resplendent rainbow gemstones that abound within Kent Mountain, Old Mert proclaimed, lifting the fist-sized gem and swirling it in the air, whereupon its colorful brilliance traced a rainbow-like arc, overshadowing even the light itself. What extraordinary treasures! Exclaimed old Jindo softly. Had we not witnessed this with our own eyes, we could scarcely fathom the existence of such rare gems. This is the legacy left to us by our ancestors. Old Mert continued gently. The gemstone mine lies atop the mountain, a considerable distance from the coal mine, nestled in the heart of the great mountain. However, the extraction of these colorful gems is exceedingly challenging. It is rare to unearth even a few worthy specimens in a year, necessitating highly skilled artisans. These craftsmen are ancient masters whose unparalleled skills have been passed down through generations. To preserve their lineage, our golden family has intermarried with them for generations, incorporating them into our extended bloodline. My own daughter has married into a family from the mountains and bore my grandson there. Thus, the lives lost on Kent Mountain are, in truth, also my own kin. At this poignant revelation, Old Mert turned away, his weathered visage betraying a cascade of tears. This is truly a moment of sorrow. Old Mert, upon hearing the news, immediately approached to offer his condolences. Before our arrival, we were unaware that you had lost a pair of children in such a short span of days. This is an immense misfortune, and we implore you to find solace in your grief. Indeed, Old Mert has aged considerably. After shedding a few silent tears before the gathered crowd, he slowly made his way to the rear, where he revealed a concealed compartment housing a metallic door. As Old Mert stepped forward to open the door, it unveiled a wooden box, approximately a meter wide, adorned with rugged and ancient patterns reminiscent of the earlier nomadic tribes. The material of the box was not of contemporary wood, a clear indication of its antiquity. At the center of the box lay a gray lock that appeared to have remained unopened for quite some time. Trembling, Old Mert retrieved a silver key from his chest, a single-headed key, its surface marred with signs of age. Grasping the ancient and mysterious key, Old Mert closed his eyes and began to chant in Mongolian, seemingly seeking forgiveness from his ancestors. After an extended period of solemn recitation, he knelt down and respectfully bowed 3 times. Once this elaborate ritual was concluded, Old Mert, with trembling hands, inserted the silver key into the lock with a crisp click, causing the box to spring open. At that very moment, an overwhelming radiance of golden light erupted from within the box, instantly transforming the entire room into a golden hue. The dazzling brilliance of the gemstones was entirely eclipsed, and Chen Zhi felt as though a layer of golden film had enveloped him. When he turned to look at Old Mert again, he was utterly astonished to witness a profound transformation in the elder's aura. As Old Mert turned around, a golden essence permeated his presence, splitting and then reconstituting the atmosphere behind him, presenting a magnificent and grand aura before Chen Zhi. It was a complete demigod aura. remarkably majestic and straightforward, embodying the fearless spirit of the Mongolian people. The golden radiance within it evoked an immediate sense of reverence. Dear guests, behold, this is the golden token bestowed upon our grandmother Alan by the celestial deity of Mongolian mythology, the Gala gemstone seal. Upon finishing his proclamation, old Mert extended his hand, cradling a small square seal in the center of his palm. The seal, resembling the size of a cigarette case, was entirely golden but emanated a powerful spiritual energy that altered the surrounding atmosphere. May I examine this seal? Chen Zhi inquired with a serious demeanor, extending his hand. After a moment of hesitation, old Mert, with a kind smile, replied, "Of course." He then retrieved a pristine silk cloth from his garment and delicately wrapped the seal, presenting it with both hands in a gesture of deep respect to Chen Zhi. "Chen Zhi, you must exercise great caution," the old Jin Do whispered softly nearby. Chen Zhi nodded, silently accepting the gleaming seal. At that moment, he felt every pore in his body ignite with an exhilarating sensation. This seal seemed to awaken an innate fervor within him, a thrilling excitement akin to a master blacksmith discovering a rare and extraordinary metal. The intensity of this exhilaration nearly overwhelmed Chen Zhi, stirring a primal urge within him to claim this stone as his own. Gently, he unwrapped the white handkerchief, scrutinizing the shimmering golden stone before him. He realized that it was not simply a gem, but a large spirit stone. However, this spirit stone was unlike any he had encountered before. It was a special grade spirit stone, one that existed only in the legends of the Jiang family, surpassing even high-grade spirit stones in rarity and value. In essence, this was a divine stone capable of sealing deities. Chapter 292, The Gala Gem Seal, Part 2. Spirit stones are categorized into varying grades, with higher grades being more precious and rare. The waterwood spirit stone Chen Zhi had lent to Ding Ning was classified as a low-grade spirit stone, while the lucky stone he had given to her mother was a mid-grade spirit stone. There were also exceedingly rare spirit stones that fell into the high-grade category. Yet, some spirit stones, deemed even more valuable than high-grade ones, have been recorded throughout the history of the Jiang family. However, none of the clan leaders had ever laid eyes upon them. They were believed to be divine artifacts capable of sealing deities, referred to as divine stones. Chen Zhi had previously considered these to be mere figments of legend, doubting the authenticity of Jiang Ziya's tales of sealing gods. Yet, the Gala gem seal before him confirmed the existence of divine stones in reality. Holding this golden spirit stone in his grasp, Chen Zhi felt an indescribable thrill surging within him, a realization dawning upon him that his yearning for spirit stones was an intrinsic aspect of his being, a desire buried deep within his soul, coursing through his veins. As the legends foretold, Jiang Ziya's greatest prowess lay in his mastery of spirit stones, and as his successor, Chen Zhi's passion for spirit stones was equally profound. Everyone around him could discern the excitement radiating from Chen Zhi, prompting the old Jin Do to rush over. Chen Zhi, old Jin Do urged, giving Chen Zhi a gentle shove. "What are you doing? Don't clutch the treasure so tightly. Look at old Myrtle," he asked distressed, fearing we might snatch it away. Old Jin Do's words jolted Chen Zhi back to reality. He swiftly turned to Myrtle, noticing the old man's face had paled. Anxiety etched across his features. Truth be told, with only a few of them present in the vault, if Chen Zhi truly attempted to seize the seal, this silver-haired elder would stand little chance against him. "Don't misunderstand," Chen Zhi quickly replied with a smile. "I merely find this seal exceedingly beautiful and wish to examine it closely." "Your words are indeed too weighty," chuckled old Muerte. "Esteemed guest, behold. This is the token bequeathed to us by the Golden Celestial, the ancestral relic of our matriarch, Alan. In time, Alan fashioned this golden gem into a seal, inscribing it with the surnames of her 3 sons, names bestowed upon them by the Golden Celestial." Upon hearing this, Chen Zhi turned the seal over, revealing it bore ancient Mongolian script, faint yet discernible. It indeed listed the surnames of the 3 great noble families of Mongolia. "Alas," sighed Elder Muerte, 2 of these noble families have now fallen into decline. Only the direct descendants of Genghis Khan, the Borjigin clan, can still be deemed a golden lineage. Nevertheless, this seal unequivocally attests to the Borjigin as descendants of the celestial beings, a fact beyond dispute, Chen Zhi solemnly affirmed, subsequently returning the seal to old Muerte. "Elder Muerte, this seal is extraordinarily precious. Please safeguard it well and refrain from showing it to others. Of course, Old Muerte hastily replied, carefully placing the seal back into its wooden box. He then retrieved a small golden pouch woven from pure gold threads, which seemed to contain something within. Esteemed guest, I have heard from Mr. Bao of your remarkable abilities. It is said that you can decipher the writings of the divine. Could you assist me in understanding what is inscribed in this scroll? With great reverence, Old Muerte opened the golden pouch and extracted a tattered piece of animal hide, riddled with insect bites, the origin of the beast unknown. This document has been passed down through our lineage. It is said that after the Golden Celestial entrusted the gem to Alan, he gave her this document, instructing her to seek out a special individual who would confer titles upon her son's bloodline. However, this legend is so distant that we cannot ascertain the authenticity of this document. Such a thing exists? Chen Zhi exclaimed, astonished by Old Muerte's words. He accepted the animal hide and gently unfurled it, revealing indeed that it was inscribed with divine characters. The contents shocking. By the token of the heavenly precious spirit stone, I bestow upon the mortal woman, Alan, the title of mother to the divine sons. Her 3 offspring shall be named Borjigin, Muerki, and Taichawu. You shall forever remember, though I grant you this bloodline, your matrilineal origins are humble, and you must not trespass into the divine realm. Yet, possessing my bloodline, you shall be invincible. Surely, among your kin shall arise a king. Among my divine sons, there shall be one adept in the use of the spirit stone. You may utilize this heavenly precious spirit stone as a token to seek divine ordination and learn the sacred rites. Otherwise, should your untamed nature persist, you will commit great transgressions. This matter must not linger for 10 generations, lest your bloodline remain forever mortal. Remember, I shall entrust a golden spirit, concealed beneath this mountain, to ensure your safety. Your descendants must guard this mountain for generations. Should the spirit disperse, you shall dissolve into mere mist, ceasing to exist. This, though penned by hand, emanates a formidable power, causing Chen Zhi, who clutched the animal hide scroll, to tremble slightly. The final name inscribed felt like a setting sun plummeting from the heavens, weighing heavily upon Chen Zhi's heart, nearly overwhelming him under its might. Dear guest, are you unwell? Old Mert, observing Chen Zhi's pale visage, could not restrain his inquiry. Do you comprehend this document? What does it signify? Moreover, did the golden deity inscribe their name here? Who, indeed, is our true ancestor? Have you considered how many generations have passed since this occurrence? Chen Zhi directed his gaze toward Mert. Well, I am not entirely certain. Old Mert replied with a resigned smile. Forgive my ignorance, but we Mongolians have long been a wild people, lacking written records in ancient times. We simply did not document such matters. I estimate it has been several hundred generations. This document has never been understood, merely preserved alongside the Gala gemstone seal. We remain oblivious to its contents. Time has elapsed too long for certain truths to be unveiled. Silently, Chen Zhi refolded the document and returned it to the golden pouch. Since remorse bears no significance, perhaps it is better to remain in ignorance. However, I can assure you that you are descendants of a great deity, one whose ancient lineage may rival that of the heavens themselves. Is that truly so? Old Mert exclaimed, suddenly invigorated. I always believed we must be the children of a divine being. We Mongolians have never doubted this. Indeed, Chen Zhi smiled at Old Mert and gently replied, and I have made a decision. This time, by any means necessary, I shall restore Kent Mountain to you. For, in a sense, my ancestors may owe your family a debt. Chapter 293. The End of the Bloodline. Thank you, Old Mert said, profoundly moved by Chen Zhi's words. Bowing respectfully, I, Borjigin Mert, vow to you that I shall never forget your kindness. Henceforth, my golden family shall be your eternal friends. Once they emerged from the secret chamber, Old Mert summoned all the legitimate men of the golden family. As it was a time of mourning, according to Mongolian custom, the men of the clan could not feast, drink, or celebrate. Thus, they were unable to host a grand banquet for Chen Zhi and the others. Nevertheless, Old Mert formally introduced Chen Zhi and his companions to the clan, informing them that the matter of Kent Mountain could finally be resolved, and that Chen Zhi and his friends would assist in reclaiming it. Upon hearing the elder's words, the men of the golden family were instantly elated, holding Chen Zhi and his companions in high esteem, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. The temperament of these Mongolians appears to be marked by an unwavering straightforwardness. They do not meander in their thoughts. Before long, They embraced Chen Zhi and his companions as their own brothers, engaging in heartfelt conversations with an openness that was almost overwhelming. After deliberating on their itinerary, they presented a request to Old Muerte. Given that circumstances had escalated to this point, there was no need for further delay. They could embark for Kent Mountain the following day, contingent upon Old Muerte arranging for a helicopter to transport them, as they desired an aerial view of the Grand Mountain. For the Golden family, securing a helicopter was not a formidable task, as their private airstrip boasted numerous aircraft. However, since the last tragic incident, no one had dared to venture to Kent Mountain, particularly after the fatalities of those who had attempted to capture photographs at the summit. The Borgigian people had indeed become somewhat timid, their expressions akin to those confronting death when the subject arose. In this moment, Prince Humung boldly stepped forward, offering to accompany Chen Zhi and his party, expressing his willingness to remain with them throughout their journey. This courageous gesture garnered admiration from all present, with many proclaiming Prince Humung as the new generation's true Mongolian warrior. That evening, Old Muerte personally hosted a lavish farewell banquet adorned with milk tea and fried pastries for Chen Zhi and his companions. Fortunately, the men of the Golden family abstained from alcohol that night. Otherwise, their exuberance would have likely compelled them to intoxicate Chen Zhi and his friends. Among the attendees was Fu Yuanyuan, who remained clad in traditional Mongolian attire, embellished with intricate golden ornaments, seated there as the matriarch of mourning. However, her standing within the family was evidently low, as many men approached her with a demeanor that was not only disrespectful but also laced with lewd remarks. Throughout this process, Fu Yuanyuan's gaze was fixated on Chen Zhi, her eyes filled with urgency, as if she had something crucial to convey. No one partook of alcohol during the banquet, yet the Mongolians, accustomed to excess, remained spirited, resulting in a lively atmosphere that lasted until they finally allowed Chen Zhi and his companions to retire for the night. The maidservants guided them into the inner quarters, where they were accommodated in the finest guest rooms of the estate, each enjoying their own private chamber due to the ample accommodations available. The rooms were lavishly adorned, resplendent with gold and jewel tones. The maidservants placed warm towels on Chen Zhi's face and expertly massaged his legs, smiling as they inquired if he had any further requests. Chen Zhi waved his hand, signaling for the maidservants to leave, then closed his eyes, reflecting on the chilling beast-hide manuscript he had encountered earlier that day. This matter, which had occupied his thoughts throughout the day, loomed immensely in his mind. Although the manuscript had endured an unfathomably long passage of time, rendering its exact age unknown, it emanated an extraordinarily potent aura, one that was both awe-inspiring and fearsome. The name inscribed upon it was etched in his memory, impossible to forget. Shi, the Fushi clan. When it comes to Fushi, nearly every descendant of the Huaxia land is familiar with him. Fushi is regarded as the progenitor of the Huaxia nation, one of the three sovereigns, and like Nuwa, he is a deity who blesses and protects the realm. According to ancient records from the Chu Silk manuscripts, Fushi is indeed a creator god, recognized as the earliest deity in China. Legend has it that Fushi had a human head and a serpent body, and he was the biological brother of Nuwa. Eventually, they united in marriage, giving birth to children and populating the Huaxia, which led to the establishment of the ancient Huaxia state. Furthermore, Fushi is the originator of the hexagrams. He invented divination methods based on the transformations of heaven and earth, and he also created written language. He devised nets from knots for hunting birds and taught people the methods of fishing and hunting. He invented the esse and composed music, leaving behind a wealth of myths and legends. He is a deity of creation. Although most of the legends surrounding Fushi are distant myths, they predominantly serve as laudatory descriptions. Yet, in Chen Zhi's mind, he could not help but recall the war mural he had seen in the tomb of the great sun goddess. In that grand mural, the great sun goddess shone like the sun falling from the sky, resplendent in her glory. At that time, indeed, a man ascended to the pinnacle of the clouds. He united with the goddess and subsequently bore a child, whom he brought down to the earth. From that moment forth, the man bore an aura of divinity, and the child gradually grew, heralding the emergence of divine offspring upon the earth. For a long time, Chen Zhi had been perplexed by one matter. Why did Jiang Shang venture to the tomb of the drought god to seek the great sun goddess? Was he in search of something? Did he intend to demand something from her? Why, then, did he later seal the great sun goddess within with a fierce curse? Was this not an act of repaying kindness with enmity? What, indeed, did he take from the tomb of the drought god? Moreover, and most importantly, how could Jiang Shang, as a divine offspring, possess the power of the god-slaying curse capable of vanquishing deities? Chapter 294, Journey to Kent Mountain. Early the next morning, they were awakened by a summons. The members of the Golden family had arranged for 2 helicopters. Despite the smallness of the location, the equipment was anything but trivial. These were -223 transport helicopters, acquired from Germany. Originally military equipment, they were capable of long-distance assaults and high-load transport tasks. The last time they traveled to Kent Mountain for filming, they used these models. Chen Zhi's team was small, totaling only 6 individuals, including Hu Meng, so the 2 helicopters could easily accommodate them, allowing them to bypass the arduous land journey and fly directly to Kent Mountain. The Mongolians always conducted farewell ceremonies with great fervor, akin to sending soldiers off to battle, singing and dancing with exuberance. A crowd sent Chen Zhi and Prince Hu Meng off to the airport as if they were heroes. Then old Father Mert brought forth milk tea, blessing the heavens and the earth, and eventually, every man from the Golden families came forth to embrace Prince Humung and Fat Wei, even planting a few kisses on them. Their strength was overwhelming, leaving Fat Wei on the verge of nausea. This traditional Mongolian ceremony left everyone's heads buzzing. At that moment, Chen Zhi suddenly felt a tug on his sleeve. It was Fu Yuan, desperately pulling him through the crowd. What is it? Chen Zhi was taken aback by her boldness and felt a surge of anxiety. Surrounded by members of the Golden families, engaging in such behavior with the widow of a former clansman was no trivial matter. Yet, Fu Yuan kept signaling him to follow her. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Zhi seized the opportunity while Prince Humung delivered a tearful farewell speech, maneuvering through the throngs to reach Fu Yuan. He lowered his voice, asking, "What are you doing? Why the urgency? I've already said I would consider your situation. I'll return shortly. You mustn't go." Fu Yuan's wide eyes, dark circles evident from a sleepless night, bore into him. "Chen Zhi, you absolutely cannot venture to that mountain. It is cursed. There are strange things beneath it. You will die if you go. Those Mongolians are luring you to your demise. I have saved some gold over the years. Please do not go to Kent Mountain. Rescue me, and then we can return home to live a good life." "How do you know the mountain is cursed?" Chen Zhi's expression turned serious as he looked at Fu Yuan. "And how do you know what lies beneath? Brother Chen Zhi, what is happening?" At that moment, Hu Meng called out from a distance, striding over and pulling Chen Zhi back. He whispered in his ear, "Brother Chen Zhi, ignore that woman. She is beautiful, and several of my uncles have their eyes on her. To covet a woman from our family is the greatest affront to us Mongolians. You will offend my uncles. We are men, there are plenty of good women. It's not worth it for this enchantress." Chen Zhi nodded slightly, glancing back at Fu Yuan, whose eyes were still filled with fear. Just then, several men from the Golden families approached, unabashedly reaching for her chest and dragging her away. The journey ahead was safe. Lao Jindo and Gui Dao, along with Ji Ying, boarded one plane, while Chen Zhi, Fat Wei, and Hu Meng boarded another. Once buckled in, the pilot ascended into the skies. Below, cheers erupted from the Golden families, as if witnessing a rocket launch. The ruckus was indescribable. "I say, Brother Hu Meng, is this the nature of all Mongolians?" Fat Wei, still recovering from the earlier roughhousing, seemed to have gained another layer of fat, wiping the saliva from his face in disgust. "This is too exuberant. A few even came up and kissed me, almost landing on my lips. Damn it, as I have grown. It is the first time a man has kissed me, and it feels like a tremendous loss. You do not understand. This is a custom among us Mongolians." The Prince of Humong casually remarked, "We Mongolians do not beat around the bush. We treat our brothers with utmost sincerity. Our affection for you is expressed in this manner. If we were to use our fists against you, then you would be our enemy, quite the opposite of your Han people, who smile at those they do not favor." As they conversed, the airplane ascended rapidly, soaring into the sky. The aerial journey proved significantly swifter than traversing the land. Below them, the majestic mountains, vast grasslands, and winding rivers of Mongolia unfurled in a breathtaking panorama, creating an enchanting sensation. Within less than 2 hours, the pilot announced their imminent arrival at the sacred Kent Mountain, urging them to prepare for landing. According to their initial plan, they were to land at the coal mine at the mountain's base, the site where the incident originated. However, Chen Zhi decided to have another aircraft land first, while their plane would proceed directly to the summit of Kent Mountain, a decision he made that very morning. as he sought a vantage point from which to survey the great mountain. After a while, they finally reached the Kent mountain range, allowing them to observe the renowned sacred mountain of Mongolia up close. Beneath the aircraft, as if through the eyes of a celestial being, the entirety of Kent Mountain unfolded before them. As a sacred site, Kent Mountain indeed boasted breathtaking scenery. The view from above revealed swirling mists against a backdrop of azure skies, outlining rugged cliffs and peculiar rock formations, all enveloped in verdant greenery with towering trees, an awe-inspiring sight. At that moment, Humong pointed towards a triangular area atop the mountain, stating, "That is where they captured that photograph." Chen Zhi and Fat Wei hurriedly followed his gesture, glancing downward to discover the peak of a towering cliff, reaching high into the clouds. Many lofty trees adorned the summit, their branches lush and verdant, yet at that moment, nothing appeared to be there. "Is this the spot where Qin Yang hung?" Fat Wei asked, peering down. "There is absolutely nothing here." It was mid-morning, and the mountain was enveloped in emerald greenery, basking in sunlight, showing no signs of abnormality. Suddenly, Chen Zhi looked up at Fat Wei and smiled slightly. "Fatty, did you not mention wanting a pair of X-ray eyes?" Chapter 295, Divine Eyes. "Fatty, did you not mention wanting a pair of X-ray eyes?" Chen Zhi suddenly glanced at Fat Wei and smiled gently. "I shall grant you a pair of divine eyes that can see through all material barriers. This mountain shall be transparent before you. However, remember, you will have only 5 seconds, and your eyes will experience great pain. You must endure the excruciating discomfort and meticulously observe everything beneath the mountain during those 5 seconds. Take note of all the orientations and structures below. This will serve as our sole guide when we venture into the mountain." "What? Wait a moment," Fat Wei exclaimed in astonishment. "Why didn't you prepare me for this sooner? Do you think my brain is a computer? In a mere 5 seconds, what could I possibly remember? Furthermore, just how excruciating is this? If one is mentally prepared, such a spell loses its efficacy." Enduring the pain, Chen Zhi swiftly bit the tip of his tongue, allowing a mouthful of blood to spatter onto his palm, while intoning incantations and inscribing a spell upon his hand. Before Pang Wei could fully comprehend the situation, Chen Zhi struck his forehead with a forceful palm, imprinting the vivid blood inscription onto his skin. Suddenly, Pang Wei's eyes ignited with an intense brilliance, as though a powerful light was emanating from within. A network of intricate blood vessels appeared around the corners of his eyes, as if frozen, all prominently raised, the agony palpable, causing beads of sweat to cascade down his brow. Yet, at that moment, Pang Wei's pupils had entirely turned white, resembling 2 incandescent bulbs, shining with an ethereal glow. Pang Wei trembled slightly, gritting his teeth to endure the torment in his eyes, bending forward to gaze downwards, to avert any unforeseen mishaps. Chen Zhi grasped the aircraft's control yoke with one hand, while holding onto Pang Wei's arm with the other. Pang Wei's expression was one of sheer exhilaration, as the world before him transformed into something entirely different. His eyes emitted beams of light, piercing through the dense clouds in the atmosphere, illuminating everything below with unparalleled clarity. Due to the urgency of the situation, no one dared to speak during this critical moment. The pilot was trembling in fear, and even Prince Humong was rendered speechless, covering his mouth to stifle any sounds. In these precious 5 seconds, Pang Wei remained silent, gazing down, large droplets of sweat dripping from his forehead. Yet he did not blink, fully concentrating on committing every detail to memory. As the 5 seconds swiftly elapsed, Pang Wei's body began to convulse violently, foam escaping from his mouth, and an overwhelming headache compelled him to cry out in pain. Chen Zhi immediately instructed the pilot to remain calm and to turn back towards the mining area for landing. After a tumultuous period aboard the aircraft, Pang Wei gradually regained his composure, his clothes drenched in sweat. However, upon opening his eyes, he was met with utter darkness. "Orange, what is happening to me?" Pang Wei exclaimed in alarm upon realizing he could see nothing. "Why can't I see anything? Is this some sort of side effect of the spell? What should I do?" "Orange, fear not. This is not a side effect, but rather the price of the incantation," Chen Zhi replied with a smile, wiping the spell from Pang Wei's forehead. "Every spell exacts a toll. This 5 seconds of clairvoyance was not granted without cost. In exchange, your vision has been lost." "What? Damn it. Orange, you scoundrel." Pang Wei, though blind, accurately seized Chen Zhi by the collar, spitting in his face. "How could you play such a trick on me? I thought I was receiving a gift of clairvoyance. If I am truly blind, I will drag you to a massage parlor. Tell me, when will I regain my sight? 24 hours later, Chen Zhi gently released Fat Wei's hand. Just endure this day, he reassured. Rest assured, nothing will happen. Missing a day's worth of distractions might even allow you to speak less. By the way, did you catch a glimpse of what lies beneath? Is there a graveyard we seek? At this point, Fat Wei hesitated, his expression turning grave. After a moment's pause, he slowly replied, "Let us find a safer place to discuss this matter. It is rather significant." The aircraft soon descended at the foothills, where lay the resting point of their illustrious golden family, a modest airstrip. Most individuals had already vacated the area, leaving the airstrip eerily deserted. The plane belonging to old Jindo had just landed. Upon their arrival, Chen Zhi and his companions spotted Gui Dao and Jiying waiting anxiously, their eyes scanning the heights with palpable concern. This airstrip, situated at the mountain's base, was merely a small clearing primarily utilized for parking cargo trucks. The actual mining area lay further up, though not too far. One could easily discern it from their current position. Following Hu Ming's, Chen Zhi noticed a scattering of tin houses dotting the slope above, resembling a quaint village. There lies our Kent Mountain mining area, Hu Ming informed Chen Zhi. Generations of our kin have toiled in coal extraction here, leading to the establishment of a small community. However, unlike the gem miners, these coal workers are outsiders we employ. Following the recent events, most of the coal miners have fled with their families. I doubt many remain now. Once we ascend, let us assess the situation. There should still be some resources available. We shall rest there tonight. Agreed. Chen Zhi nodded slightly. Oh, regardless of the circumstances, let us quickly find a place to eat. My stomach feels as if it's caved in. Since his blindness, Fat Wei had become increasingly loquacious. I must tell you all, I am now a person with disabilities. You need to look after me. With this blindness, I feel particularly anxious. Please do not abandon me. Knife, knife. Fat Wei fumbled around, grabbing Gui Dao's arm. I will follow you. I can no longer trust this Chen Zhi. Who knows when he might sell me out. All right, let us proceed. I am familiar with this area. I shall lead, Hu Ming declared, tightening his backpack and taking the lead as they began their ascent. Thus, the 6 of them, along with the 2 pilots, formed a line and climbed the mountain. The moment they entered the territory of Kent Mountain, Chen Zhi distinctly felt an ancient, mystical energy emanating from the very earth beneath them. Chapter 296. The broken ancient barrier. As they ascended further into the mountains, the surroundings grew increasingly intricate, with trees of varying sizes and heights, reminiscent of the remnants of an ancient formation. Moreover, he beheld some remarkably robust trees, so thick that 5 or 6 men would be required to encircle them. These towering giants reached towards the heavens, standing distinctly apart from the surrounding foliage. Each of these ancient, stout trees bore inscriptions of archaic spells, though their clarity had faded into obscurity. Colorful threads were woven into strange shapes among the branches, cascading down and forming a protective magical barrier. This is the boundary left by our ancestors, Hu Ming spoke as he walked along with the others. Since my childhood, my grandfather often brought us boys here to play. I particularly enjoyed carving the bark of these great trees with a small knife, and my grandfather would strike my hand, admonishing me that these trees, inscribed with spells, were sacred. Each tree harbored a human head within, a legacy from our ancestors to safeguard us. Long ago, this mountain was plagued by malevolent spirits and creatures that preyed upon our Mongolian kin. At that time, we were merely uncivilized mountain dwellers, powerless against these entities. Yet, our noble golden family exhibited remarkable valor. They captured these demons, severed their heads, and sealed them within these great trees. Subsequently, our Mongolian sorcerers bound spell-laden cords around the trees, compelling these fiends to guard our mountain henceforth. The deeper the resentment of the spirits within the trees, the stronger their power became, allowing them to repel any malevolent intruders seeking to infiltrate the mountain. I interjected, "Could you refrain from speaking so ominously? We did not come here to hear ghost stories." Peng Wei, gripping his ghostly knife, ascended cautiously. Since losing his sight, his nerves had become exceedingly fragile. "Can you not speak so frightfully? Who knows what lies sealed within those trees?" "I cannot see." "Huh. These are merely tales of old," Hu Ming chuckled. "As for whether there are indeed human heads within those trees, none can say. We have never dared to cleave them open, and I suspect it's all mere fabrication. But look at these trees. They are truly extraordinary. Such robust specimens are rare in the mountains." "Indeed." Chen Zhi nodded slightly, then paused to scrutinize the yellow cloth strips. The arrangement of those strips was quite methodical, layered one upon another, with newer strips atop the older ones, inscribed with spells in a bold, primitive style reminiscent of ancient shamanism. Each tree bore a unique arrangement of inscriptions, yet their positions intersected and aligned in a manner akin to the stars, forming a tightly knit circle that completely encircled the mountain. Chen Zhi understood in his heart that this was an immensely ancient protective barrier. With a power so formidable, it was nearly beyond comprehension. The origin of the ancient barrier that has been established remains elusive. However, it is assured that with this formidable protection, external forces find it exceedingly challenging to penetrate this mountain. Yet, for reasons unknown, a fissure has appeared in the ancient barrier, akin to an impregnable fortress having been breached. The barrier has now succumbed to ineffectiveness. Chen Zhi refrained from uttering a word, merely caressing the robust tree trunks before turning back to continue his ascent. Thanks to Hu Meng's profound understanding of the local geography, their climb progressed swiftly. However, Fat Wei incessantly complained along the way, lamenting his impaired vision, accusing Chen Zhi of ingratitude, and later claiming his legs had cramped, insisting that Ghost Blade carry him. This exasperated the others to the point where they contemplated burying him in the mountain, erasing all traces. After more than an hour, they finally arrived at the miners' village, located midway up the mountain. Although referred to as a village, it was essentially a large mining base, positioned as the gateway for outsiders entering the mountain. The dwellings were rudimentary, primarily constructed from iron sheets, resembling the makeshift shelters commonly seen in mining areas. Outside the houses, numerous drying milk skins were strewn about, with some women-esque garments even hanging. It was evident that many families had once resided here. Upon entering the village, Hu Meng called out loudly, and several elderly miners emerged, their faces covered in dust. Most were aged, with unsteady limbs, their expressions riddled with fear. Upon seeing Hu Meng, they erupted in joy, tears welling in their eyes as they grasped his hands and shared their tribulations. They recounted how, in just a few short days, the village had nearly emptied, with only those having nowhere else to go remaining, living in daily trepidation and profound misery. Hu Meng, representing the Golden family, offered them words of comfort before leading Chen Zhi and the others into the former residence of the mine owner, who was once married to Fu Yuanyuan. This was a small building constructed of wood and cement, markedly more spacious and illuminated than the miners' abodes, furnished with a plethora of modern amenities, television, electric lights, refrigerator, all present. As Hu Meng pushed open the door, an unpleasant odor wafted out, reminiscent of fermented food, suggesting that since the mine owner's demise, the room had remained undisturbed. "This was the dwelling of my deceased uncle," Hu Meng remarked as he entered, attempting to turn on the lights, only to discover that the electricity had seemingly been cut off. With no alternative, he switched on a flashlight and led the group inside. The layout of the house was uncomplicated. Passing through the kitchen led them to the master bedroom, which contained a bathing tub. "My uncle met his end in this very tub," Hu Meng stated, and as he finished speaking, he pushed open the door to the bathing area and illuminated it with his flashlight. In the bathroom, traces of water flowed everywhere, while the ground bore evident remnants of coal slag, rendering the bath quite filthy. This situation struck me as exceedingly peculiar. Hu Meng turned to the others and remarked, "When they discovered my uncle, his body was entirely encrusted with coal slag, as if he had been buried beneath a thick layer of it. Later, the coroner revealed that his lungs and stomach were filled with coal dust, which was truly astonishing." "Did your uncle live here alone?" Chen Zhi inquired, kneeling to pick at the coal slag on the floor. "Not at all." Hu Meng shook his head. "My uncle was living here with his wife, that Chinese woman you see." At this, Hu Meng chuckled, adding, "Of course, my uncle was quite the philanderer during his stay here. He would almost daily bring a new woman into his home. However, none of these women could have killed my uncle, for he possessed immense strength. Even at his age, he could wrestle with me." After finishing his statement, he gestured towards the coal slag on the ground. "I can't shake the feeling that there is something hidden within the Kent Mountain coal mine, something that emerged from the depths and killed my uncle." Chapter 297. The Golden Spirit. The entirety of Kent Mountain now lay desolate and uninhabited. According to the old workers who remained, at night, the entire mountain descended into a profound silence, so complete that not even the sounds of animals could be heard. This eerie stillness filled them with dread, compelling them to refrain from venturing outside after dark. Yet, in the dead of night, They could often hear peculiar noises emanating from the entrance of the coal mine, reminiscent of someone weeping. These old workers whispered amongst themselves that these were the cries of the miners who had perished within the mine, their souls trapped and unable to escape, thus lamenting during the night. Consequently, no one dared to return to the mine, not even during the day, as fear gripped the village. The electricity in the mining village had long since ceased, with the reasons for the outage remaining unclear. The remaining inhabitants lacked the time and energy to restore power, and the entire village had transformed into a ghostly realm. It was now past 3 in the afternoon, and darkness fell early in the mountains. Hu Ming proposed that they spend the night in his uncle's house, waiting until the morning when Pang Wei's vision would be restored, before descending into the mine together. Venturing into the deep mine passages at night was an imprudent course of action. Thus, they settled into the house. Food had become scarce in the village, with transportation cut off, and the elderly miners subsisting on dry bread at home. Fortunately, Hu Ming discovered an abundance of canned meats and non-perishable foods in his uncle's storeroom. Though the house was permeated with a musty odor that diminished one's appetite, the taste of the canned goods proved quite palatable. Gathered with their cans, everyone congregated in the small courtyard adjacent to the side room, where a wooden table stood surrounded by several chairs. Most importantly, an outdoor barbecue grill was present, accompanied by a spirit stove and a small pot. The air in the courtyard was refreshing, free from the stench of decay, allowing the group to open their cans and ignite a fire on the outdoor stove to prepare a simple hot soup for dinner. During the meal, Hu Ming engaged in a discussion with Lao Jindo regarding the plans for the coal mine the following day. It was evident that Hu Ming was quite anxious, as this journey represented a true adventure for him in his 20s. The men of the Mongolian culture have always placed great importance on reputation. Throughout history, a man's status within the family has been determined by his strength. It seemed that Hu Ming's decision to volunteer for the team was also an attempt to forge a promising future for himself within the Golden family. After dinner, everyone began to prepare their belongings. Hu Ming continued to strategize with Lao Jindo about the next day's itinerary, while Gui Dao and Jiying leaned against the side of the courtyard with their weapons in hand. Throughout the journey, they had scarcely exchanged words, as if the notion of communication had never been part of their vocabulary. At that moment, Chen Zhi pulled Fat Wei aside, having refrained from mentioning it earlier. Chen Zhi now sought to inquire about what Fat Wei had glimpsed during those brief 5 seconds in the air. What did you see? Chen Zhi whispered earnestly. Did you truly spot a graveyard beneath Kent Mountain, Genghis Khan's tomb? Since losing his sight, Fat Wei had been chattering incessantly throughout the day. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's question, he hesitated momentarily, but as Chen Zhi pointed a finger at his forehead, he capitulated completely. I must tell you, beneath that mountain lies far more than just a graveyard, Fat Wei said, his pale eyes blinking cautiously. It's not merely a graveyard. Chen Zhi, intrigued, quickly pressed for more details. So, you did indeed see ancient tombs down there? What did they look like? Is it genuinely Genghis Khan's mausoleum? Oh dear, Fat Wei replied, his voice barely above a whisper. The time was so pressing. When I peered down, my goodness, the entire mountain appeared hollow. Down below, there was a riot of colors, with all sorts of things. There were dark patches, likely coal, and vibrant mineral stones. The colorful stones, situated in the heart of the mountain, were magnificent, shimmering like a rainbow, truly beautiful. These Mongolians are fortunate indeed, for their ancestors have left such treasures beneath the earth. And the graveyard? Chen Zhi, exasperated by Fat Wei's theatrics, furrowed his brow and cut to the chase. I ask you, is Genghis Khan's grave located within this mountain? Well, there seems to be one, Fat Wei said, feigning seriousness as he shook his hefty head. But whether it's Genghis Khan's, I genuinely cannot say. After all, it doesn't come with a nameplate. How would I know who lies within that tomb? You rascal, do you wish to remain blind for a few more days? Chen Zhi exclaimed, attempting to press his palm against his forehead. No, Fat Wei quickly recoiled. Please, do not cast any more curses upon me. I am genuinely frightened. Your incantations are deadly. Yet, what I spoke earlier was indeed the truth. The entity below is far from ordinary. After uttering these words, Fat Wei tilted his ear, listening intently for any peculiar sounds around him. Once assured that no strange noises permeated the air, he lowered his voice further and continued to speak to Chen Zhi. Beneath that grand mountain, I beheld a colossal shadow, one that possessed a head and legs, shimmering with golden light, nearly the same size as the mountain itself, lying horizontally beneath it. Oh, what a shocking sight it was. A human figure? a shimmering golden silhouette. Upon hearing Fat Wei's words, Chen Zhi was taken aback, instantly recalling the inscription on that animal hide. I shall leave one of my golden divine souls here. It will protect you for generations. But heed this warning. If the divine soul perishes, you shall all turn to ashes. Chen Zhi had heard of such divine souls, but had no true comprehension of them. However, he understood that they resembled the avatars of deities. If Fat Wei's account were accurate, could that massive golden figure be the divine soul of the ancient golden celestial deity? The divine soul of Fuxi? Even more astonishingly, Fat Wei continued. Upon the belly of that enormous silhouette, I discerned an underground structure, its design and form remarkably symmetrical. It appeared to resemble an ancient tomb. Yet, I could not ascertain its nature, as time was exceedingly limited and the distance was far too great. Can you recall the location? Chen Zhi inquired. Absolutely. Fat Wei nodded vigorously. The site of that underground structure lies at the very center of the colorful gemstone mine. I have a lingering suspicion that the architecture is encircled in layers, much like a modern yurt, akin to the dwelling of the Mongolian royal court of yurt. It is quite possible that it is indeed the burial site of that old rascal, Genghis Khan. Chapter 298. The mysterious underground structure. Is there truly a burial site beneath that mountain? Chen Zhi pressed on. Moreover, did you ascertain the nature of the immense golden object below? Is it genuinely anthropomorphic? Well, Fat Wei hesitated, feeling somewhat bashful. To be honest, my head was pounding fiercely, my eyes felt as if they might explode. I took a brief glance, and that golden shadow was so awe-inspiring, like the ocean, resplendent in golden light, possessing a head and limbs, resembling a human form. But who can say whether it was merely the sunlight playing tricks or a reflection from an underground river? I could not clearly discern it. However, I am certain of the vacant space in the center of the mountain. I have a clear mental image of the overall structure, and I believe that the underground edifice is, in all likelihood, a tomb. Moreover, although I only glanced for a few seconds, I have etched every crooked intersection of those winding paths into my memory. Once we locate the entrance to the tomb passage, I shall devise a means to guide you to the main burial chamber. Splendid. Chen Zhi exclaimed in admiration to Fat Wei. Your keen eyesight is truly remarkable. Should we now draft a schematic of the internal structure of that subterranean edifice? No need. Fat Wei confidently pointed to his head. Everything is stored right here. Rest assured, there will be no mistakes. However, as he spoke, a hint of concern crept into his expression. But the pressing question remains. How do we gain access to the heart of the mountain? Orange, this situation is far removed from our time on Changbai Mountain, where Professor Liao's research team could bore us a tunnel underground. This is a grand mountain. Penetrating to such depths is no trivial endeavor. Furthermore, the Mongolians differ from the Han. They practice sealed burials, and their tombs do not feature dedicated passageways. Gaining entry to such profound depths is likely to prove exceedingly difficult. Do not fret about that. I have a plan, Chen Zhi replied, casting his gaze over the expansive coal mining area behind him. Once you regain your clarity tomorrow, we shall venture into the tomb passage below. The workers who became lost in the passage did so for a reason. I suspect something lies beneath. We shall see if we can uncover their whereabouts. Them? Fat Wei was somewhat perplexed by Chen Zhi's train of thought and pressed further. After all this time, those trapped inside have likely perished from thirst or hunger. Even if we were to find them now, it would serve little purpose. A corpse is merely that, a lifeless body, and finding it is of no consequence. That is not my intention. Chen Zhi shook his head, still gazing into the encroaching darkness. What we seek is not the miners, but rather the source of the sounds emanating from behind the coal mine's rocky facade. In the warehouse, there remained a good quantity of potent Mongolian liquor, for the Mongolian people have long been a nation fond of drink, with men, women, and children alike possessing a notable affection for alcohol. Once the barrels of spirits were brought forth, Hu Ming immediately began inviting everyone to partake. The strong liquor, paired with canned meats, proved quite palatable, and as they imbibed, a sense of inebriation began to wash over them. Consequently, they soon succumbed to slumber. Initially, their plan dictated that they would not commence their activities until morning. However, in the early hours, a sudden, thunderous noise erupted from outside, startling everyone awake. The tremendous tremor had originated from the heart of the mountain, akin to a cataclysmic explosion. Subsequently, the entire mountain began to shake violently, dislodging everyone from their beds. The elderly miners, in particular, were thrown into a frenzy, running about in panic. shouting in Mongolian that the mountain was about to collapse and that they must flee immediately. This tremor persisted for nearly an hour before gradually subsiding into silence. Upon stepping outside, they beheld the ground of the mountain riddled with large fissures, undulating ominously in the darkness like the fangs of a demon, instilling a profound sense of dread. Hu Ming subsequently went to reassure the frightened old miners, telling them that this was merely a common geological movement, a scientific experiment they had intentionally conducted, and the vibrations were anticipated occurrences, so there was no need for alarm. The old miners, lacking in education, were easily swayed by such reassurances. However, Chen Zhi and a few others were acutely aware that the recent tremors were far from trivial. They emanated from deep within the mountain, indicating that some issue had undoubtedly arisen in its depths. Faced with this unexpected situation, their expedition into the mountain could no longer be delayed. Upon returning to their dwelling, rest eluded them. Despite the late hour, anxiety gripped their hearts. The oppressive darkness of the mountain instilled a sense of unease, as if it might tear them apart at any moment. Fortunately, perhaps due to Fat Wei's robust physique, his eyesight had miraculously returned, allowing him to see clearly. "Let us descend into the mine and assess the situation," Chen Zhi said, gazing at the dim night outside. "You must have noticed that the moonlight here has grown increasingly feeble, as if shrouded by dark mist. It won't be long before it is completely engulfed in darkness. We should venture down tonight and investigate, then ascend the mountain in the daylight to search for that gem mine." Now, Hu Ming hesitated upon hearing Chen Zhi's words. "Isn't that a bit hasty? It's the dead of night. The heavens will not protect us. If there truly is something down there, there is undoubtedly something below." Chen Zhi replied with unwavering conviction, looking intently at Hu Ming. "Hu Ming, after consideration, you should stay here with Uncle Jean and the two drivers while we go down to take a look. Do not fear, we will be back shortly. What could possibly happen? I am not afraid." Hu Ming's pride seemed to be pricked by Chen Zhi's assertion, and he glanced at Jiying beside him before defiantly stating, "Let us go down now. We'll go together. I'm not afraid. I am a descendant of Genghis Khan. The men of our golden family shine like the sun, right? Impressive, my Prince Hu Ming." Fat Wei had already prepared the gear for their descent, patting the iron hook attached to his belt and smiling at Hu Ming. "Down there, we will be relying on you. But I must warn you, given the feng shui of this mountain, those miners who perished in the tunnels have likely turned into zombies." Upon hearing Fat Wei's words, Hu Ming shivered, clearly frightened. "Wait, Fat Wei, don't scare me. Will there really be zombies? Are you talking about the undead? Oh, I never expected you, a Mongolian prince, to be aware of the concept of the undead." Fat Wei chuckled, glancing at Hu Ming. "What? Do you have tomb raiders on your vast grasslands? It seems that labor in your region is rather arduous, with the undead being likened to Mongolian Zongzi." However, Hu Ming shook his head and replied, "We Mongolians do not concern ourselves with our physical forms after death, which is why there are few who disturb the graves. Once our bodies are taken away by the cart, they are mostly cremated. Yet, I have heard from the elders that those bodies left unclaimed across the grasslands, over time, can indeed turn into zombies, as you Han people refer to them. They also say these zombies appear entirely different from the living. Their skin turns green, their teeth sharp as knives, their bodies rotting with decay, possessing strength several times greater than that of ordinary humans, capable of snatching away the lives of both men and livestock at any moment, wandering the grasslands like demons. Of course, do you think this is a jest?" After Fat Wei finished speaking, he went straight to retrieve strips of cloth from his bag, wrapping them around his palms one by one. "Do you see this? My experience dictates that I must bind my fingers first. Why, you ask? Because when we descend underground, if that Zongzi opens its monstrous maw and bites down, it could easily sever your leg. My flesh is thick and resilient against bites. But you, with your slender arms and legs, would lose a chunk of flesh in an instant, and then you would be in dire straits, with your bones painfully exposed." After sharing these words, Fat Wei grinned widely, showcasing his teeth for a moment. Hu Ming's face visibly paled. Although the Mongolians from the Golden family are rooted in their heritage, each with a fierce temperament and robust physique, the years of indulgence have rendered them a far cry from the warriors who once roamed the steppes. Furthermore, in the modern world, conflicts are scarce, and the Mongolian nobility lives in opulence. Young masters like Hu Ming, a scion of the Golden family, are mere shells of their ancestors, often engaging in leisure pursuits with women or wrestling with their brothers and uncles, lacking any real combat experience. This is his first encounter with life and death. I am not afraid, Hu Meng declared bravely, drawing a dagger from his waist. This was gifted to me by my grandfather, said to have been used by Kublai Khan, the founder of our Yuan dynasty. This blade can cut through iron as if it were clay. It is the finest dagger of our golden family. My grandfather said that possessing this dagger makes me the greatest man within our lineage, and our ancestors will bestow their courage upon me. I fear nothing. Oh, what a remarkable item. Before Hu Meng could finish his bold proclamation, Fat Wei, as if jesting, effortlessly snatched the dagger from his grasp. Hu Meng was taken aback by the swiftness of Fat Wei's movements, staring in astonishment as Fat Wei toyed with the blade. This dagger is truly exquisite. Adorned with countless gems, the hilt made of pure gold. Such treasures are seldom seen in today's antique houses. You, my friend, your grandfather must be quite partial to you. Having said this, Fat Wei returned the dagger to Hu Meng and earnestly patted his shoulder. Listen to me. If any trouble arises, hide behind me. Not even the tiniest raindrop will reach you. As we return, I shall regale your uncles with tales of your valorous exploits amidst these mountains, ensuring you retain your esteemed reputation. However, should we encounter any peril, do not venture forth. Retreat instead. This is not akin to your Mongolian wrestling. The entities lurking below could effortlessly claim your life with but a mere flick. After delivering this cautionary admonition, Fat Wei contorted his visage into a frightful expression, reminiscent of a zombie. At that moment, Hu Meng's previously arrogant demeanor faded, his countenance paling to an alarming shade of green, akin to an eggplant. Enough of this frightening charade, Chen Zhi interjected, calling out to Fat Wei. He then unsheathed his knife, slinging the slaughter god over his shoulder, and secured his handgun at his waist. Let us proceed to investigate the depths of the coal mine. Following Chen Zhi's directive, the group readied themselves and embarked on their nocturnal journey toward the coal mining area. Their audacity sent shivers down the spines of the old miners keeping vigil there. The seasoned miners rushed forward to deter Chen Zhi and his companions, warning them of the mine's profound depths and the inherent dangers of venturing there at night. They recounted ghostly tales of the many souls lost within, imploring them not to court death once more. Naturally, the group paid little heed to the superstitions of these elderly Mongolians, continuing to forge ahead despite their incessant mutterings. Upon arriving at the mine's entrance, the miners finally relented, retreating with whispered prayers, unwilling to approach the ominous coal shaft or guide them further. Without a guide, navigating through the darkness proved cumbersome. Fortunately, Hu Meng had spent considerable time in this mining area with his uncles in previous years, rendering him somewhat familiar with the terrain. Armed with a flashlight, he led the way, walking closely beside Fat Wei. As they crossed the threshold, the oppressive darkness enveloped them once more. Even the moonlight above seemed unable to penetrate, shrouding everything in an inky blackness reminiscent of coal. Following the faint beam of the flashlight, they stumbled upon tattered miner uniforms and helmets strewn upon the ground, remnants of a hasty escape. Venturing deeper, they encountered abandoned carts. The equipment within the mine appeared rudimentary, cluttered with disorganized heaps of coal and mining carts, evoking a sense of nostalgia for the antiquated coal mines of China from the 1960s and 70s. Eventually, they reached the mouth of the vast cavern. This natural coal mine exuded a pungent odor of coal, the entrance a yawning abyss thick with coal dust, its depths unfathomable, as if a demon lay in wait, ready to swallow them whole. Upon arriving at this juncture, Chen Zhi distinctly sensed a heavy, foreign aura emanating from within the mine. Everyone, remain vigilant, Fat Wei cautioned. Inhaling deeply, this scent indicates that there is indeed something of significance below. Chen Zhi had previously heard Pang Wei express this notion when he mentioned the presence of danger. He indeed referred to the existence of perilous entities lurking within, such as zombies. However, Chen Zhi refrained from articulating Pang Wei's implication, recognizing that Hu Meng was an ordinary individual, and perpetuating a sense of terror at this juncture would be decidedly inappropriate. Should he succumb to panic, it would pose significant complications for the team. As they neared the entrance, Chen Zhi took the initiative to advance a few steps ahead, repositioning himself at the forefront of the group and altering the formation of the team. From this point onward, it was unnecessary for Hu Meng to continue leading. Chen Zhi instructed him to fall back and join Lao Jindo at the rear, assuring that Jiying would safeguard their safety in the event of any unforeseen circumstances. Thus, Chen Zhi and Pang Wei led the way into the Eerie coal mine, enveloped in absolute darkness. This was a heavily excavated coal mine, its walls entirely composed of carbonaceous material, bearing the scars of previous diggings. The moment they entered, they found their breathing labored. The air was thick with coal dust, as though their lungs were filled with soot. The primal atmosphere of the coal mine was fraught with danger. The blackened walls were littered with tattered gloves and other debris. Even the remnants of metal lunchboxes, serving as a testament to the arduous lives of the miners who once toiled here. The immense wealth of the Golden family was indeed founded upon the labor extracted from this obsidian coal. The ground was strewn with a thick layer of coal residue, causing their shoes to emit a creaking sound with every step. After only a short distance, their shoes and pant legs were entirely coated in black. The air within the mine grew increasingly murky and stifling, making it difficult to breathe as they illuminated their path with flashlights, traversing the desolate and shadowy trail ahead. The silence within the mine was eerily unsettling, and the overall slope of the tunnel inclined steeply downward, winding in countless twists and turns. The further they advanced, the more the air turned frigid, and after more than an hour of descent, the temperature had plunged to a level that sent shivers through their bones. On this descent, they had not donned work attire, and now every member's body temperature plummeted sharply, their exhalations manifesting as white mist. Chen Zhi casually glanced at his watch. It read -6 degrees. Although outside it was the sweltering summer, beneath the mine, it felt as if winter had already set in. Must we continue onward? Hu Meng, who had remained silent throughout their journey, now appeared to be struggling and timidly inquired. Brothers, I accompanied my uncle into this coal mine once before, and we reached our limit right about here. Why does it seem like there is still such a long path ahead? It appears that the elders were indeed correct. The miners have excavated this coal mine to an extraordinary depth, to the very heart of the earth. Having walked for so long, we must be quite deep by now. Let us take a moment to pause. If we continue forward, will we encounter something? At this point, Hu Meng found himself at a loss for words. He hugged his arms, shivering and exhaling cold air, warily scanning his surroundings. I fear we might encounter zombies, he stammered. Pang Wei chuckled at Hu Meng's timorous demeanor, then blew on his frostbitten hands, maintaining a steady pace ahead. I already stated, Your Highness, that there must be something lurking below. Prepare yourself mentally. Why cling to false hopes now? Besides, what is there to fear? Regardless of what we face, we have each other, do we not? I'm not afraid, Hu Meng retorted defiantly, momentarily bolstered by Pang Wei's remarks. Even in this tense moment, he clung to his noble identity. Men of the Golden family do not know the meaning of fear. I merely find it perplexing that we have traversed so far without encountering anything. Perhaps there is nothing down here at all. If our objective lies atop the mountain, it might be wiser to return, regroup, and rest. After dawn, we can ascend the mountain. Silence. Suddenly, Chen Zhi interrupted Hu Meng, raising his right hand. In an instant, everyone halted. Chen Zhi closed his eyes slowly, attuning himself to the surrounding air, and in a hushed tone declared, It seems there is something ahead. Instantly, everyone became alert, holding their breath, nerves taut, unwilling to utter a sound. At that moment, Chen Zhi leaned forward and pointed into the darkness ahead, softly instructing, Do not make a sound. Minimize your breathing. There appears to be a fork in the path ahead. Let us position ourselves there and remain still. The entity should come to us. What? Hu Meng gasped in shock, but quickly covered his mouth, swallowing the rest of his words. In such a moment, to claim fearlessness would be disingenuous. Yet the atmosphere left no room for terror. Everyone followed Chen Zhi, treading lightly as they advanced. They extinguished their flashlights, leaving only Chen Zhi's beam illuminating the surroundings. He adjusted the flashlight to its dimmest setting, casting a small point of light on a pile of coal, which became their sole reference in the encroaching darkness. The shadows seemed to stretch infinitely, as if claws could emerge at any moment to seize them. They moved forward step by step, the coal debris beneath their feet inevitably producing a creaking sound. Eventually, Chen Zhi reached a halt, sweeping the flashlight around. Indeed, they had arrived at a fork in the path, with 3 mine tunnels leading into the deepest darkness. The walls were coated in coal, an ominous blackness that stirred anxiety within them. Upon reaching this point, Chen Zhi dimmed the flashlight to its lowest setting, rendering the surroundings nearly indistinguishable. Everything was unnervingly silent in the desolate underground tunnel, where the only sound was the rhythmic beating of everyone's hearts. After being enveloped in this eerie stillness for some time, a sudden creaking noise echoed through the darkness. The sound was profoundly unsettling, akin to a famished individual grinding their teeth nearby, sending chills down one's spine with every utterance. Chapter 301. Entering the Coal Mine, Part 2. Creak, creak. The terrifying noise persisted, instilling an icy dread within, while its origin remained elusive. At times, it seemed distant, and at others, it felt alarmingly close. This disorientation contributed to an indescribable fear that gripped everyone present. No one dared to utter a sound, holding their breath as they listened intently to the growing crescendo of the noise. In that moment, they all became acutely aware that Hu Meng's heart was racing uncontrollably, its pace quickening by the second. Just as Fat Wei felt he was on the verge of becoming a ticking time bomb, Hu Meng could no longer contain himself and gasped, "Brother Chen Zhi, I can't shake this feeling, do not speak." Chen Zhi interjected sharply, cutting Hu Meng off and gesturing with his flashlight for him to remain silent. "But, Brother Chen, I truly feel." Hu Meng's voice trembled with palpable fear, as if he were losing control. "Why are you so useless?" Fat Wei snapped at Hu Meng, exasperated. "Where has your so-called golden family prowess gone? I've told you. If something happens, it won't be your problem. I'm here, so what are you afraid of? Just shut up already." "But I feel like the sound is right above me," Hu Meng finally blurted out, unable to suppress his terror. "Don't be ridiculous. That's merely your imagination." Fat Wei insisted, pushing him slightly. "I'm telling you, be quiet. If you keep talking, I'll cover your mouth. It's real." Hu Meng's voice quivered, his fear transforming it. "The sound is truly above my head. Listen, it's even dripping water." "What?" Chen Zhi suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation and swiftly raised his flashlight. In an instant, a horrifying visage materialized from the shadows overhead, a grotesque, ghastly face looming ominously. The visage was ghastly, with tangled black hair sprouting from decaying flesh. Its jaw had long since rotted away, leaving behind only a menacing array of teeth. Twisted eyeballs dangled grotesquely from their sockets, swaying in midair. The corpse hung upside down from the rocky ceiling, its head drooping, fixedly staring at Hu Meng from less than a meter away, saliva dripping slowly onto his shoulder. Hu Meng, having never encountered such a spectacle, could no longer withstand the terror and screamed, collapsing to the ground. His shriek immediately provoked the ghastly face above. The ghastly visage underwent an immediate transformation, its eyes shifting as an abundance of dark fur sprouted forth, causing its body to rise like a spiny hedgehog. It then brandished claws resembling steel hooks, emitting a guttural growl as it lunged toward Hu Meng like the wind. Hu Meng, paralyzed by fear, sat rigidly on the ground, his eyes wide as he beheld the zombie charging at him, utterly devoid of the strength to scream. At that moment, a resounding thud echoed through the air as the zombie barreling towards Hu Meng was violently kicked away, propelled deep into the mine shaft, vanishing from sight. It was then that Ji Ying retracted her leg and approached, grasping Hu Meng and hoisting him to his feet. Still dazed from the ordeal, Hu Meng's heart raced violently, his complexion pale as he gasped for breath, staring incredulously at Ji Ying and breathlessly uttering, "Thank you, goddess. Stay behind me," Ji Ying instructed softly, positioning herself protectively in front of everyone. Meanwhile, the robust Hu Meng, now resembling a helpless child, cowered behind Ji Ying, his gaze filled with terror as he peered into the abyss ahead. Suddenly, from the darkness, an eerie cacophony emerged, creaks and rumblings. "Turn on your flashlights, they are coming." With Chen Zhi's command, all present flicked on their flashlights, adjusting them to the maximum beam, casting light in every direction. Indeed, shadows emerged from the surrounding mine tunnels, crawling towards them like monstrous spiders. These figures moved with alarming speed, revealing their true forms under the flashlight's glare. They were grotesque zombies, or perhaps the terrifying remnants of once living humans. Clad in mining helmets and uniforms, their bodies were smeared with coal, unmistakably the lost miners. Yet, their forms were largely mutilated, limping with decayed flesh exposing white bones. Nevertheless, this did not hinder their velocity. One after another, they surged toward Chen Zhi and the others. Their speed intensified, accompanied by a distinctive scraping sound as their claws gouged deep furrows into the coal walls. It was evident that these zombies possessed immense strength. Should they tackle anyone, they would undoubtedly rend them to shreds. Hu Meng, having never witnessed such a terrifying spectacle, erupted in panic upon seeing the horde of horrific zombies. "Zombies! They are truly zombies. What shall we do?" he shouted. Yet when he glanced back at Chen Zhi and the others, he found them remarkably composed, standing their ground without even unsheathing their weapons. What are you waiting for? Humong urged anxiously. Quick, draw your blades, brother Chen Zhi. We must fight. They are upon us. Do not use knives. Chen Zhi said in a low voice, calmly gazing at the approaching zombies. Their bodies are decayed, and the corrosive substances will damage the blades. We shall confront them barehanded. You need only stay behind us. Barehanded? Hu Meng, sweating profusely, could scarcely believe his ears. At that moment, the terrifying miners had already crawled from all directions, closing in on them. As they caught the scent of flesh, the zombies twisted their bodies at an incomprehensible angle with a creaking sound and lunged at them like the wind. Just then, Fatway sprang up, and an old man embraced a tree, seizing one of the zombies. He pulled it close and with a sharp twist, snapped its head off. The zombie's body collapsed instantly, lifeless. See that? Fatway held the decaying head aloft and addressed Hu Meng. Because our esteemed leader, Chen, is a person of stature, such dirty and arduous tasks always fall to us, the impoverished brethren. It's a shame I'm so handsome. Fate is indeed unfair. Kid, stop shouting and just enjoy the view. Let today be an eye-opener for you. Chapter 302. Swift resolution. At that instant, countless desiccated zombies surged from all directions. These so-called zombies were not like those portrayed on television, terrifying yet sluggish. They were strikingly real, resembling a grotesque distortion of life, exuding the stench of decay. There was no sign of life in them, yet their speed was alarming and their strength formidable. The chill of their claws penetrated to the bone, and their horrifying faces left an indelible impression. At this moment, Hu Meng displayed the spirit of a true Mongolian warrior. His face flushed, he brandished Kublai Khan's dagger, shouting and gesticulating with fervor, ready to fight at a moment's notice. Yet it was not his turn to engage. In the face of the oncoming horde, Fatway emerged as the clear vanguard. He exhibited no fear of these undead creatures, seeming to have grown accustomed to confronting such ferocious beings without a hint of hesitation. Like Chen Zhi, Fatway refrained from drawing his knife, opting instead to combat the zombies with his bare hands. He deftly avoided their frontal assaults, swiftly twisting off their heads one by one and removing their spinal columns. Upon completing this sequence of actions, the ferocious zombies would immediately collapse, motionless, some disintegrating into dust. Of course, some zombies would also lunge at Chen Zhi and Gui Dao, as well as Jiying, but Chen Zhi did not confront them directly. Instead, he sidestepped, gently using air currents to propel them away, immobilizing them before handing them over to Gui Dao. As for Gui Dao and Jiying, the zombies scarcely reached them before vanishing, some even obliterated by Ji Ying's powerful fists. Ming stood agape, unable to comprehend the elegant and concise movements of these individuals, rendered speechless by his astonishment. Particularly striking was J. Ying in Ming's eyes. She had transcended the role of a mere beautiful Chinese girl, transforming into a goddess descending from the heavens, trampling everything beneath her feet. The entire ordeal lasted less than 5 minutes, and the entire line of zombies before them had been vanquished. Gazing at the scattered corpses of miners, along with the dismembered limbs and helmets strewn among the cold debris, tranquility returned, as if the miners were merely recently uncovered remains, and the preceding horror had been but a figment of imagination. Brothers. At this moment, Ming was overwhelmed with excitement, his face smeared with cold dust, as he raised his fists in exhilaration towards CH and ZH and the others. There is a saying among you Chinese. I truly did not recognize the mountain for its grandeur. I never expected you to be so formidable. You are truly extraordinary. No wonder my grandfather held you in such high esteem. Today, I, Ming, have truly opened my eyes. In the past, I have treated you poorly. I am a shallow person. My esteemed brothers, I hold you in deep admiration. What is this all about? Ping Wi, somewhat befuddled by Ming's flattery, chuckled while brushing off the grime covering him. The recent onslaught of zombies had been ferocious, leaving coal dust everywhere, and he was now smeared with soot, even sporting a zombie-esque claw hanging from his person. He casually patted off the cold dust and grinned at Ming, saying, "If you truly appreciate us, why not share a few of those colorful gemstones from your golden family? Let us indulge in the luxuries befitting princes." Certainly. No problem at all, Ming replied with utmost sincerity. As long as my brothers deem me worthy, upon our exit, we shall swear brotherhood. From this day forth, I, Brjqthm shall be your sworn brother. Our fates are now intertwined. Oh, this is splendid. I can finally consider myself a sworn brother to a prince. I exclaimed with a smile. Enough of that, Chen Zhi interjected, placing a finger to his lips in a gesture for silence, while surveying the surrounding darkness. These resurrected miners are not the true terrors. The real horrors remain unseen. As soon as Ch's words fell, a subtle tremor echoed through the air, a sound akin to countless serpents slithering along the mine walls. Be cautious, Chen urged, raising his hand for everyone to gather swiftly. Instantly, everything around them fell silent, the noisy cold dust settling as if time itself had come to a standstill. A chilling current of air began to rise from beneath their feet, the biting cold seeping into their bones, as though they had entered another realm within the mine. All were on edge, their nerves taut. It was then that a gentle knocking sound emerged from the darkened mine walls. Thud, thud, thud. The sound was faint, reminiscent of someone behind the walls tapping deliberately, whether intentionally or not. Their flashlights appeared to be under the influence of some strange magic, flickering incessantly, casting an erratic glow that plunged the entire cavern into darkness. Everyone, be cautious. Those things are about to arrive, Chen Zhi whispered, holding his breath. An eerie stillness enveloped the scene, as if the recent turmoil had never transpired, leaving an oppressive silence that sent shivers down their spines. Yet, the terrifying sound of rhythmic knocking persisted, echoing slowly, thud, thud, thud. It resonated with a peculiar cadence, as though a figure lurked behind the rock wall, silently observing them while gently tapping on the stone. Who is it? Chen Zhi inquired solemnly, directing his question at the wall. A strange utterance in Mongolian emerged, raspy and guttural, reminiscent of a tormented soul struggling to articulate its anguish. The group fell silent, listening intently to the disembodied voice emanating from within the stone. Then, amidst the dim light, they beheld a horrifying sight, a silhouette at the far end of the mine tunnel. The figure stood nearly 2 meters tall, clad in ancient Mongolian armor of a unique design, its head bowed low. Its arms dangled limply in front, and its face remained obscured. Humming. Chen Zhi gently nudged the trembling prince, humming. Do you understand this Mongolian tongue? This is the ancient language of the Mongol aristocracy. I can comprehend some of it. Humming stammered, his voice quaking. It conveys a message of despair. Pitiful souls, you shall never escape. Chapter 303. Heroes of your dam. Who does this phrase intend to frighten? Fatway muttered under his breath. In every place we visit, there are always supernatural beings trying to terrify us with threats of eternal imprisonment. Yet what happened? I managed to escape unscathed. I'm still alive and well here. That figure ahead is likely just another trickster masquerading as a ghost. There's no need to fear. I shall confront it. It cannot be a mere masquerade. Humming quivered, his gaze fixated on the towering shadow with palpable dread. In our family's genealogy, there are many portraits of our ancestors, including numerous renowned generals. We Mongolians place great importance on lineage. The attire and identity must align perfectly. I recall the garments of those ancestors vividly. The armor worn by that figure is distinctly unique, unlike the typical armor of a military commander. It is crafted entirely from leather and intricately woven with fine silver, representing a blend of martial and civil prowess, an embodiment of unparalleled talent. In our Mongolian history, only one individual is worthy of donning such noble attire, the illustrious civil and military leader of ancient times, Chuckled. Upon hearing the name Chuckled, a jolt of recognition surged through Chen Zhi. This name, long forgotten by the Han people, belonged to a figure who could rightfully be seen as a benefactor to all Han descendants. Chuckled, styled Jinqing, was a distinguished statesman during the era of the Mongol Empire. He hailed from a noble Khitan family and was a 9th-generation descendant of Liao's founding emperor, Yel Abaoji. Known in Mongolian as Wutu Sahali, meaning the man with the long beard, he devoted his life to following Genghis Khan and his descendants in their military campaigns. Unlike the ordinary Mongols, he was deeply imbued with Confucian thought from an early age, diligently studying Chinese texts and mastering the language, earning widespread acclaim for his talents while still quite young. His contemporaries lauded his erudition, which spanned a vast array of literature, astronomy, geography, law, calendars, and various esoteric subjects, allowing him to compose with the ease of a seasoned scholar. Chuckled's paramount aspiration was to govern the world in accordance with Confucian principles. He shared a profound friendship with Chen Zhi and played a pivotal role in the continuation of the edict against slaughter during the latter part of the reign. Over the course of more than 30 years, he served the father and son duo of Genghis Khan, holding the esteemed position of chancellor for 14 years. His influence on Genghis Khan and his descendants was profound, as he proposed and formulated various governance strategies based on Confucian ideals, laying a solid foundation for the development of the Mongol Empire and the establishment of the Yuan dynasty. After his passing, he was posthumously honored as the King of Guangning. However, Chuckled's most significant achievement was his earnest plea to the young monarch of the time to cease the bloodshed, thereby saving countless Han people from the brink of annihilation. Following Genghis Khan's death, Chuckled adeptly managed the succession of Genghis Khan, who subsequently entrusted him with the responsibilities of chancellor, the highest administrative position akin to that of a prime minister. Yet, many conservative generals among the Mongol aristocracy disregarded Genghis Khan's edict against slaughter, advocating for the mass extermination of the Han people, deriving a perverse thrill from the violence. According to the history of the Yuan, certain courtiers, including Bede, contended that the Han were of no benefit to the state and proposed their complete eradication to convert the central plains into pasture lands solely for Mongols and nomadic tribes, effectively erasing an entire agricultural civilization. As the specter of genocide loomed over the Han people, Chuckled courageously intervened on their behalf before Genghis Khan. He articulated to Genghis Khan the necessity of preserving the Han population, emphasizing that the newly established dynasty required substantial annual resources, 500,000 taels of silver, 400,000 stones of grain, and 80,000 bolts of silk, sourced from the taxes and industries of the Central Plains. He implored, if the Han are exterminated, who will sustain the Mongols? Consequently, Genghis Khan granted the Han a year of reprieve, assessing the following year's tribute to persuade the conservative Mongol military leaders. In the subsequent year, Chuckled successfully generated considerable wealth for the court through taxation, much to Genghis Khan's delight, which spared the Han from the fate of slaughter. In commemoration of Chuckled's contributions, a memorial was constructed in his honor, which still stands in the Summer Palace in Beijing today. If history is indeed as chronicled, Chuckled emerges as a figure imbued with a profound sense of mission towards the Han people and humanity at large, one who would not easily engage in actions contrary to justice. Yet, at this moment, he inexplicably finds himself shrouded in darkness at the other end of the mine. What could be the reason? Has he lost his essence? Once again, he continues to engage in the same activities as before. Is Chuckled attempting to remind them? A peculiar utterance in Mongolian resonated, its sound muffled behind the rock wall, evoking a profound discomfort. What is he saying? Chen Zhi inquired of Hu Meng. However, at that moment, Hu Meng was too preoccupied with fear to respond. He steadied his trembling form and listened intently to the sounds emanating from behind the rock. This Mongolian is exceedingly archaic. I can only grasp its essence, Hu Meng murmured softly. The gist is, here lies only death. Flee quickly, do not look back. After uttering these words, Hu Meng appeared visibly shaken and turned to Chen Zhi. Brother, I cannot speak to other matters, but I know Chuckled would never harm the descendants of the Golden Family. He has sworn to protect our lineage across the vast grasslands. If he appears here now, it must be to save our lives. I believe we should heed his warning and depart immediately. Is he here to caution us? Chen Zhi's eyes flickered momentarily before he strode forward, towards the shadow, while Gui Dao promptly followed closely behind. The further they advanced, the more palpable the chilling atmosphere became, an indescribable cold that seemed to penetrate to the very marrow, threatening to induce faintness. The figure clad in ancient military garb stood at the tunnel's end, alarmingly close, head bowed in an exceedingly terrifying posture. Chen Zhi walked towards this figure for an extended period, yet for reasons unknown, he could not reach his destination. Finally, he halted, fixing his gaze on the dark silhouette ahead, and called out, "Are you Chuckled?" The figure remained motionless, yet it seemed to have heard him. In that instant, everyone acutely felt as though they had crossed into the realm of the dead. Chapter 304, The True Mongolian. "Are you Chuckled?" Chen Zhi shouted once more at the shadow ahead, directly asking, "Do you wish to convey something to us by appearing here?" The figure remained still, devoid of any response. Yet after a few minutes, another strange utterance in Mongolian emerged from behind the rock wall, this time resounding like a thunderous roar, shaking the entire tunnel. What is he saying? Chen Zhi stood there, questioning Hu Meng behind him. He says, Hu Ming struggled to maintain his composure and translated for Chen Zhi. These Mongolian phrases are coherent, repeating a singular message. Eternal life is not a blessing, but a curse. Eternal life? Chen Zhi pondered silently. Could it be that such beings exist in this world? At that moment, all their flashlights abruptly extinguished, plunging the world into darkness. In that moment of darkness, Chen Zhi felt a pair of withered claws suddenly grasp his shoulder, pressing him firmly in place. He neither struggled nor cried out, for he recognized that the one who held him was none other than Yel Chukai, whom he had glimpsed moments before. Almost immediately, an indescribable aura enveloped him, an essence buried deep within the abyss, decayed and putrid. Yet, inexplicably, Chen Zhi perceived this scent as remarkably pure, even evoking a sense of the sacred. Before him, a presence murmured softly, its claw-like hands exerting immense force to hold him steadfast. A bone-chilling coldness swept over him, sending shivers down his spine, and in that instant, Chen Zhi felt as though his breath had ceased entirely. Every sin must bear its price, the entity rasped in a parched voice before vanishing into thin air. Suddenly, the flashlights flickered back to life, illuminating the tomb passage once more. The towering figure clad in Mongolian military garb had disappeared, and the corpses of the miners remained, while the sounds emanating from the rock walls had ceased, as if everything that transpired was merely a fleeting dream. "What is going on?" Fatway exclaimed, shining his flashlight around. Did it just show its face and then leave? Was it warning us, or merely asserting its dominance? Orange, was that truly Yel Chukai? Chen Zhi replied, a hint of disbelief lacing his tone. Could it be that it was merely a wildcat beast in disguise? The possibility was indeed significant. Chen Zhi remarked indifferently, gazing at the spot where the shadow had stood. "I have come across numerous photographs of artifacts from the early Yuan dynasty belonging to Mongolian nobility in the collections of private collectors. According to the traditions of nomadic peoples, such relics should not circulate. The items that have surfaced from these fallen noble families are exceedingly rare and virtually unseen in the market. Among those artifacts, one often encounters oversized insoles or boots, leading one to imagine the sheer size of the feet that filled such footwear. Based on this scale, it is conceivable that these primordial Mongolians stood over 2 meters tall. Hence, some private scholars have ventured a bold hypothesis that in ancient times, these pure nomadic tribes were, in fact, giants, towering around 2 meters, with robust physiques and immense strength, attributes that could explain the Mongols' historical dominance over the world. However, this height disparity has diminished over time, as these nomadic tribes gradually assimilated into the agrarian cultures of the Central Plains. The difference in stature between Mongolians and Han Chinese has narrowed to the point of being virtually indistinguishable today. Could it truly be so? Fatway mused, struggling to comprehend. Why, then, is there no record of this in the remaining historical texts? It is not that there are no records. Rather, they have all been lost, Chen Zhi replied. In this world, there exists no figure akin to Sima Qian, who steadfastly preserved the truth. The historical documents we encounter have all been altered, and the legends we hear, such as those of Mongolian warriors capable of tearing apart giant bears or standing 9 feet tall, are dismissed as mere fantastical tales, perceived as absurd myths. Thus, these rather subtle characteristics have gradually been assimilated and forgotten by later generations. Yet, there exists a tangible example today, a Mongolian man named Shishuan from Inner Mongolia, standing at an astonishing height of 2.38 meters. He is a distant descendant of the Golden family, and many scholars believe this phenomenon to be a case of atavism. Astonishing. I remarked on how remarkable these Mongolians were in the past, realizing they were giants. Fatway shook his head and turned to Hu Ming, saying, "You, my friend, are no exception. Don't even mention 2 meters. You don't even reach 1.8. In fact, I think you might be shorter than me." "Well, those are matters of the past," Hu Ming replied, his face flushing red as he discreetly glanced at Ji Ying, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "I was aware, having heard from my grandfather, that our ancestors from the Golden family were indeed tall, yet we no longer live in an era where physical strength reigns supreme. We now compete with intellect. Do not underestimate my stature. Though I may be small, I possess great wisdom." "Stop right there." Fatway was about to taunt him when Chen Zhi suddenly stepped outside. He walked to the center of the area, examining the soil beneath his feet, and after a prolonged silence, he spoke softly, "We need not proceed any further." After saying this, Chen Zhi removed his coat, rolled up his sleeves, and drew a dagger. I intend to delve underground to uncover what lies beneath this coal mine. Upon finishing his declaration, he pointed the blade upward and carved a circular pattern into his left arm, blood gushing forth and forming a crimson circular totem. Chen Zhi silently recited an incantation, kneeling on one leg, placing his palm on the ground. The red totem immediately emitted a plume of white smoke, sinking into the earth. With a resounding bang, the ground erupted in white smoke, and from the depths emerged the beastman Wu Jia, a descendant of the Earthwalker captured by Zheng Chao. This sudden occurrence startled Hu Ming, who stumbled back 2 steps, pointing at Wu Jia with wide eyes, exclaiming, "A monster! A monster! Did you see that? It's a monster!" Emerging from the earth, Wu Jia was covered in black coal dust, his body curled into a spherical shape, his face lined with wrinkles resembling a walnut. Though clad in clothing, he bore a striking resemblance to a pangolin. Servant Wu Jia pays homage to the master. He knelt submissively before Chen Zhi, bowing his head. "According to our blood pact, I vow my eternal loyalty to you, master, and await your command. Pray tell, master, for what purpose have you summoned me?" Chapter 305, Wu Jia. Chen Zhi squatted down, gazing at the hunchbacked pangolin-like elder before him. "You are proficient in the art of burrowing. Do you know what lies beneath us?" Wu Jia hesitated for a considerable time before raising his head. His skin, resembling a walnut, was riddled with wrinkles. He stared at Chen Zhi for a long moment before a cunning smile crept across his face. "To report to my master, beneath this inky coal mine lies a grave. The burial site of the Mongolian deity Yel Chukai, the tomb of the king of Guangning. How deep is it?" Chen Zhi gazed deeply into Wu Jia's eyes and continued to inquire. "It is exceedingly profound," Wu Jia responded. "The depths below exceed 10,000 fathoms. Unfathomable to even the most advanced human technology or mystical arts. There lie countless jewels and gold, accompanied by a multitude of beautiful maidens, a level of opulence unparalleled, comparable to an imperial mausoleum. Can you reach this place?" Chen Zhi asked, fixating his gaze upon Wu Jia. Wu Jia hesitated noticeably. "Though I am but a humble servant, I possess the innate ability to traverse the earth and can indeed reach this realm. However, do you fear the earth deities?" Chen Zhi inquired, his eyes unwavering. Wu Jia seemed taken aback by Chen Zhi's question, promptly prostrating himself on the ground in reverence. "I dare not conceal the truth. This is the sacred mountain of the imperial lineage, blessed by the divine. My status is lowly, and those earth deities are descendants of divine bloodlines, all of them shamans. Moreover, my ancestors, the Earthwalkers, had not attained divinity when they bequeathed their bloodline to me. I am merely a beast man. How could I dare encroach upon their domain? And what lies within that great mountain?" Chen Zhi asked, casting a glance ahead. "Is Genghis Khan's tomb truly beneath Kent Mountain?" "Forgive me, my lord." Wu Jia trembled in fear. "Kent Mountain has been a forbidden ground since ancient times. The seals passed down from the Mongol royalty are formidable. Even spirits dare not approach. How could I, a mere beast man, hope to trespass? Even now, the heart of that mountain is not a place I could enter. The earth deities guarding it are spirits, and should I encounter them, they would surely seize and devour me. I implore you, my lord, have mercy on my life and do not let me cross paths with them. You are mistaken. Since you have entered under the banner of the Jiang clan, your status is no longer the same. I now command you to convey a message to those demigods," Chen Zhi proclaimed, placing his hand upon Wu Jia's shoulder. "Listen well. Wu Jia, I now bestow upon you the title of Divine Envoy, elevating your status to that of a shaman. You will represent the Jiang clan and descend into the depths of the earth to seek out those earth deities. Inform them that the new clan leader of the Jiang wishes to speak with them." Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, Wu Jia immediately lifted his head, his eyes alight with excitement. In that moment, his posture straightened, an unprecedented pride illuminating his countenance. "Am I truly to be of equal standing with the shamans? A demigod?" "Indeed," Chen Zhi affirmed with unwavering certainty. "Since the time of the Martial King's campaign against Zhou, all divine positions have been under the jurisdiction of the Jiang clan. All demigods must heed the commands of the Jiang clan leader for generations to come. This is the oath established during the consecration of the new deities. I, Chen Zhi, the clan leader of the Jiang, hereby appoint you, Wu Jia, descendant of the Earthwalkers, as my divine envoy, holding a status equal to that of the shamans, on par with the spirits in the underground. You shall represent the Jiang clan in the underworld. Should anyone dare to offend you, it is tantamount to offending me. Convey this message to the earth deities and instruct them to hasten their ascent to meet me. Yes, I shall obey, Wu Jia exclaimed with fervor, his hands plunging into the earth like arrows, swiftly disappearing below. What could that possibly be? Beside him, Hu Meng remained in a state of sheer terror. Was that creature a transformed pangolin? It was utterly frightening, capable of human speech. Brother Chen Zhi, can you summon monsters? Who exactly are you? Were you sent by the celestial longevity sect? Monsters and deities are merely labels. Observing Hu Meng on the brink of madness, Chen Zhi turned to him and smiled. In a certain sense, humanity is the true monstrosity before animals. We consume indiscriminately, slaughtering creatures for our appetites, fashioning their pelts into garments, and even using them for amusement. Yet, in the presence of deities, humanity becomes the vulnerable, reduced to mere sustenance for them. Thus, these so-called deities are also monsters. They do not elevate themselves as gods out of nobility, but rather due to their might. Soon, you shall witness the entities beneath the earth, who, in a manner of speaking, are also deities, deeply connected to your Mongolian heritage. However, they are far from benevolent. Just as he spoke, the ground trembled violently. The earth began to churn as if the heavens were collapsing. All the cold dust and soil erupted from the cliffs, causing Chen Zhi and his companions to struggle to maintain their footing. What is happening? What is wrong? Fat Wei shouted, clearly concerned that the elder pangolin's negotiations had not gone well. Why were those beings below so agitated? At that moment, a fissure opened in the ground with a resounding crack, and a surge of damp, black soil gushed forth, saturated with blood. The previously living pangolin fell to the earth with a thud, its body resembling a grotesque blood gourd, its carapace brutally torn away, a horrific sight to behold. Simultaneously, the surrounding soil began to convulse, accumulating into a massive figure of stone and mud. This colossal figure rose slowly from the ground, revealing its immense form. Towering over them, it was composed entirely of dark coal, filling the entire mine. With powerful legs, it pressed down, its enormous maw opened wide as it let out a thunderous roar. In an instant, the entire mine began to quake, boulders crashing down from above as the cavern threatened to collapse. It's going to cave in. We must flee. Hu Meng shouted desperately, directing his flashlight toward another exit, hoping to find a way out. Yet, to his dismay, he discovered that the exit had been sealed at some point. At the end of the passageway, another gigantic coal figure stood, stomping the ground and roaring in fury, charging towards them with reckless abandon. What do we do? These monsters are colossal. We stand no chance. Hu Meng, clutching his small dagger, flitted about like an ant on a hot skillet. The coal figures towered 4 to 5 meters high. Even if he jumped, he would barely reach their waists. The immense figures, with just a gentle touch, could reduce him to mere fragments. As the colossal coal giant loomed ever closer, Ji Ying suddenly darted to the front of the line. With a swift turn, she unleashed a powerful kick, propelling the massive coal figure into the distance with astonishing force. In an instant, the giant, as vast as a mountain, crashed to the ground, smashing against the rocky wall and shattering into fragments. Before Hu Meng could comprehend the situation, Gui Dao leapt into action, raising his sword sheath and delivering a decisive slice at another coal giant, which had yet to approach them. With a resounding crash, that giant was reduced to mere coal dust before it could reach them. The world immediately returned to tranquility. The earth, which had been seething and tumultuous just moments before, fell silent. Apart from the swirling black coal dust in the air, not a sound could be heard. The black-armored figure lay motionless on the ground, seemingly clinging to a breath, his body riddled with wounds inflicted by sharp claws. He struggled to breathe, convulsing as he spoke. I report to my master. The task of the divine envoy has been completed. I delved deep into the earth's layers and encountered those arrogant demigods. However, they were aware of my presence. Chen Zhi slowly approached the center of the earth. As I previously stated, if those land deities offend you, it is tantamount to offending me. Since they have shown disdain for the Jiang clan, let them witness the might of the Jiang clan. Chapter 306. The might of the Jiang clan. Upon finishing his words, Chen Zhi swiftly removed his outer garment. Simultaneously, a heated airflow began to emanate from his body. His skin burned with intensity, and a fierce, scorching energy erupted from his pores, heating the surrounding air to a blistering temperature. Everyone felt an immediate sense of burning and quickly distanced themselves from him. At that moment, Chen Zhi knelt on the ground, his scorching arms hanging down as he placed his palms against the earth, channeling the fierce energy below. The incantations, originally intended for defense, took on a savage form in Chen Zhi's hands. The energy surged and howled as it swiftly penetrated the soil, permeating the earth beneath. Chen Zhi remained in that position for an extended period, allowing the energy within him to saturate the ground. The speed of the energy's descent was unparalleled, rapidly delving deeper underground, reaching thousands of meters below the surface, descending to depths beyond human reach. When the fierce energy had penetrated to a sufficient depth, Chen Zhi silently recited the incantation, and the sharp currents instantly coalesced into a square barrier, resembling an enormous fish tank, fully enclosing their subterranean realm. So fond of hiding within the earth, let us see just how deep you can conceal yourselves. Chen Zhi gazed intently at the dark soil below, furrowing his brow with determination. Let us see how it feels to be scorched. In the next instant, a tempestuous wind and thunder spell erupted from Chen Zhi's palm, merging with the fierce energy and driving deep into the ground. The storm spell, wild and chaotic, transformed a vast expanse of earth into a sea of flames, heating the depths of the soil as though it were a microwave, igniting a frenzy of heat. The underground erupted instantaneously, causing the entire earth to convulse violently, with temperatures soaring to several thousand degrees Celsius. The once tranquil ground was suddenly rent asunder by countless fissures, from which flowed reddish-brown soil, accompanied by peculiar little green beings. These diminutive figures emitted a radiant green luminescence, their ears pointed, and their eyes round and glassy, while their claws were as sharp as daggers. They writhed in agony upon the scorching earth, emitting high-pitched wails that conveyed their immense suffering. Chen Zhi waved his hand, summoning the air from the ground back into his body, causing the subterranean temperature to plummet. "How does it feel to flounder like fish in a boiling tank?" he remarked, donning his coat as he sauntered towards the little green beings. "Who is your leader?" Upon seeing Chen Zhi approach, the luminous little beings sprang up like mischievous sprites, swiftly burrowing into the rock face, revealing only their large heads adorned with sharp teeth, glaring at Chen Zhi with deep-seated animosity. "Who are you to dare trespass upon the imperial tomb? Do you understand the transgression of entering a divine sepulchre?" One particularly grotesque green creature spoke, its halting Mandarin laced with contempt. As it spoke, it ground its sharp teeth, its eyes swirling as it fixated on Chen Zhi's throat, seeking an opportunity to pounce. "Divine sepulchre?" Chen Zhi's lips curled in a sardonic smile, his gaze piercing like a blade directed at the little green being that had addressed him. "Are you suggesting that the tomb within the mountain is a divine tomb? Which deity do you refer to? Genghis Khan? Has he ascended to divinity? Matters of the divine are not for a lowly bastard such as yourself to inquire." The little creature spat, its disdain palpable as it glared at Chen Zhi. "You wretched bastard dare to usurp the name of the Jiang family." "Bastard," Chen Zhi echoed, a faint smile gracing his lips as his gaze turned icy towards the sprite. "So you are aware of my identity?" "Of course. All demigods are cognizant of your status as a bastard." The little green being snarled, its face a mask of menace, baring its sharp teeth in derision. "The women of the Jiang clan, in their disgrace, consort with mortals to bear children. With the Jiang family extinguished, it falls upon you to assume their position. You are merely a maternal offshoot of the Jiang lineage, regarded as lowly as swine in the eyes of the divine. By what right do you command those of us with demigod blood? We are descendants of earth deities, of noble lineage, while you send this base beast to convey orders. It seems you and that creature are of the same despicable bloodline." Having uttered this, the malevolent little green creature swiftly retreated into the rock wall, vanishing from sight. "Damn it! After hurling insults, it thinks to escape?" Fat Wei brandished his heavy stone cleaver, poised to pursue, but Chen Zhi restrained him. At that moment, the little being that had just burrowed into the rock was violently ejected, as if colliding with some formidable barrier, causing it to crash to the ground, bloodied and battered. Meanwhile, countless small green beings, ensnared within a transparent barrier, were drawn forth one after another from the walls. Within the confines of the barrier, these diminutive creatures writhed in panic and anguish, their cries piercingly shrill. Among them, one little green figure adorned with a crown of colorful gemstones and possessing a shimmering silver beard upon its chin appeared to be their leader. "Do not attempt to flee. The land within 10,000 meters beneath is sealed by my will. Encountering it means death," Chen Zhi declared, waving his hand, causing the transparent barrier to dissipate, resulting in the green beings tumbling down en masse. Their numbers were vast, heaped together, resembling a cluster of glowing green orbs. However, their thick green skin appeared resilient, likely impervious to ordinary blades, though the excessive heat underground had left many of them with severe burns. Wu Jia, Chen Zhi softly called, gesturing towards the cluster of green beings. Who was it that attacked you? It was this one. Wu Jia, emboldened by Chen Zhi's earlier display of power, disregarded his pain and struggled to rise, blood trickling from his mouth as he pointed at the green creature that had previously insulted Chen Zhi. As I descended underground, I proclaimed my master's name, and that demigod immediately pounced upon me. It was ferocious, tearing my shell with its claws, intent on my demise. Oh, Chen Zhi murmured softly. Then with a swift motion, the very green creature that had dared to affront him was abruptly lifted by a gust of air. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, a resounding thud echoed as it was instantly reduced to a splatter of blood. Chapter 307. The Terrified Earth Immortal, spare me, O Chief. The crowned little green being pleaded, kneeling with a clumsy bow, repeatedly prostrating itself before Chen Zhi. The surrounding green sprites followed suit, all falling to their knees. Spare us. We have failed to recognize your grandeur. The crowned figure spoke with a peculiar voice, reminiscent of a child struggling to articulate words, sounding strained and hoarse. Are you their leader? Chen Zhi inquired, fixing his gaze upon the green being. Are you the spirits dwelling underground? Knowing my identity, why did you still attack my envoy? Spare me, the little being stammered, struggling to articulate. We were commanded to guard the Mongolian royal tombs and have resided underground for ages. However, the mountains have now changed masters, and we dared not return, relocating here instead. The mountains are now under the control of alien races. They dictate the terms here. Whoever they may be, Chen Zhi said, lowering himself and fixing his sharp gaze upon the little being. Now that I am here, this mountain is under my command. Do you comprehend this? Yes. The green being immediately knelt down, its body relinquishing its defenses, becoming pliable as its thick green skin began to turn translucent, resembling a green jelly. Subsequently, he began to stutter, uttering a plethora of grammatically erroneous phrases, interspersed with a considerable amount of Mongolian, his syntax being utterly chaotic. It was evident that this diminutive figure had not articulated human language in quite some time. Chen Zhi, feeling somewhat befuddled, called upon Hu Meng to listen intently and posed several inquiries. Initially hesitant and somewhat apprehensive of the fearsome earth spirits, Hu Meng, compelled by the gaze of the onlookers, steeled himself and approached the luminescent elder. Furrowing his brow, he listened attentively for an extended period before finally translating for Chen Zhi. The green-skinned spirit stated that their Mongolian name is Munipengli, while the Han people refer to them as Earth Immortals, and they have resided here for an eternity. His lifespan has been extensive. He has lived in this place for an immeasurable duration, though the exact number of years has slipped from his memory. However, he recalls that long ago, a revered deity commanded his ancestors to dwell here eternally, safeguarding this great mountain and the secrets it conceals beneath. Yet, the passage of time has rendered his ancestors long deceased, and he, too, has aged, forgetting the identity of the divine being who issued the decree. Even the nature of what lies beneath the mountain has faded from his recollection. Throughout the ages, they have remained in seclusion, as nothing has ever transpired within this great mountain. The ancient deity's seal is remarkably powerful. Even the mightiest of spirits cannot breach it. Thus they have seldom needed to exert themselves. During this protracted period, they have lived serenely underground, rarely ascending to the surface, which accounts for their inadequate command of human language. They believe that as long as the ancient seal endured, their existence would remain unchanged. However, unexpectedly, one day, this ancient seal was breached. Chen Zhi inquired if Hu Meng could ask the Earth Immortal who had undone the seal. Hu Meng promptly relayed this question. Yet the Earth Immortal failed to comprehend. After a lengthy exchange filled with stammering and even gestures, the meaning finally dawned upon him. It turned out that the seal was a safeguard left by the ancient deity for his descendants. This seal, paradoxically both formidable and fragile, is unbreakable. While it is almost impossible for outsiders to penetrate the mountain, there exists a method to easily unravel the seal. Only the descendants of that deity can unseal it. Specifically those of the direct lineage, including both the legitimate heirs and their lawful wives, who may inscribe a special incantation with vermilion to lift the ancient seal. Although the name of the deity has been obscured by the annals of history, His lineage continues to thrive, represented by the Mongolian golden family. Yet, this knowledge has long been forgotten, and no one knows what the special incantation entails, resulting in the seal remaining unbroken throughout time. However, 6 months prior, an unprecedented event occurred. The Earth Immortals discovered that the impervious barrier had suddenly been disturbed, as if a single chain among countless others had suddenly snapped. The barrier was shattered with a resounding crack, and the entire seal began to gradually loosen. It was from that moment forth that an immensely powerful dark force commenced its invasion from beyond. All the Earth Immortals were thrown into a state of panic. This power was exceedingly formidable and shrouded in darkness, releasing a unique mist that resembled death itself. A mere touch would result in immediate demise. Many Earth Immortals who roamed the surface perished, their bodies rendered untraceable. In their fright, the Earth Immortals scattered in all directions, only to discover that this ominous mist was slowly seeping underground, where it would swiftly claim lives upon contact. In a desperate bid to evade disaster, the leader of the Earth Immortals commanded all to delve deep into the Earth's core. Yet, the deathly mist continued to infiltrate, forcing them ultimately to retreat to the foot of the mountain, seeking refuge within a coal mine. Here lay the burial site of King Yelchukai, and they congregated there, refraining from venturing further into the mountains. When Chen Zhi heard this, he furrowed his brow. And then, what did you do once you gathered here? You must have had a purpose for confining those miners within the tunnels. Their bodies are mutilated. They must have been gnawed upon before their demise. Did you consume them? The lowly deity trembled, immediately kneeling. I have sinned. I shall pose another question, Chen Zhi said, approaching the quaking Earth Immortal. Deep within the mountains, is there a tomb of Genghis Khan? Upon hearing this inquiry, the crowned little green figure visibly hesitated, his face flushed with agitation. His green lips curled back, revealing jagged teeth, while his eyes darted about, seemingly in search of deceitful words. Do not deceive me, Chen Zhi warned, his voice as frigid as ice. Locking his gaze onto the crowned little green being. I shall warn you only once. Do not lie in my presence. The lowly deity quaked in fear, immediately prostrating himself. I report to the clan leader, indeed, in the depths beneath that mountain lies the sacred tomb of Borjigin Temjin. Chapter 308. The Mongolian divine tomb. Once the green spirit uttered these words, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. His revelation detonated within their hearts like a bomb. For an extensive period, the existence of Genghis Khan's tomb had lingered as mere speculation. No one dared to affirm whether a burial site truly resided beneath the Grand Kent Mountain. Yet now, these Earth Immortals, unearthed from below, had unequivocally unveiled a truth, that indeed, beneath Kent Mountain lay the resting place of Genghis Khan. Damn it, I have lived my life well. After a few moments of stunned silence, Pang Wei was the first to break into laughter, exclaiming, "Haha, at long last, I have delved into the depths of history, traversing both heaven and earth for an extended period. I have explored the imperial tombs and even ventured into the realm of Yama, the king of hell. However, I never imagined I would unearth the resting place of Genghis Khan. What a remarkable achievement this is, truly worth my lifetime." Fat Wei's exuberant display drew the attention of all present. Observing the gazes of those around him, he continued, "What is the matter? You must understand. The tomb of Genghis Khan is a legend within our excavation community. We often jest among ourselves, questioning why one doesn't ascend to the heavens instead, and daring each other to unearth the tomb of Genghis Khan. Little did I expect that in my lifetime, I would actually discover the tomb of Genghis Khan. How exhilarating. From now on, I will have tales to tell to fellow excavators, and I deserve a lifetime achievement award in our field." Fat Wei's words invigorated everyone's spirits. The legend of Genghis Khan's treasure is profoundly enchanting, and the realization of it left everyone a bit exhilarated. Even the elder, who had long been weary, felt a surge of excitement. "Ah, Wei, I have heard that Genghis Khan had a queen named Helanda, renowned for her beauty. It is said she was transformed from a cat spirit, with enchanting eyes, one yellow and one green, that shone brighter than jewels at night. After her death, she was preserved like a specimen, said to retain the liveliness of her gaze, a treasure beyond measure. Is that true?" "Of course," Fat Wei eagerly responded. "There is a long-standing legend in our excavation community that during the Mongols' conquest of the world, they even subdued Rome and brought back the crown of Caesar. Adorned with diamonds the size of fists, a divine gift from the gods of Rome, worth a fortune. Whoever possesses that crown would be unparalleled. Enough, Chen Zhi interjected, raising his hand to command silence. He then crouched down, gazing at the crowned earth spirit with piercing eyes, seeking the truth hidden within. I must inquire. Why did you refer to Genghis Khan's tomb as the divine tomb? Though he was a great Khan of the Mongols, was he not merely human? Did his identity transform after death? Esteemed leader, the diminutive green figure responded in broken Mandarin, prostrating itself on the ground. Genghis Khan is the title bestowed by humanity, a designation for an emperor. Yet, when Borjigin Temujin descended into the earth, he transcended humanity and became a deity. To be deified? Chen Zhi pondered silently, still fixated on the green earth spirit. Do you know how he achieved this transformation? Esteemed leader, the aged earth spirit replied, we are but earth spirits, akin to demigods, tasked with guarding the divine tomb. The specifics remain beyond our knowledge. However, I have heard that when Temujin was interred, he underwent a profound metamorphosis. Very well. Chen Zhi nodded contemplatively. Allow me to pose one final question. Beneath the tomb of Genghis Khan, lies there perhaps other buried treasures? Upon hearing Chen Zhi's inquiry, the venerable green earth spirit visibly shuddered, trembling in fear as he gazed at Chen Zhi with a countenance laden with terror, yet he refrained from providing a direct answer. Is it the divine soul? Chen Zhi pressed further. Is it golden, vast as the ocean, that immense divine soul? The diminutive spirit quivered at the mention of the divine soul, manifesting palpable dread. He yearned to fabricate a lie, yet his courage faltered, and he stared wide-eyed at Chen Zhi, at a loss for words. Speak, commanded Wu Jia, who had gained confidence since the earlier exchange. His wounds seemingly ceased to ache as he stood beside Chen Zhi, demanding of the green earth spirit, answer the master's question without reservation. My master is the patriarch of the Jiang clan of Shiqi. Before him, there must be no semblance of deceit, lest you wish to transform into that pool of blood. Wu Jia gestured toward the crimson puddle on the ground, and the green earth spirit cast a glance back, observing the remnants of the blood that had once belonged to the now transformed green being. A look of sheer horror washed over the elder spirit's face, and he immediately prostrated himself upon the ground, repeatedly bowing his head. O esteemed patriarch, indeed, several 100,000 meters beneath the great mountain lies a golden energy, colossal as mountains and seas. However, as to what that substance may be, how could a mere servant like myself possibly know? I am but an earth spirit. Yet, my master spoke of the depths of that mountain, where resides the hair of the father of Huaxia. Alas, the father of Huaxia has long since turned to dust, leaving naught but this remnant behind. The father of Huaxia Fushi? Chen Zhi inquired further. Spare me, O patriarch. The green elder spirit trembled uncontrollably, bowing incessantly. Such a revered name is beyond the humble station of a servant like me to utter. Moreover, I know not. I have dwelled here since birth and have never ventured to that place. After delivering his words, the elder spirit continued to bow, causing his forehead to bleed, leaving a gruesome mark upon his translucent green skin, a sight most pitiable. Enough, rise. Chen Zhi waved his hand, allowing the green earth spirit to stand. He then surveyed the assembly of earth spirits, noting the presence of approximately 1,000 of these vibrant little beings, each possessing large eyes and sharp claws, adept at thriving beneath the earth. Excluding those grievously burned, there appeared to be around 300 healthy spirits remaining. I shall not harm you. Chen Zhi addressed the leader of the spirits. Moreover, I shall assist you in vanquishing the malevolent force within the mountains, ensuring your continued safety here. What say you? That would be most agreeable. We thank you, O patriarch. The crowned green elder spirit bowed repeatedly, and the other earth spirits knelt in gratitude towards Chen Zhi. However, I have one stipulation, Chen Zhi continued, fixing his gaze upon the green elder spirit. I have calculated that the location of Genghis Khan's tomb beneath the mountain extends beyond the earth's core, a depth unattainable by human means. Chapter 309. Deep within the earth, upon hearing Chen Zhi's request, the elder earth spirit displayed an expression of distress. Reporting to the clan leader, the Ironwood Divine Tomb is located at the very heart of the earth, far too deep for us. Though we are earth spirits, we primarily reside within the earth's crust. The core is exceedingly hot, and none of us have ever ventured that deep. Do you intend to defy orders? Wu Jia, standing close to Chen Zhi, immediately rebuked with a loud voice. You are commanded by the divine to guard this mountain. If the mountain has already been tainted by foreign entities, what face do you have to continue living here? You ought to atone with your lives. My master has shown you mercy by granting you an opportunity to redeem yourselves. Yet you dare to disobey his commands. Do not forget, my master is the clan leader of the Jiang clan, a descendant of the esteemed Jiangshang. Since the time of King Wu's conquest of Zhou and the establishment of new deities, all demigods must obey the commands of the Jiang clan leader. Those who disobey are to be executed. My master could easily put you to death, skin you alive, and display your green skins upon these coal walls, ensuring your lineage's extinction. We dare not. We dare not. The Elder Earth Spirit was immediately filled with trepidation, prostrating repeatedly. I do not dare to defy the clan leader's commands. I shall obey. Excellent. Chen Zhi nodded in satisfaction. Time is of the essence. You must set forth at once. By dawn, we shall ascend the mountain. Your underground route will surely be swifter than ours. Before nightfall tomorrow, you must complete this tunnel, and we shall meet in the colorful gemstone mine atop the mountain. Understood, the Elder Earth Spirit replied, though his face still bore signs of hesitation. Reporting to the clan leader, the mountain has already been engulfed in darkness, shrouded in dark barriers. Even if one hides underground, the danger is imminent. Moreover, that darkness, the Elder Spirit hesitated slightly before continuing. The leader within that darkness, I have glimpsed from below, it appears to be. It seems to be the new nether deity, am I correct? Chen Zhi gazed at the Elder Spirit and inquired, is it indeed the new nether deity? I dare not say. The Elder Spirit quickly knelt, pressing his face to the ground. My status is humble. I cannot recognize the descendants of the ancient gods, merely surmising. Enough with the pretense, Chen Zhi stated, observing the Elder Spirit. I have long known that for your subterranean spirits, this world harbors no secrets. Nothing can escape your keen ears. However, let me inform you, Chen Zhi crouched down to meet the Elder Spirit's eyes. Deities do not anoint themselves. Whether he is the new nether deity is not solely for him to declare. At this moment, Chen Zhi bit his fingertip and inscribed a spell upon the Elder Spirit's forehead. And as for the barriers, none can boast against the Jiang family in their presence. The mark upon your forehead is a barrier-breaking spell. With it, any barrier shall yield to you. Yes, the Elder Spirit was immediately exhilarated, covering the spell with his hands as he bowed. I thank the clan leader for this blessing. Rise, Chen Zhi commanded, before turning to Wu Jia, noting there was still one more matter to address. Wu Jia, accompany them. I shall swiftly heal your wounds. As their leader, you must regulate their actions. Should anyone harbor ill intentions, you may use my blade to execute them without hesitation. After Chen Zhi spoke, he wrapped a fierce curse around the Baipi and handed it to Wu Jia. Wu Jia immediately responded with joy, accepting Chen Zhi's knife, his status elevated in an instant, filling him with elation. Though his injuries were severe, he seemed to feel no pain from that moment on. At this juncture, Chen Zhi extracted a finely folded paper pouch from his treasure bag, containing medicinal powder, a blend of spiritual herbs and modern pharmaceuticals, capable of staunching blood flow and facilitating rapid healing. This precious powder had been entrusted to him by Bao Ping before his departure, intended for saving lives in critical moments. Wu Jia's role was crucial, for those Earth Immortals had recently submitted, their wildness still intact, inherently cunning and coerced into obedience. Once underground, they might well breach into the molten rock below, leading to the annihilation of Chen Zhi's team. Thus, it was imperative to have one of their own accompany them. Chen Zhi carefully applied the medicinal powder to Wu Jia's shell, and the bleeding soon ceased. A spiritual aura enveloped Wu Jia, as the elixir quickly took effect. Everyone watched as his skin gradually healed. The scratches were superficial, having not damaged any tendons or bones, and in less than half an hour, Wu Jia was fully restored. Go forth. Chen Zhi patted Wu Jia's robust shell. Keep an eye on these Earth Immortals. Do not be afraid. Remember your identity. You are the divine envoy of the Jiang clan. Yes, Wu Jia responded, striding boldly into the midst of the green little beings, then proclaimed loudly, all Earth Immortals, follow me. Do not lag behind. Those who defy orders shall be executed. With that, he stretched out his arms, plunging into the ground like a stake. And in the blink of an eye, he vanished. The green little beings followed suit, one by one leaping into the earth, disappearing into the soil. Damn it. These little green sprites are remarkably swift. I wonder how they traverse underground. Pang Wei mused, scratching the earth beneath him, perplexed, before glancing at Chen Zhi and grinning. Hey, what did the old Earth Immortal say? Beneath this place lies the burial tomb of Yelu Chu Kai, filled with countless treasures of gold and jewels. and many beautiful maidens laid to rest. Since we're already here and have time, why don't we? No. Chen Zhi interrupted decisively, his expression turning grave. Have you forgotten our promise? Upon reaching Kent Mountain, we are not to take anything we encounter. This is all the property of the Golden family. Oh, right. I almost forgot. Pang Wei finally realized, glancing at Hu Meng beside him, hastily correcting himself. My apologies, brother. I let my professional instincts get the better of me. How could I speak such words? Rest assured, we will merely take a look. Not a single hair will be taken. After all, Genghis Khan is your ancestor. We are all brothers. How could we desecrate a brother's ancestral tomb? Moreover, my status has transformed. How could a person of my caliber, like Fat Wei, engage in such morally reprehensible acts as grave digging? That would be utterly beneath me. Ah, I perceive that Hu Meng has been turning pale since earlier, feeling a tad awkward and at a loss for words. No worries, for we Mongolians are known for our hospitality. All of you brothers are friends of our Golden family, and I trust you would never act against us. Upon finishing his words, Hu Meng clasped his fists once more. Very well, let us ascend. Chen Zhi gestured to everyone. The dawn is approaching. We shall rest briefly before embarking on our quest for the colorful gemstone mine at first light. Chapter 310, Deep Within the Earth, Part 2. Thus, they retraced their steps along the original path. Naturally, this journey proved even more arduous than before. The recent upheaval had nearly collapsed the entire mine tunnel, leaving the ground strewn with piles of coal and debris. In certain areas, the path was entirely obstructed, necessitating considerable effort to clear a passage. At long last, they emerged back onto the surface, now well past 4 in the morning. Upon reaching the entrance, they found the old miners gathered outside, their faces marked by dread. Some clutching talismans meant to ward off evil spirits. Their astonishment was palpable when they saw Chen Zhi and the others emerge, quickly giving way to jubilant cheers. Since the moment they had seen Chen Zhi and his companions enter, these old miners had feared they would never return. Little did they know. Not only had they returned safely, but they also brought good tidings. Hu Meng relayed the prearranged message to the old miners, assuring them that the missing miners had all been found and that no supernatural forces were at play. They had merely succumbed to disorientation within the mine. As the bodies had not been recovered, Hu Meng displayed the miners' caps to assuage their fears, encouraging them to relax and resume their normal lives. These simple-minded Mongolian miners, upon witnessing the safe return of their comrades, readily accepted Hu Meng's words, and their fears began to dissipate. Hu Meng also urged the old miners to expedite the repair of the electrical system to restore power to the village, assuring them that all would return to normal once they descended from the mountain. Following Hu Meng's instructions, the old miners lit their lamps and set off to locate the damaged circuits, inspecting the power generation system. By now, it was indeed past 4 in the morning, and the sky above the mountains was beginning to brighten, surrounded by lush greenery and the cheerful calls of birds. Emerging from the coal mine, Chen Zhi and his companions were covered in coal dust, their faces and bodies so grimy they resembled filthy little monkeys, in dire need of a hot bath. However, upon returning to the villa, they discovered only icy cold water flowing from the pipes, which left them feeling quite disheartened. Yet, good news soon arrived. The old miners had successfully identified the location of the broken circuit, and the damage was minimal, allowing for swift repairs. As the entire village regained its power supply, the mansion of the mine owner was immediately illuminated, with lights shining brightly everywhere, and the water heater could finally be activated, allowing them the luxury of warm showers. The recent journey was exhilarating for Humming. In his 20-some years of life, he had never imagined such an electrifying day would come. He sat in the hall, his face aglow with excitement, endlessly bombarding Chen Zhi and Pang Wei with questions, even inquiring about the places they had visited and the appearance of the world's edge. Amidst Hu Meng's incessant inquiries, one by one, the others retreated to the bathroom to wash off the coal dust before venturing into the mountains. Though Hu Meng's uncle had tragically passed away in that very bathing area, such thoughts were of little concern at that moment. The first to emerge from the shower was Lao Jindo, who, after donning a bathrobe and drying his hair with a towel, hesitated for a spell before finally entering the room. He sat across from Chen Zhi, awkwardly clearing his throat and remaining silent, seemingly awaiting Chen Zhi to speak first. "Uncle Jean, is there something on your mind?" Chen Zhi inquired, noting Lao Jindo's fidgeting. "It's nothing significant, just, Lao Jindo was indeed waiting for Chen Zhi to prompt him, responding somewhat bashfully. Well, Chen Zhi, there is something I'd like to discuss with you. You see, could we possibly alter our original plan? The original plan? Chen Zhi gazed at Lao Jindo in confusion. According to the initial arrangement, due to the high risks associated with this mission, only Chen Zhi, Pang Wei, Gui Dao, and Ji Ying were to enter the underground tomb. Others would merely become burdens. When Lao Jindo arrived, the task was already deemed complete, and he was to wait for news alongside the other two pilots. Should Chen Zhi and the others return, they would descend together. If any misfortune befell them, Lao Jindo would immediately contact Bao Ping. As the representative of the Golden family and the guide for Chen Zhi's team into the mountains, was essential for locating the colored gemstone mine, the whereabouts of which were a closely guarded secret known only to the Golden family. Once the gemstone mine was located, however, Hu Ming's role would conclude. He would swiftly return to the underground base before dawn, and any subsequent matters regarding the entrance to Genghis Khan's tomb would no longer concern him. Chen Zhi, I'd like to discuss something with you. Please don't hold my age against me, Lao Jindo said with a smile. At my advanced age, I have witnessed the storms of life and death. There is truly nothing to fear. Yet, the tomb of Genghis Khan is a marvel of the world. Who wouldn't desire to see it? I must confess that in my youth, I spent several years immersed in study, particularly captivated by the historical figure of Genghis Khan. My fascination with him knows no bounds, and I have long yearned to visit his tomb. Now that I find myself so close to realizing a lifelong dream, how could I possibly let this opportunity slip away? Upon hearing the old man's words, Chen Zhi immediately grasped his intent. Uncle Jean, it is not that I wish to prevent you, but the place is exceedingly perilous. Should any misfortune befall you, we would truly be at a loss for explanations. Moreover, you heard earlier that the subterranean spirits mentioned the tomb's profound depths, where the ground is intensely hot, far beyond what they can endure, let alone a human. Each of us possesses but one set of work attire. Even Ji Ying's outfit was hastily prepared, leaving no spare for you. Venturing down without proper gear is akin to courting death. But have you inquired about this? The old man appeared to be well prepared, promptly retrieving his large pack and unzipping it. Chen Zhi peered inside and discovered a work outfit identical to theirs. Have you forgotten, Chen Zhi? The old man chuckled, holding up the suit. I secretly ordered this from the Indians while I was at odds with you all, in preparation for venturing into the tomb. I procured 2 sets in total. While not as advanced as yours, it possesses similar basic functions and is certainly capable of withstanding both cold and heat. So, how about it? Allow this old fellow to accompany you. At my age, what is there to fear? If I were to lay eyes upon Genghis Khan's treasure, it would render my life worthwhile. Rest assured, I shall not be a burden. Even if I were to sacrifice my life here, I would not utter a single complaint. Chapter 311. The Old Man's Wish. Old Jean, you seem to have come well prepared, remarked Pang Wei, who had just finished a shower and rushed out of the bathroom upon hearing the old man's words. You, old rascal, managed to buy 2 sets of those expensive Indian work suits? Pray tell, did you embezzle funds, or where did you procure such wealth? Old Jean was infuriated by Pang Wei's insinuation. You insufferable fatso, you underestimate me far too much. Do you think I need to embezzle funds to buy a few suits from those Indians? If I were so inclined, I could purchase 100 of them, and the leopard would provide me with everything I desire. Why on earth would I need to steal from anyone? That won't do, Pang Wei replied, immediately turning to Chen Zhi and winking. Listen, Chen Zhi, this is not feasible. Our descent is already fraught with complications. We cannot afford to bring along a burden. Furthermore, who knows what conditions await us deep underground? Who has the time to tend to an elderly gentleman? This isn't a nursing home. I have already expressed my sentiments. I do not require your care. At this moment, Lao Jindo is genuinely anxious. I previously stated that if I were to meet with any misfortune underground, I would not blame anyone. Even if I were to sacrifice my life there, I would consider it worthwhile, as it has long been my aspiration to behold the tomb of Genghis Khan. You must be joking. How old are you? Use some common sense. Fat Wei, vehemently opposing, slammed the towel onto the table. I said, Lao Jin too, are you getting carried away? Do you think I am concerned about you? We are not embarking on a leisurely trip. If you insist on descending, it would be akin to courting death. Moreover, how will you settle the 2 months' wages you owe me after your demise? Do you intend to default on your debt? It is futile to reason with you. Lao Jindo, now truly agitated, glared at Fat Wei with reddened eyes and declared, Listen here, I will be straightforward. If you do not take me down, I can hold back your wages for 20 years, and every subsequent month, I shall deduct half of your earnings. Even the leopard cannot manage me. Do you believe it? I have handled accounts for many years. I may lack other skills, but I certainly know how to find faults. If you do not believe me, try it. If you dare to obstruct me this time, I will confront you. I will even crash into a wall, and let us see how you explain it when you return. Hey, you old man, are you challenging me? Fat Wei had not anticipated that Lao Jindo would resort to such unscrupulous tactics, leaving him at a loss. In this society, even the wicked grow old. May I inquire something? Hu Ming, who had been silently listening to their quarrel, finally approached as he noticed Lao Jindo pulling out 2 sets of work uniforms. I believe I heard you, Uncle Jean, say that you purchased 2 sets of work uniforms, correct? What do you intend to do? Upon seeing Hu Ming approach, Fat Wei sensed his ulterior motives. Do not tell me you wish to join us. You think this is merely a sightseeing excursion? This is not a group tour, and your ancestors would surely not recognize you as their descendant. If they were to become a hairy dumpling, they would not hesitate to eliminate you. Not at all. Hu Ming replied, feigning innocence. I simply wish to honor our ancestor, Temujin. It is my duty to protect the tomb of my forebear. I cannot feel at ease if you descend without me. I must accompany you. He added, moreover, I represent the Huangjin family, and this is my responsibility. Furthermore, Hu Ming grinned, revealing his half-yellowed teeth. There are ready-made clothes available, and if Uncle Jean, at his age, can go down, what is stopping me? A true Mongolian. Rest assured, I will not hinder your progress. We of the Huangjin family have always been warriors. Enough, enough, do not boast further. If I hear more about your illustrious family history, my ears may well bubble over. Fat Wei hastily waved his hands, interrupting Hu Ming's monologue, then turned to Chen Zhi, earnestly stating, in any case, I certainly do not agree. We have all ventured into the tomb of the drought god, and we are acutely aware of the stifling heat that pervades that cursed place. The situation you described earlier prompted me to reflect. If that tomb truly lies at such profound depths and is surrounded by layers of treacherous structures, it poses a significant peril. Without exceptional stamina, one would scarcely manage to reach it. Let us not forget that during our expedition to the tomb of the drought god, had it not been for our weapons, we would have surely perished. However, I am no longer the person I once was. Chen Zhi glanced at Fat Wei, then turned his gaze towards Lao Jindo and Hu Ming. Prince Hu Ming's request is entirely reasonable. I had previously made a promise. This site is the property of the Golden family, and should you wish to accompany us into the depths, we have no grounds to refuse you. Of course, the decision to descend is ultimately yours to make. I can only pledge to protect you to the best of my abilities. Yet if you were to meet your demise down there, it would not be my fault. That is only natural, Hu Ming replied, thumping his chest in assurance. I now swear on the honor of my ancestors that if I, Hu Ming, should perish underground, I will not utter a single word of blame against you. Chen Zhi nodded slightly at Hu Ming's words. He then turned his attention to Lao Jindo, who appeared exceedingly agitated. Since earlier, his neck had reddened and thickened, and he trembled while clutching 2 sets of work uniforms, evidently having made up his mind prior to this moment. Uncle Jean, have you truly contemplated this? Chen Zhi asked with a smile. You must understand that if you insist on descending, it is highly probable that you may not return. I understand, Lao Jindo replied, lifting his chin defiantly. Chen Zhi, let me speak candidly. From the day I learned we were coming to Mongolia, I resolved to undertake this journey. Since my youth, I have been fascinated by the study of historical figures, particularly Genghis Khan. I have amassed countless biographies and anecdotes about him. If I had not encountered this opportunity, it would have been one thing, but now that I have stumbled upon his tomb, I must see it for myself, even if it costs me my life. I am willing. Chapter 312. Preparing to depart very well. Chen Zhi smiled and nodded. Since you have made your decision, let us proceed together. You may don one set of work attire, and the other can be lent to Prince Hu Ming. Excellent. Lao Jindo exclaimed joyously upon hearing Chen Zhi's agreement, eagerly pulling Hu Ming into another room to discuss the attire. Meanwhile, Fat Wei's expression turned pale as he watched Lao Jindo and Hu Ming exit. He quickly turned back to Chen Zhi and said, Orange, what is wrong with you? Are you serious? This is no jest. If that old man encounters any misfortune, how do you intend to explain it to Bao Ping? There was no need for elaboration. Chen Zhi gazed at the excited figure of old Jindo and remarked that everyone possesses the right to choose to engage in activities they cherish during their limited lifespan. Old Jindo is a man of understanding and his decisions are made after careful contemplation. It is likely that Bao Ping can grasp this notion. But what will happen after he descends? Fat Wei said, his expression somewhat complicated. After all, he is of considerable age. Who has the energy to care for him? You forgot what I said back at the dry god tomb. I am no longer the person I once was. After voicing this, Chen Zhi touched the Jiang family mark on his tiger's mouth. I will do my utmost to protect you all, as will Ghost Blade and Ji Ying. If, in the end, we find ourselves powerless, we can only let nature take its course. Sighing, Fat Wei nodded in melancholy agreement, then fell silent. Next came the time for rest. Although dawn was approaching, the current mission into the mountains was of great significance, so conserving their strength was paramount. Human endurance is ultimately finite, as is energy. In the face of sudden dangers, quick wit and adaptability are crucial. Only with good energy and stamina can one execute a mission. Those who can go days and nights without sleep exist solely in the realms of unrealistic novels and fantasies. After enjoying a soothing hot bath, Hu Ming rummaged through the warehouse and unearthed some edible provisions. He was in high spirits, busily slicing bread and ham for everyone. They had a simple meal before retreating to their rooms to rest. Chen Zhi commanded that everyone should sleep sufficiently, disregarding time, and each person was to awaken naturally. Despite Chen Zhi's instructions, perhaps due to their excitement, everyone was wide awake by noon. However, each had enjoyed ample rest and was full of energy, particularly Hu Ming. Ever since learning he could accompany Chen Zhi and the others into the tomb, was thrilled to the point of tears, his eyes gleaming with fervor. He tore a strip of cloth from his garment and, with his own blood, inscribed a farewell letter to be delivered to old Grandpa Mert. In this missive, he expressed his indifference to life and death, pledging his all for the Golden family. He declared his willingness to sacrifice his life to reclaim the illustrious past of his ancestors, and if he were to perish, he implored the members of the Golden family not to mourn, but rather to have old Grandpa Mert create a golden statue in his likeness and place it beside the statue of Genghis Khan, ensuring that the descendants of the Golden family would forever remember him. His words were filled with grandiose rhetoric that could make one shudder with its melodrama. Hu Ming recited this freshly penned blood letter with tears glistening in his eyes before all the old miners, stirring them to the core and bringing tears to their eyes, making Chen Zhi and the others feel as though they were about to face execution. Once this exaggerated ritual concluded, Chen Zhi instructed everyone to don their work attire, and then they began their ascent into the mountains. The work attire crafted by the Indians is truly remarkable. Although this high-fiber material is classified as an alloy metal, its texture is remarkably soft, with intricate details around the joints that are almost as delicate as silk. Moreover, the wireless system provided by Mina is indeed not an exaggeration. The moment they donned the hats of their work uniforms, a liquid crystal display appeared before them, revealing the locations, heart rates, and various physical indicators of their companions in clear view. The clarity of the wireless communication was exceptional, allowing for seamless interaction among them. With this wireless system assisting them, Chen Zhi and his companions were truly empowered. During their journey, Humong informed the group that the location of the colorful gemstone mine lay deep within the mountains. Although some outsiders had ventured into Kent Mountain in the past, the site of the gemstone mine had never been discovered by anyone else. The Golden family held great confidence in this matter, as they were aware that numerous protective barriers had been established there since ancient times. These barriers rendered the treasures within transparent, safeguarding the precious gemstone mine, which appeared inconspicuous from the outside, while allowing members of the Golden family to enter freely. Thus, despite the gemstone mine producing exceedingly valuable gems each year, the colorful gemstones of Mongolia have remained enshrined in legend throughout history, representing the Golden family's most significant secret. Only a select few direct descendants are privy to the exact location of this gemstone mine, including Humong's uncle, who happens to be Fu Yuanyuan's husband, and Humong himself, as he is the most favored grandson of Old Man Mert. The number of those in the know is exceedingly limited. Over the years, despite Humong's hedonistic lifestyle, reveling in extravagance and debauchery, he has never divulged a single word about the mine to outsiders, even in drunken stupors. Under Humong's guidance, Chen Zhi and his companions successfully navigated into the mountains. The paths within were treacherously difficult, and the wildlife had vanished, with contaminated water sources making food resupply challenging. However, with Humong leading the way, their previously concerning dietary needs were alleviated. It turned out that beneath every segment of the mountain path lay an underground storage room, where the Golden family had stored durable food and water for convenience, along with comfortable bedding for overnight stays. As they traversed Kent Mountain over the past few days, Hamong was able to pinpoint these underground storage rooms with remarkable accuracy, providing sustenance and water for the group. This greatly diminished the difficulties of hunting and sourcing water, while also ensuring a safe place to rest at night. Although Kent Mountain was vast and perilous, on the fourth day, they finally reached the depths of the mountain, arriving at the heart of a grand rocky valley. Here, Chen Zhi finally beheld the legendary treasure of the Golden family, the Mongolian colorful gemstone mine. Chapter 3:13. Entering the valley. Upon witnessing this gorge, Chen Zhi truly understood what it meant to behold a treasure bestowed by the heavens. Within the depths of the canyon, a resplendent radiance dances, as if the air itself is imbued with a myriad of vibrant hues, swirling gracefully, coalescing and dissipating in a harmonious display. Everything glimmers with brilliance, ensconced in a sea of luminous treasures. Surrounding the canyon is a colossal ring of naturally formed rocks, resembling an immense fortification that encapsulates the entire gorge. Towering above, a series of bronze columns rise majestically, each as wide as a man and stretching skyward. These columns stand resolutely upright, adorned with bifurcations that hold an array of intricate bronze bells, which jingle melodiously in the breeze. Each bell bears ancient incantations, etched in a vivid crimson hue. Above these bronze bifurcations, colossal hides of ancient beasts dangle, their size astonishing, covered in dark, glistening scales, seemingly stripped from the hide of some dragon-like creature, remaining intact despite the passage of millennia. Additionally, numerous yellow fabric banners cascade down from the bronze columns, inscribed with incantations in cinnabar. Some are ancient, while others appear to have been inscribed in recent years. However, upon closer inspection, Chen Zhi noticed that despite their antiquity, the protective barrier formed by these incantations had been breached, rendering it akin to a fortress with its gates flung wide open. "Oh my goodness, this is truly ancient," exclaimed Pang Wei, unable to contain his astonishment even in the presence of these bronze pillars. "It is likely that these artifacts predate the Xia dynasty. I have heard tales of another dynasty that existed before the Xia, a time of deities, which starkly contrasts with the present landscape. Though remnants of bronze artifacts can still be seen, they pale in comparison to these pillars, whose engravings and craftsmanship are beyond human capability. As if they had sprouted from the earth itself, these are indeed genuine divine relics." After expressing his admiration, Pang Wei approached one of the bronze columns, which bore a multitude of yellow banners, intricately adorned with cinnabar markings, many of which had begun to fray and tear. "Orange," Pang Wei softly beckoned, urging Chen Zhi to come closer. "Do you see this?" He pointed out the tattered edges of the banners to Chen Zhi. These yellow fabrics were once interconnected, forming a protective circle around the canyon, yet now they lay in tatters, having been forcefully breached. From the gash, it was evident that a formidable creature had entered the canyon, likely wreaking havoc upon the nearby village. It was reasonable to surmise that the villagers were in dire straits. Chen Zhi nodded slightly, acknowledging that they had anticipated such a scenario. Old Man Mert had previously informed them that the miners within the gem mine had not been in contact for quite some time. Unlike the coal miners down the mountain, these miners were connected to the Golden family by marriage, being collateral descendants of the family. Mert's own daughter had married into the village of the gem mine and had given birth there. They had always maintained a close relationship with the Golden family, so when communication ceased, Mert anticipated that the village had encountered misfortune. Now, seeing the situation outside the village, Chen Zhi estimated that all the villagers had likely perished. At this moment, the sky began to darken, and a cool breeze stirred. The mountain skies darkened early, and once night fell, the winds would become biting. During their days traversing the mountains, had they not found refuge in the underground warehouses, they would have likely been whisked away like grains of sand by the wind. "Everyone, take heed." Chen Zhi raised his right hand, signaling for them to gather closely. "We must descend into the valley and enter the village below, but I suspect there are no living souls left there. The dark forces we encountered on our ascent have not been seen, so they are likely present within the village. Should we encounter them, it will be a battle. Therefore, we must exercise extreme caution as we enter. Hu Meng will lead the way, and we will follow closely behind to protect you. Remember, we must not make a sound, hold your breath, and tread carefully. Regardless of what we encounter, do not act recklessly." Everyone responded solemnly, swiftly forming a line. Hu Meng, being well acquainted with the terrain and the only one who had previously entered the village of the gem mine, took the lead. Pang Wei drew his large stone-cutting knife, prepared to face any danger that might arise ahead. Chen Zhi and the remaining members positioned themselves in the center, with Gui Dao, as usual, guarding the rear. All right, let us proceed, Chen Zhi whispered, then waved his hand. Hu Meng quickly rubbed his hands together, adjusted his breathing, and with his small dagger in hand, crouched down and leaped off the rock, leading everyone into the depths of the valley. This valley was encircled by towering rocks, filled with lush greenery, with magnificent trees reaching for the sky. Some of the plants were unidentifiable, and the terrain below was low-lying, appearing as if nestled within a vast pod of greenery. Hu Meng had visited this village twice before and was vaguely familiar with the winding roads. He skillfully led the group through the intricate mountain paths, taking a shortcut downhill. Soon, they caught sight of the village nestled within the valley, concealed by the surrounding cliffs and bordered by fields and streams. The uneven houses were interspersed among the lush greenery, appearing ethereal from a distance, shrouded in mist and clouds, evoking a sense of poetic beauty. However, as they drew nearer, the scene that unfolded before them was far beyond their expectations. Chapter 314. The Gem Village. At this moment, the valley was entirely enveloped in verdant foliage, with towering trees casting dappled sunlight as twilight approached, gradually shrouding the valley in darkness. Yet, the scene within Gem Village was not at all as Chen Zhi and his companions had envisioned. They had anticipated a desolate wasteland, littered with corpses, and even more horrifying scenarios had crossed their minds. To their astonishment, the village was alive with flickering lights, bustling with vitality. From a distance, they observed villagers strolling along the pathways of the village. "What is happening?" Pang Wei exclaimed, widening his eyes as he gazed ahead. In disbelief, he turned to Chen Zhi and asked, "Didn't you just say the barrier had been breached? Yet look ahead. Those villagers seem to be going about their lives as usual. Could it be that we have overthought this? There is no sign of any darkness encroaching upon them. They are simply living their lives here." Chen Zhi, taken aback by the sight before him, watched the villagers moving freely through the fields. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head resolutely. "This is impossible. If they had not been harmed by anything, they could not have severed ties with the outside world. Half a year is not a trivial span. They have not called for help nor made contact with the outside. This indicates that they must have been confined or worse, perished. What then is going on?" Pang Wei pointed towards the village. The evidence was undeniable. The villagers were indeed lively and moving about as if nothing were amiss, while they crouched stealthily in the grass like thieves. What Pang Wei asserted was undeniably true. Faced with the unfolding scene, Chen Zhi retrieved his binoculars to gaze ahead. Their binoculars possessed long-range observation capabilities and night vision, allowing them to explore considerable distances. Through the lens, it was evident that those traversing the fields and the village were indeed villagers clad in the coarse garments typical of rural Mongolia, some adorned with mining helmets and lamps. Unmistakably workers from the gem mines. Moreover, the communal environment of the village indicated that the villagers enjoyed exceptionally favorable living conditions. In the village, most of the residences are standalone villas, some of which emulate Western architectural styles. The public amenities are exceedingly convenient, and the horticulture and floral arrangements are meticulously curated. The public greenery within the village is stunning, rendering it a veritable paradise. What should we do? Fat Wei turned to Chen Zhi. Look at the Mongolian compatriots. They are thriving, while we hide here like thieves. Isn't that rather foolish? I propose we enter the village and meet the locals. Perhaps they have prepared lamb dishes for us. Let us take our time with the rest, Chen Zhi replied, still harboring some reservations. After contemplating, he turned to his companion. Hu Meng, could you use the binoculars to see if there is anyone you recognize in the village? Please scrutinize closely. All right. Hu Meng, unable to contain his excitement after hearing their earlier conversation, eagerly took the binoculars from Chen Zhi and gazed ahead. I see her, he exclaimed, pointing towards the largest house in the fields. The woman sitting in front of that big house is my aunt, the youngest daughter of Grandfather Muerte. She married into this village 10 years ago, marrying the son of the village chief. She is standing right at the door. Let us hurry over. My aunt will be so delighted to see me, Hu Meng said, setting the binoculars down and preparing to rush forward. Wait. Chen Zhi immediately halted him, his expression serious as he inquired, Are you certain? Is that truly your aunt? Is there a possibility that someone could be masquerading as her? Or could there be another explanation? Oh, come on. I can't be mistaken. Hu Ming replied eagerly. That's my own aunt. How could I not recognize her? Look at her. She's wearing the long, patterned skirt made by our family's tailor. And see that child beside her? That's her daughter, my little cousin. I wouldn't confuse that. Is that so? Fat Wei, hearing this, took the binoculars to look as well. Indeed, in front of the largest villa stood a middle-aged woman. She was slightly plump, adorned in vibrant colors with exaggerated jewelry, a quintessential representation of Mongolian attire. A little girl, aged around 3 to 5 years, with 2 braids, was frolicking around the entrance. If that truly is your aunt, then we are no longer mistaken. Fat Wei lowered the binoculars and turned to the group. It seems we have overly indulged in our suspicions, thinking something was amiss, when in fact, they seem to be living quite well. All right, let us not linger here any longer. Let us head into the village. We can address any matters once we are inside and see what treats Prince Hu Ming's aunt has in store for us. After Fat Wei spoke, everyone's anxiety dissipated, and they stood to follow Hu Ming towards the village. Stop! Chen Zhi commanded sharply, halting their actions. Everyone turned around, casting peculiar glances at Chen Zhi. What's the matter? Is something amiss? To my mind, there's no need to overthink. Hu Ming can see clearly that's her dear aunt. Could she possibly be mistaken? I understand your concern. You fear they might have transformed into those creatures. Yet, fret not, for such beings wobble when they walk, unlike them, who stride with such fluidity. Moreover, if they truly were those hairy, monstrous Zongzi, they would not evade my discerning gaze. Rest assured. Look, even Hu Ming's little cousin is right there, bouncing around, so lively. Chen Zhi offered no reply to Pang Wei, instead raising the binoculars to scrutinize the portly woman and the little girl ahead. Indeed, the little girl was exceedingly lively, frolicking around her mother, and everything appeared quite normal. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered within Chen Zhi, an inexplicable sense that something was off. Chapter 315. Hu Ming's fourth aunt. The movements of those individuals were remarkably nimble, and their pace swift, seemingly devoid of the sluggishness typical of the deceased. The trouble lay in their excessive agility, their actions executed at an oddly heightened frequency, exuding an air of restlessness. What is holding you back? Pang Wei urged from beside him. Orange, are you perhaps being overly cautious? Trust me, those individuals are certainly not hairy creatures. Do you think transforming into Zongzi is so simple? Such lifeless beings are easily discernible from afar, and with this many, they cannot possibly be the kind of monstrosity draped in human skin. I just scrutinized them through the binoculars, and everything seems fine. Let us proceed and take a closer look. Even if, for the sake of argument, those wandering figures were indeed zombie Zongzi, what do we have to fear? With our current strength, we could easily send them back to the earth with a single strike. Still, we should exercise caution. After setting down the binoculars, Chen Zhi pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. Let us remain silent for now. We'll stealthily advance along the grass by the roadside, allowing me to observe those individuals up close before we devise a plan. All right, Pang Wei nodded in agreement. Thus, the group formed a line, traversing the thicket outside the village, cautiously making their way inward. They proceeded with utmost care, although Hu Ming had completely lowered her guard. Eager to step into her aunt's home, Chen Zhi insisted that everyone maintain their composure, holding their breath and minimizing any noise. Before long, they found themselves navigating through the tall grass of the fields, ultimately arriving at the grand villa where Hu Ming's aunt resided. In front of the grand villa lies a dirt trench, overgrown with long wild grass. Chen Zhi and his companions leaped into it, bracing themselves against the edge as they gazed ahead. Before them stood an imposing mansion, an eclectic blend of Mongolian folklore and Western villa aesthetics. The vibrant decorations adorning the entrance, though somewhat gaudy, highlighted the spaciousness and grandeur of the estate, unmistakably the residence of the most esteemed individuals in the village. From their vantage point, they could distinctly see Hu Ming's fourth aunt, standing at the entrance with her child. The woman wore an exceedingly extravagant robe, adorned in hues of red and green, and a bright crimson silk scarf draped over her head, her back turned to Chen Zhi and his friends. Meanwhile, Hu Ming's little cousin seemed exceedingly exuberant, darting around her mother, her 2 braids bobbing up and down, obscuring her features. As Hu Ming spotted his aunt before him, he instinctively opened his mouth to call out, only to be swiftly silenced by Chen Zhi's hand over his mouth. Wait, Chen Zhi murmured, his gaze flickering toward the scene ahead. Did you notice? That woman's attire is covered in dust. While I am not well versed in the customs of this village, my estimation suggests that this garment has not been washed for months. Upon hearing this, Pang Wei finally acknowledged the detail. He scrutinized the clothing of the woman and her child, and indeed, Hu Ming's fourth aunt's robe was laden with dust, with patches of mud in places, resembling that of a ragged scavenger. Turning back to Hu Ming, Pang Wei cautiously remarked, Prince Hu Ming, I do not intend to imply any discord among ethnicities. Is it customary for your nomadic people to refrain from washing their clothes for several months? How nonsensical, Hu Ming retorted, visibly displeased by Pang Wei's comment. This is sheer ethnic discrimination. What era are we in? Our nomadic culture has long since evolved beyond its former image. Moreover, you might not be aware, but the inhabitants of the gemstone mine are exceedingly affluent. The village chief possesses more wealth than my grandfather. My fourth aunt, despite her current plumpness, was once renowned for her beauty and always took pride in her cleanliness. When she adorns herself, she surpasses your celebrities in allure. How could she possibly go months without washing her garments? After speaking, Hu Ming seized the binoculars from Pang Wei and peered intently into the distance, his brow furrowing deeply. This is peculiar, he conceded, hesitating. My aunt typically wears this long robe frequently, and I have seen her in it numerous times. Yet, it has never appeared this soiled. It truly seems as though she has endured the elements for months without a wash. Beyond the issue of clothing, Chen Zhi lowered his voice, stating, I have observed closely. The little girl's movements are excessively rapid, and her speed is remarkably uniform. This is beyond human capability. Her current demeanor is less about vivacity and more akin to restlessness, reminiscent of a bee or fly that, startled, flits about frantically. However, your aunt's head remained perpetually tilted forward, although we could not see her face from behind. My understanding of human cranial structure suggests that her skull appeared somewhat diminished. What do you mean by that? Hu Ming, upon hearing these words, grew anxious. Are you implying that my fourth aunt and my little cousin are in trouble? Then what am I witnessing right now? No, I must go and see for myself. At that moment, Hu Ming's Mongolian spirit surged forth. He drew a small dagger from his waist, brushed it against his chest, and prepared to leap forward. Hey, brother. Hold on. Don't be rash. Pang Wei exclaimed, hastily wrapping his arms around Hu Ming's waist. What is the rush? Let us assess the situation first. Charging in blindly would be tantamount to seeking death. How can I not be anxious? It's not your fourth aunt in peril, Hu Ming retorted, his eyes ablaze with urgency. If something has indeed happened to them, or if they've been struck and rendered senseless, I must rescue them and get them to the hospital. Perhaps there is still time. Are you foolish? Pang Wei replied, still gripping his waist. If your fourth aunt were truly in danger, it's already too late for you to save her. The two of them are likely beyond help. Just then, a peculiar sound emanated from ahead, an odd noise reminiscent of a strange creature shifting its bones. Whether it was Hu Ming and Pang Wei's raucousness or some other cause, Hu Ming's fourth aunt seemed to sense their presence. Her body gradually turned, slowly directing her gaze toward Chen Zhi and the others. When everyone beheld Hu Ming's fourth aunt's visage, their eyes widened in terror. Hu Ming immediately clasped his mouth to suppress a scream. Chapter 316. The insectoid face. It was a countenance beyond description. Hu Ming's fourth aunt, adorned with a vibrant red scarf, appeared to have shrunk to a third of her original size. Her features grotesquely compacted, as if a bizarre little figure had been affixed to her neck. Her face was riddled with numerous intersecting black dots, resembling a visage covered in pinpricks, so densely packed that anyone with a fear of clusters would likely succumb to nausea at first glance. Furthermore, her eyes had transformed entirely to a pitch-black hue, and her face, marred with those dark spots, oozed orange-red pus, resembling a honeycomb. As she swayed, the myriad tiny black dots on her honeycomb-like face seemed to writhe with a life of their own, sending chills down one's spine. What on earth is that? Even Pang Wei, seasoned by countless trials and tribulations, felt the urge to retch. Oh my goodness, it's utterly revolting. I can eat hot pot beside corpses. But that face is truly a death sentence. At that moment, as the woman approached, the previously erratic girl hastened to join her. The girl's face was covered in a dense array of black spots, even more numerous than those on her mother's visage. Her features appeared contorted, resembling a headless insect as she buzzed towards them, brimming with anxiety and searching frantically. Do not speak. It seems they lack vision, Chen Zhi murmured softly before gesturing for everyone to hold their breath. Indeed, Hu Ming's fourth aunt stumbled closer. her proximity to them increasing to the point where she nearly pressed her face against Chen Zhi's, yet remained oblivious to their presence. As for Hu Meng's little cousin, her countenance was grotesque, instilling a sense of fear. She buzzed about erratically, filled with agitation and rage. Her shrunken face bore an unsettling resemblance to that of an enraged insect, sending chills down the spine of anyone who dared to glance at her. Witnessing the girl's terrifying demeanor, everyone froze in place, too afraid to utter a sound. After an extended period of silence, just as they felt they could endure no longer, Hu Meng's fourth aunt seemed to abandon the area, turning to leave, while the girl continued her buzzing chaos, darting off to another location. With a sigh of relief, Fat Wei exhaled deeply only after the mother and daughter had distanced themselves. He covered his mouth with his hand, donned the mask from his work uniform, and then remarked over the radio, "What on earth were those creatures? They are truly terrifying. My goodness, those black spots on their faces resemble a sprinkling of sesame seeds, sending shivers down my spine, so utterly revolting." Seeing Fat Wei's actions, the others finally realized that simply wearing the masks would prevent their voices from carrying. Since Mina's wireless device had been integrated into their uniforms, communication remained seamless. Moreover, the uniforms themselves possessed a spatial isolation feature. When the hood was worn, it could function as stereo headphones, with the masks serving as a microphone. Once they concealed their faces with the masks, their voices entered a different channel. Inaudible outside, yet crystal clear within the wireless communication. Indeed, it is quite repulsive. Lao Jindo felt a wave of nausea wash over him, but chose not to elaborate further. He gestured towards Fat Wei, indicating Hu Meng, and shook his head. It was then that everyone noticed Hu Meng's eyes had turned a blood-red hue. Clutching a small dagger tightly in his hand, he glared ferociously at the mother and daughter ahead. "What has happened to my aunt? And my little cousin? Who has harmed them? I shall confront those fiends." As Hu Meng spoke, he trembled with rage, his veins visibly protruding, as he attempted to ascend the dirt slope to pursue his fourth aunt. "Whoa, buddy, calm down. Don't stir the beasts." Fat Wei desperately held onto Hu Meng. At that moment, Chen Zhi calmly remarked over the wireless, "Your aunt and cousin are no longer with us. Their bodies must have been inhabited by foreign entities. I observe that their faces are all contorted and shrunken, likely due to the complete extraction of their brain matter. Human bones are quite fragile, and once the brain matter and fluids are entirely removed, the head and features collapse into a mass, with the facial features squished together. The numerous dark specks on their faces resemble characteristics of flying insects. If I am not mistaken, they have been possessed by some kind of airborne entity, which is now utilizing their bodies for movement. In other words, they have long since perished, and the foreign entities residing within their bodies are now roaming about using these corpses. I must venture inside to investigate." Hu Meng, in a state of heightened agitation, found his emotions spiraling out of control, gritting his teeth in anger. "I heard last year that my aunt had just given birth to a boy. He is a scion of our illustrious family. I must enter that residence and see if my little cousin still lives. I must rescue him." "Alas, brother, do you think that is even possible?" Fat Wei interjected, attempting to counsel him. "You need to calm down. Do not act impulsively. No, I must see for myself. I cannot allow them all to become monsters." Hu Meng was now devoid of reason, as if he might leap forth at any moment. Observing this, the others hastily restrained him, covering his mouth to stifle any sound, and huddled together, awaiting the arrival of nightfall. During this time, Chen Zhi utilized binoculars to tally the number of individuals in the vicinity. There were approximately 300 villagers moving about, all exhibiting remarkable speed. "We will wait here until darkness falls," Chen Zhi gently stated over the wireless. "It is impossible to evade these beings once night descends. We shall enter that villa and take a look." As the light faded, the surroundings grew eerily silent, save for the whispers of the wind and the movements of the creatures. Their current objective was to conceal their presence, hidden within the grass and at all costs. They must remain silent. Any disturbance might attract the attention of those entities, leading to dire consequences. After several hours of concealment in the underbrush, the night had enveloped the village entirely. The darkness shrouded the area, while the lights in the villas continued to flicker, and the villagers seemed utterly devoid of fatigue. Hastily traversing the village, at this juncture, Chen Zhi signaled to everyone, indicating a forward motion toward the grand villa ahead. As they swiftly formed a line, crouching low, the group hopped onto the mound of earth, stealthily making their way toward the grand villa belonging to Hu Meng's aunt. Chapter 317. The walls of the imposing mansion were not particularly high. After stealthily maneuvering around the back, several of the young ones effortlessly scaled the wall. Once atop, Pang Wei turned to extend a hand, assisting the elderly Jean Do to join them, and all leaped into the courtyard. This courtyard resembled a traditional circular design, showcasing the villagers' adherence to Mongolian cultural customs. Within the yard, a large tree branch bore a woolen blanket, while the ground was adorned with a mat upon which dried milk products lay in the sun, now covered in a layer of dust due to the passage of time. Although the second floor of the villa gleamed with light, the first floor beyond the main door was engulfed in darkness, an unsettling aura emanating from within. Chen Zhi exchanged glances with the others, and they quickly arranged themselves into 2 rows before advancing toward the house. The villa's door stood ajar, and with a gentle push, they entered. The entire living room was shrouded in darkness, obscuring any view of its contents, yet a disturbing hissing sound reverberated through the air, sending chills down their spines. Chen Zhi activated the spotlight on his arm, directing the beam ahead. At that moment, as the light illuminated the space, a wave of nausea washed over everyone, nearly causing them to retch. Before them lay a vast structure resembling a monstrous beehive, densely packed with innumerable holes, from which a viscous yellow fluid oozed, evoking a sense of profound disgust. Surrounding the hive were puddles of a strange liquid, reminiscent of ruptured eggs, flowing with a grotesque array of colors. Upon closer inspection, it became horrifyingly clear that the viscous substance was interspersed with human corpses. Each body appeared to be riddled with countless puncture wounds, torn and battered, their heads shrunken and limbs grotesquely dismembered. This, undoubtedly, was the nest of those creatures. Chen Zhi whispered into the radio. Though I am uncertain of the nature of these parasitic beings, I can deduce that they exhibit selectivity in their survival. Only the fittest endure. Akin to the process of insect hatching. Once they inhabit a human body, if they survive, they transform into mobile monstrosities like those outside. If they fail, they end up like the sight before us. Wait, that seems to be my uncle. Hu Meng exclaimed, his emotions surging uncontrollably. Trembling, he stepped forward. Drawn to the 2 corpses, an elderly man and a young man, presumably father and son. The younger man clutched an infant, not yet a year old, tightly in his arms. The infant's demise was utterly tragic. The head was entirely missing, and the neck's severed edge was replete with putrid flesh, resembling a gruesome bite taken from the living. Adorning the tiny hand was a silver bracelet. Witnessing this horrific scene, Homong could no longer contain himself. This is my little cousin. These beasts, these vile creatures. Homong's eyes blazed crimson, and his final exclamation erupted in Mongolian. I will slay them. Homong abruptly turned around, brandishing a dagger, ready to charge forth. However, in that fleeting moment of turning, he stood frozen, his gaze fixated ahead, his hand trembling slightly with the knife. Observing Homong's reaction, Chen Zhi and the others immediately realized he must have seen something. Everyone swiftly turned their heads, gasping in horror. Unbeknownst to them, Homong's 4th aunt and the girl had silently arrived in the courtyard, standing at the entrance, watching them. Their eyes and mouths contorted grotesquely, their tiny faces leaning forward incessantly, their bodies vibrating at a rapid pace, reminiscent of a furious wasp startled into rage. Homong, be cautious. That entity moves with great swiftness. Chen Zhi warned Homong urgently over the radio. But as soon as Chen Zhi's words fell, Homong had already dashed forward. You beasts, demons, I shall fight you all. Homong shouted vehemently in Mongolian, brandishing his dagger as he charged ahead. In that moment, his fury had eclipsed his fear, unleashing the primal ferocity inherent in his Mongolian blood. Just as he reached the courtyard's entrance, Homong's 4th aunt suddenly vanished before him, followed by a resonant buzz. The woman appeared behind Homong, her limbs curled like insect claws, seizing the robust Homong in an embrace. Then, with a buzz, she surged forth, shedding her shawl to reveal a pair of translucent wings, soaring into the sky like a giant hornet. Soon after, Homong's anguished scream echoed through the air. It seemed he had been bitten. Simultaneously, the little girl, frenzied like a rabid wasp, charged directly at Chen Zhi. Her entire body was covered in countless tiny black spots, now transformed into a dark crimson hue due to her extreme rage. Her speed was astonishing, akin to a bullet. As she approached Chen Zhi, she spread her hands wide and opened her mouth, revealing sharp teeth, a menacing visage, and lunged for Chen Zhi's face. With a thud, A spray of blood erupted as the girl collided with Chen Zhi's barrier, much like an insect striking a glass door, blood splattering as she fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Jing swiftly followed, delivering several strikes. Before the girl could rise, she was reduced to a heap of flesh, vibrant, grotesque fluids oozing from her shattered remains. What about Homong? Chen Zhi waved his hand to dispel the barrier and swiftly made his way outside. At that moment, it was evident that the ghost blade had descended from the sky, bearing the semi-conscious Hu Ming upon his shoulder. Hu Ming's shoulder bore the mark of a vicious bite, blood obscuring the wound. Yet fortunately, no tendons or bones were harmed, nor was a significant portion of flesh torn away. It seemed that his fourth aunt had been seized by the ghost blade just as she had bitten him. The ghost blade laid Hu Ming gently on the ground before drawing forth his long knife, declaring, "Those creatures are approaching. You all go inside first. I will handle them." Chapter 318. The Speed King. Having uttered these words, the ghost blade swiftly unsheathed his long knife and turned to face the impending threat. Concurrently, a deafening buzz began to resonate from all directions, as the sky above them became obscured by a swarm of dark figures, flickering with faint phosphorescence. When the buzzing, chaotic lights floated into view, they discerned the horrific truth. These were peculiar humans transformed into insectoid faces. These beings possessed transparent wings reminiscent of insects, and the glow emanated from those very wings. Their bodies vibrated at a fixed frequency, moving with astonishing speed. Insect behavior, Chen Zhi remarked quickly. These flying insects are highly social and exhibit extreme vengeance, much like wasps. We have just slain their companions. They will surely seek vengeance upon us until death. If captured, we would be devoured to the last morsel. What shall we do? Fat Wei also drew his large cleaver, gazing at the densely packed swarm of insect people. Damn it! This entire village must be here. What should we do? Should we go out or not? No. Chen Zhi shook his head decisively. We should all retreat inside, close the door, and leave them to the blade. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's command, everyone hurriedly dashed indoors. Fat Wei carried Hu Ming on his back, while Jing promptly pulled the door shut. Meanwhile, the insectoid figures lingered in the air for only a few seconds before, like a frenzied swarm of wasps, they collectively charged at the ghost blade. Outside, chaos erupted as the ghost blade's figure quickly vanished amidst the menacing swarm. Hu Ming still retained some awareness, bloodied and weak. He managed to ask in a faint voice, "Can he handle it alone? We cannot abandon him. Those insects are simply too fast." Heh, Fat Wei chuckled somewhat ungraciously. "No matter how swift they are, they cannot surpass my brother. Rest assured, my brother may not possess many skills, but capturing a few large wasps is certainly within his capability." With that, Fat Wei pushed the door shut with a resounding thud. Ji Ying immediately took her stance at the entrance, opening a small window on the wooden door to keep a close watch on the movements outside. In the ensuing minutes, the sounds from outside echoed clearly within the room, sending chills down their spines. The insectoid humans moved with alarming speed, the sound of their wings flapping resonating violently, as if capable of shattering the eardrums of those nearby. Even within the confines of the house, one could sense the immense fury emanating from outside, reminiscent of a colossal swarm of enraged wasps, magnified countless times, collectively tearing at the air. Through the small window in the wooden door, they observed that the corporeal form of the ghost blade had vanished from sight. In the darkness, the ghost blade flitted through the air like a wraith, and with each swift movement, insectoid beings plummeted from the sky. These creatures had been severed in half, their dismembered limbs quivering violently upon their descent, with vibrant fluids gushing forth from their wounds, creating a scene that was utterly disconcerting. After approximately 6 minutes, the cacophony outside gradually subsided. Jing pushed open the door and shone a spotlight from her arm into the courtyard. To her astonishment, the ground was strewn with the carcasses of the insectoid beings. The earth saturated with a colorful, viscous ichor, yet the air was devoid of any presence. The ghost blade stood in the center of the courtyard, brandishing his long blade, his entire form coated in the thick fluid of the insects, yet not a trace of blood marred his being. The blade glimmered under the light, pristine and white, resembling a crystal-clear pool, utterly untainted. At that moment, Hu Ming was utterly in awe of the ghost blade, leaning on Pang Wei's shoulder, excitedly pointing towards him. "Your brother is nothing short of a deity. It is simply incredible. I never imagined I would be fortunate enough to witness such a spectacle. Had I not seen it with my own eyes, I would have never dreamed such a formidable person could exist in this world. It seems my grandfather was indeed correct. Mr. Bao is backed by the most ancient powers of Huaxia, where many martial prodigies reside. I believe you are the Huaxia warrior they speak of. Enough of your inquiries, Pang Wei said, as he set Hu Ming down and approached the insectoid corpses, prodding them with his foot. It seems that the villagers here have all perished, transformed into this state. However, it stands to reason that the Dark Division should possess greater capabilities than merely this. Did they travel all this way just to turn these villagers into insects? That cannot be the extent of their objective. Chen Zhi glanced down at the bodies scattered on the ground. These are merely parasitic entities inhabiting human bodies. Perhaps the Dark Division's placement of these entities here was merely a coincidence, yet they have since proliferated and ultimately ravaged the villagers. The members of the Dark Division may have already departed, or perhaps they have yet to achieve their goal, lurking deeper in the shadows, watching us. Well, Pang Wei hesitated before looking at Chen Zhi, the orange. According to the photograph, Qin Yang should have been atop the great tree on this mountain peak. Now that we are here, shouldn't we ascend to take a look? Upon hearing the name Qin Yang, Chen Zhi furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation for a moment before turning to Hu Ming. How far is the large tree in the photograph from here? Over there. Hu Ming managed to support his injured body and pointed towards the cliff on the distant hillside. There stands the largest tree. We used to play there in our childhood. The photo was taken from the air, and it appeared as though a woman was hanging from the tree, seated there. However, that woman seemed. Enough. Chen Zhi interrupted Hu Ming, then turned to Lao Jindo. Uncle Jin, you and Hu Ming stay here. Please tend to his wounds without delaying our journey. Ji Ying will remain here to ensure your safety. When we return, we will venture into the gemstone mine. After stating this, Chen Zhi turned to Fat Wei and Gui Dao. Let us proceed to the hillside and inspect that grand tree. Chapter 319. The crimson mark. Hu Ming's injuries were quite severe, and the bites inflicted great pain. Though he descended from Mongolian lineage, he had been pampered since childhood and was unaccustomed to such suffering. Yet, with Ji Ying watching over him, Hu Ming gritted his teeth against the pain, his eyes rolling and beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Lao Jindo assisted him into the house, where the first floor was filled with corpses and insect eggs, making it unbearable to stay. Fortunately, the second floor remained remarkably clean. Lao Jindo tore open Hu Ming's outer garment, revealing flesh that had been gnawed by insects. He applied a special hemostatic powder, followed by disinfection and anti-inflammatory treatment, before expertly bandaging the wounds. Ji Ying remained behind to ensure their safety. Meanwhile, Chen Zhi, Fat Wei, and Gui Dao followed the direction indicated by Hu Ming, ascending the hillside from the back of the village towards the cliff. Though the cliff was not particularly close, their goal was clear. They navigated through the valley, climbed a steep slope, and after traversing a small grove, finally beheld the enormous tree. The tree stood atop the cliff, strikingly prominent, seemingly taller than the others, resembling a colossal pillar reaching for the heavens. Be cautious, their scent lingers here, Gui Dao whispered, drawing forth his long knife. Positioning himself at the front of the group, having spent considerable time together, the three had developed a natural synergy. They quickly stifled their breaths, crouching low, and swiftly made their way along a line towards the summit of the cliff. The path was arduous. The incline approached a staggering 90 degrees, extremely steep. Were it not for Chen Zhi and his companions' rigorous training, ordinary individuals would find such a cliff insurmountable. The three of them ascended the rocky terrain with hands and feet, navigating their way up the cliff, which was adorned with numerous lowly trees. These trees, perplexingly, bore sharp thorns on their branches, akin to thistles, which scraped against their legs as they climbed. Fortunately, they were clad in work attire. Otherwise, their skin would have been lacerated by these prickles. After approximately half an hour of climbing, they finally reached the base of a grand tree, just as the moonlight above was entirely enveloped in darkness. The branches of this tree were extraordinarily dense, the foliage lush. Viewed from below, it resembled a colossal umbrella, obscuring much of the starry sky, rendering the twinkling stars nearly invisible. Chen Zhi recalled the angle of a particular photograph, where Qin Yang hung from the treetop, resembling a lifeless body. Chen Zhi knocked gently on the tree trunk, which was roughly thick enough for 10 men to embrace. The roots were coated in a viscous fungus, and the branches were armed with sharp, upright spikes, akin to a tree full of daggers. This was an exceedingly rare ancient tree. Chen Zhi, caressing the trunk, remarked that such a species might only exist here in the world today. The ancients referred to this tree as the Huami tree, also known as the slave's punishment tree. This tree could grow to great heights, with its thorns possessing lethal toxins. Contact with them would mean certain death. In ancient times, slave masters would lure errant slaves to the tree, commanding them to climb, and watch as they succumbed to the poison, agonizingly meeting their demise, their bodies hanging from the branches to instill fear in other slaves. It was evident that this tree had been stained with human blood, and the bark bore inscriptions of curses. It was a tree cloaked in invisibility. Had the boundary of this region not been breached, it would have been impossible for anyone to ascend it. What now? Fat Wei inquired, gazing up at the tree. If the thorns on this tree are poisonous, how did Qin Yang manage to climb it? Unless she is, never mind. Let us first ascend and investigate, he continued. You all stay here. At that moment, Ghost Blade sheathed his long knife on his back and gracefully leaped onto a branch. He moved so lightly that the leaves above did not stir. Ghost Blade glanced down at them, stating, "This tree is exceedingly tall, and the branches are intricate. I shall go up alone. You remain here." After uttering this, he sprang upward, swiftly vanishing from sight. Chen Zhi and Fat Wei stood below, awaiting his return. Indeed, the tree was remarkably tall, even with Ghost Blade's swiftness. He did not return immediately. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, a figure flickered and descended from above. "How is it?" Chen Zhi promptly inquired. "There is absolutely no one above," Ghost Blade replied, producing a large piece of crimson cloth from behind him. "However, I found this at the treetop." It was a blood-red cotton cloth adorned with golden and green embroidery, the edges showing signs of tearing, likely snagged by the branches. Chen Zhi could never forget this piece of fabric. It was the bridal gown he had specially commissioned, based on the designs of the Zhou dynasty royal family. For Qin Yang's entrance into the Fengdu ghost city, the textile craftsmanship of the Zhou dynasty has long been lost to time. They sought out artisans to replicate the ancient cotton spinning techniques, employing unique dyeing methods to create this vibrant crimson, reminiscent of blood. This piece of fabric adorns the front of Qin Yang's wedding gown, embellished with intricate yellow and green embroidery, and upon it lies a large patch of dried blood. Chen Zhi clenched the fabric tightly, his heart tumultuous. He felt an overwhelming urge to overturn the entire mountain to uncover the secrets concealed beneath it. It appeared that the celery sapling had indeed hung upon this mountain peak. Seeing the change in Chen Zhi's expression, Pang Wei cautiously remarked, "This might be a good sign. At least it confirms she has come down from Changbai Mountain." However, the pressing concern remained. When the celery sapling was suspended there, was she still alive? Moreover, what could account for the copious blood? "Enough," Chen Zhi asserted, gripping the scarlet cloth resolutely. "We must descend now. I intend to enter Genghis Khan's sacred tomb to discover what Yamo is truly searching for." Chapter 320. Old Kutu. Just as they prepared to descend the mountain, Gui Dao abruptly halted, brandishing his long knife with a vigilant gaze directed ahead. "What is it?" Pang Wei, noticing Gui Dao's demeanor, instantly became alert. "Someone is hiding up ahead," Gui Dao whispered, slowly positioning his knife before him. "What?" Pang Wei squinted into the distance. Before them stood a row of low trees, behind which loomed a circle of round, dark rocks, their color inconspicuous against the surroundings. "You must be mistaken. There's no one there. Just a pile of stones." Pang Wei scratched his head in confusion. "Among that pile of stones, one is alive," Gui Dao replied, signaling for silence before swiftly leaping forward, landing amidst the rocks. He delivered a swift kick to one of the stones, which was sent tumbling and began to stir. Chen Zhi and Pang Wei hurried over, witnessing the stone flip to reveal limbs. It was an old man, his face adorned with a wild beard, crouching there. "Well, we actually caught a live one," exclaimed Pang Wei, hoisting the old man up and scrutinizing his face with the beam from his arm-mounted flashlight. The old man appeared to be in his 60s, embodying a typical round-faced Mongolian visage. He had once been tall, but now hunched over, his broad shoulders adorned with deep, knife-like wrinkles akin to the bark of an ancient tree. He opened his murky eyes to gaze at Chen Zhi and the others, his face etched with terror. "Elder, do not be afraid. Please tell us, who are you?" Chen Zhi inquired in a low voice. Yet, the old man seemed in a state of panic, unable to comprehend the words, frantically scanning for an escape route. He could not escape the clutches of these individuals. Fat Wei directly seized his shoulder. The old man did not appear to be a member of the covert faction. He seemed to be a survivor, perhaps an aged miner. He looked quite pitiful, so they decided not to frighten him. Shall we take him back first and find a way to escort him down the mountain? Chen Zhi remarked with a hint of indifference as he gazed at the old man. After a moment of silence, he added, let us bring him to the village first. We cannot allow him to descend the mountain just yet. Let Hu Meng see if he recognizes him. Very well, Fat Wei replied, lifting the old man onto his back and heading downhill. They retraced their steps down the mountain, but the old man seemed greatly terrified, consumed by thoughts of escape. After several failed attempts to flee, he was ultimately recaptured. In a moment of exasperation, Fat Wei found a length of rope and bound the old man's arms. The group thus dragged him back to the Grand Villa in Gem Village. Outside the entrance, the remains of the insectoid creatures lay piled up, with colorful fluids staining the ground, creating a scene reminiscent of hell on earth. The sight of the corpses frightened the old man to the point of near unconsciousness. However, the situation on the second floor was quite different. The village appeared to have its own power supply, and the second floor was equipped with a plethora of appliances. Old Jin Do even discovered a medical kit and some edible provisions, along with bottled mineral water in the refrigerator. Hu Meng, after receiving treatment and bandaging, had fallen into a deep slumber. The organization's medicinal powder was remarkably effective, but the strong sedative induced a rapid and profound drowsiness. Given the current circumstances, it seemed they would have to spend the night there. Fat Wei guided the old man to a corner on the second floor and untied the ropes binding his hands. The upper part of the old man's clothing was nearly in tatters. After removing the dirt from his body, they observed that his torso was covered in scars. Each scar was the size of a palm, one on his shoulder, one on his abdomen, and another on his back, seemingly inflicted by a branding iron. It was unclear what traumas the old man had endured to result in such a condition. Old Jin Do approached and spoke a few words in broken Mongolian to him. The old man appeared to understand, yet he could only murmur incoherently. It soon became apparent that he was mute. A deep scar around his neck suggested he had suffered a severe throat injury long ago. Moreover, his wrists and ankles bore deep lacerations, causing him to limp as he walked, rendering him nearly incapacitated. The group felt a surge of sympathy for the old man, until Hu Meng awoke. They could not ascertain his identity, so they offered him a bottle of mineral water and a can of meat, allowing him to remain in the corner to himself. The old man had evidently been starved for several days. Upon receiving food, he immediately curled up in the corner and began to swallow it. After a long day of trekking through the mountains and enduring a fierce battle, everyone was exhausted and ready to eat. Lao Jindo had managed to find some preserved wheat cakes in the villa, which were remarkably durable and filling. Even after such a long time, they were still entirely edible. In the kitchen, Lao Jindo boiled some water and cut open the frozen meat from the refrigerator, placing it in the hot water to cook, along with a few seasonings. Soon, a pot of warm meat soup was ready. Everyone enjoyed a hearty meal of the wheat cakes accompanied by the steaming soup. Perhaps due to their fatigue, they found this meal particularly delicious. Just as they finished dinner, Hu Meng awoke from his slumber. "You lucky fellow," said Pang Wei, approaching with 2 wheat cakes and a bowl of hot soup. "I see you were pretending to sleep, waking up just to catch a whiff of the aroma, fearing we would eat it all without leaving you any. What are you talking about? Give me that. I'm starving." Hu Meng, having lost considerable blood earlier, was in a state of great thirst and hungrily gulped down the meat soup. Once his hunger was satiated, he lifted his gaze and was startled to see another person in the corner. Why is there another person here? Are there still living souls in this village? Hey, we were just about to ask you. Pang Wei chuckled, pointing at the old, deaf-mute man. This old fellow seems unable to understand us or speak. He was hiding among the big rocks on the mountain, and we brought him back to see if you recognized him. If you know him, we can send him down the mountain. Upon hearing Pang Wei's words, Hu Meng hurriedly supported his injured shoulder and approached the disheveled old man for a closer look. The old man appeared utterly unkempt, his face covered in dirt and grass, resembling a muddy monkey. With no other option, Hu Meng took some water and helped clean the old man's face. After scrutinizing him for a while, he spoke. "While I do not recognize him, I have heard my uncle mention an old man who guards the mountain. He is older than my grandfather and belongs to the direct lineage of the Golden family. But due to his deafness and mutism, he has been assigned to guard the sacred mountain. Everyone calls him Old Kulun." Chapter 321, Old Kutu, Part 2. After Hu Meng finished speaking, he gestured to Old Kutu and uttered a few phrases in pure Mongolian. Upon hearing this, Old Kutu responded with a series of indistinct sounds, seemingly able to comprehend. Indeed, It is he, Hu Ming confirmed, rising to address the others. I have heard my grandfather say that this old kudu has been guarding the mountain for many years, older even than my grandfather. I am uncertain of his exact lineage. But one thing is clear. He is undoubtedly a direct descendant of our golden family. Though he is merely a mountain guardian, he is still one of us. And we must take him with us. What kind of joke is this? Upon hearing this, Pang Wei immediately expressed his dissent. Our journey has certainly turned lively. It resembles a motley crew in battle. To bring along such a burden, do you think the Sunset Brigade is here to tour the underworld? If it were up to me, we should simply cast him outside, provide him with some provisions and water, and let him find his own way down the mountain. No sooner had Pang Wei's words left his lips than the old man began to gesture frantically, his demeanor betraying profound terror, as though he feared being left behind would lead to his demise. Old sir, do you comprehend us or not? Pang Wei inquired. His curiosity piqued as he scrutinized the elder. The old man's eyes, clouded and filled with palpable dread, suggested that abandonment in this desolate place would result in a gruesome fate. Perhaps influenced by the noble lineage of the Golden Family, Hu Ming felt an innate urge to protect the elder, swiftly advocating for him. The circumstances here remain unclear. This old man has narrowly escaped death and cannot simply be forsaken. We Mongolians have a saying, do not release the falcon you have raised, and do not abandon a traveler you have sustained. Given our current predicament, how can we disregard him? I propose we take him with us to the colorful stone mine. Leave him at the cave's entrance, attend to our business below, and upon our return, escort him back down the mountain. Once Hu Ming concluded, the old man rushed to Hu Ming's side, clinging to his leg and uttering muffled sounds of gratitude. The group exchanged glances, and no further objections were raised. It appeared to be the only viable course of action. The ensuing journey promised to be arduous. As Pang Wei had previously advised, one should never descend into the tomb when lacking vigor. It is imperative to wait until one is fully replenished before venturing underground. For the subterranean realm is rife with complexities and unforeseen challenges. However, the eerie stillness enveloping the village felt unsettling. Following the incursion of that dark force, it seemed to have vanished into the very fabric of this place. This uncanny silence rendered the notion of remaining here even more perilous. Yet the path to the colorful stone mine was lengthy, and a nocturnal march was evidently unwise. After deliberation, they decided to spend the night in the villa. Except for the injured Hu Ming, the others took turns keeping watch by the window, planning to ascend to the colorful stone mine at dawn. With their decision made, they sought out places to rest. The villa was spacious, boasting numerous rooms on the second floor, all equipped with ready bedding. After an extensive trek through the mountains, they were utterly fatigued. Having recently enjoyed a hearty meal, drowsiness soon enveloped them. A hot shower would have been delightful, as the villa's bathrooms were outfitted with modern amenities, making bathing quite convenient. However, the water sourced from below had become questionable, and thus, the old man resorted to heating stored water, allowing each person to refresh their face with a towel before surrendering to sleep. On this particular night, Gui Dao and Jiying took turns keeping watch outside, their keen senses enabling them to discern sounds from afar. With their vigilant presence, the others felt reassured, and the night passed without incident. When dawn broke, the group awakened early, greeted by the warm embrace of sunlight, casting a serene glow upon everything. As they opened the window, a village shrouded in a delicate mist unfolded before their eyes, pristine and enchanting. Gazing at the picturesque scenery, it felt as though the unsettling events of the previous night were merely a figment of their imagination. Chen Zhi and his companions tidied their gear, stowing away some canned food from the refrigerator into their treasure pouches, ensuring they had ample water and prepared to set forth. According to their original plan, the journey ahead would be led by Hu Ming. Although Hu Ming was a direct descendant of the Golden Clan, he had only ventured to the fabled gemstone mine once. At the age of 14, when his grandfather brought him there to honor their ancestors, he had merely caught a distant glimpse of it. Thus, as the team entered the mountains, they initially struggled to find their way. Fortunately, the old mute Kutu, despite his deafness, was familiar with the path. He gestured animatedly, leading Chen Zhi and the others deeper into the mountains. It soon became evident that he possessed an intimate knowledge of every trail, as if he had dwelled among the mountains for an eternity. Upon entering the range of the rear mountains, they arrived at the gemstone mining area. The rocks here were notably more abundant, and unlike the usual mountain stones, these glimmered with radiant specks and had a white, paste-like exterior. When one thinks of a gemstone mine, vivid images of sprawling, resplendent rock formations often come to mind. However, the reality is that colored gemstones, akin to rubies and sapphires, coexist with silica. Thus, what lay before them were unrefined white silica stones. Furthermore, prior to the mining process, extensive tree clearing is necessary to uncover the land, which explained the diminishing number of trees as they ventured further into the mountains. As they continued onward, Chen Zhi observed numerous ancient tree stumps lining the roadside. These stumps were substantial in size, remnants of trees felled long ago, yet they were composed of highly valuable timber, some of which were theoretically extinct. A botanist encountering this area would likely be overwhelmed with excitement. After traversing the woods littered with these ancient stumps, they pressed on towards an expansive clearing ahead. The further they advanced, the more treacherous the path became, dominated by rugged mountain trails, with the ground soaked and muddy. The incessant twists and turns disoriented them, and as they trudged through the muck, they found themselves splattered with mud, resembling creatures of the mire. After approximately 2 hours of this arduous journey, they finally spotted a wooden structure emerging in the distance. The small wooden houses lined up one after another, constructed in a rather rudimentary manner. However, Hu Ming felt a surge of excitement upon seeing them. He pointed ahead and turned to the others, exclaiming, "We have arrived. I remember this place. It is where the gem miners take their rest." Chapter 322. The Timeless Gem Mine. After traversing the mountainous path for a considerable time, Chen Zhi and the others did not feel particularly fatigued. Yet, the injured Hu Ming and Lao Jindo were clearly exhausted. They pushed open the doors of the wooden houses, seeking a moment of respite. Each of these structures featured a simple triangular roof and measured approximately 50 square meters. The interior was relatively pleasant, with the floors, walls, and ceilings crafted from durable pomelo wood, which offered warmth in winter and coolness in summer. However, presumably to avoid fire hazards, there were no stoves in the center of the rooms, only long benches and sofas for resting. They discovered numerous cans of water in the surrounding cabinets. "We can only rest here for a moment," Hu Ming remarked, lifting some water cans and gesturing towards the window. "Beyond this point lies the gem mine base, where there will be no opportunity to pause." Fat Wei rummaged through a partition nearby to find some cups and poured himself a drink. "Tell me, do you ever speak with certainty? You just claimed you visited this place once, over a decade ago. How can you be sure there are no resting spots ahead?" "You are unaware," Hu Ming replied earnestly to Fat Wei. "Our colorful gem mine has been passed down through countless generations, spanning thousands of years, or perhaps even longer. We ourselves cannot ascertain. Yet, this mine still employs the most primitive extraction techniques, and the miners endure tremendous hardships. Once you enter, you will understand." After Hu Ming finished speaking, he beckoned everyone to drink water and specifically handed a cup to Lao Kutu, inviting him to join in their rest. They refreshed themselves with water in the wooden house, taking a brief pause before continuing their journey. Before the wooden cabin lay a modest dirt slope. Upon scaling the incline, they finally beheld the legendary Mongolian colorful gem mining district. However, the scene was one of utter disarray, with wet yellow earth and muddy water strewn about, alongside lunchboxes used by miners, with utensils placed atop them. It seemed, as Hu Ming had earlier remarked, that the laborers in this gem mine labored under strenuous conditions and remained isolated from the outside world, employing only the most primitive methods for extraction. They did not linger long and pressed onward. At intervals, they encountered ditches filled with muddy water, within which lay baskets entangled with gauze, suggesting that many workers had once sifted through the stones, reminiscent of scenes from old films depicting gold panning. Yet, these workers had now vanished. Nevertheless, the baskets still contained a plethora of small, sifted gem fragments, predominantly transparent stones, with few displaying vibrant colors. The extraction of exquisite colored gemstones is no simple endeavor. As Hu Ming ambled along the path, he addressed his companions. "You may perceive us, the scions of illustrious families, as individuals who have indulged in a life of leisure, devoid of any scholarly pursuits. In truth, from an early age, we have been immersed in the study of mining techniques, albeit traditional methods tailored to our familial heritage. For instance, when we aspire to extract gemstones from this mountain range, we must first employ a soil plow to loosen the earth. Subsequently, torrents of water are directed to wash away the loosened soil and rocks. Once the mountainside has been transformed into a slurry, we manually siphon it into a large trough. where diligent workers promptly remove the larger stones. What remains is a mixture of muddy water and ore-containing gemstones, which settles beneath the surface. After a process of dual sedimentation, only the muddy water and small fragments of gemstones flow out. Those sieves entwined with gauze were indeed tools for extracting these tiny treasures from the muddy depths. This entire operation necessitates manual labor, with not a single machine in use. Such arduous toil is beyond the capacity of most. You may have observed the absence of electrical power in this land, devoid of any machinery from modern society. Colored gemstones are a divine gift bestowed upon us by our ancestors. The use of machines and gasoline would tarnish this sacred earth, incurring the wrath of our forebears. Thus, we are compelled to perpetually rely on our hands to unearth the treasures left to us by the deities. I once witnessed my uncle, his feet entirely blistered. Yet he stood resolutely in the muddy waters, sifting through the sand. The villagers here, bound by familial ties, though they possess considerable wealth, toil exceptionally hard. Oh, I remarked to humbling, if truly no machines are employed in your mines, how then do you locate the veins? Fatway, somewhat perplexed, inquired. Could it be that your ancestors left you treasure maps, indicating where gemstone deposits can be found? Such fortune seems unlikely. Hum shook his head, offering a wry smile. The discovery of these gemstone veins is itself a complex undertaking. As I previously mentioned, we are forbidden from using any modern instruments or equipment. We rely solely on primitive manual labor and rudimentary tools. Veins do eventually deplete, compelling us to seek new sources. In our quest for new veins, we commence by drilling soil wells from the mountaintop, typically reaching depths of several dozen meters. We then construct ladders from timber to descend and observe the changes in soil composition, progressively delving deeper. Gemstone veins tend to occur in bands, allowing us to gauge the necessary depth for excavation upon discovering a vein. Intriguingly, the deeper one ventures into these colored gemstone deposits, the more vibrant the hues become. Consequently, many of our premium specimens are extracted from the profound subterranean tunnels. Once, a remarkable 8-kilogram piece was unearthed, yielding a colossal colored gemstone, as large as an infant's head. It emanated 77 resplendent colors, each hue far beyond the capabilities of contemporary pigments to replicate, surpassing even the beauty of an angel's gaze. The immense gem was subsequently divided into two, fashioned into exquisite Fabergé eggs, one gifted to a prominent figure in Russia, while the other found its way into the hands of an American socialite. It was from this pivotal moment that our beloved Mongolia extricated itself from the senseless Second World War, ushering in an era of peace, allowing our sparsely populated nation to endure to this day. Listening to the earnest narrative of Hu Meng, I felt a twinge of emotion. My friend, I had truly misjudged you. I once thought you merely a hedonistic scion, yet it appears you are genuinely concerned for the fate of our people. I admire you, truly. You are a paragon among us. However, such matters possess both advantages and disadvantages, Hu Meng continued. The more precious the gem, the deeper it must be excavated, which inevitably stirs human avarice. I heard that during my uncle's lifetime, he attempted to employ advanced technology to probe deeper underground, hoping to uncover more treasures. But my grandfather swiftly reprimanded him, delivering 2 resounding slaps and imposing a week-long fasting punishment. My grandfather asserted that my uncle was too greedy, deeming him unworthy to inherit the family legacy. He also imparted to me that once I took over the mine, I must never transgress the ancestral rules. Upon reaching a designated depth, one must cease further exploration, regardless of how alluring the subterranean gems may appear. Chapter 323, The Timeless Gem Mine, Part 2. Now it all makes sense, Fatway exclaimed, chuckling as he draped an arm around Hu Meng's shoulder. After all this time, you are the designated heir. I suspected as much. While everyone else was keen to steer clear of such perilous endeavors, you were eager to join us, evidently to bolster your credentials. I must remind you, once you ascend to the status of elder in the Golden Family, do not forget us. After all, my brother once saved you. Oh, how could I forget? Hu Meng replied with a shy smile. My grandfather was merely jesting. Nothing has been finalized yet. As they conversed, they made their way to the entrance of the mine, which was situated within a prominent section of the mountainside. Before them stood a long row of dilapidated iron bars, towering high with numerous strands of barbed wire atop, leading to a formidable iron gate, the age of which was indiscernible, marred by layers of rust. A heavy iron chain secured the gate, bound by a robust padlock, appearing exceedingly sturdy. Such a lock could hardly impede them. Gui Dao grasped the iron lock and gently tugged downward, producing a satisfying snap as the padlock burst open. With the lock dismantled, they pushed the grand door ajar and stepped inside, immediately greeted by a dazzling brilliance. This space resembled a primordial cavern, seemingly a natural formation that had been modified over the ages. The Mongolian inhabitants, having lived and mined here for generations, had transformed the once rugged terrain into a flat expanse. Within the cave lay a haphazard assortment of various supplies, predominantly consisting of simple tools and everyday items. However, on either side, there rested some peculiar oval platters, each shaped as though a grand gourd had been bisected. These platters were filled with unrefined gemstones. It is widely acknowledged that the luster of gemstones primarily emanates from internal reflections. Thus, the art of cutting is of paramount importance. The more facets a gemstone possesses, the more precise the points of reflection, resulting in a more dazzling radiance. Uncut gemstones emit little brilliance, resembling semi-transparent stones. Yet here, the colored gems differed remarkably. Although freshly unearthed, they radiated a splendor akin to celestial auroras descending upon the earth, their luminosity surpassing that of ordinary rubies and sapphires by several magnitudes, resembling a collection of vibrant orbs nestled within the platters. Indeed, these were the legendary Mongolian gemstones, living up to their esteemed reputation. Lao Jindo was immediately captivated by the resplendent gems, eagerly scooping a handful from the large platter. As the brilliant stones cascaded from his grasp, their radiant light fell like a rainbow, casting a breathtaking glow upon the surroundings. I had previously heard from those who dealt in gemstones that Mongolian colored gems were of the finest quality, virtually unseen in the market. Those fortunate enough to possess them rarely displayed their treasures, likely aware that their acquisitions were illicit. Although some could be found in the black market, they would be snatched up at exorbitant prices before ever being revealed. Consequently, these gems had become the stuff of legend. I had longed to behold such treasures, yet had never found the opportunity until now. The experience was truly extraordinary. Lao Jindo fondled the colorful gems, utterly enchanted. Our colored gemstones are also referred to as Xiaowang gemstones. And Hu Ming, with a hint of pride, remarked to Lao Jindo, "Do not be deceived by the vastness of our mine. The annual yield is exceedingly scarce, with merely a few dozen decent gemstones extracted each year. Thus, our gems are immensely precious, their worth transcending mere monetary value. During the Qing dynasty in China, our gemstones were exclusively reserved for royal use. At that time, our colored gems were on par with the great Eastern Pearl of the Manchu people, essential adornments for royal weddings, symbolizing immense prestige. However, as the Qing dynasty waned, our gems, alongside the great Eastern Pearl, faded from the world, becoming treasures of legend. Even now, many believe that such gemstones do not exist. Truly, they are unparalleled rarities, and Lao Jindo marveled at each gem, exclaiming in admiration, "That should suffice, old Jean." Pang Wei urged, "Don't get so mesmerized by the treasures that you forget to move. Check if that stone cave ahead is the entrance." Upon hearing Pang Wei's reminder, everyone turned their gaze from the dazzling gems to the cave he pointed out. The stone cave was merely 2 meters wide. If one weren't careful, it could easily be overlooked. It appeared exceedingly narrow, and apart from this, there were no other exits in sight. This must be it, thought Hu Ming, stepping forward to peer inside. The last time he had visited, he was too young to be allowed entry. But he recalled hearing others mention that the mine was quite deep, with a modest entrance, resembling a subterranean tunnel. As Hu Ming spoke, the others gathered around. This was Pang Wei's moment to shine. He retrieved a luminescent cord from his pocket and lowered it into the cave, attached to a rope. This cord functioned like a light strip. With a simple twist, it emitted its own glow, capable of illuminating the depths below without the need for electricity. Pang Wei let the cord down in segments, and as he reached the end, the entire passageway beneath them came into view. It revealed a straight mine shaft extending into the abyss, the bottom obscured and indistinct. However, what was unmistakable was the unsettling sight of bodies hanging haphazardly from the ladder at the edge of the mine. Chapter 324, The Legendary Gem Mine, Part 3. How could there be bodies here? Chen Zhi exclaimed, taken aback by the sight before him. In his mind, he had envisioned that when the dark forces invaded the village, it would have occurred at midnight, with the villagers, men, women, and children, safely within their homes, subsequently transforming into those monstrous worm-like beings. If that were the case, then there shouldn't be so many corpses suspended from the ladder. The only plausible explanation was that during that fateful night, numerous individuals had remained in the mine for some reason, and when the dark forces discovered the entrance, those individuals were brutally slain. What could have compelled these people to stay here? Chen Zhi pondered silently. Could it be those on watch duty? But that seems like an excessive number. However, the others did not share Chen Zhi's meticulous thoughts. They failed to notice this detail. Upon witnessing the depths below, Pang Wei gritted his teeth. I must inform you all beforehand. The deeper we go, the thicker the mist becomes. Judging by the fog emanating from below, it appears quite profound. Therefore, I shall lead the way first. I will tie a rope around my waist as I descend, and for every 100 meters I climb down, I will call out to assure you of my safety. If all goes well down there, then the rest of you can follow. How could I let you take such a risk? Hu Meng, with a hint of compulsion, stepped forward, asserting, this matter pertains to our family. Allow me to take the lead. After making his declaration, he cast a sidelong glance at Jiying, raising his voice deliberately. Even if there are dangers below, I shall be the first to descend. I will guide you all, so you might as well rest easy. Pang Wei, securing the rope around his waist, glanced down before turning his gaze back to Hu Meng. Let me be clear, he warned. You should stay at the back of the line, right next to Old Jean. Down there, Old Jean has far more experience than you do. Do not take this lightly. This is not a place for bravado. If you need to run, do not jump. If you head east, do not stray west, or your life could be forfeit at any moment. With that, Pang Wei loosened his grip on the rope and leaped down. Despite his ample girth, his agility was impressive. Once at the bottom of the well, he deftly secured himself to the ladder and began pushing the bodies down, one by one. As they fell into the abyss, they swiftly vanished into the darkness. The silence indicating the profound depth below. Pang Wei tugged on the rope and leapt twice more, ensuring the ladder was secure before he began his descent. As he had promised, he reported his safety every 100 meters via radio. Upon reaching a depth of 500 or 600 meters, he shouted into the device. Everyone come down. There is still a long way to go. Upon hearing Pang Wei's call, the others formed a line and began to descend one by one, backward down the rope. Chen Zhi led the way, and after a while, they spotted Pang Wei at the bottom near the ladder. Orange, do you see that? Pang Wei gestured gently toward below upon seeing Chen Zhi. Following Pang Wei's, Chen Zhi peered down to discover that the ladder extended straight down, each section connected, with a body hanging from every segment. The faces of the deceased were etched with terror, as if they had encountered something exceedingly horrific before their demise, desperately attempting to escape upward. How peculiar, Hu Meng mused as he observed the scene below. Why are these workers so frantically trying to ascend? And why are there so many gathered in the well? According to our family's mining regulations, individuals descending into the mine do so in batches and in an orderly manner. It is prohibited for such a multitude to enter simultaneously. This constitutes a violation of protocol. I suspect their transgressions extend beyond this, Chen Zhi remarked, gazing downward before raising his head to question Hu Meng. I recall you mentioning that this gemstone mining village is insular, with the workers sharing kinship. In a sense, this village is akin to one large family, correct? Indeed, Hu Meng nodded in affirmation. We have known since childhood that this gemstone village only permits women from the golden family to marry in. No one ever marries out. Thus, the villagers are closely related, and there is a profound sense of unity among them. Did you not notice that? In this village, there are no locks. Every household leaves its doors ajar at night, and precious gems are openly displayed without any attempt to conceal them, for the miners are all kin. When bound by familial ties, they collectively safeguard their secrets. Chen Zhi spoke in a low voice, suggesting that they might also jointly contravene the family rules, deeming it not so grave. Hu Meng slowly climbed beside Chen Zhi and smiled, asserting that it was not a matter of great significance. Even if more individuals ventured into the mines, no one would fuss over such trivialities. There was no need to uphold any secrets. What rules exist within your family that cannot be violated? Chen Zhi inquired of Hu Meng. The repercussions of breaching such rules are dire enough to compel these miners to band together, clandestinely working underground in the dead of night. As for rules that must not be broken, Hu Meng said, hanging one-handed on the ladder, scratching his head in a daze, our family has an abundance of regulations, so many, in fact, that I cannot count them all. However, we tend to be lenient towards the inhabitants of this gem village. No one ever contemplates punishing the villagers, as it is well understood that they toil hard to secure wealth for the entire family. If there is any rule that must be adhered to, it pertains solely to the depth of extraction, Hu Meng concluded, pointing downwards. Did I not mention this earlier? Since ancient times, our family has established a fixed standard for the depth at which the gem mine is to be worked. Each generation of miners is prohibited from exceeding this limit, which I believe is approximately 1,000 meters. At this point, Hu Meng suddenly realized something, his eyes widening as he turned to Chen Zhi. Are you suggesting that the villagers have stealthily breached the ancestral regulations, mining beyond this depth? It is quite possible, Chen Zhi replied with a slight nod. Gazing into the darkness below, the allure must be tremendous to tempt so many to clandestinely labor in the depths of the mine during the witching hour. They likely have encountered something extraordinarily beautiful down there. Chapter 325, The Timeless Gem Mine, Part 4. In the ensuing moments, with Pang Wei leading the way, their route was distinctly charted as they ascended the ladder downwards. According to the original plan, the elderly Kutu, who was later apprehended, was meant to remain above ground. His advanced age rendered him ill-suited for such a prolonged journey. However, due to the multitude of uncertainties and the frail state of the old man, who had been seeking an escape since yesterday, unable to comprehend anything spoken to him, leaving him alone above would likely result in his flight and subsequent disappearance. In such circumstances, allowing him to roam freely would effectively signify his demise. Thus, after careful consideration, Chen Zhi reluctantly permitted him to accompany the group into the mine. The descent was excessively prolonged, far exceeding their initial expectations. The mine was devoid of machinery and electricity. Thus, they could not use cranes or hoists, relying solely on human strength to maneuver the ladders affixed to the mine walls, which proved exceedingly perilous. The ladders suspended from the cliffside are woven from a special type of vine, treated with glycerin to enhance their flexibility. Although they sway precariously, they remain remarkably sturdy. Pang Wei, leading the way from below, pushed the bodies hanging from the ladders down to ensure a clear passage. Despite Hu Meng's continuous lamentations over the undignified deaths of these Mongolians, he recognized that the deceased must yield to the living. This was the only feasible solution at the moment. Thus, they continued their descent, climbing for what felt like an eternity. By the end, Hu Meng's legs were on the verge of cramping, and the darkness below seemed endless. At this point, Pang Wei could hardly contain himself. Prince Hu Meng, it appears your fourth aunt has not been entirely forthright with you, he grumbled while pushing aside the obstructive corpses. We must have descended over 1,000 meters. Yet there is not a hint of solid ground in sight. Clearly, the depth they have excavated far exceeds your family's stipulated limits. Who would have thought? Hu Meng, equally exhausted, beads of sweat trickling down his pale forehead, remained steadfastly in line with the group. I visited this village several times and conversed with my aunt and uncle. Yet they divulged not a single word. It was well known that while the Golden family set a mining depth limit of 1,000 meters, for safety's sake, most excavations historically range between 600 and 700 meters. Given the close ties between this village and their family, it was astonishing that no one had thought to inspect the mine over the years. The revelation of such a deep cavern hidden beneath the surface was shocking. Oh, this is what happens when there are no internal guardians to deter external threats. Your Golden family lacks proper management, Pang Wei remarked with a chuckle as he continued his descent. Which prominent family hasn't he seen its own downfall before succumbing to external infiltration? I suspect this calamity has obliterated the entire village, and it's of your own making. After all, their essay saying, one who courts danger shall meet with it. Hu Meng, weary of Pang Wei's incessant critique of the Golden family, simply shook his head in resignation, opting not to engage in further debate. They pressed on for what felt like ages until, finally, they spotted a faint outline of the ground below. A thick mist of subterranean water swirled around, revealing a grim sight. Numerous shattered corpses piled high, remnants of those who had fallen from above, creating a grotesque semblance of a human mattress. Upon witnessing this scene, they realized they had reached their destination. Pang Wei was the first to leap down, losing his footing and tumbling to the ground. One by one, the others followed suit, landing atop the mound of bodies, which felt soft and yielding beneath their weight, akin to a cushioned bed. However, the corpses, having met their demise from such a height, lay in disarray, rendering the sight profoundly repulsive. I have never witnessed such a scene in Hong. It was nauseating to the point of inducing vomiting. They eagerly activated the searchlights on their arms, illuminating the fog ahead, revealing a dimly discernible narrow mine tunnel. A red light flickered on Chen Zhi's arm, and the LCD screen began to emit warnings. The data displayed was as follows: location, underground level at 18,273 meters, temperature, -7 degrees Celsius. Goodness, the levels are exceedingly high, exclaimed Pang, chuckling as he donned his mask. Over the radio, he jovially remarked, I say, Prince Hong, once you ascend to power, you must manage this crew properly. These fellows are determined to excavate the very foundation of the mountain, risking their lives for mere profit. I never anticipated this, Hong replied, mimicking the others by fastening his mask. He spoke into the radio, expressing his bewilderment. The depth is utterly outrageous. I truly cannot comprehend why they are digging such deep shafts. Even when the gems are extracted, they are merely sold outside and distributed according to a fixed family ratio. They have no sales channels and do not receive any surplus funds. Moreover, working in such frigid underground conditions is exceedingly arduous. Why would they willingly take such risks? Perhaps there are temptations beneath the surface that surpass monetary gain, Chen Zhi murmured softly as he secured his mask. There are certain things in this world that are far more enticing than money. After speaking, he directed the searchlight forward and gestured to the group. Come, let us discover what lies ahead. The journey continued with Pang Wei leading the way. They advanced through the mine tunnel, which appeared quite ordinary. Albeit with low air pressure and increasingly frigid temperatures, the air growing progressively thinner. Yet, as they ventured deeper, the mist began to shimmer with vibrant hues, growing ever brighter. Upon rounding a corner, Chen Zhi and the others beheld an astonishingly beautiful sight. Chapter 326, The Legendary Gem Mine, Part 5. What unfolded before their eyes utterly shattered all prior notions of gem mines, and even their understanding of beauty. Before Chen Zhi and his companions lay an extensive tunnel, flanked by rough wooden scaffolding, clearly indicative of prior human intervention. The walls were largely hewn, revealing massive gemstones that had been partially excavated. The raw gemstones, encased in a delicate veil, reveal their extraordinarily resplendent interiors. Some gems exude a cerulean hue, more vibrant than the sky itself, while others radiate a dazzling golden light, outshining even the purest gold. There are also those that shimmer in a kaleidoscope of colors, reminiscent of starlight and the Milky Way. Each piece of raw gemstone is remarkably intact, with the smaller ones akin to the size of an apple, and the larger ones astonishingly comparable to a pineapple. A colorful mist rises from the surfaces of these gems, enveloped in a radiant glow, evoking images of celestial stones that might mend the heavens, enchanting to the point of rendering onlookers spellbound. Upon witnessing this wondrous spectacle, all present gaped in awe, as if their very souls were drawn into the allure of these gemstones, unable to escape. I completely understand now, exclaimed Pang Wei, marveling at the gems. Why these people toil through the night, mining here. Such breathtaking treasures are worth the effort, even if one had to dig down to 1,800 meters, or even into the depths of an 100-meter abyss. If these treasures could be brought to light, they would undoubtedly astonish the world. Even the Queen of England's scepter pales in comparison. Indeed, the beauty was undeniable, and Lao Jindo was equally captivated by these magnificent gemstones, approaching the vibrant treasures. However, one aspect still eluded his understanding. You mentioned earlier that the sale of these gemstones follows a singular path, meaning that even when villagers extract them, they have no means to sell them. Without value, these gemstones are merely beautiful stones, forever incapable of being exchanged for currency. Why take such risks? Desire for possession. Chen Zhi mused, as his fingers brushed against a gem of soft blue, reminiscent of the sky and ocean. The gemstone seemed to sense the warmth of his touch. Its surface shifting colors, transitioning through various shades of blue, from deep to light. A wave of ethereal light pulsed within the gem, constantly transforming. Touching it felt akin to caressing the vast expanse of the sea. This was a rare treasure capable of seducing the heart. For humanity's desire for precious things is inscribed in their very nature. Perhaps, in the beginning, the villagers unearthed these gems solely for monetary gain. However, as time passed, mere money could no longer satiate their cravings. Faced with these treasures for an extended period, they developed a pathological desire to possess them, yearning to delve deeper for even more gemstones hidden below. In renowned museums, many thieves often emerge from the ranks of long-standing employees. These individuals do not seek to sell the artifacts for profit. Rather, having gazed upon these relics for years, they cultivate an uncontrollable yearning to possess them, willing to transgress the law to claim them as their own. Similarly, the miners here are willing to defy familial regulations to excavate such profound mines, hoping to unearth the treasures buried within. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, everyone sighed in agreement. After lingering for a while in this dreamlike tunnel, they continued their journey forward. As they continued their journey, they occasionally encountered lifeless bodies by the roadside, each clutching excavation tools, their faces and hands marred by frostbite. It seemed that, in their final moments, they had desperately clawed at the gems embedded in the walls. The mine shaft sloped downward, and Chen Zhi and his companions descended for quite some time, the chill intensifying with every step. After an hour, they finally reached the end of the tunnel. The surrounding rock walls had largely remained untouched by mining, yet through the stone, they sensed a radiant brilliance emanating from within. Here, the passageway came to a definitive halt. The earth beneath them was distinctly different from above. The soil was exceptionally loose, akin to matsutake mushrooms, interspersed with numerous crystalline particles, resembling a muddied mixture of glass shards. "This must be the end," Fatway remarked, surveying the area before speaking again. "To be honest, having dug through so much sand, I've rarely seen such depth. The ground here is far too soft to form any solid clumps, consisting of a polycrystalline soil typical of subterranean layers. The deeper you go, the colder it becomes, akin to an ice cellar. If we descend further, who knows how cold it could get." "You are referring to the surface layer," Chen Zhi replied, crouching down to sift through the polycrystalline soil with his fingers, observing intently. "The earth is divided into 3 sections: the crust, the mantle, and the core. The crust is the surface layer, the realm accessible by human technology, where temperatures drop as one delves deeper. However, the mantle is different. It occupies the mid-layer of the earth, a territory beyond the reach of modern science. Many scientists have predicted that the mantle exists in an alternate physical space, where the surroundings become exceedingly hot." "Are you suggesting that Genghis Khan's tomb has reached the mid-layer?" Fatway queried incredulously. "That seems improbable. If true, how did people of that time construct a burial site there? You just mentioned that it's a location inaccessible to modern technology. How did the Mongols manage to inter Genghis Khan's body there?" "Do not underestimate the ancients," Chen Zhi replied, gazing at the soil beneath him. "They achieved numerous wonders that modern man cannot replicate. We need not speculate about the events of that era. We merely need to return there using the same methods." After speaking, Chen Zhi rolled up the sleeves of his shirt, revealing a circular totem etched onto his arm. The exposure of his skin instantly brought a bone-chilling coldness. As the temperature here had already plummeted, he pressed the tip of his knife against the healing wounds, and blood began to trickle down his arm. Chen Zhi closed his eyes and silently recited an incantation. With a sudden burst, a cloud of smoke dispersed, and several dark figures emerged from the loose soil. Only then did Wu Jia appear, enveloped in white smoke, his face flushed from the searing heat. Kneeling alongside several earth immortals, he reported to his master. "We have excavated a passage that leads deep underground. As anticipated by the master, a dark tomb lay concealed in the depths below." Chapter 327. The hidden passage. At this moment, Wu Jia appeared quite wretched. His nails and shell were clearly scorched, and his skin, subjected to intense heat before returning to this frigid environment, was now emitting layers of white smoke. "Did you encounter any difficulties along the way?" Chen Zhi inquired, peering down at Wu Jia. Straightening up despite the steam rising from his reddened visage, Wu Jia responded, "In reporting to my master, the realm below is an entirely different world, vastly unlike the surface we inhabit, a domain beyond human reach. While searching for the passage with these earth immortals, we faced countless perils. Many areas were filled with searing lava, and some rock layers burned like heated iron, presenting a lethal threat. Many earth immortals have sustained burns, and our venerable leader has been gravely injured. After 2 days of searching underground, we had yet to find any results. Just as the earth immortals were losing hope, I fortuitously discovered a loose layer of soil that led directly downward, resembling a preformed passage. Upon clearing the loose earth, I found the central section to be exceedingly soft, clearly a fill-in from a later time. Once all the soil was removed, a well-formed passage was revealed, winding downwards. Upon exploration, I found traces of earth immortals that had traversed this path, dating back many years. I boldly conjecture that this passage may have been constructed by the ancestors of the Earth Immortals hundreds, if not thousands, of years ago. Though somewhat winding and rugged, the passage is remarkably smooth. If humans were to descend through it, they could glide without the risk of colliding with the walls due to excessive gravity. Thus, I surmise that the dark tombs below belong to the ancestors of the Earth Immortals, who assisted the Mongols of that era in their construction, only for it to be gradually covered by soil over time. Indeed, it appears to be so, Fat Wei remarked after hearing Wu Jia's account, turning to Hu Ming. Your Mongolian ancestors were quite formidable, able to carve a tunnel into the Earth's core in that age, all to thwart grave robbers. Truly commendable. Well done. You have worked hard. Chen Zhi nodded in acknowledgement to Wu Jia. Upon receiving his master's praise, Wu Jia felt a swell of pride and knelt lower. The surrounding Earth Immortals dared not stir. Wu Jia had clearly established himself as their leader. From your perspective, how would you describe the underground geography? Chen Zhi continued to inquire. In reporting to my master, the terrain below is difficult to articulate. Wu Jia replied. Though I frequently dwell underground, I have never encountered a place like that. It is exceedingly hot, akin to the deserts on the surface, yet devoid of water and any signs of life. The soil contains only crystalline gold particles, with no living beings whatsoever. Please, master, ensure you bring ample water and provisions. As for that ominous black tomb, although the servant was mere steps away, she dared not approach. The elder leader of the Earth Immortals warned that the area surrounding the tomb bore the urine of their ancestors, serving as a dire warning to descendants that this place is sacred and forbidden. Those who dare to enter shall meet their demise. The lowly servant could only observe from a distance, too fearful to trespass. I understand. Chen Zhi nodded, then turned to address everyone. According to Wu Jia's earlier account, the depth of the underground crypt was beyond human reach. Even if one descended, returning would be impossible. Thus, I surmise that the Mongolians who interred Genghis Khan had no intention of emerging alive. What shall we do? Fat Wei inquired. If they did not plan to return, how do we intend to escape? We certainly do not wish to accompany Genghis Khan in death. We must devise an alternative means of exit, Chen Zhi replied. I have calculated that each of us is equipped with work attire capable of withstanding the extreme temperatures below. I will create a protective, smooth barrier bubble to envelop us. We will glide into the depths, akin to descending a curved water slide. The flexibility of the barrier will ensure our safety. However, I estimate this journey will be exceedingly long, and during our descent, we may experience brief moments of disorientation and shock. Upon reaching the depths, I will use airflow to suspend the barrier bubble at the exit, allowing it to return us as if we were in a vertical lift. What do you think? That sounds incredible, Fat Wei exclaimed, feeling slightly dizzy. Well, having magical abilities certainly has its advantages. Whatever you say goes. We shall follow you. Very well. Chen Zhi clapped his hands and called out to everyone. Prepare your belongings. We are ready to descend. Once Chen Zhi finished speaking, the group dispersed to organize their gear. After traveling such a considerable distance, they were finally set to embark on their mission. As Chen Zhi had stated, the journey ahead was daunting. Sliding through the underground for such an extensive distance was no trivial matter. Moreover, traversing the Earth's crust posed a significant challenge to the human body. The pressure below could potentially crush them, or perhaps, once they descended, their bodies would be unable to adapt to the subterranean environment. Another concern loomed. Up to this point, they had yet to encounter any members of the Dark Division. If they descended through the passage only to find the Dark Division sealing it off, disaster would ensue. After deliberation, Chen Zhi decided to leave Jiying behind. Her skills were reliable, and her presence would ensure the security of the passage, allowing the others a safe return. During this operation, Chen Zhi needed to conserve energy, reserving a portion of airflow to bring them back to the surface. Otherwise, this route would become a one-way journey. Everyone placed their belongings into their magic bags, which were meticulously designed with metallic fibers that adhered snugly to their work attire. They donned masks and hoods that completely concealed their faces, leaving not a single inch of skin exposed. Once everyone had prepared, Chen Zhi had woven an air capsule resembling a pea pod. Within this capsule, there were numerous spaces akin to pea seeds, each capable of accommodating an individual. As they slid down together, the airflow could withstand the surrounding pressure, ensuring the safety of those inside. Upon the completion of the air capsule, Chen Zhi and Pang Wei began to arrange the order of the individuals within. The orange, as per usual. I shall lead the way, Pang Wei remarked to Chen Zhi. I have surveyed the underground structure with my X-ray vision while on the plane, and I can recall the approximate route. Be cautious, Chen Zhi advised Pang Wei. The underground environment is intricate. Once we descend, we may encounter various circumstances, perhaps extreme temperatures or unimaginable magma. You must remain vigilant with the route. Rest assured. Pang Wei chuckled, gesturing towards the nearby pangolin. Isn't this fellow here to assist us? Let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That makes 5 of us. As for that deaf-mute old man, he should stay above. At this moment, Pang Wei suddenly stood up in surprise. Wait, I just realized. Where did that deaf-mute old Kuta go? Chapter 328. The disappearance of old Kuta what? You only just noticed? Chen Zhi smiled as he glanced at Pang Wei. He has been missing for quite some time. He quietly left before we arrived here. What? Pang Wei exclaimed, his eyes widening as he stared at Chen Zhi. Then turning to look at the others. He saw Hu Ming and old Jindo exchanging bewildered glances. That crazy old man, running off in such a deep mine. Isn't that akin to seeking death? It's freezing in here. He will soon turn to ice. Do not worry, Chen Zhi reassured, casting a meaningful glance into the distant darkness. His adaptability here exceeds ours by far. Have you not noticed? His hands are covered in frostbite, which is rare in the mountains. Even in the coldest peaks, such severe frostbite cannot occur. Thus, he must have been in this frigid underground before, and perhaps even ventured into deeper realms. You mean he has been below? Pang Wei struggled to contain his imagination, staring incredulously at Chen Zhi. Are you suggesting he has gone beneath this ground? Impossible. That mad old man has not a single decent garment to shield himself, nor any protective gear. Would he not perish from the heat? True, the depths are warm, but that does not equate to immediate death upon descent, Chen Zhi replied, looking earnestly at Pang Wei. This is fundamentally a conceptual issue. The human body's capacity for endurance and comfort are two distinct notions. You might find a place unbearably hot, causing you distress. Yet that does not mean you will succumb to the heat. Moreover, this old man bears not only numerous frostbite marks, but his ear contours appear blurred, as if the flesh has melted away, a result of the fat being scorched by intense heat. He must have endured the searing heat long ago, a torment akin to the fiery depths of hell, which drove him to the brink of madness. Yet, he survived, defying death. Remarkable indeed. Fat Wei pondered thoughtfully, realizing that those who emerged from these mountains were not mere trifles. Even a mad old man possessed such an enigmatic past, and his powers were considerable, having vanished right under our noses. I had truly underestimated him. He merely disappeared from your sight. Chen Zhi interjected with a smile, no matter the extent of one's abilities. It is impossible to vanish before the eyes of a warrior. After uttering these words, Chen Zhi pointed to the nearby ghost blade. The moment that old man left, the blade revealed his departure to me. Is that so? Fat Wei turned to the ghost blade with a reluctant expression. Blade, you couldn't have been so careless. Why didn't you speak up earlier? By the way, did you see where that mad old man fled? There are walls all around, not a single path in sight. Could he possibly have burrowed underground? Indeed, he did vanish underground. Ghost Blade replied with unwavering certainty. What? Fat Wei could scarcely believe his ears. Yet he recognized that Ghost Blade seldom jested. Thus his words carried significant weight. Still, the incredibility of this statement compelled Fat Wei to inquire further. Today feels like stepping into the realm of the Earth deity's ancestors. Don't tell me that old man possesses the ability to tunnel underground as well. Am I to expect the 7 fairies to appear next? Is this a common gift among the mountain folk? Can everyone simply leap into the earth without a care for transportation? Blade, surely you must have misread the situation? I reiterate, he did tunnel underground, Ghost Blade insisted, his expression devoid of emotion. I witnessed him burrow into the ground, and then he vanished completely. Unbelievable, Fat Wei conceded, grudgingly accepting the truth, yet a lingering doubt remained. If he truly possessed such an ability, why did he hide away on the mountain, allowing us to capture him? Why did he not simply flee underground at that moment? Fat Wei turned to Hu Ming, continuing his inquiry. Didn't you mention earlier that this old man is one of your golden family? So, it turns out your family possesses such skills, keeping them hidden from us. Why don't you demonstrate your tunneling ability? Come on, show me. Nonsense. How could I tunnel underground? Hu Ming's face flushed with embarrassment. Moreover, our golden family's lineage is noble. We would never engage in such humble acts. As I mentioned earlier, that old Kutu has been in the mountains for far too long, older than my grandfather. Even my grandfather does not know which branch of the family he belongs to or where he came from. How could I possibly be aware of his background? Perhaps he is not even a member of the Golden family at all, but rather an imposter. Or maybe, having lingered in these mountains for so long, he learned the art of tunneling from the earth spirits. Master, I have something to report. At that moment, the observing Yujia suddenly interjected. As far as my limited knowledge allows, the so-called art of earth evasion is not a matter of incantations or sorcery, but rather an innate ability. For instance, both these earth immortals and I possess the natural physique that allows us to burrow into the earth. It is not something that can be acquired through practice. Moreover, human skin is exceedingly thin, rendering it impossible for them to master such a skill, even if they were to coexist with earth immortals daily. Thus, the one who vanished must be, I see. Chen Zhi coldly turned to Yujia, signaling him to refrain from further comment. Yujia promptly retreated to a corner, silenced. Let us proceed. Chen Zhi glanced back at the group and waved his hand. Since he had already departed, there was no need to pursue him. We shall now descend into the underground to observe the legendary tomb of Genghis Khan and ascertain its true nature. Chapter 329. Entering the underground, Yujia was the first to arrive at the earth's center, where he plunged his hands straight into the ground, his body slowly rising as he rotated. Subsequently, he curled into a sphere, spinning on the surface like a living top. The faster he spun, the greater the force he exerted, akin to a drill, breaking through the earth beneath. The surface of the soil began to boil, cracking like a hard shell and revealing the viscous, fine earth below. This location was already profoundly deep, making the soil particularly sticky, interspersed with small crystalline particles. By the time Yujia stood upright, his exoskeleton was adorned with tiny crystals, sparkling as if covered in diamonds. Master, it appears this is the passageway, Yujia announced, gesturing to the earth immortals behind him. They swiftly converged and forcefully struck the soil beneath, resulting in a cacophony of collapsing earth and stone. The ground rapidly loosened, and then began to sink, unveiling a circular passage. The passage measured less than 2 meters in diameter, yet its surface was remarkably uniform, indicating the tremendous effort expended in its excavation. The edges bore traces of mud and water, revealing the labor involved. The passage descended straight down but exhibited a significant serpentine curvature, resembling a spiral encircling itself. The earthen walls were slick with mucus, glistening as though it were a spiral slide. Let us proceed. Chen Zhi activated his barrier, infusing it with a faint wind and thunder incantation. These incantations would not inflict harm, but would emit a soft electric glow, allowing everyone to clearly perceive the entire structure of the pod-like barrier. Alas, this contraption seems unreliable. Why does it look so precarious? Fat Wei muttered to himself, a large cleaver slung over his shoulder, as he stepped into the first seat of the pea pod. He bent at the waist and settled in, hugging his knees like a plump pea. Shortly thereafter, Lao Jindo and Hu Ming followed suit, adhering to their earlier plan, while Gui Dao remained at the rear. Before descending, Chen Zhi turned to glance at Jiying, who stood there with remarkable composure, her hands clasping a long sword. She exuded an aura so formidable that it resembled a divine warrior stationed in vigil, sacred and inviolable. Be cautious, Chen Zhi whispered to Jiying, his eyes lingering on her. Listen for any sounds nearby. The dark faction may still be outside. The clan leader need not worry. Please proceed, Jiying replied, her gaze steady, her expression devoid of any turbulence. This icy demeanor had persisted for quite some time. Chen Zhi could no longer recall when he last beheld Jiying's warm smile. Acknowledging her with a silent nod, Chen Zhi refrained from further conversation. He pivoted and leapt into the second seat of the pea pod, nestled closely beside Fat Wei. He silently recited incantations, the barrier sealing itself as the lid of the pod closed. Subsequently, Wu Jia and several earth immortals collectively propelled the pod, exerting their strength to usher Chen Zhi and the others into the ancient passageway that spiraled downward. The moment the pod plunged into the corridor, they were immediately enveloped in weightlessness. The combined weight of the group rendered the pea pod exceedingly heavy, causing it to careen down the smooth, spiraling tunnel at an alarming speed. As they descended, the pod collided with the walls, rebounding with considerable force. Without the protective barrier, they would have surely suffered grievous injuries. Fortunately, the pod's surface was remarkably resilient, safeguarding their bodies from harm. Within the passage, Chen Zhi observed numerous ancient corpses, their skeletal remains clad in armor, adorned with the characteristic thick braids of Mongolian warriors. These should have belonged to soldiers from ages past, abandoned along their final journey. The corridor was indeed littered with such remains. Initially, they were discernible, but as gravity intensified, the pod's velocity surged, turning its surface a fiery red. The aftershocks from the collisions against the stone walls sent tremors throughout their brains, causing their vision to blur. Chen Zhi felt as though his internal organs were in chaos. Nausea rising, threatening to erupt. Moreover, he could hear Hu Meng behind him, screaming throughout the descent, but soon fell silent, presumably having lost consciousness. Eventually, the minds of all within the pod descended into a state of disarray, plunging them into unconsciousness. Time became irrelevant, and Chen Zhi was roused from his stupor. Slowly opening his eyes to a piercing headache, Wu Jia knelt before him, incessantly nudging his body. As Wu Jia pushed persistently, his voice became a mere echo amidst the incessant buzzing in Chen Zhi's ears, rendering his words unintelligible. Chen Zhi observed wisps of white smoke emanating from Wu Jia's skin. His brow furrowed in evident agony. Chen Zhi yearned to rise, yet his body felt utterly immobilized. The ground around him was enveloped in a scorching haze. Even through his protective suit, he could perceive waves of heat crashing against him. Seek refuge in the pea pod, or you shall perish from the heat. Chen Zhi struggled to articulate through clenched teeth, his gaze fixed intently on Wu Jia. However, Wu Jia appeared undeterred, relentlessly pressing against Chen Zhi's body and kneading his thigh muscles, seemingly unwilling to depart. Yet, upon catching a glimpse of the desperation in Chen Zhi's eyes, he obediently retreated into the passage, seeking solace within the protective boundary of the pea pod, escaping the external inferno. Wu Jia's loyalty was palpable. Much of his skin bore the marks of burns, while the earth fairies that had closely followed him had long vanished. Chen Zhi's mind continued to thrum with dissonance, and the remnants of his earlier meal trickled from his mouth. He was unable to rise and assess the situation around him, bound by his inability to stand. After a while, the numbness in his limbs began to yield to a painful resurgence, a sensation akin to broken bones that made him tremble uncontrollably. At last, Chen Zhi summoned the strength to prop himself up with his arms and lifted his head to gaze ahead. Before him, amidst the searing, distorted air, lay an abyss of darkness, interspersed with glimmers of crystalline light. In the far distance, a majestic edifice seemed to lurk within the shadows. Chapter 330. The terrifying journey. Chen Zhi sought to widen his eyes, striving to discern the dark architecture ahead. However, as he attempted to shift his body, a tumultuous churn erupted within his stomach, an upheaval that compelled him to expel the contents of his throat violently. The protective suit, designed to envelop their heads and bodies completely, failed to contain his vomit. It filled the hood, compelling him to remove it, lest he choke on his own regurgitation. In that disorienting moment, as his senses began to return, he trembled while struggling to peel off the hood, eventually succeeding after several attempts. Yet as he did, an unbearable wave of heat assaulted him directly. The intensity was overwhelming. If the scorching heat of the Egyptian desert was excruciating, this searing temperature was undoubtedly beyond the threshold of human endurance, threatening imminent collapse. Gritting his teeth, Chen Zhi diligently cleared the vomit from his hood, then bowed his head to purge his stomach further, ensuring he was free of the nauseating remnants. Once composed, he hastily donned the hood again. The oppressive heat had made breathing nearly impossible, yet the cool air flowing within the hood restored a semblance of tranquility, allowing his mind to regain its clarity. As the pea pod's barrier fell to the ground, it automatically opened due to Chen Zhi's unconscious state, unable to exert control. The individuals within the pod were ejected, with Fat Wei being propelled the farthest, sprawling on the ground, his body trembling slightly as if he had awakened. Hu Meng and Lao Jindo did not fall far, remaining near the pod, but Gui Dao had vanished. Where's Gui Dao? Upon realizing Gui Dao's disappearance, Chen Zhi felt a pang of anxiety and quickly scanned his surroundings. He found himself in an expanse of utter darkness, a realm devoid of sunlight, where everything was shrouded in blackness. The air outside was distorted, the temperature alarmingly high. Their breathing relied primarily on the oxygen produced by their specialized work suits. The miniature technology developed by the Indians was not without merit. Besides providing substantial impact resistance, their suits could harness the surrounding gaseous elements to generate oxygen. The suit's most remarkable feature lay in its ability to autonomously detect the environment, encompassing both biological and non-biological elements. As Chen Zhi traversed this place, The detection equipment in his suit began to analyze all known elements in the vicinity, relaying the findings to the suit system. The display before him indicated that the air composition was exceedingly complex, with extreme temperatures making it inhospitable for human life. However, there was a trace of oxygen present, suggesting that while remaining here might be excruciating and potentially drive one to madness, it did not guarantee immediate death. The geographical environment was intricate, and the scanning device of the suit could hardly detect any significant mineral ions in this area. The LCD screen predominantly displayed messages such as no freshwater resources, no signs of life, geographical conditions unknown, mineral elements unknown, and so forth. Yet, one element was abundantly present on the ground: pure carbon. The screen indicated that vast quantities of carbon material existed here, predominantly in crystalline form. In other words, this place was replete with diamond ore. Chen Zhi glanced into the surrounding darkness, and indeed, the faint glimmers in the gloom resembled stars twinkling in the night sky. Beneath their feet and ahead lay various sizes of diamond crystals, all remarkably pure and transparent. Containing a high carbon content that emitted a faint glow, this was the sole source of illumination in the depths of the earth. Ouch, that nearly killed me. At that moment, Fat Wei's voice crackled through the radio. Chen Zhi looked ahead to see Fat Wei limping towards him, clutching his backside. Remarkably, Fat Wei's stamina was impressive. Having sat at the front of the pod, he had recovered much more quickly than Chen Zhi after the lengthy collision and considerable fall. He removed his helmet, bent down to retch for a while, and then stood up to face Chen Zhi. "Are you all right, little orange? The legs have gone numb, haven't they?" After Fat Wei finished speaking, he extended his hand to Chen Zhi. At critical moments, true abilities reveal themselves. I, Fat Yi, have witnessed countless storms. Do not be deceived by your ostensible prowess. Upon arriving here, your stamina is still inferior to mine. Chen Zhi grasped Fat Wei's hand, attempting to rise, but was immediately met with excruciating pain in his legs, as if they were splitting apart, and a wave of numbness coursed through his body, nearly causing him to sit back down. Fortunately, with a strong pull, Fat Wei helped him to his feet, allowing Chen Zhi to stabilize himself. After regaining his composure, the two made their way towards the pod. The ghost blade was certainly nowhere to be found. The current environment did not permit them to search extensively, and their calls over the wireless yielded no response. However, given the prowess of the ghost blade, the real concern should not be him, but rather the unconscious Lao Jindo, and Hu Ming still lying beside the pod. Chen Zhi glanced at the time displayed on the screen. They had plummeted for over 3 hours, signifying an unimaginably long descent. They must have now reached the mantle, located beneath the surface of the Earth, which is the mid-layer of our planet. When we typically discuss the Earth, we simplify it to a sphere, envisioning the mantle as the central zone between the core and the surface. We often perceive the surface layer as merely soil, thus assuming the mantle beneath must also consist of Earth. In truth, these are entirely distinct concepts. The mantle is profoundly distant from the human realm, as humanity has never ventured beyond the surface level. Even with 500 more years of technological advancement, entering the mantle remains an impossibility. Thus, the interior of the mantle is an entirely different world. At this moment, both Lao Jindo and Hu Ming had succumbed to unconsciousness after a prolonged fall from the heights. They lay beside the pod, lips sealed tightly and faces tinged with a bluish hue, their condition dire, perhaps due to the resilient nature of the Mongolian spirit. Although Hu Ming lay in a coma, his hand still clutched the edge of the pod with a vice-like grip, while his other hand remained firmly clasped around his dagger. Chapter 331. A terrifying journey, alas. Your Highness, awaken swiftly. Fat Wei vigorously shook Hu Ming, incessantly patting his forehead, attempting to pry loose his tightly clenched hand from the pod. However, Hu Ming's grip was unyielding, his complexion a ghastly shade of pale, with his jaw clenched tightly, indicating he had likely gone into shock. Fat Wei, realizing he could not rouse Hu Ming, felt a surge of fear. He desperately shook his own dazed head, pinched Hu Ming's palm, and finally turned to Chen Zhi, saying, "Is this it? We cannot afford to lose this prince here. We would have no explanation to offer. Perhaps we should remove his headgear and splash some water on him? With the heat outside, could it cause any issues?" "Take it off," Chen Zhi said, observing Hu Hong's ashen face. "This is the only way left. He surely has vomit inside him, yet he grits his teeth and refrains from releasing it. If this continues, he may suffocate. All right, then let us remove it." Upon receiving Chen Zhi's consent, Fat Wei swiftly yanked off Hu Hong's hood, exposing his head to the sweltering air, causing his skin to flush instantly. Chen Zhi opened the white treasure pouch and retrieved a bottle of mineral water. The plastic bottle contorted in the heat, and Chen Zhi quickly unscrewed the cap, splashing the cool water on Hong's face. With the sudden shock of the cold water, Hong jolted awake, his eyes wide with terror as he surveyed his surroundings, his eyes rimmed with viscous secretions, an alarming sight indeed. Upon comprehending his surroundings, he opened his mouth wide and vomited violently, splattering the contents onto Fat Wei's face. "Oh my goodness, this is absolutely revolting," Fat Wei exclaimed, nearly losing his sanity from the disgust. He hastily wiped at his mask, flinging the vile matter away, then pulled out a handkerchief to scrub his face vigorously. Thankfully, the hood had shielded his facial skin, or else the vile substance would have made him wish for death. "I say, Your Highness, you truly lack gratitude. We save you, and instead of expressing thanks, you repay us with this? How can your golden family be so treacherous? Once I ascend, I shall certainly demand compensation from your patriarch for this psychological trauma, which is surely lifelong." "Oh no, I feel nauseous again," Hong groaned, entirely oblivious to Fat Wei's complaints. After a prolonged bout of retching, he collapsed onto the ground, convulsing for a while before crying out for help. "It's so hot. Someone save me." Seeing that Hong was now stable, Chen Zhi replaced the hood on him and gently patted his back. Gradually, Hong began to regain his breath, though his body continued to tremble violently, clearly affected by the ordeal. Meanwhile, old Jindo slowly came to. Though advanced in age, he was seasoned in experience. From the onset, he had held his breath, and once his awareness returned, he removed the hood with Fat Wei's assistance, vomited for a time, and then donned it again, enduring little discomfort throughout the process. After both of them took a moment to steady themselves, they were finally able to rise. By this time, Hong was on the verge of tears. "This is terrifying. It was utterly horrifying. When I fell, I glimpsed hell, with demons, fierce demons. Why did you force me down here? Why do you wish to harm me? Goodness, you are truly ungrateful," Fat Wei retorted, infuriated by Hong's words, almost tempted to remove his hood and strangle him. "What has happened to you Mongolians? Burning bridges after crossing the river? Was it not you who clung on desperately, insisting on following? Who deceived you? I was the one worried you would drag me down. Enough, no need for further words." At this moment, Lao Jindo stood up beside us, slowly straightening his back. His voice was nearly hoarse, and his eyes bore a tinge of crimson. "This is no place for frivolity. We must conserve our strength. Moreover, where has the knife gone? I have not seen him. When I regained consciousness, the ghost blade had already vanished." Chen Zhi replied, "I have examined the records. Our descent lasted approximately 5 hours. An eternity. I have likely been lying here for over half an hour. I surmise that given the ghost blade's stamina, he would have awakened before me. But for some unknown reason, he has left this place. However, I am currently unable to speculate on the cause. What is so difficult about this?" Pang Wei pointed at the black-armored old man in the neighboring pod, suggesting, "Why not inquire with him? That fellow has probably been here for some time. He possesses the ability to burrow underground, unlike us who have been unconscious for so long." Since the moment Wu Jia returned to his pod, he appeared considerably better. He had been eavesdropping on their conversation within the transparent barrier and now slightly opened the pod to reveal his head, reporting to the master, "I was trailing behind you along with those Earth Immortals. Your descent was exceedingly rapid, and the heat down here is intense. Eventually, the Earth Immortals ceased to heed my commands and fled. I followed out of concern for you. By the time I arrived here, that warrior from Shichi had already vanished, so I cannot ascertain his whereabouts. It seems we are at an impasse." Lao Jindo shook his head, somewhat helplessly, and then hesitated to look at Chen Zhi. "Chen, I must say something you may not wish to hear. This place is not suitable for prolonged stay. Our work suits provide oxygen, but the surrounding environment requires a certain air content, and there is a time constraint. Moreover, did you not observe? When we took out our water bottles, they immediately distorted, indicating that this place is utterly inhospitable for humans. We cannot simply wait here." Chen Zhi nodded in agreement with Lao Jindo, given the current circumstances. Remaining here was evidently unwise. Furthermore, Chen Zhi knew the ghost blade's disposition well. If not compelled by dire necessity, he would never depart easily. Therefore, when the ghost blade awakened, he must have encountered something significant, something so extraordinary that it compelled him to abandon his unconscious companions and leave this place. Chapter 332, A Terrifying Journey, Part 2. After resting a while longer, Lao Jindo and Hu Ming had largely regained their physical condition and were able to walk normally. Mina's wireless system proved to be exceptional, even within the mantle. The connection remained remarkably clear and efficient, instilling a sense of security among the group. However, the ghost blade had inexplicably vanished from the wireless network. The ground beneath them was extraordinarily hard, resembling solid rock, making it impossible to excavate any soil, while the surface was adorned with glimmering crystals. The passage they had traversed earlier was now a broad opening, over a meter wide, carved into the nearby stone wall. Chen Zhi had affixed a sticky airflow line to the pod, a slender filament even finer than a hair, yet incredibly elastic, capable of pulling them back as long as the entrance above remained unobstructed. After deliberation, Chen Zhi and his companions resolved to leave Wu Jia inside the pod to guard the entrance, instructing him to pursue any traces should the ghost blade return. With their arrangements in place, they promptly set forth towards the looming darkness of the structures ahead. Hu Ming, being a youth, although profoundly shaken mentally, found his physical recovery to be swifter than his cognitive faculties. Scientists had once hypothesized that a person falling from a height of 5,000 meters would likely be unconscious during the latter half of the descent. Those daring enough to skydive while remaining alert throughout the fall were deemed exceptionally brave. In contrast, the experience of plummeting from the surface to the mantle, an ordeal lasting 5 hours at such an extreme altitude, would overwhelm the average person's psyche, leaving them in a state of shock even if they survived. Currently, Hu Ming was in such a state. Following the terrifying descent, his mental stability had been compromised. Though he continued to accompany Chen Zhi's team, his emotions were volatile, oscillating between tears and curses, lamenting how Pang Wei had deceived him into descending. He would then reminisce about his grandfather, expressing a desire to return home to find him. Initially, Pang Wei was incensed, contemplating the idea of silencing Hu Ming. But as he witnessed the prince's erratic behavior, fear began to take hold. He was apprehensive about driving the young prince to madness, for the repercussions upon their return would be dire. Thus, Pang Wei endeavored to soothe Hu Ming gently, while simultaneously attempting to recall the memory of the terrain they had seen from above, seeking a path forward. At this moment, Chen Zhi held a profound admiration for Pang Wei's perceptive abilities. During their time on the helicopter, Pang Wei had utilized his X-ray vision to survey the ground below for less than 5 seconds, enduring considerable pain. Yet he had managed to analyze the landscape with remarkable clarity. Pang Wei's meticulous nature was also evident as he marked their route by driving a series of iron-like stakes into the ground. These stakes, composed of a synthetic metal with a reflective coating, maximized the reflection of surrounding light, akin to the reflective signs found on modern highways. Consequently, their path became a line of luminous markers, and when they turned back, the route they had taken was vividly illuminated before them, culminating at the pod's location. Despite Pang Wei's usual carefree demeanor, he has now ingeniously devised a route through the impenetrable darkness of the land. They advanced swiftly, yet the dark edifices ahead remained tantalizingly out of reach. Chen Zhi had long anticipated this. In vast territories, having a clear view of the surroundings does not necessarily signify good fortune. Rather, it underscores the daunting distance that lay ahead, indicating their journey would be protracted. Fortunately, their work attire effectively shielded them from external heat, and they had adequately replenished their supplies of water and food prior to their descent. Throughout this arduous trek, aside from Hu Ming's incessant murmurs of fright, the others maintained a steady demeanor. Thus, they followed Pang Wei onward, embarking on a journey that tested their patience. Wherein conversation was scarce, the only sounds that pierced the silence were Hu Ming's rambling complaints and Pang Wei's solitary musings as he calculated their progress. After nearly 8 hours of relentless walking, the dark structures loomed larger before them. Raising his binoculars, Chen Zhi could discern the black exterior of the buildings. Casting a glance back, he observed that the path they had traversed had transformed into a winding trail, illuminated by reflective markers, stretching endlessly into the distance. While the pea-pod-shaped area was now a distant memory, Hu Ming had ceased his complaints, his stamina depleted after 8 continuous hours of exertion. Lao Jinta's pace had noticeably slowed, his heavy breathing audible over the radio. Pang Wei tugged at Hu Ming, noticing his reluctance to speak or move forward, suspecting that in 2 hours, he would be unable to take another step. "I say, Orange," Pang Wei communicated to Chen Zhi through the radio. "This Prince Hu Ming seems to be faltering, and Lao Jin too is utterly exhausted. The surface temperature isn't excessively hot, and we are all equipped with our work attire. Should we not rest here for a moment? No, we cannot linger here, Chen Zhi replied over the radio. The environment is far too precarious. Should a sudden hot wind or any other unforeseen event arise, it could engulf us in mere seconds. We must hasten to that structure. Its enduring presence here must hold significance, suggesting it is relatively safe. Just as Chen Zhi's words faded, the ground trembled slightly, startling him into a sudden exclamation, "Not good." In the fleeting moment that followed, the heavens and the earth seemed to collapse as if in a cataclysmic event. The ground trembled violently, fissures emerged across the once solid earth, and molten lava surged forth like towering waves, transforming the world into an inferno. Just as Chen Zhi's words faded into the air, a subtle tremor rippled through the ground, startling him into an urgent exclamation, "Not good." In an instant, chaos erupted. The earth convulsed as if it were being torn apart, and the surroundings began to shake uncontrollably. The hardened terrain cracked open with immense chasms, and the seething magma poured forth, engulfing everything in its fiery embrace. The speed of this transformation was astonishing, leaving the onlookers with barely half a second to react before the red-hot lava erupted, shrouding the sky with its wrath and igniting everything in its vicinity. Their work uniforms began to emit alarm signals, the weaker areas succumbing to the heat. Each individual could palpably sense their imminent demise. In the face of death, a profound awareness often surfaces. However, the abruptness of this calamity left everyone utterly unprepared. A colossal wave of molten rock descended upon them with unimaginable swiftness. In a primal instinct for self-preservation, they instinctively raised their arms to shield themselves, yet they all understood the futility of such an act. They subsequently closed their eyes, bracing for the inevitable arrival of death. A scorching wave of heat swept over them, making their bones feel as though they were melting, but then, as if by some miracle, the temperature plunged. When they finally regained their senses, they discovered they had been lifted into the air. The inferno below transformed into a sea of flames. A transparent protective barrier had enveloped them, whisking them away to safety. This was a defensive barrier conjured by Chen Zhi in a moment of dire urgency, encasing everyone and elevating them above the chaos. As they realized they had ascended into the sky, Hu Ming collapsed inside the barrier, curling up and becoming motionless. Lao Jindo gazed down at the volcanic eruption of lava below, his heart racing in sheer terror. Fat Wei, still trembling with fright, placed a hand on his chest, exclaiming breathlessly, "Chen Zhi, you are truly remarkable. You saved us. Your abilities have grown tremendously, otherwise we would have perished." However, before Fat Wei could finish his sentence, they witnessed Chen Zhi collapse against the barrier, blood spurting from his mouth in a violent spray. Panic ensued among the group, fearing that Chen Zhi might lose consciousness and cause the barrier to fall. Yet, Chen Zhi's hand remained firmly grasping the edge of the barrier, striving to maintain its stability through sheer force of will. For Chen Zhi, weaving barriers with fierce curses had become a skill of remarkable proficiency. However, there remained a significant drawback to such barriers. They required a considerable amount of time to craft, not a feat accomplished in an instant. The thicker the barrier, the longer it necessitated to weave. Thus, a hastily constructed barrier would inevitably deplete Chen Zhi's stamina and vigor, even risking internal injuries that might lead to him spitting blood. Despite this, the hastily conjured barrier bubble swiftly elevated them into the air. Its surface was thin, and had it not been for their rapid ascent, it would likely have succumbed to the searing waves of heat below. With one hand steadying the barrier, Chen Zhi gestured for everyone to remain calm and silent. He then, with composure, spat out the blood from his mouth onto the ground, closed his eyes, and gradually channeled the energy within him to thicken the barrier bubble. After a while, the barrier bubble grew sufficiently robust, stabilizing its float in the air. Chen Zhi deftly maneuvered the bubble, gliding above the tumultuous waves of molten rock, steering towards the distant Black City. His body was already injured. He kept his eyes shut, maintaining the flow of energy as he slowly advanced, eventually floating past the imposing black walls and descending to the ground. At the moment the bubble touched down, it exploded with a sudden force, leaving Chen Zhi lifelessly sprawled on the ground, motionless. "Warren, are you all right? Please don't scare me," Pang Wei exclaimed in a panic, grasping Chen Zhi's chest to listen for his heartbeat. "You can't die. What will I do if you do? Are you out of your mind? Cursing me to death?" Chen Zhi weakly replied, I cannot move right now. There is bleeding from my capillaries. Any sudden movement could cause internal injuries. Carry me to a safe place so I can rest for a moment. All right, just trust me, Pang Wei reassured, scanning their surroundings before shining a spotlight ahead. The inner structure of the black walls was not overly complex, exhibiting an architectural style reminiscent of ancient Mongolian palaces. In antiquity, while the Mongolian people were accustomed to living in yurts, some of the most distinguished nobles and khans resided in fixed abodes. However, these homes retained the rugged style of a nomadic culture, layered rather than exhibiting the intricate internal designs typical of Han architecture. What lay before them appeared to be a courtyard within the walls, its ground paved with large stone bricks, which were either originally black or had darkened with age. Reflecting no light whatsoever, Pang Wei raised the light and directed it forward, revealing a shadowy structure ahead that seemed to be a tower. Before the tower's entrance, there was an arched dark passageway, likely permitting entry. Everyone, follow me. Fat Wei gently lifted Chen Zhi onto his back and communicated via the wireless to Old Jindo. Old Jin, take care of Prince Humming. Just ensure he follows us. If anything goes awry, lie flat immediately and find a safe place to hide. Do not concern yourself with me. Understood. Rest assured, we will not interfere with your situation, Old Jindo replied through the wireless, then reached out to pull Humming closer. After the recent encounter with the lava, Humming was utterly stunned. The strategy of using poison to counter poison seemed to have restored his senses. He was no longer the foolish figure he had been moments ago, nor did he babble nonsensically. Thus, they proceeded forward, following Fat Wei until they arrived before the tower. Before them loomed a dark expanse, which revealed itself to be a large black door. The material of the door was indiscernible, yet it was adorned with a blackened, desiccated corpse. The exterior of this corpse was encased in a rusted shell, appearing as a unified entity. It seemed that while this individual was still alive, iron solution had been poured over him, solidifying into this grotesque form. The visage was ghastly, indicating that the person had suffered immensely at the moment of death. Furthermore, 2 black chains were affixed to the shoulders of the corpse, leaving it suspended in a manner that instilled dread in those who gazed upon it. Chapter 334. The silent black tower. They were accustomed to the sight of corpses and had long since forgotten the sensation of fear. However, for reasons unknown, the horrific figure before them exuded an overwhelming sense of foreboding that deterred them from advancing. Outside, the lava surged with increasing ferocity, its fiery glow shifting from a vibrant red to a deep crimson. Following a final explosion, scalding lava erupted forth in countless fiery droplets, cascading down like a torrential rain of flames. Remaining in the courtyard had become perilous. The surrounding architectural area, while expansive, was littered with crumbling walls and peculiar, rudimentary structures, some of which had lost their roofs entirely. Only the leaning black stone tower appeared steadfast amidst the chaos. Quickly, let us enter. Fat Wei gritted his teeth and reached behind the corpse, gripping the chains above. With a resounding crack, the black door swung open, revealing an inky passage leading inward. The lava had already begun to seep inside, instantly transforming the landing into a billowing cloud of steam. With no time to ponder, they rushed into the black tower. Once inside, they closed the door behind them, as the sound of lava crashing outside echoed ominously. Fearing to proceed further, they found a spot by the wall and settled down to catch their breath. Humming, utterly exhausted, collapsed onto the ground, legs in the air, unable to rise again. The weary legs of Old Jindo trembled with exhaustion. He had been forcing himself to endure all the way here, and even if he had not entered this tower, he would scarcely have been able to take another step. With the absence of Ghost Blade and Jiying, the team was devoid of martial strength, and Fat Wei had become the most formidable among them. After placing Chen Zhi in a corner, he dared not relax his guard and cautiously advanced a dozen meters ahead with his weapon drawn, scanning the surroundings. This corridor was marked by an utterly mundane architectural style, mirroring the exterior courtyard, with walls and flooring arranged in simple, square patterns, coarse and unadorned, lacking any color or intricate carvings, yet bearing the weight of antiquity. It appeared that this tower served as a conduit within the complex, leading directly towards the heart of the structure. Earlier, from their vantage point in midair, they had observed the layout of this architectural cluster, which resembled an abandoned military encampment, capable of housing 50 to 60,000 inhabitants, replete with numerous auxiliary buildings, all of considerable scale. However, these edifices had suffered significant destruction over the years, and most of the towers had collapsed under the relentless erosion of time, rendering their original forms nearly unrecognizable. Nevertheless, one could still envision the grandeur that once was. Chen Zhi, already fatigued upon entering, leaned against the wall and quietly urged everyone over the radio to maintain silence and refrain from advancing further. They were to rest in place, granting him a moment to recuperate before continuing their journey. After issuing his instructions, Chen Zhi closed his eyes and swiftly descended into a deep slumber. As he sank into sleep, the group fell silent, unsure of what to do next. Although the interior of the tower lacked the molten chaos of the outside world, the temperature remained elevated, and the air was thin. Their headgear could not be removed. Having trekked for over 8 hours, it would be disingenuous to claim they were not thirsty. Now that they had found a momentary refuge, they all retrieved water bottles from their supplies and drank deeply to replenish their hydration. After being startled by the previous encounter with lava, Hu Ming seemed to have regained his composure. He gulped down an entire bottle of mineral water and tossed the deformed plastic container to the ground, exhaling with relief as he said over the radio, "Fat brother, this is truly a life-or-death endeavor. I had underestimated you all. I never knew such individuals existed in this world. You are all warriors who dance on the edge of blades, true heroes in every sense." "What is this, really?" Fat Wei responded, feeling a sense of pride swelling within him, yet also a pang of inexplicable sorrow. "You know nothing of my past. Back then, my friends and I had seen it all. We had traversed fiery cauldrons and narrowly escaped death, yet we all survived. But later, never mind. Let us not dwell on that." Fat Wei sighed slightly at this juncture. "In any case, you've opened your eyes today. Just remember, don't embarrass us when the time comes. Stay strong and refrain from panicking at the slightest provocation. There is nothing in this world that can truly frighten us. Even if our heads were to roll, what of it? Everyone must face death at some point. What is there to fear?" Indeed, with his senses restored, Humming felt a resurgence of courage. Reflecting on his previous conduct, he found it rather embarrassing. "I truly shamed myself," he admitted. "Brother Fat, you are right. What is death but a mere passage? We, the members of the Golden Family, have never feared death. Moreover, this is the resting place of my ancestors. So should I perish, I would merely return to my roots. What is there to fear? Outside, the land is engulfed in lava. It seems we may not escape. Yet I am unafraid. I wish to face death like a true Mongolian." As he spoke, a hint of reluctance crossed his face. In the face of mortality, he still harbored trepidation. "Ah, Humming," old Jindo said wearily from the side. "I warned you before. You should not have come on this journey. You are different from us. You have no compelling reason to be here. You are young, with a promising future ahead. It would be far better to live well than to meet an untimely end like my old self. For to me, death is but a trivial matter. In my life, I have committed many misdeeds, driven by the need to survive. Now, should I die here, buried alongside a great hero like Genghis Khan, it would be a fortunate end." "Old Jindo, are you unwell?" Brother Fat exclaimed, his stomach churning at old Jindo's words. "Your mood seems rather off lately. Why speak such morose things? Don't you realize that you have a knack for speaking ill omens? You've lived enough. I still yearn for the joys of life outside. I tell you, cease this melodrama. Once we return, settle last year's debts without delay. Stop lamenting about life and death. It seems you are deliberately trying to evade payment." "Haha. Well then," old Jindo chuckled, "Wei, if I survive this ordeal, I shall repay you thrice the debts, even giving you all the savings I have amassed in my lifetime. What do you say?" Chapter 335. The heat reliever. Brother Fat stood astonished at old Jindo's words. "What has become of you? Old Jindo, are you ill? Is the heat causing you to hallucinate? I have heard that Lord Leopard treats you well. You have a significant stake in the Bao family, a hidden affluent figure, with your assets likely totaling several hundred million. Wouldn't you agree?" "Perhaps around 500 million, old Jindo replied with a smile, devoid of any attachment. "Wei, if you truly desire it, take it. Do not jest with me," Brother Fat retorted, turning immediately to Humming. "Your Highness, you must bear witness. Old Jindo has promised that if he survives this time, he will give me all his money. You shall attest to this. The old man is notoriously frugal, rarely parting with even a dime. Today, however, he seems to have undergone a transformation." "Ah," Lao Jindo lightly remarked, seemingly amused, but soon his expression grew grave, and he slowly closed his eyes. "Fame and fortune are fleeting, and life on this earth is singular. Wei, you have yet to grasp that worldly accolades are but a dream. We come into this world with nothing and leave with nothing if one is no longer present. What use is wealth? After a casual exchange of words, the group gradually fell silent. The previous journey had already left them weary, and they closed their eyes, slipping into a brief respite. Perhaps due to exhaustion, Lao Jindo and Hu Ming both succumbed to sleep. Yet, Fat Wei dared not close his eyes, remaining half awake, vigilant of his surroundings. Thus, over 3 hours passed, and Lao Jindo and Hu Ming awoke, while Chen Zhi slowly regained his normal breath. Chen Zhi, however, kept his eyes shut, remaining silent in his position. After a prolonged period, he suddenly opened his eyes and calmly addressed the group. Let us proceed. The expedition resumed. Outside, the lava likely continued its tumultuous eruption, and fire rained from the skies. At this moment, the tower represented their safest sanctuary, rendering the path ahead their only escape. The surroundings of this edifice were starkly simple. Only the black square stone bricks adorned the walls and floors, devoid of any embellishment. Yet, within the darkness ahead loomed an unsettling aura, as if something incomprehensible lay hidden within, deterring their advance. Each individual carried a fixed supply of water, sufficient for 3 days. But beyond that, in this sweltering heat, they would face dehydration. Thus, there was no time to waste. Chen Zhi and the others hastened forward through the elongated corridor of the tower, which seemed an unending passage. Despite their progression, the oppressive heat pervaded their work attire, seeping into their very bones, inducing a parched sensation that led to rising agitation. Orange, do you know what I most desire at this moment? Fat Wei remarked as he walked, turning his head. What I crave is to immerse myself in a hot spring, then take a chilled watermelon, slice it open to reveal its crimson flesh, and devour it in hearty bites. Or perhaps 2 cans of ice-cold beer, filled with ice cubes. I'd gulp down an entire pitcher in one go. This wretched place is so hot, my throat feels like it's on fire. Once we escape, I must indulge in a long, refreshing bath. A large bathtub would be perfect. However, scarcely had Fat Wei finished speaking when the corridor ahead began to widen. And within the darkness, a stone chamber emerged. Upon sighting this chamber, they hastened toward it, revealing its full form before their eyes. This is evidently a relic of an ancient inner chamber, vast in size and adorned with opulence. At its center lies a square bathing pool, paved with marble, its edges inlaid with gold. Rising majestically from the center is a stone fountain, embellished with large pearls and precious gems. Scattered across the floor are tarnished silver and gold vessels, cloaked in a thick layer of dust, alongside desiccated fruits that have hardened like stone. Tattered draperies, one after another, line the back wall, their age rendering them dusty and congealed into a muddy substance. Yet, from these scattered remnants, one can surmise the former grandeur this stone chamber once possessed. It is indeed quite peculiar, Fat Wei remarked, his eyes widening in bewilderment as he scratched his head. This is my first encounter with a bathing area within an ancient tomb. Was it intended for the mummies? And judging by its opulence, it could very well suffice for a luxurious massage. After uttering these words, Fat Wei prodded the dusty draperies with the scabbard of his machete. The draperies, having endured the ravages of time, disintegrated upon contact, falling to the ground as mere dust. Behind the draperies lay an exquisitely ornate bed, upon which rested the remains of numerous female corpses. Though these bodies had long since desiccated into mummies and skeletal remains, their hair remained meticulously styled, each adorned with a grand bull-headed gem tiara, characteristic of the ancient Mongolian nobility. The waists and arms of these female corpses were adorned with lavish jewelry, their belts adorned with a kaleidoscope of gems, crafted with exquisite artistry, a testament to fine craftsmanship. However, each of these corpses bore a gaping wound in the chest, indicating they had met their demise here, impaled by spears. This is not merely a bathing area, Chen Zhi whispered, gazing at the square pool ahead. The secret history of the Mongols recounts that during Genghis Khan's conquests, his army was formidable, and his court was surrounded by many side tents, primarily intended for his indulgence. In the later years of Genghis Khan, he developed an aversion to heat, becoming irritable as summer approached. The Mongolian people do not indulge in physical pleasures and lack the custom of bathing. Consequently, Genghis Khan devised a peculiar method to alleviate the sweltering heat. Historical records indicate that within his side tent, there was an ice bath, where blocks of ice were tossed into a pool, and numerous beautiful maidens would leap into the water, their bodies chilled to perfection. When Genghis Khan arrived, He would consort with these cool-bodied maidens to escape the sweltering heat. It is said that this method allowed him to remain unperturbed by the summer's heat for an entire month, proving more effective than modern air conditioning. In a moment of reflection, Pang Wei collected the gold and silver ornaments from the corpses of the maidens, lamenting their fate. Alas, these young beauties, who once served icy watermelon, now accompany the dead in burial. Nonetheless, he vowed to safeguard their relics. Chapter 336. The Mongolian sand table. The corpses of the maidens were primarily gathered around a grand bed, behind which stood an open doorway leading to a long corridor that extended inward. As they traversed past the ice bath, everything around them transformed dramatically compared to the ruins they had just encountered. This corridor was lavishly adorned, its walls crafted from fine black marble, embellished with grand pieces of glazed tiles and gilded edges. Even the ends of the fractured walls were decorated with jade. As they advanced, the path broadened, and the corridor exuded a majestic aura befitting royalty. After walking for over an hour, they arrived at the end of the corridor, which opened into a square hall with a lofty ceiling. A grand chandelier hung above, with a colossal beast's head suspended beneath it. The hall was vast, its boundaries beyond sight. It was largely empty, save for a few dust-covered chairs and a massive stone platform at its center. The platform, square in shape, was made of rough stone without any carvings, reflecting the typical nomadic style. Above this stone platform lay an enormous sand table, depicting mountains, rivers, cities, and even a vast azure sea. Chen Zhi observed the sand table closely, noting its intricate and realistic craftsmanship, akin to the work of divine artisans. The complexity of its internal structure was astonishing, revealing a large-scale representation of the world map. This exemplified the Mongolian ambition, truly remarkable in its scope. Pang Wei approached, striking the stone platform with the back of his knife. Behold, do not underestimate this unassuming black stone. It is genuine black jade. A single block of this magnitude is likely irreplaceable, and it embodies the mountains and rivers of the entire world. Upon further examination of this geographical location, even an uneducated person like myself can discern its significance. To the north, it directly connects to Russia, and to the south, it leads to present-day Australia, encompassing both Africa and America. It seems as though the entirety of the earth is within the purview of the Mongols. How remarkable! During that era, these Mongolian individuals were indeed formidable. How could this be? Old Jindo, standing before the expansive sand table, gazed incredulously at the mountains, rivers, and the delineated territories of various nations, utterly astonished. What era does this tomb belong to? Logically, when Genghis Khan passed away, the earth had yet to be recognized as a spherical entity. Western explorers had not yet discovered the eastern continent. How could a nomadic people like the Mongols possess such an extraordinarily precise world map, identical to our contemporary representation? It is important to note that today's world map has been meticulously charted by satellites in space. There is nothing impossible. I have long maintained that we cannot place blind faith in historical records. Chen Zhi pointed out the vividly detailed map segments upon the vast sand table. In my recollection, the Romans of that time were the most valiant and indomitable of peoples, while the Mongols, situated thousands of miles away, managed to sweep through Persia right under their noses. Had it not been for the establishment of the Yuan dynasty, with various tribes vying for supremacy, they would have undoubtedly conquered Rome and dominated Europe. This serves to illustrate that, during that epoch, the Mongols were far from mere reckless brutes. I once perused some confidential historical documents, revealing that Genghis Khan's strategist, Chuckled, was an exceptionally gifted individual, well-versed in both astronomy and geography, and adept at measurement and calculation. Many ancient formulas he devised remain unsolvable even today. The nautical and terrestrial maps he created were astonishingly precise. Regrettably, after the Mongols lost their power, these accurate blueprints became devoid of practical value, and most have since been lost to time. Nevertheless, legends persist that Chuckled possessed a supernatural vision, enabling him to perceive every corner of the world, whether it be distant deserts or the ocean's depths, eluding no scrutiny. Thus, Genghis Khan always kept him by his side during conquests. One must ponder, how could a small nomadic tribe develop so swiftly in just a few decades, conquering half the world with only a handful of reckless warriors and a few wild horses? Indeed. Hu Meng, listening intently, interjected, "My grandfather once remarked that our ancient Mongolian medicine was remarkably advanced. The so-called Mongolian prescriptions we have today are essentially ancient formulas from that period. It is said that the doctors of that time could be likened to the legendary Hua Tuo, possessing the ability to effect miraculous recoveries. History, truly, is more captivating than reality. Old Jindo stood by, absorbing their conversation with immense admiration. Since my youth, I have harbored a profound interest in Genghis Khan. This individual, who fratricidally took his brother's life and assumed power at the tender age of 18, was known for his fierce and domineering nature. It is said that his greatest aspiration in life was to extend his dominion over all lands illuminated by the sun. It seems that unifying the world was indeed his greatest dream at that time. Yet, I find it quite perplexing that such a ruthless individual, akin to a malevolent demon, would abandon the expedition westward merely due to a few words from Chuji, returning to his homeland to pass away in tranquility. Alas, is one not permitted to experience a moment of conscience? Fat Wei remarked indifferently, isn't there a saying? When one is about to die, one should perform some good deeds. Even a bird, before its demise, sings a beautiful tune, fearing the descent into hell. After uttering this, Fat Wei fixed his gaze upon the grand sand table atop the stone platform. He displayed little interest in the historical materials previously discussed. Instead, he appreciatively caressed the mountains and rivers depicted on the sand table. This sand table was exquisitely crafted, its beauty beyond the reach of mere words. If displayed to the outside world, it could indeed procure an entire city. The mountains and rivers on the sand table were primarily fashioned from jade and precious stones. The desert was adorned with golden sand. The flora was represented by verdant emeralds. The rivers shimmered with the luster of sheep-fat white jade. The stars were composed of iridescent cat's eye stones, and the vast blue ocean was formed from transparent resin, colored with blue gemstone powder. This remarkable artifact, even if modern artisans attempted to replicate it using advanced technology, would remain unmatchable. It truly deserves the title of a world-class treasure. Say, my friends, can we take this with us? Fat Wei exclaimed, saliva nearly spilling from his mouth. Once we finish our business, you all must help me carry this out. We'll split the profits equally, and we won't have to worry in the next life. No way, no way. Hu Ming became agitated at once. Have you forgotten the promise made to my grandfather? Nothing here can be taken. This belongs to the ancestors of the Mongolians. Ah, you truly are stubborn, Fat Wei scoffed. A treasure only holds value when taken away. Left here, it is but a lifeless object. What use is it to leave such fine things for the dead? It's as if you're begging with a golden bowl. Look how impoverished you Mongolians are, just too inflexible. That still cannot be done. These are the belongings of our ancestors. Not a single item can be touched. Hu Ming, fearing Fat Wei's seriousness, turned crimson. All right, I was merely jesting. Do not take it so seriously. Fat Wei suddenly stroked the position of the blue ocean on the sand table, his eyes fixated on the translucent sea beneath. Have you noticed? Beneath China's East China Sea, there appears to be something. Chapter 337. The Ambitions of Genghis Khan. What did you say? Chen Zhi, upon hearing Fat Wei's words, immediately stepped forward, scrutinizing the direction indicated by Fat Wei's finger. The blue ocean appeared remarkably lifelike, occupying 70% of the entire sand table. Crafted from transparent resin and coated with a layer of light blue gemstone powder, shimmering like delicate blue glass. However, beneath that pale blue ocean, there indeed existed a minuscule black, scarcely noticeable unless one paid close attention. What could that possibly be? It was merely a small black dot. Hu Ming lay atop it, his gaze fixed upon the faint little speck beneath the vast ocean. I surmised it to be a minuscule insect, perhaps having fallen into the resin while we were crafting the sand table. However, at that moment, Pang Wei, seemingly afflicted by an obsessive-compulsive disorder, crouched over the azure expanse of the sand table, squinting at the tiny black dot below with a furrowed brow. I can't shake the feeling that this small black is extraordinary. I can't quite explain why. Am I truly overthinking this? Goodness, I hope I'm not developing a compulsion. Before Pang Wei could finish his thought, Chen Zhi had already retrieved a magnifying glass from his treasure pouch, selecting the one with the highest magnification and positioning it over the small dot. Instantly, the enlarged dot beneath the lens left all present in astonishment. The tiny speck transformed into a figure with edges and angles, complete with a roof, columns, railings, doors, and windows, an exquisitely detailed miniature palace. Oh my goodness! This is a remarkable discovery, exclaimed Pang Wei, his eyes sparkling like a wolf that had gone 3 days without meat. This grand sand table of Genghis Khan is truly extraordinary. I told you, with such meticulous craftsmanship, every blade of grass and twig perfectly placed. How could there be such a dot? I can't believe we unearthed such a refined microsculpture of a palace. It's likely unparalleled in the world, truly unprecedented. We're in for a windfall now, my friends. No more enduring grievances. What are you all waiting for? Let us hasten to pry this resin board loose. What are you doing? No. Hearing Pang Wei's words, Hu Meng erupted in anger, his face flushed and his head shaking vehemently like a rattle. How can you Han people behave this way? How can you go back on your word? It's no wonder my father warned me to be cautious of the Han. For money, you would do anything, breaking promises without a second thought. Have you forgotten? You promised my grandfather not to disturb this treasure. I truly can't believe your stubbornness, Pang Wei retorted, at a loss for words in the face of Hu Meng's fury. Is your head made of stone? This microsculpture's presence here must have significance. It could be an extraordinary secret. Can't you see your own bias? You keep invoking the Han people. Yet we are now in a time of national unity. All ethnicities are one family, including you Mongolians. Besides, do you not recall what your ancestors were engaged in? Where do you think these treasures originated? Did they sprout from your own pastures? They were all seized from our central plains. Now that we've reclaimed a fraction, what is wrong with that? Hu Meng, his face a deep crimson, was rendered speechless by the indignation. Just then, Chen Zhi patted him on the shoulder from behind. Do not worry, he is merely jesting, Chen Zhi assured Hu Meng with a smile. Since we have promised your grandfather, we shall not disturb the treasures here. Let us be on our way. Let us discover what lies behind the drapery on the wall, Chen Zhi remarked, as he placed his arm around Hu Meng's shoulder and moved forward. Casually, he turned his head and shot a quick glance at Pang Wei, who immediately understood the signal. As Chen Zhi led Hu Meng onward, Pang Wei deftly wielded the control stone dagger, swiftly carving a barely 2-centimeter gap in the vast ocean of the sand table, extracting the minuscule palace no larger than a sesame seed. Remarkably, the surface of the ocean betrayed no signs of disruption. Pangu, you must keep your word and refrain from any further movements. Hu Meng, still somewhat apprehensive, turned back to caution Pang Wei. Meanwhile, Pang Wei had already pocketed the miniature palace and sheathed his dagger. Rest assured, I was merely jesting. I only wish to take a few photographs for keepsake. That should be permissible, right? With a cheerful grin, Pang Wei unfolded the camera strapped to his arm and aimed it at the eastern sea on the sand table, capturing numerous crisp images. Well, taking photographs is harmless. Hu Meng nodded in relief upon seeing Pang Wei relent, oblivious to the changes occurring on the ocean. And he joined Chen Zhi at the imposing wall to the east. This wall was exceptionally broad, the most expansive surface within the stone chamber. Yet, distinctively, a golden-hued drapery concealed it entirely. The fabric bore a thick layer of settled dust, appearing quite weighty. It seemed that the slightest touch would reduce it to mere dust. What lay hidden behind the drapery on the wall remained a mystery. Is there something extraordinary about this wall? Why is it deliberately cloaked? Lao Jindo approached from behind. His curiosity piqued as he gazed at the drapery. The enormity of the wall suggested it was unlikely to be devoid of decoration. Should it feature murals or bas-reliefs? They ought to be visible. Otherwise, what purpose would the drapery serve? This room must serve a military function, devoid of superfluous embellishments. Chen Zhi observed the draped wall and noted, the earlier sand table demonstrated that Genghis Khan was a man of considerable ambition. I suspect that this wall bears witness to all of his aspirations. Upon concluding his statement, Chen Zhi raised the tip of his dagger and gently tapped the drapery. With a rustling sound, the drapery disintegrated into fine ash, cascading to the ground. Simultaneously, an unimaginable and grand spectacle unveiled itself before them. Chapter 338, The Ambition of Genghis Khan, Part 2. Once the drapery was removed, the wall revealed a formidable military map, a depiction far beyond ordinary artistic representation, yet surpassing mere artistry in precision. In the chambers of kings and generals, there existed common artifacts that, in ancient times, predated the advent of contemporary technological exploration devices. Thus, spies risked their lives to meticulously gather and record all external intelligence, which was then rendered into military maps by skilled artists. These maps encompassed a comprehensive control of the nation or borderlands, detailing the strategic directions for upcoming campaigns and even projections for the territories to be conquered. Military cartography did not prioritize artistic form or decorative aesthetics. Rather, it emphasized precise measurements and clarity of position, akin to modern military strategy maps, where every mountain, river, blade of grass, and even a small mound of earth was accounted for. Chen Zhi once beheld an exquisite military map unearthed from the tomb of a general in Shengjing, depicting the campaigns of a Qing general during the late Qing dynasty. This map vividly illustrated the entirety of the Shengjing region, delineating streets, shops, and residential areas, including secret pathways within garrison enclaves and potential locations for troop deployments with remarkable clarity. Nevertheless, it was his first encounter with a military map of such grandeur. The magnificence of this military map lay in its detailed planning of the entire world, encompassing the Chinese mainland, northern Russia, the islands of Southeast Asia, and even the distant lands of Africa and Europe. It is difficult to fathom that such a map could be created in ancient Mongolia a millennium ago. This map appears to be a visionary representation. Within its vast expanse, all regions are adorned with lush green pastures, reflecting Genghis Khan's aspiration to transform the entire earth into a boundless steppe where herds of cattle and sheep roamed freely, and the iron hooves of the Mongols trampled all before them. In the heart of China, the map illustrated figures symbolizing the Han people, garbed in the attire of the Song dynasty, yet marked conspicuously with large red crosses. The implications of these marks are unmistakable, suggesting that in Genghis Khan's mind, there was no intention of allowing the Han ethnicity to endure. Not only the Han, but many other ethnic groups across this vast map were similarly marked with ominous red crosses, indicating that most had been extinguished, while others existed solely in legend, such as the Wuxian Kingdom, Dongren Kingdom, Ruren Kingdom, and the renowned Bai Min Kingdom. Should this map be presented to the world today, it would undoubtedly upend the prevailing historical worldview. Individuals would realize that these legendary peoples were indeed real in that era, only to be crushed under the Mongolian hooves, leading to their eventual extinction. Furthermore, numerous regional ethnicities were depicted in the forms of cattle and horses, prostrating themselves as if laboring like livestock, while others stood upright, resembling commoners. This illustrates the varying attitudes Genghis Khan harbored towards different ethnic groups. Some he did not disdain, thus permitting them to exist as civilians, while others he held in contempt, relegating them to the status of cattle and slaves. One undeniable truth stands out. Genghis Khan harbored no semblance of compassion for the Han people, a conqueror who was both ruthless and arrogant. Lao Jindo gazed upon the grand mural before him and sighed softly. Much like my own studies of Genghis Khan, this figure was far from ordinary. His resolve was unwavering, devoid of fear, yet marked by a profound arrogance and cruelty. Should you peruse his biography, you would discover that, as a human being, he possessed an alarming scarcity of humanity. At the tender age of 8, he took the life of his own brother, piercing him with an arrow and cleaving his bones with a dagger, all while the victim begged for mercy, an unfathomable act for a child. This man lived a life utterly unfamiliar with fear, compassion, or trepidation. The nomadic tribes revered the eternal blue sky, yet Genghis Khan did not even fear the divine. He believed solely in himself. Upon the establishment of the Yuan dynasty, society was stratified into 4 distinct classes. The first class comprised the Mongols, who held the highest status, tasked with preserving the privileges of the Mongolian nobility. The second class, known as the Simu people, primarily referred to the inhabitants of the western regions, such as the Kipchak, Tangut, Uyghur, and Hui, who were among the first to fall under Mongolian conquest. Additionally, certain tribes from the surrounding Mongolian plateau that had submitted early on, such as the Wangu, were also classified as Simu. Since the era of Genghis Khan, they intermarried with the Mongols in large numbers, ensuring their rights and privileges. The third class, the northern people, included the Han, Khitan, and Jurchen tribes residing north of the Huai River within the former Jin dynasty, as well as the Sichuan and Yunnan populations, who were conquered by the Mongols at a later stage. The Koreans from the northeast also fell into this category. The fourth class, the southern people, Han, represented those who were the last to be subjugated, comprising various Han ethnicities within the former southern Song territory. They occupied the lowest social status, enduring extreme poverty, multiple forms of oppression, and discrimination. The plight of the Han during that period was unimaginably tragic. They were stripped of familial bonds and human rights. Women, upon marriage, were subjected to the Mongolian nobility's right of the first night, with the consequence of their entire families facing execution should they resist. Many women returned from their wedding nights defiled and already pregnant. Thus, the Han people often found themselves in the grim uncertainty of not knowing the true paternity of their firstborn children. To preserve the purity of their lineage and fueled by their hatred for the Mongols, it became a customary practice to dispose of their firstborns. This cruel tradition persisted until the fall of the Yuan dynasty, a truly lamentable fate. As Lao Jindo recounted these events, he shook his head in resignation. It was astonishing that such a man would issue a decree to cease the killings, prompted by the counsel of Qiu Chuji. It seems that Qiu Chuji was indeed a remarkable individual. The cruelty was unfathomable, and Hu Ming, gazing at the magnificent mural, felt a pang of guilt. He could hardly fathom that his ancestors could have been so merciless. Although he had previously heard of such tales, he had always considered them somewhat exaggerated, even believing them to be fabrications concocted by later generations of the Central Plains to vilify the Mongols. After all, who could truly know the realities of events so long past? Yet, he found the truth to be far more brutal than legend had ever portrayed. I am a Mongolian, and I should not be so ruthless and merciless. Not all Mongolians are devoid of compassion. Chen Zhi patted Hu Ming's shoulder and reminded him. Do not forget that it was Yel Chukai who risked his life to seek an audience, and numerous young Mongolian princes supported him, ensuring the survival of the Han lineage. Among nomadic tribes, there are indeed those who harbor benevolence, yet this Mongol Khan, Temujin, is exceedingly harsh. Chapter 339, The Ambition of Genghis Khan, Part 3. Look, there are names. Hu Ming suddenly spotted a line of small text in the lower right corner of the map and hurried over to decipher it. It was a minuscule handwritten inscription in Mongolian, indicating the time and names. With careful examination, Hu Ming discerned that the text read, Map of the Great Khan's Realm, drawn by Yel Chukai within the royal tent during the Western expedition. Upon reviewing the military map, a myriad of emotions welled up within the group, yet words eluded them. After all, it was futile to critique a Mongol Khan from a millennium ago while traversing the vast expanse of time. Upon finding the exit, they departed from the military command room and continued onward. The path ahead was unmistakably clear. The Mongolian military fortress was simplistic and direct, with a single route leading to the next chamber. Moreover, the doors within these fortresses were mostly ajar, seemingly untroubled by the intrusion of outsiders, as if the inhabitants had merely stepped out momentarily. After traversing a brief sepulchral passage, they arrived at a circular hall. In the center of this hall were numerous large cushions and a square table adorned with bowls and cups, presenting an appearance reminiscent of a banquet hall. Dominating the middle of the hall was an exceedingly grand stone statue, crafted entirely from black jade, with a rugged sculpting style. This statue bore the crown of the Mongolian Khan, unmistakably representing Genghis Khan, renowned as one of the most outstanding sovereigns in Chinese history. A master of the bow and arrow, the sculpture depicted Genghis Khan wielding a curved saber, standing atop a furious steed, with fierce eyes glaring forward, as if poised to annihilate all that lay ahead. Something feels amiss here. Fatway finally spoke as they reached this point. Orange. There is something I have been meaning to express since we first encountered that ice bath. Regardless of whether this is Genghis Khan's tomb for mortals or deities, a tomb serves a specific purpose. It is for the deceased, not for hosting feasts. Furthermore, the customs of Mongolians are quite unique. They do not venerate the physical form. Most Mongolians, upon death, are simply taken away in a cart and discarded on the ground for vultures and wild dogs to consume, without any considerations for an afterlife. Even if Mongolians were to construct a tomb for Genghis Khan, they would never place bath attendants, used for earthly pleasures, within the tomb. It is inconceivable to establish a dining hall within a burial site, laden with large bowls and cups for feasting and drinking. It is important to remember that after a Mongolian's death, their descendants abstain from consuming meat for a period, let alone hosting a banquet here. This is not right. Not right at all. Why do I feel as though the entirety of Genghis Khan's military encampment has been transported here? What nonsense is this? Lao Jindo cast a dubious glance at Pang Wei, suspecting that he might have lost his sanity. Do you believe that those ancient Mongolians were merely idling about after a hearty meal? It is crucial to understand that constructing such an immense tomb beneath us is indeed a formidable task, yet relocating an entire Mongolian palace is even more arduous. They were not fools. What purpose does this senseless toil serve? Indeed, they are not fools, but neither are we. Pang Wei gestured around. Observe your surroundings. On the path we have traversed, where is the slightest indication of a burial site? Throughout my life, I have encountered countless ancient tombs. Be they from the Tang dynasty or the Song dynasty, Han or minority ethnicities, all tombs share a common essence, primarily aimed at safeguarding against grave robbers, allowing the deceased to rest in peace. Yet here, chaos reigns supreme, with blankets, dishes, and bowls strewn haphazardly, utterly devoid of the semblance of funerary offerings. This place bears no resemblance to a main burial chamber. After such a prolonged journey, not a single hint of a coffin has graced our sight. If you ask me, as we proceed further, we may yet encounter something truly bizarre. Chen Zhi had been listening intently to Pang Wei's discourse. In truth, even without Pang Wei's commentary, he sensed something was amiss since entering this space. Furthermore, he was acutely aware of Pang Wei's concerns. According to their original conjectures, this subterranean realm should house the tomb of Genghis Khan. However, the manner in which this tomb was constructed underground was beyond their initial imagination. Their sole aim was to achieve their objectives. Nevertheless, at this juncture, the subterranean structure indeed diverged from their expectations. Everything around them suggested that this was once a place where Genghis Khan had lived. It appeared to be his abode, as if he had just departed, leaving the entirety frozen in time. The exterior bore no resemblance to a burial site, but rather resembled an encampment of a nomadic warrior tribe, with all surroundings exhibiting distinct temporal characteristics. In other words, this was akin to a military encampment from a millennium ago during the Mongolian westward expedition. Let us proceed further and reassess, Chen Zhi remarked, gesturing towards the expansive corridor ahead. He then turned back, casting a meaningful glance at Pang Wei. Prepare yourselves mentally. The master of that ancient hide you possess may still linger here. Oh my, do not instill fear. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, Pang Wei felt a shiver run down his spine. Ever since Pang Wei had produced the ancient hide sent to him by the Dark Faction, they had resolved to embark on this journey to Mongolia, their purpose being to uncover Genghis Khan's coffin and ascertain whether the owner of that ancient hide truly achieved immortality and ascended to divinity. Furthermore, this inquiry was deeply intertwined with Chen Zhi's ongoing exploration of the art of deification. Nevertheless, speculation is one thing, yet the disparity between illusion and reality remains significant. Now, deep within the depths of the mantle, thousands of kilometers underground, one could scarcely fathom the terror of encountering the historical figure of Genghis Khan, seemingly waiting for their arrival. As they pressed forward, it became evident that this place was not characterized by the meticulous structure of ancient tombs. There were no traps or barriers, merely an unobstructed path, devoid of any intent to keep intruders at bay. Scattered across the ground were remnants from that era, revealing the opulence and debauchery of the Mongolian royal tents. Dried, desiccated meat of cattle and sheep, along with withered fruits, lay strewn about, while golden wine vessels lay shattered on the earth, and wine cups were scattered haphazardly across the carpet. The sight of withered, darkened female corpses was prevalent, even more numerous than the fallen fruits. Some were scantily clad, appearing to have perished here in the nude, while others were the lifeless forms of eunuchs adorned in the attire of palace attendants. Yet, the bodies of true Mongolian generals and soldiers were conspicuously absent. The scene resembled a moment frozen in time, gradually aging through the passage of years. Unbeknownst to them, they had arrived before the final gate, which was unmistakably a military-grade portcullis with a gear handle situated on the inside, designed to separate the fortress from the outside world. The door's structure and exterior were unremarkable, and the gear on the handle appeared quite simple. Pushing open this massive door would presumably lead to the outside. However, as Chen Zhi and the others stood before this gate, an inexplicable sense of dread enveloped them, as if stepping through would usher them into a true hell. Hesitation gripped them, a primal instinct warning them of the ominous unknown beyond the door, inducing a profound fear. Chen Zhi was the first to approach, releasing his energy to form a protective barrier around himself before gently grasping the gear handle and pulling it slightly. The gears began to turn with a rhythmic clanking sound. Indeed, the door was not locked, and the mechanism at its entrance was surprisingly responsive, slowly opening before them. The moment the door swung ajar, a torrent of scorching yellow sand, propelled by a fierce wind, swept into their eyes, momentarily blinding them. Once they rubbed their eyes and regained their vision, they beheld a vast desert, littered with the ruins of dilapidated structures, like an ancient tapestry unfurling before them. Ahead lay the remnants of a once thriving city, its ancient buildings defying identification by era, but from their architectural style, It seemed reminiscent of a long-forgotten time in the western regions. In the midst of a scorching tempest, the searing sands roared like the infernal howls of demons. At the farthest reaches, amidst the remnants of crumbling walls, lay a vacant expanse, suffused with a faint green luminescence. This was the essence of the deceased, and Pang Wei's keen eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the ethereal glow ahead. It was an organic matter formed from human remains within a coffin. The longer the passage of time, the more intense the green hue became. Undoubtedly, a wooden casket lay ahead, accompanied by a dignified burial ceremony. Who could have imagined that the tomb of Genghis Khan would be so readily located? Could it truly be so? Might there be some deception at play? Whether or not there was trickery would soon be revealed. Without hesitation, Chen Zhi stepped forth first, and as his foot sank into the yellow sands, a wave of heat surged towards him. Even through the thick, specially designed footwear, he could distinctly feel the searing temperature of the sands, which seemed capable of incinerating bone. The others quickly followed, and upon entering the desert, they were immediately overwhelmed by the powerful aura that enveloped them. The entire expanse of yellow sand was permeated with a mournful and anguished emotion, transformed into a formidable resentment that surged through the desert like tumultuous waves. It felt as though the spirits of countless souls were congregated here, eternally bound to this place. Unwilling to depart, Chen Zhi advanced step by step, each movement evoking the sensation of countless hands pulling at him from beneath the sands. With every step, he felt the permeating sorrow entwined within the swirling sands. The intensity of this resentment was formidable enough to coalesce into a vast ocean, morphing into a desert, a manifestation of vengeance against those who had wrought their demise. It embodied the hatred for their persecutors, the wrath for the annihilation of their people, and a deep-seated animosity towards the indifference of the heavens. Chen Zhi could even vaguely sense the tumultuous throng of heads, mothers cradling their children, brothers embracing their siblings, wailing and surging through the sands, their faces contorted in agony, mouths agape, collectively cursing a name, Borjigin, Temjin. Behind him, Pang Wei and the others, although unable to perceive the spectral manifestations, felt an overwhelming pressure enveloping them. Particularly, Hu Ming experienced an inexplicable tremor coursing through him. Had it not been for Pang Wei's firm grip, he would have struggled to continue walking. Throughout their journey, silence prevailed. Each subsequent step became an ordeal, and after an arduous hour of trekking, they finally arrived before the source of the green light. The soil here was loose, a patch of charred yellow desert. Yet the faint green illumination emanated from this very ground. Pang Wei lowered his gaze and scooped a handful of the scorching yellow sand, which instantly released a plume of white smoke. He sifted the grains through his fingers, then stood and stomped on the ground, declaring, "This layer is loose. There is something beneath. Everyone, prepare yourselves. We are about to descend." With that, Pang Wei plunged his long sword into the sand, and summoning all his strength, he leapt high before landing heavily upon it. With a thunderous roar, the sandy ground abruptly caved in, and they all plummeted downwards. Fat Wei's impulsive action startled everyone, causing them to tumble down like grains of sand, their faces buried in the scorching sand. If it weren't for their protective work attire, they would likely have been scorched like roasted pigs. Fortunately, the descent wasn't too deep. After falling a few meters, they landed in a sandy cavern below, where the ground was soft as a mattress, providing a gentle cushion that absorbed their fall. Upon landing, the old acrobat immediately berated Fat Wei. "You foolish glutton. Why the sudden scare? You couldn't even prepare a little. Have you considered that there might be blades lurking below?" "Relax." Fat Wei brushed the sand from his face. "I've been sifting sand for years. I can tell at a glance that this place, despite the sweltering heat above, is surely a cool refuge, likely a resting place for coffins." Indeed, Fat Wei's intuition proved correct. As they brushed off the sand and stood up, they discovered a coffin laid out on a stone platform ahead. The stone platform was remarkably clean, seemingly enveloped in a thin, transparent membrane, devoid of any ornate carvings, exuding a sense of simplicity and purity. The coffin itself was crafted from high-quality cedar wood, and its seams were ajar, revealing a skeletal arm of the deceased reaching out from the gap. "No way." Fat Wei's eyes widened as he stared ahead, hesitating for a moment. Could it be the body of Genghis Khan? This seems too straightforward. And why is this corpse just discarded in the desert? There's no main burial chamber or accompanying treasures. There's not a hint of the grandeur befitting a Mongol Khan. Chen Zhi approached the coffin, and with no obstructions around. He could easily see the body inside. Through the 2-inch gap, he could clearly observe that, despite being exposed, the corpse was remarkably intact. The body appeared to be around 2 meters tall, and on the skull, which had decayed into a skeleton, were the characteristic double braids commonly worn by ancient Mongolian warriors. The tradition of Mongolian men styling their hair into braids and grooming their beards is ancient. Upon reaching adulthood, they would adopt a hairstyle similar to that of Han children, leaving 3 tufts of hair on the crown while shaving the surrounding hair, allowing the front to be cut short and letting 2 braids hang down between their shoulders, known as hugel. The existing portraits of Kublai Khan, his son, and his grandson all depict this style, with thicker braids signifying greater bravery. The body was adorned in the attire of an ancient Mongolian general, far from that of a mere soldier. However, judging by the skeletal structure, it did not resemble the age at which Genghis Khan had passed, but rather that of a youthful general. As Chen Zhi stood before the coffin, Fat Wei and the others quickly caught up from behind. Upon encountering the coffin, Fat Wei's first instinct was to lean in and meticulously search its interior. This audacious act startled Hu Meng, who could scarcely fathom someone daring enough to thrust their head into a coffin without hesitation. When Fat Wei finally withdrew his face, disappointment was etched across his features. Forget it, the occupant of this coffin is certainly not Genghis Khan. The Mongolian spirit reveres the valor of warriors. When noblemen and generals pass, they desire their lifetime of achievements etched upon their faces. Yet, observe, this corpse bears no weapon, not even a single knife. Something is amiss. Moreover, Genghis Khan died at over 60 years of age, yet this body appears far too youthful. It must belong to an unnamed general standing vigil. To occupy a place here, one could not possibly be of no consequence. Chen Zhi lowered his gaze to the corpse within the coffin and gently fiddled with the area around the neck, revealing a tag. This tag, crafted from pure copper and roughly the size of half a matchbox, bore inscriptions in Mongolian. Chen Zhi had encountered such items at auctions before. They were military tags from ancient Mongolian armies. In days of yore, it was commonplace for warriors to perish far from home during their campaigns, leaving many bodies behind. To ensure that these valiant souls could eventually return to their roots, Mongolian soldiers wore tags around their necks inscribed with their names, places of birth, and the names of their parents. This way, if they fell in battle, their comrades could send their weapons and heads back home. A gesture of utmost respect for these heroes. This military tag, however, appeared more distinguished, with silver inlaid along its edges. The surface bore remnants of skin, rendering some of the text difficult to decipher. Chen Zhi carefully cleaned the tag, revealing several Mongolian characters. "Can you discern what these inscriptions mean?" he inquired, handing the tag to Hu Meng. Hu Meng took the tag and struggled to decipher the ancient Mongolian script. "These characters are quite archaic. I once assisted my grandfather in transcribing ancient texts, which is why I can barely recognize them. This should denote the tribe's name and location, as well as the individual's own name. Yet, this name is rather peculiar, resembling a Han name. It reads. After a moment of careful scrutiny, Hu Meng's eyes brightened. The name is Lu Zhonglu. Lu Zhonglu? At the mention of these 3 syllables, a tremor of surprise coursed through Chen Zhi. He had never anticipated that Lu Zhonglu, a figure historically shrouded in uncertainty, would manifest here, interred within this desert. Lu Zhonglu was a Mongolian general from the late Song dynasty, his life largely undocumented, a retainer within Genghis Khan's court. In the lunar month of May 1219, Genghis Khan dispatched Lu Zhonglu to Shandong to invite Chuckled, originally a subject of the Jin dynasty. Lu had defected to the Mongolian forces shortly after their incursion into Yanjing. He was skilled in archery, possessed medical knowledge, and was known for his bravery, earning the favor of Genghis Khan and becoming one of his close attendants. Lu Zhonglu traveled for 7 months to invite Chuckled to Shandong. In the 12th month of the lunar calendar, he finally reached Haotian Temple in Laizhou, Shandong, where he succeeded in inviting Chuckled. The historical account known as the Journey to the West of the True Man of Changchun, penned by Chuckled's disciple Li Zhichang during their westward journey, was completed in 1228 and consists of 2 volumes. The first volume chronicles the journey of Chuckled and his disciples to the northwestern slopes of the Great Snow Mountain, the present-day Hindu Kush in Afghanistan, where they met Genghis Khan in his palace and urged him to issue a decree to halt the killings. They then returned to Samarkand in Central Asia, where they spent their later years in peace. This text includes 1 edict from Genghis Khan and 4 imperial decrees. All records mention the envoy Lu Zhonglu and detail how his perseverance and wisdom convinced the reclusive Chuckled to meet Genghis Khan. In essence, it was Lu Zhonglu who brought Chuckled before Genghis Khan after traversing countless mountains and rivers, making him the primary witness to the entire process of the decree to cease slaughter. However, with the advancement of modern archaeology, many scholars have expressed skepticism regarding the existence of Lu Zhonglu. Notably, the authoritative secret history of the Mongols makes no mention of this figure. And even in the accounts of the decree, there is no reference to this Mongolian envoy, which seems inconsistent with the recording habits of the time, suggesting that this character may have been fabricated by later generations. Furthermore, in the extant journey to the west of the true man of Changchun, the identity of this envoy is ambiguous. At times he is depicted as Genghis Khan's royal physician, at other times as a general within the Khan's tent, and even later as Chucky's attendant. Moreover, his name lacks the characteristics typical of nomadic peoples, resembling more that of a Han individual. Additionally, popular legends of the time claimed that Chucky possessed longevity, attributing to him an age of 300 years. Among the four nations, 3 emperors, Jin Xinzong and Song Ningzong, successively invited Chucky to serve in significant roles at their courts. Yet, he refused each time, ultimately choosing to align himself with Genghis Khan, a decision that seemed perplexing at the time. What could have motivated Chucky to act in such a way? Was it truly due to the persistence and wisdom of Lu Zhonglu? I found myself pondering a curious matter. Fat Wei stroked his chin, gazing at the corpse before him. I observed that this body has not been disturbed since death, yet one arm is extended. This suggests that he must have still been alive when lying in the coffin, reaching out for something. Ultimately, he could not muster the strength and perished. To think he was compelled to be buried alive is already quite tragic. Why would he extend an arm while ensconced in the coffin? Such a death is most unseemly. The absence of nails on the coffin lid indicates he was not forced, but rather voluntarily chose to be buried with the dead. Chen Zhi scanned the withered corpse and then glanced at the arm that had turned to bone. However, you are correct about one thing. When Lu Zhonglu extended his arm, it must have been when he still had a faint breath of life. He wished to grasp something, but perhaps he was too weak at that moment to hold on to it before passing away. As Chen Zhi spoke, he cast his gaze down along the bony arm. Beneath the skeletal fingers lay a patch of yellow sand. Pang Wei stepped forward, digging into the sandy earth, and after a moment, he withdrew a scroll. You were indeed correct. This is what the fellow sought before his demise, Chen Zhi remarked. Chapter 342. The narrative of Lu Zhonglu. Pang Wei gently shook the sandy scroll, clearing the soil within, and then located the opening to slowly unfurl it. I am curious to see what has captured this man's thoughts even in his final moments. Perhaps it is a long-lost martial arts manual or some such treasure. By the time Pang Wei had carefully removed the outer layer, he discovered that the scroll was encased in a thin layer of animal hide, which completely sealed the scroll paper inside. It was evident that Lu Zhonglu had taken great care in preserving this scroll. Upon peeling back the layer of hide, revealing the scroll paper within, they found that the yellowed parchment was entirely inscribed with Chinese characters. These characters were all written in regular script, a style commonly used during the late Southern Song dynasty. However, the handwriting was remarkably clumsy, resembling that of a child who had just learned to write, painstakingly crafting each stroke. Although devoid of aesthetic beauty, the writing exuded a sense of earnestness. Pang Wei, generally indifferent to regular script, frowned and casually handed the scroll to the elderly acrobat beside him. The old acrobat received the scroll and began to read aloud, translating the text from the first line with careful attention. The sinner Lu Zhonglu, writing beneath the city walls. Last winter, the Xixiao people destroyed my Mongolian trade caravan, slaughtering my Mongolian merchants. The Khan was enraged and personally led a great army westward, decimating cities and exterminating clans, leaving no survivors. In early spring, plagues erupted in the central plains, spreading to the Mongolian forces, causing countless warriors to fall from their horses, meeting their demise on the western expedition. The Khan's 32nd son, the youngest of the new king, along with several princes, perished in this plague. At this moment, the Khan realized the terror of death and ordered Yel Chukai to seek the elixir of immortality to escape the agony of death. Yel Chukai was a brilliant talent of our Mongolian lineage, endowed with the divine eye of immortality, able to perceive the world as if seated upon clouds. Gazing upon all things, from the vast skies to the deep seas, with no marvel escaping his divine sight. After surveying the realm, Yelchukai reported to our Khan, stating that there was a divine individual named Qiu Chuji residing in the vicinity of Dengzhou Qixia, age unknown, but knowledgeable in the arts of immortality. If this person were summoned, the Khan could attain eternal life. Upon hearing this, the Khan was overjoyed and instructed me to bring valuable gifts to Dengzhou Qixia in search of the divine being. Before my departure, I was given a stern directive. Should I fail in my mission, I would atone with my life. Accompanied by 500 valiant Mongolian warriors, I bore a treasure of over 10,000 pieces of gold and jewels, hastening under the stars to Qixia. Upon our arrival, I sought information along the way, yet found no trace of the esteemed Qiu Chujai. Eventually, upon reaching the Qixia pavilion, I was informed by his disciples that the venerable Taoist had departed from this world 3 years prior, and we were urged to return. However, I clung to a flicker of hope and, aware of the daunting task ahead, chose not to leave, setting up camp atop the rear mountains. Half a month later, I encountered an elderly man with white hair and beard, frolicking with a tiger in the mountains. His hair was as white as snow, adorned with a silver hairpin of jujube wood, his visage akin to a polished silver plate, and his eyes sparkled like countless stars, rendering the tiger before him no larger than a domestic cat. We immediately approached to kneel and inquire the true name of the elder. The white-bearded man revealed himself to be Qiu Chujai, the true man of Changchun. Aware of our prolonged presence in the mountains, he chose to reveal himself today to prevent our impending doom. Upon hearing his words, we were filled with gratitude, bowing deeply and presenting him with precious gifts while conveying the decree of the Khan. Yet, he waved his hand, expressing his refusal to heed the commands of mortal kings. He inquired if we had ever considered the Khan's oppressive reign, which had brought suffering for many years. I replied, the Khan is a hero revered by all. We believe him to be divine. What compassion is required for the slaughter of the powerless? The elder sighed, and thereafter refrained from discussing the Khan, instead offering to accompany us on a 1,000-mile journey westward to pay homage to the Khan and impart the secrets of longevity. As autumn waned, the true man of Changchun journeyed with us towards the western regions, following the Khan's campaign. Along the way, he taught me to write in Chinese and discern right from wrong, proclaiming that all living beings possess their fates and should cherish life. The way of heaven abhors killing, and those who indulge in senseless slaughter shall meet their demise. I then inquired, what is the way of heaven, and what is retribution? The true man replied, all things in the world adhere to their own rules. This is the way of heaven. Those who act recklessly, believing themselves to comprehend heavenly will and defy it, shall surely face retribution. I further asked, what form does retribution take? He answered, such retribution is beyond human endurance. BRJQT having traversed the south and north, has taken countless lives. He will bear the consequences. We were astounded and immediately knelt before the true man, beseeching him for a method of atonement. The true man shook his head and said, Mongolians are inherently fierce and ignorant of the cost of slaughter. This is my fault. Though Timizichin bears heavy sins, he does not compare to my transgressions. My sins are vast and unforgivable. One sinner cannot redeem another. From then on, we accompanied the true man as he journeyed westward, while the Khan's campaign left countless cities in ruin and entire clans annihilated. The landscape strewn with corpses and cries of despair echoing through the desolate terrain. Throughout the vast western regions, there was not a glimmer of life to be found. Yet, at each location, the true man insisted we bury the dead and keep vigil over their graves for a night. We found this perplexing. As winter approached its end, we finally caught up with the Khan's forces, discovering that the Mongolian warriors had conquered half of the western Xia kingdom. As I gazed across the scorched earth, it was a landscape of desolation, with countless bones scattered and not a single soul remaining alive. The great Khan's royal tent was stationed at the borders of the western Xia kingdom, where he severed the heads of the royal males, boiling them in a cauldron, drinking and feasting. The garments of the women were torn asunder and bestowed upon the soldiers, who then dismembered them to feed the army's hounds. Upon learning of the arrival of the Taoist master Qiu Chuji, the great Khan was filled with unexpected joy, sacrificing 100 cattle and sheep to honor the master. Yet, the master departed indifferently, imparting a grave message. The Khan's sins are beyond redemption. He shall be enshrined as a deity, granting him eternal life, yet burdening him with his transgressions. We were all astonished and inquired further. The Taoist master responded, "Deities are born as deities, and those who revel in slaughter may also ascend to divinity. Immortality is not a blessing but a punishment." Subsequently, the Taoist master vanished, declaring that he would return to the great Khan in a different guise, bestowing upon him a body of immortality in exchange for countless lives. Shortly after our return to the royal tent, the great Khan underwent a profound transformation overnight, plagued by sleeplessness and terror. He commanded the cessation of westward conquests and decreed that all Mongolian divisions must henceforth refrain from indiscriminate slaughter. Yet, months later, the great Khan hastily returned to the steppe, suddenly overwhelmed by dread. In his lifetime, the great Khan had never laid eyes upon Chuckled. Chapter 343. The true nature of the cessation of slaughter command. What? Upon hearing the elder's account of these events, the audience was left in a state of disbelief, particularly Fat Wei, whose astonishment was evident even through his hood. Am I mistaken? Fat Wei's voice resonated through the airwaves, questioning the assertion made by a fellow named Lu Zhonglu, which suggested that Genghis Khan had never encountered Chuckled in person until his death. This implies that the historical account of Chuckled's long journey westward to persuade Genghis Khan to issue a cessation of slaughter command was utterly fabricated. However, as Fat Wei pondered this revelation, he sensed a contradiction. If Chuckled's counsel was absent, why would Genghis Khan issue such a decree? Was it a moment of moral awakening? The most perplexing aspect was not this. As the elder remarked solemnly, "What truly bewilders me is that, according to the scroll's account, Genghis Khan later exhibited profound fear, abruptly halting his westward campaign and anxiously seeking to return to his homeland of Mongolia. Genghis Khan was a man drenched in blood, who had never shown weakness in his life. What could possibly instill such terror in a being who feared neither man nor deity, compelling him to abandon his lifelong ambition of uniting the world and hastily return to Mount Kent, only to meet his demise there?" As the elder contemplated this, he cast his gaze upon the lifeless body of Lu Zhonglu, noting that there was also a mystery surrounding him. As he had described, Lu Zhonglu voluntarily chose to guard Genghis Khan's tomb, willingly entombing himself alive. Since Genghis Khan was already deceased at that time, whose command was he following? Was it that of Chuckled, or the new Han king? The entire situation lacks logic, leading me to surmise that something significant must have transpired shortly before Genghis Khan's death, an event that remains unchronicled in historical records, perhaps even unbeknownst to the contemporaries. Yet it compelled Genghis Khan to hastily depart from the Western Xia and subsequently issue a decree to cease the killings. This notion holds considerable merit. Chen Zhi had been quietly listening to Lao Jindo's words, nodding thoughtfully. History indeed harbors some secrets that are utterly captivating. Yet, they may be destined to lie buried beneath the dust of time, forever undiscovered. What truly occurred during that period? We are unable to ascertain, nor need we dwell on it any longer. However, if Lu Zhonglu's purpose in being interred here was to protect Genghis Khan's tomb, then the main burial chamber should lie ahead. Our current objective is to investigate whether there is indeed a body within Genghis Khan's coffin. Chen Zhi's assertion garnered unanimous agreement, and the group ceased to fixate on their surroundings. Pang Wei carefully rewrapped Lu Zhonglu's scroll and stowed it back into his pouch. Subsequently, they gently placed Lu Zhonglu's body back into the coffin, arranging it neatly before sealing the lid. Pang Wei took special care to clean off all the dust from the coffin's cover and respectfully bowed 3 times towards it. "Thank you very much. Were it not for your arduous efforts, we Han people might not have survived to this day. I extend my gratitude on behalf of my ancestors and their forebears." Pang Wei spoke the truth. If the contents of the scroll were indeed accurate, Lu Zhonglu could be regarded as a benefactor to the Han people. The group offered 3 bows to Lu Zhonglu's remains before resuming their journey. At that moment, they found themselves ensnared in a sand pit, approximately 10 meters deep. Chen Zhi and Pang Wei had initially planned to throw a rope up, secure it, and climb up one by one, as such depths posed no challenge to their agility. However, the predicament was that the surface was entirely covered in sand, devoid of any handholds, and the elusive Gui Dao was absent, rendering a leap to the top impossible. After several unsuccessful attempts to toss the rope, which continuously slipped back down, it was Lao Jindo's keen eyes that noticed a low sand pit ahead, its position somewhat obscure, suggesting that there might be another opening beyond it. Thus, the group collaborated to push against the low sand pit, and with a cascade of yellow sand, it swiftly collapsed. It turned out to be a hidden sand waterfall, approximately 5 or 6 meters wide, with the sand flowing rapidly downward. Pang Wei decided to descend for a closer inspection, handing one end of the rope to Chen Zhi while he himself slid down the sand waterfall. Within minutes, Pang Wei's voice rang out over the radio. Everyone should come down. There's a pathway here, likely a tomb passage. The others rejoiced at Pang Wei's announcement, for the route above had proven to be a source of great frustration, and they had not anticipated that below them lay a far more accessible path. One by one, they leaped from the yellow sand waterfall, and instantly, the scorching yellow sand enveloped them like a searing wave, carrying them to the land below. The journey proceeded smoothly, and moments later, they all descended in succession. Upon rising, they saw that Fat Wei had already positioned himself there, illuminating the surroundings with a searchlight. Aside from the sandy ground, the area was encircled by dark gray walls, the hue of which was so oppressive that a mere glance evoked a somber feeling deep within one's soul. These stone walls were evidently ancient, likely existing long before the dawn of human history. Chen Zhi still recalled the words of Bai Qian in the grand tapestry of divine history. Humanity's tale is but a fleeting moment. Upon the dark gray walls, numerous pale green gemstones protruded, their depth reminiscent of a demon's gaze. These gems, known as peridot, were exceedingly rare upon the surface, formed only in the depths of the Earth's mantle and brought to the surface during volcanic eruptions. Thus, they had long been regarded as treasures from the underground. A small, natural peridot could fetch exorbitant prices at auctions, for it was deemed not of this earthly realm. At that moment, these verdant peridots were densely embedded in the dark gray wall, crafting intricate patterns that evoked familiar images, reminiscent of the earth deity who had accompanied them here. The deep gray rock walls meandered on either side, leading forth, adorned with glimmering peridots that composed grand murals. These murals presented an oddity, diverging completely from contemporary aesthetic and interpretive norms. Yet, they were remarkably clear and straightforward. The tiny peridots vividly depicted characters, events, and scenes with great clarity. There were 2 rows of gray walls resembling serpentine dragons, although now marred by cracks and fragments. They remained a haunting sight. On these murals, the once timid and cunning earth spirits appeared transformed, stripped of their previous cowardice. They manifested as fierce and brutal beings, formidable as hellish demons rising from the earth's crevices. Upon their arrival in the mortal realm, the earth spirits seized a robust elder. This man, imposing in stature, donned a crown and heavy armor, each plate intricately engraved with the totems of a noble lineage, as if to proclaim his innate aristocratic identity. The visage of the old man was one of profound terror as he desperately endeavored to free himself from the grasp of the earth deities. Yet his strength appeared utterly insignificant in comparison to their might. These earth deities ensnared his neck and limbs with chains, dragging him towards the chasms of the earth as though he were mere prey. Smaller earth deities bared their sharp teeth and savagely bit into the old man's flesh. In the subsequent frescoes, the armor that once adorned him had been gnawed away. Upon the robust frame of the elderly figure, intricate tattoo patterns became visible. These were unique dragon beast divine tattoos, a manifestation of the ancient Mongolian people's blind confidence in their heritage. During that era, the glory of Mongolian men was derived from the number of enemies they had slain throughout their lives. War was their stage, and brutality and bloodlust were the traits they cherished most. They summoned fierce beasts to create the image of the dragon beast deity, which was then tattooed onto the bodies of Mongolian warriors, bestowing them with strength. Only the mightiest of the batters were permitted to bear such tattoos, said to embody the essence of the eternal sky and symbolize the honor of a warrior's lifetime. A single dragon beast tattoo signified that this batter had claimed countless enemy heads, marking him as a hero of the steppes. 2 tattoos would indicate his status as a chieftain of a tribe. At this moment, the old man depicted in the fresco bore immense dragon beast tattoos on his shoulders, abdomen, and back, exuding an air of formidable authority as a sovereign of the realm. Yet, paradoxically, beneath him lay a vast expanse of desiccated bones. The heavy chains of the earth deities clung tightly to the old man's tattoos. One iron claw gripped his shoulder, another his abdomen, and yet another his back, rendering him immobile and engulfed in agony. The dark gray walls on either side continued to extend, and in the following fresco, the old man was mercilessly dragged underground by the earth deities, plummeting swiftly into the dark depths below. The subsequent frescoes depicted a labyrinthine and gruesome migration process, his royal city. The valiant warriors in his barracks, and the maidens and concubines of the palace were all pulled into the earth by these terrifying little green creatures emerging from the depths. The remaining scenes illustrated armored Mongolian warriors struggling valiantly, wielding their blades and guns in futile resistance, only to have their eyes gouged out, dragged underground like dead swine. Meanwhile, the bejeweled concubines met a gruesome fate, their bellies ripped open. Those with child had their offspring violently cast aside, and the remains of others discarded within the royal city. The magnificent royal city appeared in the image as if it were an elaborate model, lifted to the depths of the earth by a group of diminutive green figures. An astonishing sight indeed. As they proceeded, their gaze fixed upon the gruesome murals, an oppressive silence enveloped them, a heavy sentiment pervading their hearts, accompanied by a disquieting intuition. I inquired about the veracity of the murals, and at last, the corpulent Wei could no longer contain himself, whispering amidst the stillness, "Isn't this a tad exaggerated? Such a grand royal city, being relocated underground by these tiny green beings as if they were ants moving their nest? And so many Mongolian warriors, rendered utterly helpless, captured alive and taken below. Is this even plausible? It feels like mere boastfulness." "Perhaps," replied the astute Jindo, who had been intently observing the murals throughout their journey. At each stop, he would reach out to touch the gleaming green gemstones, scrutinizing the intricate details of the patterns, in search of subtle secrets. He soon realized that although the murals were abundant, no two scenes were identical, each one intricately connected to the next, as if they were a complete restoration of the events that had transpired, a documentary realism. Through his visor, Jindo gazed closely at the vividly depicted faces within the murals, murmuring, "We have already witnessed that the city we traversed was abandoned. It is not Genghis Khan's tomb. Rather, it was the palace where he lived in life. There, we also beheld the corpses of many concubines and a wealth of treasures, everything belonging to Genghis Khan. Yet, there was not a single male warrior's body, indicating that those who remained in that palace had never encountered the ravages of war. If we consider this notion, the green earth spirits must have dragged Genghis Khan underground as punishment, executing his concubines and unborn descendants, and seizing his entire existence to preserve his royal city. But where, ultimately, did Genghis Khan and his valiant Mongolian warriors go?" Jindo's words cast a shroud of silence upon all, as each individual pondered this unspoken question. If the earth spirit's act of ensnaring Genghis Khan underground was a form of punishment, what then was the ultimate consequence? They continued onward, the murals seeming to stretch into the distance, winding like an inexhaustible fate, recounting all that had transpired in that era. Yet, even after 2 hours of continuous walking, they still did not encounter a single mural depicting the final fate of Genghis Khan and his warriors. At last, they reached the end of the corridor, where an arched cavern awaited them. The cavern, though not particularly large, was suffused with an ethereal radiance. Within its confines lay a stone sarcophagus that stretched over 3 meters in length, atop which rested a silver-hued whisk. Chapter 344, The True Nature of the Killing Order, Part 3. The whisk adorning the sarcophagus was crafted from silver, its edges inlaid with pristine jade. The silken threads of white dust gleamed like strands of silver, emanating a heavenly light that rendered the surrounding darkness immaculate. It seemed as if the menacing aspects of the underground were sanctified beneath the luminous presence of this whisk, and the previously tumultuous energy now found tranquility. This marked the terminus of the underground passage, where ancient rock walls flanked either side. There were no grand burial chambers or opulent offerings. Merely this narrow cavern housing the 3-meter-long stone sarcophagus and the whisk that lay atop it. Could this contain the remains of Genghis Khan? Huameng's lips trembled, as he had been haunted by the content of the murals, lost in a realm of endless speculation. In any case, they had reached the end. Fat Wei sighed into the wireless communication device before turning to Chen Zhi. "Orange, what are your thoughts? Could this sarcophagus indeed belong to Genghis Khan? This is quite different from what we had anticipated. However, there is no path ahead to continue. There is a possibility," Lao Jindo remarked over the wireless. "If we consider what the murals depicted, there is no record of what transpired after Genghis Khan was captured underground. If he were slain by those earth immortals, it is not inconceivable that his body was placed within this sarcophagus." However, as Lao Jindo spoke, he glanced around, his gaze falling upon Chen Zhi with a hint of skepticism. "Chen Zhi, do you not find it peculiar? From the outset, The abilities of these historical figures have been rather chaotic, completely at odds with recorded history. This legendary Chen Zhi seems excessively powerful. How could a mere Taoist determine the fate of Genghis Khan? Moreover, those Earth Immortals appear inconsistent from our first encounter. Did they seem as formidable as depicted in the murals? Not at all, Chen Zhi replied, shaking his head with conviction, then fell into deep contemplation. Why is this so difficult to comprehend? They simply enjoy boasting. Fatway interjected over the wireless. Those few green-haired Earth Immortals, we've seen their capabilities. Aside from their ability to burrow underground, what else can they do? Let us not forget, Orange could easily reduce them to mere dust with a single punch, leaving them unable to utter a sound. I suspect they merely inflate their own prowess to satisfy their delusions. Not so, Lao Jindo immediately countered, turning sharply to Fat Wei with a serious demeanor. According to any historical record, the Mongolian warriors of that era were not mere harmless souls. They were ferocious, living off the land and known for their brutality, far more fearsome than modern Mongolians. If these Earth Immortals were merely diminutive sprites skilled in burrowing, how could they possibly have ensnared Genghis Khan and his multitude of Mongolian warriors? Do not forget, that is none other than the world-conquering Genghis Khan. Indeed, as you mention this, Pang Wei also finds it quite strange. My goodness, to drag an entire Mongolian army underground requires an immense amount of strength. Logically speaking, the small Earth spirits we just saw should not possess such capabilities. Chen Zhi had been listening to their conversation without interjecting. He glanced at the stone coffin ahead, but chose not to proceed. Instead, he turned back to observe the grand olivine murals beside him. In those murals, Genghis Khan is depicted tightly shackled by the chains held by the small Earth spirits, his body marred with injuries. The flesh adorned with the dragon and beast patterns had been torn apart by iron claws, and a significant portion of meat had been ripped from his back, with the iron hooks firmly embedded in his bones, a sight too gruesome to behold. These murals are not mere exaggerations. Chen Zhi continued to speak, gazing at the glowing green images. From this, it is evident that these small Earth spirits are exceedingly ferocious, possessing power beyond imagination, thousands or even tens of thousands of times greater than Genghis Khan's own strength. They used this might to drag him alive into the depths of the earth. It seems we have underestimated these Earth spirits. They claim they cannot endure the heat here, which is why they have fled to the surface. Yet, in truth, they have resided here for a long time and are the rightful masters of this place. What of this whisk? Lao Jindo inquired. This whisk is evidently no ordinary object. Why is it placed here? This whisk was intentionally left behind, Chen Zhi said, his eyes fixed on the ethereal light emanating from it. An indescribable feeling welled up within him. Capturing Genghis Khan and dragging him underground is a form of punishment. And the one who ordered this punishment is likely the master of this whisk, Qiu Chuji of Changchun. Enough of your wild speculations. Pang Wei, having listened to them for far too long, could no longer contain himself. He shouted over the radio, "Why concern ourselves with such matters? We are not here to study history. Since the coffin is right before us, why not simply open it and discover the truth? There is no need to prattle on pretending to be experts. Perhaps upon opening the coffin, we might find Genghis Khan himself lying inside, smiling at us." After saying this, Pang Wei turned to Push Humo. "You agree, don't you, Your Highness? Come help and see what your ancestor looks like." No. Humo's face turned pale with fright, and he gestured for a long time without daring to approach. Pang Wei, however, clapped his hands and jumped over, intending to push open the coffin lid. "Stop!" Chen Zhi shouted sharply, but Pang Wei had already stepped within a meter of the stone coffin. At that moment, a loud bang resonated. Pang Wei was instantly engulfed in flames, propelled several meters into the air, and violently hurled against the rock wall, immediately losing consciousness. Chen Zhi and the others rushed over. Lao Jindo pulled out emergency powder from his treasure pouch and blew it into the breathing apparatus. Upon inhaling the powder, Pang Wei sneezed several times inside his mask before slowly opening his eyes. Good grief. Damn it all. Why is there still an ambush set up outside? I must admit, this has left me utterly shaken, my body feeling as if it were on the brink of collapse. To be frank, had I not been clad in this Indian garment, I might have already met my demise. However, such an ambush is not something mere mortals could orchestrate. At this moment, Pang Wei turned to Chen Zhi and remarked, "Chen Zhi, let us not speak further. That translucent barrier is indeed a creation of your Jiang family." Chapter 346. The cruelty of yesteryears, is that true? This barrier was set by the Jiang clan? Lao Jindo gazed incredulously at Pang Wei, inquiring if he could be certain. 1000% certain, Pang Wei replied, shifting his waist and grimacing from the pain of the earlier fall. He pointed toward the stone coffin ahead and continued. I can't speak on other matters, but I have personally felt the potency of Chen Zhi's barrier on several occasions. The Jiang family's barrier resembles a vast bubble, transparent and nearly invisible, yet it feels sticky like chewing gum. The slightest touch sends a jolt through the body. More terrifying than electricity. Is that so? Lao Jindo turned back to Chen Zhi. Chen Zhi, I've long harbored a suspicion. Have you not felt that this Taoist named Qiu Chuji possesses an air of enigma? If he were merely a Taoist with a modicum of spells, or perhaps a demigod with some divine powers, then his actions would indeed seem exceedingly formidable. Just look at what he has accomplished. Such feats are beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. He managed to seal the Chong family within the mountains, skinning their descendants to display upon the peaks. What immense power that entails. Furthermore, Genghis Khan was a figure unparalleled in his ruthlessness, yet he was rendered nearly helpless by this man. Qiu Chuji is certainly no ordinary being. To my knowledge, only Zhang throughout history has had the power to command the gods and punish such demigods. Could it be that Qiu Chuji has ties to your Zhang family? There must be connections, Chen Zhi murmured, his gaze fixed intently on the stone coffin ahead. This self-proclaimed Taoist Qiu Chuji from the Song dynasty may very well be an anonymous descendant of the Jiang clan, perhaps a hidden patriarch of the Jiang family. Or possibly as Chen Zhi approached the stone coffin, he gently waved his hand. The translucent barrier before the coffin manifested in its entirety. This barrier, though modest in size, encircled the stone coffin with precision, maintaining a distance of 1 meter. Do not let its small stature deceive you. This barrier is the most complete and meticulous formation I have ever beheld in my life. Each strand of energy within the barrier is beyond delicate, surpassing even the finest hair. The intricate weaving technique employed here would likely baffle even the most advanced computers, as countless energy strands converge to form a robust square barrier, creating an impenetrable shield. It can be stated that if this barrier does not wish for entry, even celestial beings from the heavens would find it impossible to breach. Zhang Shang has been deceased for 5 millennia. Chen Zhi gently placed his hand upon the delicate barrier, as thin as the wings of a cicada, and softly mused within. In this world, nothing exists that is immortal. Even deities are merely beings with longer lifespans. Zhang Shang is but a divine son, not a god. He has long since perished. With a faint hissing sound, as Chen Zhi's hand made contact with the gossamer barrier, his vital energy began to flow through his fingertips into the veil. His aura permeated the barrier with a gentle and natural grace, unfurling within its texture like blood seeping into primordial lineage. After a brief moment, the seemingly fragile yet incredibly resilient barrier began to peel away layer by layer before Chen Zhi, until, astonishingly, it vanished entirely. Simultaneously, the dust whisk in the coffin erupted with radiant energy, illuminating the dim chamber. All present were momentarily blinded, and amidst the luminescence, an incomprehensibly potent force surged forth. This power was exquisitely intricate, resembling an intricate web of intersecting currents, rushing toward them, accompanied by the echo of ancient incantations that ensnared Chen Zhi's mind. These incantations were chanted in divine script, akin to the recitation of a lyrical tale. Initially, Chen Zhi struggled to comprehend the sounds, but over time, his ears grew accustomed to the cadence, ultimately allowing him to decipher the meaning of the verses, which narrated an ancient saga. The grammatical structure of the divine script was peculiar, characterized by a cyclical nature beyond human understanding. Yet its essence conveyed the tale of a tyrannical Mongolian king who had vanquished countless adversaries. No general could withstand his might, nor could any city resist his siege. Nations fell beneath his iron heel, their kings beheaded, while mothers wept for their children, and the elderly clutched the soil of their homeland with bitter resentment. Together, they cursed the heavens for birthing such a brutal being, lamenting the earth for transforming their world into a hellish purgatory. Enraged, the heavens unleashed plagues upon the land, reducing all living souls to ash. Yet, this monarch knew no fear. His honor derived solely from his curved blade. Each day, he reveled in the flesh of his enemies, and each night, he desecrated their wives and daughters for his amusement. He relished the cries of his foes pleading for mercy beneath his sword, a sound he cherished above all. One day, a tattered old man approached the Khan with humility. The elderly man, with his head crowned in white hair, proclaimed himself a sinner among the divine. In the name of the gods, he beseeched the Khan to cease the slaughter and show compassion for all living beings. Upon hearing the elder's plea, the Khan erupted into laughter, mocking the aged man for his foolishness in seeking mercy from a legendary hero, one who had never known the essence of compassion. The Khan declared, "The greatest joy of my life lies in conquering my enemies, pursuing them relentlessly, seizing their wealth, reveling in the tears of their families, riding their horses, and claiming their daughters and wives as my own." The elder, upon hearing these words, lowered his gaze and, indifferent to the Mongolian Khan before him, asked, "Do you not fear the heavenly order?" The Khan, still laughing, responded, "Only cowards fear. I am no coward. If the heavenly order obstructs my path, I shall destroy it. If the gods urge me to cherish life, I shall slay them." He proclaimed dominion over all creation, asserting that every sunlit land was his territory. Even the depths of the ocean were his realm. "I will exterminate all my enemies, slaughter the weak and inept Han people like pigs and dogs, and transform those with colored eyes into my subjects. Wherever my influence reaches, it shall become my vast prairie. Should anyone dare to counsel my retreat, let them speak to my curved blade." After uttering these words, the Mongolian Khan severed an iron pillar beside him with a single stroke, demonstrating his resolve. The elder, witnessing the Khan's unwavering determination, ceased his entreaties and instead said, "If the great Khan is so resolute, then let your hatred for all beings be directed toward me. I am willing to bear all suffering." The Khan, upon hearing this, laughed heartily once more, deeming the elder a foolish relic of decay. He commanded his men to bind the elder to a wooden frame, driving iron nails into his shoulders, and lashing his body with a whip soaked in oil. They set fire to his flesh, employing every form of torture to elicit a cry for mercy from him. Throughout this torment, the elder remained silent, shedding tears in quiet agony. Eventually, the Khan grew weary and, perplexed by the elder's weeping, inquired, "Why do you not plead for mercy but instead cry? Are you afraid of me?" The elder replied, "I am not afraid. I pity you. For as you torture me further, my compassion fades, and I shall not hesitate to punish you in return." The Khan, taken aback by this revelation, commanded his men to release the elder and asked for the name of this white-haired sage. The elder responded, "I am merely a sinner, my name inconsequential. In my youth, I was obstinate and defied the heavenly order, failing to enlighten your ancestors, which has led to your current state of brutality and ignorance. I once felt great remorse for this, unable to bring myself to harm you. But now, I feel no guilt. This is the destination to which you are headed." Upon finishing his words, the elder placed his bloodied hand upon the Khan's shoulder. At that moment, the Khan experienced a vision of his own afterlife. A profound shock that left him disoriented, and when he regained his senses, he was filled with dread. He knelt on the ground, bowing to the elder, clutching the elder's sleeve, weeping and pleading for mercy. The Khan lamented that he would rather implore the elder to grant him death than be sent to that realm of utmost suffering. Once a mere barbarian of the steppe, he had committed heinous crimes in ignorance of divine retribution, and now he yearned to repent profoundly, beseeching the elder's compassion. Henceforth, he vowed to command his subordinates to cease their slaughter, to lay down their armor and return to the fields, seeking forgiveness for his transgressions. However, the elder with white hair shook his head, gazing down upon the Khan with sorrowful compassion. "I cannot forgive you, for a sinner cannot absolve another sinner. Just as the ancient Qin general Bai, I shall enshrine you as a deity, bestowing upon you eternal life, compelling you to atone for your dreadful sins. Eternal life is not a gift, but a punishment." This lyrical curse echoed in Chen Zhi's ears, recited repeatedly, during which he witnessed countless ancient scenes predominantly featuring towering Mongolian warriors clad in armor. Their thick black braids adorned their heads, and their formidable physiques resembled ferocious beasts. They rode on sleek black steeds, with the heads of captives tethered to their saddles, their curved blades howling in the wind, their iron hooves trampling the vast expanse of the central plains. In their eyes, there was no trace of mercy as they slaughtered helpless infants, dismembering them to feed their hunting dogs, and breaking the limbs of pregnant women, binding them to wooden frames for brutal assault, ultimately casting them into flames. The Central Plains army crumbled under their fierce horses and curved sabers, while the people cried out in agony beneath their iron hooves, as corpses littered the ground. The landscape engulfed in flames, with severed limbs strewn about, a scene of unspeakable cruelty. As Chen Zhi beheld these harrowing images, each one more shocking than the last, a tempest of rage surged within him, compelling him to leap into those visions and drag those towering, brutal demons of the steppe into the depths of hell. Among all the fragments, he discerned a solitary figure, an elder clad in a flowing white robe, his back turned to Chen Zhi, his long hair gleaming like silver threads. The white whisk he carried draped over his right arm, swaying gently in the wind, as he gazed indifferently upon this hellish world. For reasons unknown, Chen Zhi could acutely sense the elder's profound sense of guilt, as if all the horrors before him had sprung from the elder's essence. And the indescribable remorse buried deep within the elder's heart tormented him greatly. Just as Chen Zhi's fury was about to ignite and merge with the scenes, the elder suddenly turned his head, casting a glance at Chen Zhi. The elder's visage was shrouded in darkness. Chen Zhi could not discern his face, only catching a fleeting glimpse of his eyes, familiar and glittering like a myriad of stars, before they vanished. Subsequently, all the images began to flash by like a rewinding videotape. As these scenes rapidly passed, a millennium of time seemed to slip away in an instant, and Chen Zhi's tumultuous heart gradually found tranquility, until he became one with that gentle aura. This atmosphere was soothing, akin to the nurturing womb that had first cradled him, instilling within Chen Zhi an overwhelming sense of peace, such that he felt an irresistible desire to remain within this serene presence. Ultimately, the aura dissipated like smoke, and tranquility returned, leaving only the ominous stone sarcophagus and the feathered duster resting upon it. Everyone stood there, bewildered, as if time had condensed to a mere second. Observing Chen Zhi's seemingly otherworldly expression, they were left in a state of confusion regarding the events that had just transpired. "Are you all right, Orange?" Pang Wei cautiously inquired. Sensing the peculiar daze Chen Zhi was in. "What caused you to seem so lost, as if in a dream? Did you witness something?" "I beheld many things," Chen Zhi whispered, truths that history books dare not reveal. "I witnessed the Mongolian people from the steppes and the deeds they performed upon this land." As time flowed on, perhaps the descendants had forgotten their ancestors' enmity, and the annals of history had glossed over their narratives. The descendants of Han had also turned a blind eye to the bloody calamity that transpired a millennium ago. Yet, the heavens do not forget. Those who have committed such atrocities must face retribution. After Chen Zhi's proclamation, a heavy silence enveloped the group, the air thick with tension. In the pitch-black corridor of the tomb, each of Chen Zhi's words resonated clearly. When he mentioned the Mongolians, an uncomfortable awkwardness settled upon everyone, particularly for Hu Meng, whose complexion turned an alarming shade of purple. "Are you all right?" Pang Wei hastily attempted to alleviate the tension with a forced laugh. "Orange, have you become the embodiment of the goddess of justice, or what? 1,000 years ago, what does that have to do with us? Moreover, we Chinese know better than to strike a face. Speaking ill of someone's ancestors in front of a prince isn't very considerate," Pang Wei remarked, glancing at Chen Zhi and nodding toward the visibly distressed Hu Meng. Feeling overwhelmed by fear and embarrassment, Hu Meng was at a loss for words, unable to articulate his thoughts. Ultimately, it was Lao Jindo who diffused the awkwardness, declaring, "All right, let us refrain from discussing the irrelevant. Now that Chen has broken this barrier, let us lift the lid of this stone coffin and discover what lies within." Chapter 348. Gold hidden in stone. Lao Jindo's words eased the momentary discomfort, refocusing everyone's attention on the stone sarcophagus. The barrier had vanished, allowing them to approach the coffin. Having learned from the earlier incident, Pang Wei hesitated to step closer. He cautiously prodded with a knife, ensuring it was safe before he dared to touch the stone sarcophagus with his hand. The coffin, without a doubt, possesses profound significance. Fat Wei caressed its surface with his hand, subsequently probing within and tapping the corners to discern the sound. This stone coffin appears intentionally crafted to be inconspicuous, serving the purpose of concealing the true coffin within. The outer layer, known as the gua, is a term from ancient times, referring to the protective casing that envelopes the coffin itself. The ancients spoke of coffins and guas in tandem. The former denotes the coffin, while the latter signifies the outer shell. The meticulousness surrounding this coffin and gua is rooted in ancient ceremonial attire, likely emerging during the Zhou dynasty. According to Zhou funeral rites, emperors were required to utilize 2 guas and 5 coffins, while feudal lords needed 1 gua and 3 coffins. and nobles 1 gua and 2 coffins, with commoners using 1 gua and 1 coffin. It was crucial that the coffin and gua were not too tightly fitted, allowing for a gap to accommodate valuable burial items. In certain cases, due to the high status of the deceased and the abundance of accompanying treasures, the outer gua was deliberately designed to be unremarkable to avoid drawing attention. Although the stone exterior appears rather dull, its edges exhibit remarkable craftsmanship, indicating a high status. If my conjecture is correct, it is likely that treasures lie hidden within, which could be quite astonishing. What could possibly be so astonishing? Old Jindo interjected. We've seen it all. Even the Dragon King's throne would not faze us. Let us simply remove the stone lid and discover what lies within. However, at this juncture, Fat Wei hesitated, casting a wary glance at the silver whisk above. The previous impact had left him rattled, and he genuinely feared the unknown. This object is not to be trifled with. Another jolt like that could cost me my life. After voicing his concerns, he exchanged glances with old Jindo, and they all turned their eyes towards Chen Zhi. The situation was evidently clear, irrespective of whether the whisk had been intentionally left behind by Qiu Chuji. No one dared to approach it now, leaving only Chen Zhi capable of handling it. Chen Zhi had been fixated on the whisk for quite some time. In fact, since he first laid eyes upon it, a buzzing sensation had resonated within him, ignited by an overwhelming desire for possession. He sensed that this whisk harbored immense power, a force well beyond his reach. Should he dare to touch it now, the consequences were entirely unpredictable. With his thoughts converging, Chen Zhi took a deep breath to steady himself, channeling all his energy into his palm as he slowly extended it towards the whisk. The aura that enveloped its surface was remarkably gentle, showing no signs of rejection, almost as if it were inviting him closer. As his fingers brushed against the silky white tassels of the whisk, he felt an exquisite softness, as if they had endured a millennium, finally reuniting with their rightful master. Chen Zhi grasped the silver handle and gently lifted it. In that moment, the feather duster trembled slightly, and then a radiant light flickered forth. Suddenly, the feather duster transformed before their eyes, startling everyone to the point that they instinctively stepped back. Surrounded by the shimmering light, the feather duster rapidly shrank in Chen Zhi's palm, began to spin swiftly, and then, with a brilliant burst of light, it ultimately morphed into a small silver disc, resting within the cradle of his hand. The disc had a diameter of merely 4 or 5 centimeters and a thickness of less than 1 centimeter, adorned with intricate mechanical patterns that sparkled with luminescence, exuding a delicate craftsmanship that resembled a circular top at first glance. This silver disc nestled perfectly into the palm of Chen Zhi, seamlessly merging with his aura. The currents of energy within his hand were evidently stirred by this disc, converging into a cacophony of crackling electric sparks. At that moment, Chen Zhi distinctly felt his body heating up rapidly, his blood surging wildly. As all the energy within him surged chaotically, expanding exponentially and contorting into various shapes, becoming increasingly unmanageable. In a flurry, Chen Zhi hastily stowed the silver disc into his treasure pouch and silently regulated his breath to stabilize the tumultuous currents within. "Wow, incredible!" exclaimed Pang Wei, his eyes wide with wonder at the extraordinary sight. "What is this thing? A transformer? Perhaps that old Master Qiu Chuji has some connection to your Zhang family, knowing you would eventually arrive here, so he left you a parting gift. You've struck gold this time. Once we return, we must study it thoroughly. It must be a divine artifact." Listening to Pang Wei's words, Chen Zhi did not respond immediately. His heart was ablaze with excitement. Even though the silver disc was no longer in his grasp, he could not suppress the indescribable thrill coursing through him. "Let us open the coffin," Chen Zhi said, regaining his composure as he looked at everyone. "If this coffin truly belongs to Genghis Khan, let us see what he looks like now. But be cautious. He may still be alive." "What?" Huameng's face drained of color, turning from purple to pale as he stood frozen in place. "All right, whether he is dead or alive, we'll find out when we meet him," Pang Wei declared, having already situated himself at a crucial position, bent over at the lower right side of the coffin, ready to push the entire lid. The old man could do nothing but watch from the sidelines. Pang Wei gestured for Huameng to come help, but Huameng appeared utterly flustered. "What are you afraid of? Hurry over," Pang Wei shouted into the void. "What is the worst that could happen? Your ancestor might just leap out of the coffin. You are his great-great-grandson. What is there to fear? Perhaps he'll even show us mercy out of respect for you. Come on and lend a hand, or we won't be able to move it." Under the persistent urging of Pang Wei, Hu Ming reluctantly approached the lower right corner of the coffin. The three of them united their voices, shouting in unison, 1, 2, 3, open. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed as the heavy stone lid of the coffin was pushed aside. An immediate brilliance burst forth, dazzling golden light that was almost blinding. Inside the small coffin lay exquisite silk and jeweled vessels, and at its center, they beheld chapter 349, the Emperor's burial coffin. Indeed, Pang Wei was not mistaken. This stone coffin was crafted according to ancient rites, with a smaller coffin enveloped within the grand sarcophagus. The interior of the smaller coffin was lined with splendid satin, filled with treasures of gold, silver, and rare delicacies, all remarkable artifacts that radiated opulence. Yet, the worth of all these treasures paled in comparison to that of the main coffin nestled within. Within the smaller coffin rested an exquisitely crafted wooden coffin, which served as the primary sarcophagus of this gigantic stone edifice. This main coffin was fashioned from thin golden silk wood, a material esteemed since antiquity, often likened to gold by the inch. Among these woods, the thin golden silk variety was particularly prized, offering warmth in winter and coolness in summer. Impervious to insects and decay, and resistant to water, making it ideal for crafting coffins. As its name suggests, thin golden silk wood is characterized by its delicate texture. The finest examples are as thin as a sheet of paper, reflecting light with an almost mirror-like quality, and the lighter it is, the more precious it becomes. The thin golden silk coffin before them measured approximately 2 meters in length, its entire surface shimmering with golden strands, remaining radiant after millennia, resembling a gossamer veil woven from golden threads. Inside the coffin, a shadowy figure became discernible, a humanoid shape lying supine within, perfectly still. By my word, it truly exists, Pang Wei exclaimed first over the wireless. Although everyone had braced themselves for this moment, none dared to confirm the condition of Genghis Khan until now. Nobody genuinely anticipated that the coffin contained the body of Genghis Khan. That orange fellow, what did you just say? You think Genghis Khan might still be alive, right? Pang Wei's voice over the wireless trembled slightly. What if, when we open the coffin, he suddenly sits up? What shall we say? Oh, great Temujin. We merely came to check if you were still among the living. Now that we see you are well, we shall close the coffin again. But what if he doesn't allow us to close it? Regardless of what Genghis Khan has become, he must not be allowed to escape. Chen Zhi responded firmly over the wireless. This fiend must not be permitted to return to the world. Oh dear, Pang Wei agreed. Though beads of cold sweat began to form on his brow, he intended to beckon Hu Ming over, but upon turning, he found that the young man had already leaped back 2 meters, his face ashen. Bah, look at you, claiming to be a Mongolian prince. Yet you falter at the crucial moment. Fat Wei retorted sharply, then turned his gaze towards the shadow that faintly emerged from the coffin. The figure was undoubtedly towering, approximately 2 meters in height, with robust arms and thighs, embodying the quintessential physique of ancient nomadic tribes. At that moment, he remained utterly motionless within the coffin, exuding no signs of life, as if calmly awaiting their actions to open the coffin. This eerie atmosphere heightened the tension among all present. What are we waiting for? Chen Zhi's voice rang out sharply. Open the coffin. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's command, Fat Wei gritted his teeth, a surge of determination flooding through him. He pressed down on the clasp beneath the coffin and exerted force upwards. All right, whether it's a man or a ghost, we'll soon find out. With a resounding crack, the golden silk Nanmu coffin emitted a crisp sound as the delicate coffin lid was abruptly overturned. As the lid was lifted, an ancient, desiccated corpse revealed itself before them. The body was evidently long since dehydrated. The high temperature in this region had drained it of moisture, leaving it in a state of extreme desiccation, with cracks appearing on the face and thighs. The hair was fashioned into thick braids, resting atop the arid skull, while the mouth gaped wide open. The facial features grotesquely contorted, resembling a gourd, clearly a victim of immense torture before death. The feet were unrecognizable, the bones having suffered severe scorching and corrosion, as if they had traversed a scorching landscape barefoot. This corpse was tightly bound by chains, just as depicted in the murals, one restraint around the shoulder, another on the back, and yet another around the abdomen. Though the body had completely dried out, an incredible phenomenon persisted. Despite the skin being parched and darkened like earth, the skin on the shoulders, back, and abdomen remained vibrant, with the 3 dragon beast tattoos appearing as vivid as ever. according to the murals they had just observed. These 3 areas on Genghis Khan were adorned with dragon beast tattoos, symbolizing the highest of kings. The Earth Immortals had grasped these tattoos with heavy chains, dragging Genghis Khan alive into the underworld. Now, even though the body had become a desiccated husk, the tattooed skin still appeared remarkably lifelike, as if it were still breathing. "This is unbelievable," it startled me. Fat Wei gasped heavily upon realizing that Genghis Khan had become a dried corpse. I truly thought there were beings of eternal life in this world. I nearly frightened myself to death just now. To speak candidly, should the venerable Genghis Khan unexpectedly materialize before me, I would be at a loss as to how to greet him. I doubt even the black donkey's hoof would suffice. After Fat Wei uttered these words, he turned to gaze at Hamong, saying, "Enough of your trembling, your highness. This is your ancestor. What is there to fear? Come forth and pay your respects." "I am not afraid," Hamong stammered, having struggled to contain his emotions since the coffin was opened. However, his bravado faltered as he approached with hesitant steps. Upon glimpsing the corpse within the coffin, he found himself overwhelmed and promptly knelt, bowing repeatedly before it. "Great ancestor." Unfilial descendant Hamong pays his respects. "You have suffered greatly, and your descendants have been remiss in honoring you." As Hamong fervently bowed and lamented, Fat Wei meticulously examined the desiccated corpse, which was marred by cracks akin to that of parched earthenware. His gaze ultimately settled upon the area beneath the neck of the cadaver. "Hamong, cease your bowing," Fat Wei urged softly. "Come over here and take a look. Is there not something beneath the neck of this corpse?" "What is it?" Hamong, caught in a cycle of mourning, immediately straightened at Fat Wei's words and craned his neck to peer at the back of the dark figure's neck. Indeed, there appeared to be something propping up the head, causing the entire body to tilt slightly upward, the mouth agape. "This." Fat Wei furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the object behind the corpse's neck, then turned to Hamong. "Prince Hamong, if I recall correctly, your Mongolian customs do not include placing something beneath the head of the deceased, do they? This arrangement is rather unorthodox." "Certainly not," Hamong replied with conviction. "We Mongolians value the spirit over the flesh. Preserving the body is intended to grant peace to the soul. How could we elevate the head in such a manner? Then this is indeed peculiar." Fat Wei hesitated momentarily before addressing the others. "I harbor a suspicion. I cannot shake the feeling that the object beneath the head is rather enigmatic, almost as if it were deliberately concealed. I have an instinct that whatever lies beneath is of considerable importance. We must unearth it for a closer examination. However, we previously established that we should not disturb anything here. As a person of integrity, I, Fat Wei, must adhere to my principles and refrain from taking action." At this juncture, Fat Wei turned to Hamong with a sly smile. "Perhaps, esteemed prince, you might be so kind as to retrieve the item beneath the corpse's neck for our inspection. After all, it pertains to your illustrious ancestor." Upon hearing Fat Wei's suggestion, Hamong recoiled, shaking his head vigorously as if in disbelief, resolutely opposing the notion. "We Mongolians are not overly particular. If you wish to take something, feel free to do so, for I shall not mind." The chubby fellow's words hold merit. Lao Jindo approached and addressed Hamong, saying, "Prince Hamong, we promised your grandfather before our arrival that we would not disturb the treasures of your golden family. Therefore, it would be more courteous for you to retrieve the items yourself. I shall not take anything, not even if it costs me my life." Huming's head bobbed like a rattle drum, his face flushed with anger. "How have you all suddenly become so particular about etiquette? I have already stated that I do not mind. If you wish to take it, then do so. I shall simply refrain from informing my grandfather. However, I shall never extend my hand towards that coffin. This decorum must indeed be upheld." The rotund Wei chuckled, leaping forward to seize Huming's arm and push him forward. "This is not merely a matter of whether you inform your grandfather or whether you mind. It is about the fact that this corpse has been buried for so many years. Who knows what strange phenomena may arise? We possess yang energy. What shall we do if we encounter a risen corpse? But if I touch it, it might rise as well." Humming protested, struggling against Wei's grip. "You are different. You are his great-grandson. He surely would not harm you," Wei declared, holding Huming's hand firmly as he reached toward the corpse's neck. "If he were to bite you, just call him grandfather and he will surely recognize you." "I refuse to go. You are truly a scoundrel," Humming exclaimed, fear seizing him as he cursed Wei under his breath. He then realized how strong Wei was. With just one hand, he could restrain his arm, leaving him no room to resist. Under Wei's insistence, Humming shut his eyes, refusing to look at the corpse and tentatively felt around its neck. Upon touching the icy flesh, he could not help but let out a yelp, yet Wei still pressed his hand down. In a swift motion, Humming grasped the object behind the corpse's neck. "Here, take it," he exclaimed, tossing the item to Wei before leaping back. His hands flailed against his body. Had it not been for the work uniform, he might have broken out in hives. "Oh, thank you, Your Highness." Wei chuckled as he accepted the item, glancing around before finally handing it to Chen Zhi. "What do you make of this peculiar object? It appears to be nothing more than a piece of broken stone." Chen Zhi examined it closely. It was a stone block the size of a tofu cube, seemingly a seal. The stone's texture was coarse, indicating its ancient origin, and it bore the faint carvings of two intertwined creatures, though the details were indistinct. Yet, from the moment Chen Zhi touched the stone seal, a tremor coursed through him. He recognized it as a divine spirit stone. Spirit stones come in various types, ranging from the most basic elementary spirit stones to intermediate and advanced ones, with higher grades being increasingly precious. In the annals of the Jiang clan's patriarchs, there exists a category of spirit stone of the utmost rank, referred to as the divine spirit stone. This extraordinary stone is an essential component for the art of deification. Although it has been consistently mentioned in the records of the Jiang family, none of the previous patriarchs had ever laid eyes upon it. Naturally, Chen Zhi had never encountered it either. For an extensive period, he even believed that the so-called divine spirit stone was merely a figment of imagination, a fanciful creation of the descendants of the Jiang clan. However, when the gray, unassuming stone seal fell into Chen Zhi's hands, his heart began to race uncontrollably, and his blood surged with fervor. Every cell in his body seemed to whisper to him that this was indeed the stone capable of sealing divine entities, the divine spirit stone. This stone had long since lost its divine power, akin to a vessel from which all strength had been drained, now reduced to the status of a mere discarded rock. Yet, Chen Zhi could acutely sense that this spirit stone had once been immensely powerful, as had its former master. The stone exhibited significant wear, suggesting it had been deliberately damaged. Its surface bore some uneven carvings, but due to the erosion, the details were no longer discernible. This reminded Chen Zhi of the dragon bone, the kingly spirit stone taken by Bai Qian from the tomb of the Sky Fox. The stone before him had once radiated brilliance and resplendence, but was now forsaken for reasons unknown. Gently, Chen Zhi brushed his fingers over the surface of the stone, then produced a magnifying glass to inspect it further. Under the lens, the faint indentations revealed their true form, an array of intricate divine inscriptions. These inscriptions appeared remarkably vigorous and powerful at the time of engraving, yet they gradually faded, as if the engraver had hesitated. The final characters were deliberately erased. Chen Zhi scrutinized the divine writings, which were typically succinct and to the point, and discerned the following words: Supreme Deification, Borjigin, Temjin, God of Slaughter, Immortal. Awaiting Judgment Among Mortals. Chapter 351. The Divine Seal, Part 2. Chen Zhi examined the gray stone seal closely. It was square and meticulously carved on all sides, incomparable to the resplendent gem seal he had seen at Old Man Mert's. After arriving in Mongolia, he had been fortunate enough to witness two legendary spirit stones, the gem seal in Old Man Mert's treasury and this gray stone seal. The gem seal dazzled with brilliance, while this gray stone seal appeared dull and devoid of spirit, as if it had been previously utilized and then re-emerged for a second use. The center of the stone seal bore some divine inscriptions, yet the arrangement of the text was disjointed. The words Supreme Deification for the God of Slaughter were relatively small, with impeccably uniform carvings, seemingly original to the stone. In contrast, the names Borjigin and Temjin appeared to have been added later. Moreover, the final stroke of Temjin's name was left incomplete, having been erased, indicating that Xiao Chuji had reversed his decision at the last moment, halting the act of deification for reasons unknown. What could this artifact possibly be? Since just now, Humo has been somewhat bewildered, and now he can no longer contain his curiosity. He turns to Chen Zhi and asks, Brother Xiaozhi, what did you mean earlier? Why do you say that my ancestors shall live on eternally, enduring punishment in this realm? This is a divine seal. Chen Zhi weighs the gray stone in his hand and gazes intently at Humo. Your ancestor, Borjigin Temujin, was bestowed the title of God of Slaughter before his death, granted an immortal body to atone for his sins. This is too absurd, Humo chuckles awkwardly. He knows nothing of this bizarre world. But the pride of the Golden family has become unbearable. The man is already dead. Why speak such heavy words? Moreover, how long ago was that? The Mongols and Han people have long since become friends. Haven't the Han already forgiven him? They even refer to him as a hero of the steppe. Besides, didn't Genghis Khan express remorse and issue a decree to cease the killings? What about before that decree? Chen Zhi suddenly casts a cold glare at Humo, his eyes sharp as blades. Before that decree, countless lives perished in vain. Would those departed souls forgive him? Is forgiveness such an easy matter? The descendants of the Han can only forgive because they remain unaware of the horrors that unfolded on this land. Humo is momentarily stunned. He did not anticipate Chen Zhi's sudden outburst, especially over events so distant they seem almost ludicrous. Hey. Pang Wei immediately senses the atmosphere turning tense and rushes over, attempting to lighten the mood with a smile. Wow, your ancestor truly was deified. From now on, as a prince, you have even more prestige. Descendant of a deity, impressive indeed. After saying these words to ease the tension, Pang Wei pulls Chen Zhi aside. Orange, what are you doing? Pang Wei exclaims, wide-eyed. I don't care what you saw in Lord Xiu's dusty relics, but you must remember, it's the 21st century. Those old matters are over a millennium ago. No one wishes to revisit them. We still rely on the Golden family for support. If you make the prince cry, it will not bode well for us. Pang Wei advises Chen Zhi, while Lao Jindo offers a few comforting words to Humo, explaining that Chen Zhi is under immense pressure. After all, they are deep underground, and it is challenging for everyone to remain composed. Thus, unity is paramount to avoid internal discord. After some whispered exchanges, Pang Wei turns his attention back to the shriveled corpse in the coffin. However, on another note, this notion of deification is rather dubious. Genghis Khan, once deified, did not achieve eternal life. Look at the state of this body. It has become like this, with only a few pieces of skin remaining fresh. What good is that? There is no such thing as eternal life in this world, Chen Zhi softly states, observing the charred, cracked remains in the coffin. Moreover, this ritual of deification was never completed. Temujin may have received a chance at immortality, but he was never truly enshrined as a deity. Qiu Chuji must have had compelling reasons to unexpectedly alter his plans and terminate the punishment of Temujin. Alas, let us not dwell on that. Observe your own aged skin. Is it not reminiscent of this? Lao Jindo, a man of meticulous thought, had been scrutinizing every aspect of the corpse since earlier. He noticed a small circular mark on the living skin of the scapula, identical in shape to that of Fat Wei's aged skin. This realization quickly sparked Fat Wei's attention, prompting him to hastily retrieve a sealed bag from his treasure pouch, containing the piece of old skin sent to him by the underworld. Gently, Fat Wei extracted the aged skin and aligned it with the gap on the scapula, finding it a perfect match, without a flaw. Indeed, this piece of skin had been excised from the very corpse. By heavens, how infuriating! Fat Wei exclaimed in exasperation. This child of Fengdu, Yamo, is nothing but a charlatan. His words are utterly untrustworthy, claiming this to be skin of eternal life, when it's clearly taken from here. Look at this corpse, what a sight! Eternal life, indeed. Bah! And new gods of the underworld. How deceitful! As Fat Wei grumbled, he attempted to reclaim the aged skin and return it to his treasure pouch. However, in his haste, he inadvertently yanked the entire piece of tattooed living skin from the shoulder. Oh, pardon me. Fat Wei gasped in surprise, quickly repositioning the skin on the corpse's shoulder. My apologies, I did not mean to remove your esteemed skin. A child's folly. I hope you can forgive me for the sake of your great-grandson. As he mumbled apologies and smoothed the skin, his eyes suddenly widened in astonishment as he gazed upon the junction of the skin, as if witnessing the most astonishing sight in the world. Orange, come quickly and see this. He called urgently into the wireless, lifting the piece of tattooed living skin from the shoulder of the corpse. This skin is counterfeit. It has been stitched onto the corpse. What? Fat Wei's words sent a ringing sensation through Chen Zhi's mind, prompting him to lean over the coffin to examine the corpse. He observed that the fresh skin on the corpse was indeed lifting, revealing very fine threads connecting the dry corpse to the fresh skin, nearly invisible unless one looked closely. These threads had evidently been in place for quite some time, fully integrated with the corpse, likely stitched on before its demise. This skin is indeed sewn on. This corpse is a fabrication. Chen Zhi whispered urgently into the wireless. This is a meticulously conceived substitution scheme. The person within this coffin is not Genghis Khan. To evade punishment, the true Genghis Khan had cut away 3 pieces of his tattooed skin and sewn them onto this individual's body, thus deceiving the world and eluding the scrutiny of those celestial beings. The true Genghis Khan, a millennium ago, evaded punishment. Chapter 352, The Scapegoat. Chen Zhi's words left everyone astounded, prompting them to gather around the coffin to scrutinize the corpse closely. Indeed, upon careful inspection, it became evident that the skin did not quite match the body. The skin was noticeably larger, while the corpse appeared somewhat smaller. Astonishingly so. Lao Jindo's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had uncovered a long-sought answer. How could a hero like Genghis Khan resign himself to being dragged underground? It seemed he had long prepared for this. Upon realizing he was to face punishment, he issued a decree to cease killings, making his remorse known to the world. And then he cut off his own skin, finding a scapegoat to bear his punishment on his behalf. How marvelous! It was unexpected that the true course of history could be more thrilling than fiction. Isn't this too far-fetched? I find it hard to believe. Pang Wei expressed his disagreement with Chen Zhi's earlier remarks, shaking his head in disbelief as he glanced at the pitch-black corpse within the coffin. Who would willingly descend into hell for another? Are they foolish? If it were me, I wouldn't care if it were Genghis Khan or anyone else. To hell with it. I would refuse. Furthermore, didn't you all mention that the venerable Chuckled is no ordinary figure? Do you think he could be deceived by a mere impostor dragged underground? Let us not forget, he had cast his whisk on the coffin lid and established a barrier outside. This indicates that he had followed the entire way down to the underworld, supervising the completion of this task before departing. Perhaps Chuckled intentionally refrained from exposing the truth. Chen Zhi mused silently as he held the divine seal in his hand. Indeed, as Pang Wei had remarked, the Chuckled they currently understood was not easily fooled. If Genghis Khan's skin were placed upon another's body, it might deceive those of lesser discernment, but to deceive a figure like Chuckled seemed improbable. Yet, what could have compelled Chuckled to cease his investigation? Moreover, what was his motive for halting the deification ceremony at that moment? I believe I know who this substitute is, Hu Ming suddenly stammered, interrupting the conversation. Until then, he had been overlooked, leaning over the coffin's edge, meticulously observing the head of the corpse, and had discovered something noteworthy. I suspect this may be Genghis Khan's eldest son, Juchi. Oh dear, Your Highness. Do refrain from speaking nonsense. Is it not chaotic enough here already? Please, go play elsewhere. Pang Wei responded with irritation, overwhelmed by the influx of information in those few minutes, leaving him unsure how to react, with no time to pay attention to Hu Ming. I am speaking the truth. Hu Ming insisted cautiously, pointing to the forehead of the corpse, and then gazing at everyone. Did you notice the brand upon his forehead? That mark is a distinctive symbol, signifying his status as the legitimate firstborn. We Mongolians have historically placed immense value on the firstborn, regarding him as a divine gift and the true heir of our bloodline. Due to the free-spirited nature of our ancestors, many descendants' lineages remain uncertain. Thus, it is believed that the firstborn son of a newlywed virgin represents the most authentic heir. This belief is particularly pronounced within our golden family, where the firstborn has always been held in the highest esteem. The affection a father shows toward his firstborn is unparalleled by that bestowed upon second sons or illegitimate offspring. Upon the father's death, all property, even wives and concubines, is inherited by the firstborn. When a legitimate firstborn of the golden family is born, his forehead is branded with a mark using an iron hook. My father bore such a mark. Can you be certain? Lao Jindo inquired after listening. Prince Humming, this is no jest. Have you seen the same mark with your own eyes? Of course I am certain, Humming replied, feeling humiliated by the doubt, as he brushed aside his forehead curtain to reveal the mark at his hairline. Do you see? The mark on this corpse is identical to the one on my forehead. We are all legitimate firstborn sons of the Borgigan clan, the future heirs of our family. My goodness, this is truly bizarre, Pang Wei exclaimed, hastening over to lift the corpse's head and examine the forehead closely. Indeed, although the body had withered and cracked, the brand at the hairline remained remarkably clear. It was a wavy mark, branded at the hairline, suggesting that it had been applied at birth and had grown larger with age, ultimately becoming a lifelong insignia. If that is the case, this truly must be the firstborn of Genghis Khan, Jeeb. Lao Jindo gazed at the corpse in the coffin, gradually becoming excited. I knew it. I knew the truth of history was as I suspected. Jeeb has long been an enigma in history, with most historical records casting doubt upon his lineage, an unjust smear against him. Born during a time of turmoil, Jeeb's mother, Genghis Khan's primary wife, had been abducted by the Merkit tribe shortly after their wedding. Enraged, Temujin launched a campaign to rescue her, during which she gave birth to Jeeb. As Temujin's firstborn son, Jeeb was meant to be of the most noble lineage. Yet, for inexplicable reasons, later generations of Mongolians harbored doubts regarding Jeeb's bloodline, particularly his brothers Chagatai and Ogdi, who often claimed that Jeeb was not Genghis Khan's biological son, fostering animosity from their father. Subsequent to the founding of the Yuan dynasty, historical records openly declared that Jeeb was of Merkit ancestry, not a descendant of Genghis Khan, asserting that Khan accepted him as a son due to his magnanimity. In my studies of Genghis Khan, I find this assertion profoundly contradictory. If the historical accounts are accurate, then this firstborn, Jeeb, is not a son of Genghis Khan, but rather a child of his enemy, the Merkit. Given Genghis Khan's notoriously fierce temperament, it is likely he would have fed this child to the dogs, making survival improbable. Moreover, once Jeeb grew up, he was granted vast territories and appointed as the great Khan of the lands north of the Caspian and Aral Seas. It is essential to recognize that these were the territories Genghis Khan had fought relentlessly to conquer. Would he have been so generous if Jeeb were not his own flesh and blood? Historical records often extol Genghis Khan's magnanimity and tolerance. Yet, based on our understanding of Genghis Khan, was he truly a man of such benevolence? Such an assertion seems ludicrous. A man capable of ruthlessly extracting the marrow from his enemies could hardly possess a heart so expansive. Therefore, it stands to reason that Jeeb was not only his biological son, but also his most favored offspring. It is likely that his initial military campaign in his youth was not merely to reclaim his first wife, but rather to secure his rightful heir. Chapter 353, The Scapegoat, Part 2. After sharing these thoughts, Lao Jindo let out a soft sigh and turned his gaze towards the corpse within the coffin. As for Jeeb, his demise remains shrouded in mystery. Despite achieving numerous military accolades at a tender age, he suddenly fell victim to a strange illness, passing away overnight without a proper mourning, as if he had evaporated from the earth. The Mongolian royal family later attributed his tragic fate to Jeeb's awareness of his questionable lineage, which rendered him unworthy of Genghis Khan's affection, leading to his tragic end. In truth, he did not succumb to illness but remained here, entangled in fate. As Lao Jindo finished speaking, he mournfully touched the now darkened head, donning the skin of his father, taking his father's place to bear the punishment. What a disgraceful affair! Pang Wei, unable to contain himself after listening for so long, exclaimed, "Goodness, even a tiger does not consume its own cubs." Genghis Khan, who spent a lifetime as a hero, ended up like this, resorting to such a sinister ploy to have his son suffer in his stead while he evaded responsibility. Truly inhuman. Afterward, Pang Wei turned to Hu Meng and said, "I must say, your ancestor indeed lacks decorum, devoid of any semblance of humanity." Qiu Chujian was right to confront him. Perhaps, contrarily, Chen Zhi observed the withered corpse before him with indifference. It may very well be that this was the reason Qiu Chujian spared Temujin. After speaking, Chen Zhi approached, placing his hand upon the dried corpse's head, gently closing its gaping mouth, then tracing the marks upon its skull. As we survey history, we often glean the truths of past events concealed within the meticulously crafted historical records. The Han people harbor animosity towards the Manchus, thus fabricating tales of Empress Dowager Xiaozhuang's marriage to Dorgan, a blatant falsehood that is easily debunked. The Mongols, who place great emphasis on lineage, have long sought to elevate their status. Following the ascension of Taoyui, the second son of Genghis Khan, he commenced a campaign of slander against Jeeb to assert his claim as the rightful heir. As Uncle Jean aptly remarked, it is inconceivable that Genghis Khan, with his expansive vision, would relinquish the fruits of his labor to a stepson. Were it not for his biological progeny, survival itself would be dubious, rendering this another easily dispelled fabrication. This scenario illuminates the profound jealousy harbored by Genghis Khan's other sons towards their elder brother. In what era and under what circumstances would such envy arise, if not from the favoritism of their father? If I am not mistaken, Genghis Khan must have held his eldest son in great affection, to the extent that the latter would willingly endure punishment on behalf of his father, descending into that terrifying abyss. Your words remind me of an incident, Fat Wei suddenly interjected. I recollect 7 years ago while peddling goods at Lilikang. I was sharpening my teeth in a familiar shop when an elderly Mongolian woman approached, exuding an unmistakable odor of mutton, clutching a small, dark wooden horse and inquiring about its price. The horse bore crude carvings of Mongolian script, purportedly made by Temujin himself for his eldest son, Jeeb, with the latter's name inscribed upon it. At the time, my acquaintance remarked that while the item was indeed ancient, its origins were ludicrous. How could the conqueror of the world, Genghis Khan, have personally crafted a wooden horse for his son? Such a claim would elicit laughter. Furthermore, it is well known that Jeeb was an illegitimate child, whom Genghis Khan scarcely regarded. The old woman fervently swore by heaven and earth that her ancestors had nursed Prince Jeeb, and many such toys had been passed down through her family. In the past, they would have dared not present them, as their forebears had warned that revealing such items would invite the wrath of the Mongol nobility. Yet, she insisted that these artifacts were indeed authentic, asserting that the great Genghis Khan had, in fact, crafted toys for Jeeb. At that time, I also thought that this Mongolian old lady was quite the storyteller, transforming the legendary Genghis Khan, who shot eagles with his bow, into a mere caregiver, fabricating tales that lacked any semblance of truth. Reflecting on it now, it indeed seems plausible. Human emotions are inherently reciprocal. Chen Zhi lowered his gaze towards the coffin, where the dark, cracked corpse lay. Allow me to propose a hypothesis. When Genghis Khan was faced with the impending punishment, he may have been utterly disoriented and overwhelmed. This terrifying punishment was beyond his capacity to confront, and the power he wielded as a sovereign could not alter this grim reality. However, in this critical moment, his eldest son, Jeeb, displayed an unwavering commitment, voluntarily stitching his father's skin onto his own body, as he was drawn underground by the earth deities to replace his father. This act of bearing the sins of the father is a selfless and monumental sacrifice that most would find insurmountable. I surmise that it was this lingering vestige of humanity that prompted Qiu Chujie to abandon his original intent, discarding the divine seal and halting the deification, thereby granting Temujin a reprieve. Is this for real? Pang Wei chuckled upon hearing Chen Zhi's words. If true, this would be utterly riveting, akin to a captivating tale. Perhaps we have all been overly optimistic. Maybe that old rascal simply bound his own son and forced him to comply. Impossible. Chen Zhi resolutely shook his head. Being dragged underground is a protracted and monumental process. During this time, Jeeb could have proclaimed his identity vocally. Yet, as you observed in that mural, the individual, despite the evident agony and desperate struggles, kept his mouth tightly shut, clenching his teeth and guarding this secret. I believe this is indeed possible, Hu Meng chimed in. My father cherished me deeply, and I was heartbroken upon his passing. If it were my turn, I would willingly accept punishment in his stead, as long as he could return to life. All right, you Mongolians are impressive, Pang Wei remarked, giving a thumbs up. But can Genghis Khan truly bear to witness his son suffering in his place? Does he not feel anguish? Indeed, Lao Jindo sighed, somewhat moved. The notion of bearing the sins of the father is indeed poignant. But what must the true Genghis Khan feel, watching his son suffer underground? Suddenly, a wave of sorrowful weeping echoed from afar, the sound eerily reminiscent of someone emerging from the earth, yet it felt achingly real, as if the individual weeping was experiencing an unbearable, shattering pain. Chapter 354. The Final Mercy. Goodness, it's haunted. Pang Wei swiftly drew his large knife, leaping forward and scanning the surroundings. Who is it? Who dares to play tricks here? Allow me to convey this. Even if you are a specter, you shall not intimidate us. My companions and I have encountered more phantoms than we have humans. It would be wise for you to reveal yourself rather than compel me to seek you out. Alas, the mournful wail persisted, imbued with profound sorrow. His voice seemed to bear the scars of time, yet he continued to weep, resembling an elderly man. Fat Wei called out a couple of times, but receiving no response. He activated the spotlight on his arm and brandished a hefty machete, following the sound of the cries ahead. The surroundings were starkly simple, with dark gray rock walls flanking either side, uneven and riddled with ancient hollows. Within one of these hollows lay a shadow, motionless and resembling a stone, from which the weeping emanated. Who goes there? Upon spotting the shadow, Fat Wei leaped forward in a swift motion, seizing the figure concealed in darkness. Are you human or ghost? Why indulge in such theatrics? Goodness gracious! Old man, is that you? Upon recognizing the face before him, Fat Wei's jaw dropped in astonishment. In the beam of the spotlight, he discerned an elderly figure curled up in a shadowy corner. The old man was clad in tattered rags, his disheveled white hair framing a visage marred by deep, knife-like wrinkles and numerous scars. It was none other than the elderly Kutu they had rescued earlier. Goodness gracious! Fat Wei, still gripping his machete, found himself at a loss for words. I must say, old man, you are quite remarkable. Where on earth have you been all this time? And how did you manage to descend here without your work attire? Aren't you feeling the heat? Kutu offered no reply, for he lacked the capacity to speak. His condition was dire. His eyes were swollen and red, tears cascading down his weathered face, and he trembled with visible distress. At that moment, Chen Zhi and the others arrived, gazing at the prostrate figure of Kutu. What a peculiar situation, Fat Wei remarked helplessly to Chen Zhi. Let us not ponder how he came down here. Rather, what could possibly cause this old man to weep so hauntingly? Is he suffering from the heat? Or perhaps, Fat Wei's thoughts began to crystallize. Could it be that my imagination has run wild? Is there something more to this old man? This is utterly implausible. Yet, Chen Zhi, half kneeling, tore apart the tattered garments of the elderly man. Beneath the frayed fabric, the skin revealed itself, turning a deep crimson under the oppressive heat. Were he an ordinary individual, he would surely have succumbed to anguished screams by now. Yet this old man appeared to be accustomed to such extremities. The vividness of his skin accentuated the scars that marred his body. From the moment I laid eyes on him, an unsettling suspicion arose, though mute. The scars upon his form spoke volumes about his harrowing past. Chen Zhi gestured towards the scarred regions on the old man's torso, noting that these were extensive lacerations, indicative of skin being flayed, a phenomenon only witnessed during the process of skinning. Moreover, the scars bore the telltale signs of inflammation, suggesting that he had healed in an environment devoid of antibiotics, a rarity in contemporary society. Furthermore, observe the locations of these scars. Do they not resemble the figures depicted in the ancient murals? Upon hearing this, the others began to take notice. Indeed, the scars on old Kutu aligned precisely with the shoulders, abdomen, and back as illustrated in the wall paintings. Chen Zhi continued, you may not have noticed, but he possesses no fingernails, resembling merely a mass of flesh. This is attributed to years of laborious digging that led to the regression of his nails, a process that spans centuries, perhaps even millennia. Are you suggesting that he is the real Genghis Khan? Such a notion is unfathomable, Lao Jindo exclaimed, astonished at the revelation of the figure he had devoted his life to studying, now reduced to this state, an unsettling truth to accept. Did you not mention that the genes of ancient Mongolians differ from those of today? The true Genghis Khan was said to be tall and robust. Yet, look at this old man. He is hunched and surely stands no taller than 1.80 meters. Just as his nails have deteriorated, so too have his bones and muscles, a consequence of the passage of time. Chen Zhi regarded the aged Kutu with indifference, suspecting that his mind had long since unraveled. He likely no longer recognized his own identity. The torment of searing heat and biting cold may not extinguish life, but it certainly leads to a profound mental collapse. Yet, he remains steadfastly rooted to Kent Mountain. There must be something of great significance tethering him here. His throat bears the marks of having been slashed, a means to silence him. Over time, no one remembers who he is. Even the Golden family can no longer recall the era to which he belongs. Gradually, he has transformed into nothing more than an old man who watches the mountains, old Kutu. Such reasoning is not without merit. However, Fat Wei scratched his head, glancing at the old man from various angles, unable to reconcile this figure with the formidable Genghis Khan of legend. I can't shake the feeling that this resembles a tale spun from fantasy. Is it truly real? Observing his reaction was telling. After Chen Zhi spoke, he turned aside and lifted the old Kutu from the ground. As I mentioned earlier, human emotions are reciprocal. If his son was indeed willing to take the blame for him, it would indicate a profound bond between them. Perhaps, in the depths of his heart, he would prefer to endure the suffering himself. Chen Zhi brought the old Kutu to the entrance of the tomb passage, holding him with one hand while gesturing towards the coffin ahead, exhaling deeply. The rush of air surged forth, gently elevating the corpse within the coffin, revealing the desiccated black body in its entirety. Upon seeing the corpse, the old Kutu immediately became frenzied, his eyes bursting with rage, bloodshot and wild like a beast, struggling fiercely to break free from Chen Zhi's grasp. Do you see? Chen Zhi stated, observing the old Kutu's desperate struggles. Human emotions cannot be deceived. This is the reason he has remained at Kent Mountain. Perhaps he had lived here for many years, enduring the harshness of storms, and had forgotten who he was. Yet, he had never forgotten the person buried beneath the earth. It is likely that this was not his first visit, but he had never been able to approach the coffin, for there was a barrier set by Chuckled. Chapter 355, The Compassionate Love of a Father Impossible. This is utterly inconceivable. Upon witnessing the scene, the old Jindo could hardly bear it, excitedly clutching the old Kutu's garment. Is this truly the once mighty sovereign of the grasslands? No matter what he has endured, his pride would never allow him to become so pitiful. There is nothing impossible, Chen Zhi replied, his gaze towards the old Kutu utterly indifferent. What pride can be associated with slaughtering others through innate power? I have never regarded him as a hero when his strength and glory abandon him. He is merely a wretched creature. No, you are all deluding yourselves. Suddenly, Pang Wei stood up, surveying the group. Do not forget, Genghis Khan lived hundreds of years ago. He had already passed away by the founding of the Yuan dynasty, yet this old man stands before us alive. Moreover, Orange, he continued, did you not just say? The ceremony of deification has been terminated. Genghis Khan did not ascend to godhood, thus he is merely an ordinary human. How could he possibly have survived until now? Although the deification has failed, the punishment remains, Chen Zhi replied coldly. Regigent Temjin, though not canonized as the god of slaughter, has attained an immortal body. The process of deification is exceedingly complex. Even if interrupted, it cannot be entirely eradicated. In a certain sense, Temjin has reached a particular essence that fulfills the criteria for deification, thus allowing for such an outcome. However, the outcome of the deification is not entirely favorable. Qiu Chujin destroyed the divine seal, granting a fleeting mercy to Borjigins Temujin. Yet the heavens may not extend their compassion in return. At that very moment, Lao Kuto unexpectedly found an opening and, like a frenzied beast, dashed toward the coffin with a speed reminiscent of a hound unshackled from its restraints, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. In a mad frenzy, Lao Kuto lunged beside the coffin, grasped its edge, and leapt inside. He embraced the desiccated corpse within, his mouth agape as he let out a series of dry wails, before pressing his face against the lifeless visage and weeping profusely. His cries, imbued with profound sorrow, resonated deeply, evoking a visceral empathy in those who heard them. As if one's heart were being cleaved in two. The surrounding onlookers were similarly moved, particularly the elder Jindo, whose vision blurred with tears. Perhaps this was the ultimate punishment for the former lord of the grasslands, he mused, stifling a sob. For several minutes, Lao Kutu continued to wail, clinging to the corpse, while Hu Meng, unfamiliar with this ancestor, stood helplessly by, unsure of how to respond. The haunting cries echoed through the underground passage for an extended period before Fat Wei finally grasped the unsettling reality. Something was amiss. If Lao Kutu had been unable to breach the barrier for so long, how had the dark faction's Yamo managed to enter? Let us not forget, the old skin he sent me was taken from this very corpse. Moreover, where had the members of the dark faction vanished to? We have reached a dead end. Yet not a shadow of them remains. Could it be that they have already departed? This place is not one that one can merely enter or exit at will. Chen Zhi uttered softly, casting a cold glance at Lao Kutu ahead, before quietly instructing through the wireless device that the individuals the Earth Immortals sought were already present. We must find a place to conceal ourselves. I hope that when we next meet, those green Earth Immortals will not prove too formidable. Upon finishing, Chen Zhi gestured with his hand, prompting Fat Wei and Jindo to immediately understand and begin to retreat stealthily. Hu Meng, still bewildered, stood frozen, until Fat Wei pulled him along, dragging him into the earthen hollow beneath the surrounding wall. Initially unaware of the unfolding circumstances, Hu Meng struggled momentarily and inquired through the wireless, "What is going on? Why are you pulling me to hide?" Fishing, Fat Wei signaled for silence within the hollow. "Don't you understand? Those little green beings emerging on the surface have a purpose. They likely suspect that Genghis Khan has been switched and are searching for this old man. The old fellow's lamentations will surely draw out those Earth Immortals, allowing us to take a more proactive stance." Hu Meng's eyes widened in realization, and he exclaimed to Fat Wei, "That's not acceptable. You can't use him as bait. That's not what a man should do. No, I must go save him. After all, he is my ancestor." I said, "Are you really so obstinate?" Pang Wei firmly grasped Hu Hong's shoulder, pressing him back. "You can't forget your desire to be a hero, can you? Look around. This is the underground realm, the territory of the Earth Immortals. Since we descended into these depths, they have always been in the light while we remain concealed in darkness. If we simply retrace our steps, we will undoubtedly fall into their trap, risking complete annihilation. Thus, we must turn the tables and use this old man to lure out those earth immortals. This is our tactical strategy. Rest assured, your formidable brother Chen Zhi is quite capable. Once those little green beings emerge, he will easily subdue them. However, he requires some time to set up an ambush. In the end, your ancestor shall be safe. Ease your mind. Oh, now I understand, Hong replied, silenced by Pang Wei's words. They remained hidden in the earthen cavern, observing the anguished cries of Lao Kutu ahead. He had evidently lost all sanity, weeping for so long without awareness of his surroundings. Minutes passed, and suddenly, a peculiar metallic clanging echoed from the vicinity. The sound was dull, reminiscent of heavy iron chains slithering across the ground. The surrounding light dimmed further, and the glimmering peridot stones in the pitch-black tomb exuded an eerie greenish glow, resembling ghostly eyes. Caution, Chen Zhi whispered into the radio, steadying his breath and concentrating all his energy in preparation for battle. At that moment, a gust of wind rushed by as a shadow leapt down from above them. The speed of that figure was astonishing, surpassing normal human reflexes. Before Chen Zhi could react, the figure swiftly covered his mouth and nose, whispering in his ear, "Stay silent." "It's me." Chapter 356. The wounded returned. The voice sounded exceedingly familiar. Even without the radio, Chen Zhi was certain it belonged to Gui Dao. At this moment, Gui Dao's breath was rapid, his heart racing with palpable anxiety over impending danger. His voice did not emanate from the radio, but was spoken directly into Chen Zhi's ear. Through the thin veil of his headgear, Chen Zhi glimpsed the blood on Gui Dao's hands and felt the tremor in his arm. Chen Zhi understood that Gui Dao had recently endured a fierce battle, one so intense that it had torn his uniform, severing their communication. Gui Dao's current state was dire. He may have sustained life-threatening injuries. At that moment, as if swept away by the wind, the anguished Lao Kutu, who had been wailing moments before, vanished in an instant, as though he had never existed at all. Suddenly, everything around fell into a profound silence, yet the specter, Ghost Blade, continued to press firmly on Chen Zhi's mouth and nose. His grip was immensely powerful, as if fearing even the slightest breath from Chen Zhi. Those nearby quickly sensed the gravity of the situation. Accustomed to facing peril, the team fell into an immediate understanding of the circumstances, uttering not a single word, collectively holding their breath. They remained that way, completely concealed within the earthen hollow, gazing into the empty darkness ahead, listening intently to the strange metallic clashing sounds echoing in the distance. They lingered in this hushed state for what felt like an eternity, until the desolation of the land seemed to suggest that no life could possibly remain. Suddenly, from behind the dimly lit stone sarcophagus ahead, several green shadows sprang forth. Those were the Earth Immortals. However, these Earth Immortals appeared drastically different from what Chen Zhi had seen on the surface. Their bodies had evidently grown larger, taking on a more fearsome and grotesque visage. Sharp fangs protruded from their mouths, long tongues trailed on the ground, and their wolf-like eyes glimmered with an orange-red sheen, cunningly scanning the surroundings, seemingly in search of Chen Zhi and his companions. Upon witnessing the current form of these Earth Immortals, Chen Zhi instantly confirmed a singular truth. This was the authentic visage of the Earth Immortals depicted in the murals. They were not mere demigods. Their bodies could shrink and expand, and in their enlarged state, they towered over a person, each figure significantly hunched with arched cervical spines, their arms drooping towards the ground, and long claws dragging heavy chains behind them. In comparison to the demigods Chen Zhi had encountered, these Earth Immortals bore a closer resemblance to malevolent demons dwelling underground, ferocious and devoid of any humanity. At the center of them stood a deep green Earth Immortal, one Chen Zhi recognized as the crowned leader he had seen above. The demeanor of this elder Earth Immortal had transformed. The respect and subservience it once displayed were gone, replaced by elongated fangs and blood-red gums, reminiscent of a ravenous beast starved for far too long. The leader pointed a clawed finger forward, and the surrounding Earth Immortals immediately sprang into action. Each wielded heavy chains that, as they struck the ground, left long trails behind. Soon, it became apparent that these chains seemed almost alive, autonomously elongating and slithering towards every corner, akin to serpents in search of prey. At the front of these chains were claw-like iron hooks, snapping open and closed as they sought out their quarry, standing upright like snakeheads, surveying the area. Chen Zhi understood that these earth immortals were indeed hunting for them. From the moment they appeared in Kent Mountain, these beings had no intention of letting them escape. The earth immortals were far more formidable than they had ever displayed on the surface, and their audacity to pursue Chen Zhi's team in this realm was a testament to their confidence in overpowering him. Seeing that Chen Zhi was steady, Ghostblade finally released his grip from Chen Zhi's mouth and nose, gently lowering his hand, before making a gesture towards the front. Chen Zhi immediately understood and silently summoned a flow of energy, deftly weaving a concealed barrier that enveloped them all. Just as the chain was about to reach Chen Zhi and his companions, he swiftly sealed the entrance of the barrier, concealing their presence within. The living chain slithered towards them like a serpent, and when it was less than a centimeter from the barrier, it reared up, extending its iron claws to probe around the perimeter. Chen Zhi's barrier was impenetrable. No one's essence could escape. After a moment of probing, the iron claw, having detected nothing amiss, fell back and slithered away. Thus, the formidable earth immortals, wielding this iron chain, scoured the tomb passage for a considerable time without locating Chen Zhi and his companions, ultimately departing in frustration. At that moment, the previously vanished Lao Kutu finally revealed himself. He had been captured, bound tightly by the glinting chains, even his mouth sealed shut, his body writhing in futile struggle, resembling a large silkworm cocoon from a distance. Blood stained the chains, evidence of the earth immortals having bitten him, as if he were flesh devoured by ravenous teeth. Lao Kutu was engulfed in excruciating torment. The earth immortals retracted the chains, and the crown leader of the immortals began to turn and walk towards the rear. At the end of the cavern, there lay only a barren rock wall and an expanse of darkness. Chen Zhi and his group had already searched this area and found no exit. Upon reaching the end of the cave, the leader extended his claw and delicately inscribed several symbols on the rock face. Instantly, the wall erupted with dust, revealing a large opening. The leader let out a low growl, and the other earth immortals dragged Lao Kutu away as if he were a lifeless pig, departing through the newly formed opening. After the earth immortals had been gone for some time, Chen Zhi finally released his barrier. Simultaneously, the ghost blade collapsed behind him with a thud. Chen Zhi swiftly turned to shine his flashlight in that direction, revealing the ghost blade lying on the ground. Drenched in blood, his body marred by numerous deep claw wounds, each measuring 6 to 7 centimeters. As the blood met the scorching air, it cruelly emitted wisps of white smoke. Chapter 357. Rapid retreat. Upon witnessing the ghost blade's grievous injuries, panic erupted among the others, with Fat Wei and old Jindo rushing to his side. The ghost blade had always exuded an aura of strength so formidable that his presence alone alleviated their fears for safety. Yet now, he lay gravely wounded, many of his injuries nearly fatal, instilling a profound sense of dread in everyone. The immediate priority was to staunch the bleeding and repair the work attire. Otherwise, the high-temperature air would swiftly lead to infection, jeopardizing the ghost blade's life. Following the damage incurred during their previous encounter at the tomb of the drought god, they had gained experience. Rapid repairs to the work attire were impossible within a short time frame. However, the madman had procured patches for quick repairs from the Indians. The work uniforms they currently wear are crafted from a high-strength metallic fiber, designed to be fully sealed to maintain a stable internal temperature. However, any breach in the fabric compromises this seal, rendering the automatic temperature control ineffective. Subsequently, Indian researchers developed a fiber gel capable of swiftly sealing these breaches with fiber patches, thereby preserving the uniform's integrity. This method is referred to as rapid repair. These patches are fashioned from the same material as the uniforms, characterized by their softness and ease of tailoring, allowing them to be shaped as needed, akin to mending a torn garment. Once repaired, although the uniform may not return to its original pristine condition, the internal cooling system can be reactivated, effectively countering the external heat. At this juncture, Ghost Blade found himself in a perilous state, with deep wounds across his body and thighs, many of which had penetrated to the bone, and some tendons even severed. Old Jindo rummaged through his pouch for clean water and an emergency medical kit. He meticulously cleaned Ghost Blade's wounds with alcohol-soaked cotton, clearing away the surrounding blood to expose the clean flesh beneath. Chen Zhi applied the hemostatic powder infused with medicinal essence that Bao Ping had given him, allowing his tendons and bones to heal gradually. The effects of the medicinal essence were remarkably swift. as the scars on Ghost Blade's body soon began to radiate a luminous sheen. Then, Fat Wei assisted in wrapping bandages around Ghost Blade. Given the circumstances, it was impossible to be overly meticulous through the uniform, but they managed to secure and staunch the bleeding. Finally, they all collaborated to stitch the damaged areas of Ghost Blade's uniform with the fiber patches. Once the internal cooling system was activated and the uniform returned to its chilling state, Ghost Blade's condition visibly improved. His breathing within the helmet began to stabilize, and his heart no longer raced as violently. His temperature gradually decreased. Fat Wei inspected Ghost Blade's wireless system, noting that the helmet had sustained significant damage from the force of gravity, leaving a large tear in the neck area of the uniform. The wireless system was now completely incapacitated, rendering communication impossible. Blade, are you alright? If you're fine, just say something, Fat Wei urged, peeling back a small section of Ghost Blade's helmet and shouting into his ear. Ghost Blade stirred awake, blinking at the group, his lips barely moving as he murmured, "I'm fine. What happened to you? Was it those little green creatures? Could they really have done this to you?" Fat Wei pressed on. "It was them," Ghost Blade replied, his pallor persisting even as his breathing steadied. "After we fell from above, those earth spirits were waiting below. They are formidable foes. We must leave immediately now." Upon hearing Ghost Blade's words, Fat Wei's expression turned pale. He understood that such admissions were not made lightly given Ghost Blade's character. If it is indeed possible to inflict such wounds upon the Ghost Blade, it stands to reason that those Earth Immortals are truly formidable adversaries. After the Ghost Blade spoke, a profound silence enveloped the group. They exchanged glances and, almost instinctively, turned their eyes towards Chen Zhi. Are those demigods exceedingly powerful? Chen Zhi gazed at the fallen Ghost Blade, questioning whether they surpassed even him. Absolutely. The Ghost Blade replied without hesitation. We must leave at once. The Ghost Blade's response conveyed everything. Although the others struggled to comprehend how these diminutive green beings could possess such strength, it was evident from the Ghost Blade's demeanor that time was of the essence. Very well, we shall retrace our steps. Upon making his decision, Chen Zhi gestured, and Pang Wei along with Lao Jindo immediately assisted in hoisting the Ghost Blade, helping him out of the earthen pit as they prepared to depart. At that moment, Hu Meng timidly interjected, "I, wish to express something." As Hu Meng spoke, he appeared somewhat apprehensive, casting furtive glances at the others. "What about old Kutu? Shall we simply abandon him to be captured by those monsters?" "Indeed, I was just contemplating this matter," Pang Wei quickly chimed in. "To abandon someone in peril feels rather unprincipled. How about this, Blade? You rest here for a moment while I scout ahead, to ascertain what lies beyond that dark void, and then I will return for you all. Fear not. I carry 2 firearms loaded with control stone bullets. Those demigods dread such things." With that, Pang Wei drew his pistol, preparing to venture towards the entrance shrouded in darkness. "No." The Ghost Blade seized Pang Wei's arm, resolutely declaring, "We cannot save anyone. Our only concern now is our own survival. We cannot linger here for even a minute. We must leave immediately. If we encounter those Earth Immortals, we will surely perish. Go." Though muffled by his helmet, the Ghost Blade's voice resonated with a compelling authority, his solemn tone leaving no room for doubt. Chen Zhi could almost envision the brutal battles the Ghost Blade had endured over the past few hours through these words. "Let us depart," Chen Zhi asserted decisively after a brief moment of silence. He then lifted the Ghost Blade once more and waved his hand, commanding everyone to follow the path they had previously traversed. The route ahead was distinctly clear, and the temperature within the tomb was significantly cooler than that outside. There were no obstructions ahead, only 2 rows of dark gray rock walls adorned with olive stone murals that emitted a greenish luminescence, illuminating the way forward. Thus, the trio hastily maneuvered, supporting the Ghost Blade as they retraced their steps. Following the path they had taken, they approached the Golden Sand Waterfall. Beyond this point lay the route back to the royal city, which had been marked by the portly way, with Chen Zhi's protective barrier surrounding them. The way was relatively easy to navigate. Yet, for reasons unknown, an air of palpable tension enveloped the group. Their hearts raced as if some malevolent force lurked in the shadows, instilling a profound sense of dread that propelled them into a frantic sprint. Hu Meng, in particular, remained preoccupied with thoughts of Lao Kutu. He was a man of deep loyalty, and despite the perilous circumstances, he frequently glanced back, yearning to catch a glimpse of Lao Kutu's figure. Strangely, after they had passed, the light behind them vanished, the once glimmering peridot stones lost their luster, leaving only an abyss of darkness in their wake. They quickened their pace, desperately racing forward, time seeming to fly as they gasped for breath. At last, they reached the entrance from whence they had come, the golden sand waterfall. However, to their dismay, the once thundering waterfall had now completely collapsed. Chapter 358. The living chains. The waterfall they had traversed was now a mass of fallen sand and shattered rock, creating a formidable barrier at the cave's mouth. Though it appeared magnificent, the exit was entirely obstructed, leaving Chen Zhi and the others with no chance of escape through this route. Rather than dwell on their predicament, they swiftly sought alternative paths. Wei, supporting the semi-conscious Gui Dao, handed him over to Lao Jindo before hastily ascending the nearby cliff to tap on the sand layers, searching for another way out. Just then, they heard the familiar sound of metal clashing echoing from the darkness behind them. The pursuers had arrived. Upon hearing the metallic clatter, Wei leaped forward, sheathing his long knife on his back and swiftly drawing 2 control stone pistols from his waist. Gui Dao's injuries were grave, with extensive blood loss and penetrating wounds that were no trifling matter. Had it not been for the efficacy of the spiritual medicine, he would surely have perished. Throughout their flight, Wei bore him on his back, but the freshly sealed wounds had reopened, and Gui Dao had succumbed to unconsciousness once more, utterly unable to assist. On the far side of the corridor lay a multitude of fallen boulders, each substantial in size, piled high like a low wall that could provide temporary refuge. Lao Jindo and Hu Ming hurriedly propped Gui Dao up and sought shelter behind the debris, leaving only Wei and Chen Zhi in the crypt. Wei, undeterred by Gui Dao's earlier remarks, displayed no excessive fear of the impending threat. In fact, he purposefully advanced a few steps, positioning himself in front of Chen Zhi. "Oren, do you truly believe that thing is as formidable as they say?" Fat Wei's tone carried a hint of unmistakable defiance. After all, they were merely a few demigods. Could they truly elude us? In the underworld, even the illustrious god of the underworld fell before you. How could these insignificant lower deities intimidate us now? You are the patriarch of the Jiang clan. These lesser demigods should bow and pay their respects upon seeing you. In truth, Fat Wei's sentiments resonated with Chen Zhi's current thoughts. Since time immemorial, deities have existed as deities, and demigods have occupied a subservient position before them. Since the era of King Wu's campaign against Zhou, demigods have largely belonged to the Jiang lineage. Even the most ancient and noble-blooded among them could not wield power to the extent described by the Ghost Blade. Had Chen Zhi not witnessed the Ghost Blade's grievous state with his own eyes, he would undoubtedly have chosen to confront these lower deities without hesitation. Perhaps the circumstances had changed. Chen Zhi gazed ahead and softly murmured, "The present situation is unlike that of the past. The true god of the underworld has long since perished. What fought us then was merely a cadaver. Hence, the true strength of the deities remains an enigma beyond our grasp." When it came to the demigods dwelling beneath, Chen Zhi's brow furrowed slightly as he looked toward the dark entrance ahead. "When we encountered them above, I gauged their aura, and they were indeed not formidable. However, the situation has altered. The aura of those lower deities has evidently shifted. They have exerted considerable effort to lure us down here, suggesting that some force below may be at their disposal." As Chen Zhi spoke, the peculiar sound of metal clashing grew increasingly nearer. Eventually, they beheld the source of the metallic noise, those chains wielded by the lower deities, identical to those depicted in the mural. In the ancient peridot murals, these lower deities used such chains to bind Genghis Khan and drag him into the depths. The chains bore hooks resembling iron claws that grasped Genghis Khan at his chest, abdomen, and back, ensnaring him tightly. Chen Zhi had closely examined the chain's material and discerned that the metal was extraordinarily unique, seemingly infused with magic. It could automatically elongate and contract, expanding into countless slender chains with endless transformations. Moreover, the chain's gleaming surface indicated that they were undoubtedly composed of control stone, a material known for its exquisite sheen, distinct from any modern alloy. However, the chains that Chen Zhi had encountered, whether they were of the primary, intermediate, or advanced variety, lacked the luster of these particular chains. More importantly, the aura emanating from them was extraordinarily fierce, as if this aura itself were a living entity, imbued with life. And its very purpose was to kill. "Those chains are formidable adversaries," Chen Zhi whispered to Pang Wei in the wireless communication. "I noticed earlier that they are exceedingly troublesome. If I am not mistaken, these chains are hunting for us." They may lack the intelligence of a sentient being, but their intent is unmistakably clear. Once they seize their target, they will ensnare it tightly, making escape nearly impossible. We must not reveal our presence. Otherwise, we will find ourselves in dire straits. Upon concluding his statement, Chen Zhi activated a pre-prepared concealment barrier that rose from the ground, enveloping both him and Pang Wei securely. At that moment, the heavy metal chains, indeed entwined with a howling gale, emerged from the darkness. The speed of these metal chains was astonishing, as they instantaneously dispersed into hundreds of strands, resembling silver serpents that rushed from all directions. The first to strike came from behind Chen Zhi and Pang Wei, where the abandoned yellow sand waterfall lay. And upon crashing into the lifeless rocks, they began to whirl rapidly. In the blink of an eye, a dense mass of chains spread rapidly around the perimeter of Chen Zhi and Pang Wei's barrier, multiplying to create an impenetrable web. The iron claws, like snake heads, rose and began to explore the surroundings, their movements peculiarly enigmatic. Finding no trace of life beyond Chen Zhi's barrier, they drooped languidly before drifting towards other areas, ultimately discovering the low wall at the corridor's edge. Chen Zhi and Pang Wei exchanged startled glances. Moments earlier, Lao Jindo, along with Humo and Guidao, had concealed themselves there, which now appeared to be a grave miscalculation. The geographical terrain was convoluted and ever-changing, and with Guidao unconscious, being so distanced from Chen Zhi posed a significant danger. If these chains were to locate their hiding place, it would spell disaster. With gritted teeth, Chen Zhi sealed all airflow within the barrier, preparing to unleash a counterattack should Lao Jindo and the others come under siege. At that juncture, the chains surged swiftly towards the roadside, each iron claw probing the vicinity. Suddenly, one of the claws seemed to detect something and struck a massive rock ahead with a resounding crash, shattering it into countless fragments. The individuals concealed behind the rock, including Lao Jindo, were abruptly exposed to the chains. Chapter 359, Living Chains, Part 2. At this moment, Guidao remained in a deep unconsciousness, while Lao Jindo stood guard with his firearm, shielding him. Humo, visibly pale with fear, bit his lip, nearly succumbing to tears. The sentient iron claw had evidently discerned their presence, standing before them like a serpent's head. It possessed a complex claw structure, with an interconnected network of hooks that continuously opened and closed, reminiscent of a metallic octopus's tentacle. The iron claw slowly advanced forward, halting before Lao Jindo and Human at a distance of over a meter. It retracted its claw momentarily, standing rigidly for a brief spell, before seemingly losing interest and languidly slithering back like a serpent. Subsequently, all the chains nearby wriggled backward in a serpentine manner, gradually coalescing in the darkness into 4 thick chains. With a resounding noise of metal scraping against the ground, the chains vanished entirely. After a considerable duration, once it was assured that the chains would not return, a collective sigh of relief emerged from the group. The preceding scene had been exceedingly perilous, particularly for Human, who had nearly succumbed to fright. Now, feeling as though he had been granted a second chance at life, he fervently muttered, "May our ancestors bless us. May the heavens grant us longevity." At a loss for words, Human continued to pray, then inquired, "Why did those chains release us? At that distance, had they chosen to attack, we would have surely perished." Indeed, Lao Jindo gasped heavily, his heartbeat audible to all. "Why did those entities let us go? They were clearly pursuing us. Had they chosen to strike, with just Human and myself, we would have been swiftly overpowered." "Perhaps," Chen Zhi mused, gazing into the abyss ahead, "we have misjudged their intentions from the outset. The chains do not seek all of us. They are hunting for prey, perhaps just 1 or 2 among us." One of us, Pang Wei, eyes wide, tucked his control stone pistol into his waistband. These deceitful beings are quite discerning. They seem to pick and choose their targets. Do they deem us unworthy? But wait. He paused, realization dawning upon him. If that is the case, whom do they wish to capture? As Pang Wei's question hung in the air, every gaze converged upon Chen Zhi. The implications of the situation were now glaringly evident. With a smile, Chen Zhi looked at them and nodded slightly. "If these celestial beings indeed seek me, they may find this endeavor far from simple." In the following moments, the group ascended to the rocky layer to investigate. The yellow sand waterfall had undoubtedly been deliberately obstructed, the entire entrance filled with rubble and sand. This freshly accumulated debris posed a significant danger. The gaps within it were vast, and any imbalance could lead to a catastrophic collapse. burying them beneath an avalanche of stones and sand. Thus, traversing this route was exceedingly perilous. It would be far wiser to seek out weaker points and create a safer passage upward. Chen Zhi recalled that the lengthy corridor meandered ahead, its depth shrouded in mystery. To forge a path upward from this place, only to return by the same route, was a feat more arduous than climbing to the heavens. Their sole escape lay in the passageway opened by the Earth Immortals. Moments ago, those immortals had bound Lao Kutu with metallic chains and dragged him from the abyss. Though his current whereabouts remained uncertain, now, they could only hope that this path led to the surface. It was their only glimmer of hope for escape. After a brief discussion, they resolved to return to the sarcophagus they had just left. Due to Lao Jindo's limited strength, Humo carried the ghost blade on his back. Chen Zhi and Fat Wei, unable to bear any weight, took the lead, armed and ready to confront any imminent dangers. Should they encounter those Earth Immortals, it would be a battle for survival, revealing whether the legends of their formidable power, as proclaimed by the Ghost Blade, held any truth. Once their plan was set, they began retracing their steps, with the Ghost Blade still in a state of unconsciousness. Although Humo was terrified, he was young and managed to keep pace with the group. As they journeyed back, they observed the ground marred by the chains, twisted and contorted, with many rocks shattered, a testament to the immense strength of these bindings. Traces showed the chains slithered and coiled, seeking their own direction before dispersing, much like Chen Zhi had envisioned. These iron chains certainly possessed a semblance of life. The ahead was engulfed in darkness. Upon returning to the previous location of the sarcophagus, they found it devoid of any protective barrier, reduced to mere fragments by the chains. The charred, cracked remains lay abandoned, eliciting a pang of pity. Strangely, patches of skin on the corpse remained surprisingly fresh, their patterns vivid and lifelike. Nearby, vivid bloodstains marked the ground, likely remnants from Lao Kutu. The trail of blood formed a line leading directly to the foreboding black opening, the same entrance through which the Earth Immortal leader had dragged Lao Kutu, only to vanish thereafter. Shall we enter? Fat Wei peered into the ominous void, an inexplicable dread washing over him as he turned back to Chen Zhi. Surely, it is no place of solace. We still have a chance. Should we not consider other avenues of escape? No way out. Chen Zhi calmly shook his head. From the moment we descended into the depths, it should have been clear that these demigods had no intention of allowing us to return the way we came. Their confidence in guiding us here was a clear indication that this cave entrance was our sole escape. Chapter 360, The World 1,000 Years Ago. Before entering the cave, Chen Zhi wove a dense protective barrier, as he had done in the past. The entire barrier took on a candy hawthorn shape, designed to safeguard everyone in succession while conserving space and magical energy. Up to this point, nearly half of Chen Zhi's magical energy had been expended. The rapid creation of the barrier in the magma city had drained him considerably. Thus, it was imperative to manage the consumption judiciously. Magic is an immensely useful tool, yet its limitation lies in the necessity for control. Magical energy is not infinite. Once depleted, it cannot regenerate in the short term, leaving one as exhausted as if their very essence had been drawn away. They had already witnessed the vigilance of those iron chains, so to mitigate any risk, no one's presence could be revealed. Chen Zhi encased everyone within the barrier to conceal their auras. As they arranged themselves within the barrier, Chen Zhi led the group towards the pitch-black cave entrance. This cavern was profoundly deep, emanating an indescribable sense of foreboding that instilled an uncontrollable fear deep within. Chen Zhi understood that this place was where Genghis Khan was destined to be drawn, representing the very punishment he had always dreaded. But what could this punishment be that would so terrify a conqueror of the steppes, compelling him to forsake his pride and weep for redemption? After a brief passage, the entrance behind them vanished from sight. Within this dark abyss, apart from the eerie atmosphere, there was an overwhelming darkness, with the beam of their flashlight revealing but a faint glimmer. Shadows, both humanoid and beast-like, loomed around them in peculiar forms, yet amidst such trepidation, no one had the inclination to ponder their nature. Imagination was the greatest folly in such moments. What they could distinctly perceive was the faint light ahead, and they followed it onward. This dim luminescence gradually expanded until, at last, a circular opening emerged before them. Beyond this aperture lay another realm. Here, the bright moon hung high, and beneath its glow sprawled an endless desert, transformed into a sea of darkness under the night sky, stretching infinitely. As far as the eye could see, before them loomed a towering sand dune, obscuring everything in sight, while beneath it lay a seemingly desolate valley, devoid of anything but the vast expanse of desert. Chen Zhi and his companions exchanged glances, and after confirming their solitude, they allowed Fat Wei to lead the way, forming a line as they departed from the mouth of the dark abyss. Fat Wei leaped into the desert, sprinting a few paces before ascending the dune, gazing downwards. In accordance with Fat Wei's usual demeanor, upon discerning the terrain ahead, he would typically call out over the radio to alert his comrades. However, at this moment, he remained frozen, hands pressed against the sand slope, peering cautiously downward as if he had encountered something unfathomable. From Chen Zhi's understanding of Fat Wei, even the appearance of a prehistoric dinosaur would not rattle him. Yet, the current reaction of Fat Wei indicated that what lay before him transcended mere fear. Sensing the urgency, the others hastily moved forward, with Hu Meng trailing behind, carrying the ghostly blade. Upon reaching the crest of the dune, Chen Zhi was finally able to behold the astonishing sight that awaited them. Before him stretched an expansive desert, illuminated by the hazy moonlight, revealing a multitude of tightly clustered yurts scattered across the endless sandy expanse. These were the rudimentary military encampments of Mongolian tents, reminiscent of those seen in scrolls from the Yuan dynasty, where nomadic tribes would utilize such structures for convenience during warfare, allowing them to rest day and night with ease. Each yurt bore a fur flap, a distinctive emblem of the ancient Mongolian tribes. The Mongolians, accustomed to the yurt lifestyle and communal living, would have their wives and mothers within these tents. Without the protection of males, they were vulnerable to outside threats. To deter intruders, Mongolian men would drape the pelts of their largest hunts over their tents, showcasing their prowess and safeguarding their families from any advances. During military campaigns, each warrior could easily locate his squad's yurt by the distinctive fur flap, where up to 7 soldiers would reside, sharing their daily routines within its confines. This vast array of ancient Mongolian tents, bathed in moonlight amidst the desert, created a breathtaking spectacle. What on earth is happening? Is this an illusion? Fat Wei turned to Chen Zhi, incredulity lacing his voice. Is this a vision of the Mongolian army from 1,000 years ago, stationed in the desert? This does not seem like a mere hallucination. Chen Zhi firmly shook his head. The sensation of an illusion does not align with this experience. Then how do we explain this? Fat Wei's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed ahead. Are these earthbound spirits so mad that they could summon the entire Mongolian army from the west down to the ground? That would be 1,000,000 strong. How is that possible? In my view, it is indeed the case. At this moment, old Jindo crawled over, still gasping for breath from his earlier journey. He picked up the binoculars and gazed into the distance for quite some time. If Genghis Khan slaughtered many, is he thus guilty? What of the Mongolian warriors under his command? Let us not forget that Genghis Khan was a Han king in his later years. He no longer needed to personally engage in battle. The Mongolian warriors were the true executors of carnage. Numerous ancient texts document their cruelty. Each warrior's tally of lives taken is unfathomable. They too bear guilt, do they not? As old Jindo spoke, his hand trembled slightly while holding the binoculars. Chen Zhi, Fatty, look. It seems there are still people in front of those tents. Old Jindo's words immediately alerted Chen Zhi and Fatty Wei, who hastily raised their binoculars to peer ahead. Indeed, in the vast expanse of the tent area, some indistinct figures stood. When the binoculars were adjusted for magnification, they could even discern the armor worn by these figures and the thick braids cascading from their shoulders. Yet, the bodies of these figures appeared rigid, standing stiffly in front of their tents as if awaiting a command. This was astonishing. Chen Zhi, gazing at the breathtaking scene in the distance, softly remarked, "It seems the mural was indeed accurate. Alongside Genghis Khan, his palace, concubines, and warriors have also been dragged down. After the concubines were slain, they were abandoned in the palace, while Genghis Khan's most cherished Mongolian warriors faced punishment alongside him. What they now behold is the army of Temujin, roaring across the world 1,000 years ago." Chapter 361. The true punishment. They dared not act recklessly, lying on the sandy slope for a while to observe the movements below. However, they soon noticed that the figures below remained completely motionless, resembling lifeless mannequins, as if nailed to this desert. After waiting a while longer, Chen Zhi resolved to no longer remain passive. Protected by a barrier, no breath or sound could escape. As long as they remained unseen, they were akin to invisible men. Thus, one by one, they leaped down the sandy slope, cloaked by the night. and began to swiftly advance along the edge of the dunes towards the Mongolian encampment. As the saying goes, a horse tires in the sight of a mountain. This distance, which appeared close, consumed a considerable amount of their time. On this journey, Chen Zhi and his companions fully experienced the searing heat of the desert. Their shoes were crafted from special materials, preventing the external heat from penetrating. Nevertheless, due to the protective insulating layer, they could still hear the sizzling sound as their feet met the scorching sand. The thermometer on their arms indicated a temperature of 51 degrees Celsius, exceeding the maximum tolerable limit for the human body. In reality, the surface temperature of the desert was likely even higher. As they drew near to the vast expanse of the dark military encampment, they were astonished to discover that what had appeared to be tiny ants from afar were, upon closer inspection, towering yurt-like structures. These were indeed ancient military yurts, their frameworks devoid of any metallic components, composed solely of sturdy wooden supports and thick, coarse fabric. The fabric was adorned with intricate patterns embroidered using traditional Mongolian needlework, depicting images of dragon beasts, while some displayed the banners of Genghis Khan himself. However, the coarse fabric of these yurts appeared grimy, as if untouched by water for eons. Even from a distance, one could perceive the pungent odor of years of neglect. Atop each tent's dome, a large banner made from the hide of wild animals fluttered conspicuously. In the vacant stretch of land before the yurts lay stacks of timber and large iron cauldrons, suggesting that a fire had recently been lit for cooking, though it had abruptly ceased for some unknown reason. Standing before the yurts were numerous dark silhouettes, their forms indistinct through the lens, yet alarmingly vivid up close. These figures were towering individuals, each exceeding 2 meters in height, remarkably robust in stature, with some possessing arms as thick as an average person's waist. Their pelvises were robust, and the outlines of their skulls were strikingly angular, markedly different from those of ordinary Central Plains inhabitants. Each of these individuals wore thick braids, divided into 2 sections that cascaded over their shoulders, adorned with gold and silver ornaments and colorful silks, complemented by their battle armor, exuding an aura of enigmatic exoticism. Most notably, these figures stood with their backs to Chen Zhi and his companions, their faces concealed, appearing eerily like puppets nailed to the desert floor, utterly motionless. Exchanging glances, Chen Zhi and Fat Wei whispered a few words before cautiously approaching one of the yurts. Maintaining their current barrier was draining their magical energy, an unsustainable strategy. They needed to find a place to conceal themselves, and these yurts were evidently the optimal choice. The yurts had evidently remained here for a considerable time. Upon contact with the heavy fabric, they felt its weight akin to iron. The fetid odor, a noxious blend of oil and decay, threatened to overwhelm them. Concealing themselves behind the yurt, they positioned themselves less than 2 meters from the Mongolian soldiers, peering ahead. Everything felt achingly real, as if they had traversed a millennium into the past. In this moment, they finally beheld the true countenance of these Mongolian warriors, and their hearts nearly faltered. Standing before them were not truly human, or rather, they had once been. The faces of these soldiers were rigid, the flesh having largely decayed, revealing glaring white bones on many chests. Yet their veins remained pronounced, the blood within coursing visibly, a testament to the vitality of their nervous systems, indicating that they were still capable of feeling pain. Their skin, charred and cracked under the sweltering heat, resembled that of a pig roasted to a crisp. One can only imagine the excruciating passage of time they have endured, yet they still bear this torment. Gazing down at their feet, one could hardly bear to look. Their soles had been grotesquely deformed by the searing desert sands, flesh and blood a mere blur, with exposed bones starkly visible, blackened and fissured, resembling 2 hooves, a sight that sent shivers down the spine. Observing these soldiers devoid of aggression, Chen Zhi waved his hand, signaling for Lao Jindo and Hu Meng to carry the ghostly blade into the tent. Subsequently, all 5 retreated within its confines. Inside the tent, cloaked in darkness, one could faintly discern objects strewn upon a table, yet the stench was utterly repulsive, akin to being enveloped in the rotting innards of a cow, provoking an uncontrollable urge to retch. "It's terrifying," Fat Wei gasped softly. "Orange, do you see if those soldiers outside are even human? I reckon even a demon would appear more appealing. What are they standing there for?" Chen Zhi shook his head gently, contemplating. "I believe this must be the place where Genghis Khan ultimately faced retribution. Much like those warrior figurines, regardless of the passage of time, the world outside may have transformed, yet they must pay the price for their past misdeeds." I surmise that for a millennium, these Mongolian soldiers have endured relentless torment. Their nerves must be reparable. Their blood perpetually coursing through their veins, signifying that for 1,000 years, they have felt pain acutely, yet have been denied the right to perish. Alas, how cruel it is. Yet perhaps it is fitting retribution. After all, they have committed heinous acts. Fat Wei cautiously lifted a corner of the curtain, peering through the gap to scrutinize the silhouettes standing in the desert. You see, they stand there, evoking terror without the intent to bite or frighten us. And we find ourselves at a loss for escape. Why don't you stay here while I sneak out for a better look? Suddenly, a crack of a whip echoed, startling everyone. Chapter 362, True Punishment, Part 2. Following the sharp sound of the whip, a deep horn began to resonate in the distance. With the blaring of the horn, the very earth trembled. Chen Zhi understood the significance of this sound. The horn held great importance in military contexts, revered as a sacred instrument in ancient times. As a battle loomed, all soldiers would prepare for action, standing at the ready, the horn's call serving as the command to advance upon the enemy camp, thus embodying the direction of progress in the hearts of warriors. As this resonant horn blared, Chen Zhi and his companions beheld the once motionless Mongolian soldiers suddenly stir, their heavy bodies beginning to move, creaking and groaning. The bones of these Mongolian warriors seemed to have succumbed to the relentless erosion of time, appearing rusted and petrified from years of exposure. As they moved, fragments of shattered bone began to fall from their bodies. Gradually, their forms became more agile. The warriors, once resembling stone statues, suddenly sprang into action like a tempest, leaping into the open space. Their visages, already reminiscent of malevolent spirits, became even more fearsome as their muscles contorted, each soldier towering around 2 meters, with robust, sturdy physiques arched like mountain ridges. From a distance, they resembled monstrous beings. These valiant Mongolian warriors wielded their curved blades with the grace of the wind, maneuvering them with a ghostly finesse, their imposing frames surprisingly nimble, swiftly forming an enormous battalion. It was evident that they harbored no interest in their surroundings, devoid of any thought, their eyes fixated solely on the source of the horn's call ahead, erupting in fervent roars. Observing the unfolding scene, Chen Zhi and Pang Wei exchanged a glance. Swiftly making a decision, they instructed Lao Jindo and Hu Meng to remain in the tent, guarding the ghostly knife, and to refrain from any rash actions, regardless of the turmoil outside. Subsequently, Chen Zhi conjured a barrier, enveloping both himself and Pang Wei, concealing their presence as they ventured outward. This time, he reinforced the barrier, infusing it with an invisibility spell, rendering them completely undetectable from the outside. However, it was a considerable drain on their magical energy. Relying on the protection of the barrier, they boldly approached the ranks of the Mongolian warriors. Yet, before they could draw near, the piercing roars of the warriors reached their ears. In the sweltering air, their bodies began to wither, and their already grotesque feet, now mere remnants of flesh and bone, emitted wisps of smoke upon contact with the scorching sand. The Mongolian warriors appeared acutely aware of their suffering, emitting low groans of anguish, yet their eyes and bodies remained fixated ahead, as if something in that direction could allow them to transcend their corporeal pain. At the forefront of the assembly stood a rudimentary platform constructed from timber, a common sight in ancient military encampments where simplicity prevailed. Whether for the general's address or communal entertainment, all took place upon this makeshift wooden stage. Upon this platform, they beheld an imposing figure clad in golden armor, brandishing a gilded curved blade. This individual, grand and formidable, exuded an air of authority as if all of existence bowed before him. Adorned with the crown of the Mongolian Khan and a golden mask, he resembled the legendary Genghis Khan of the steppes. However, with just a glance, Chen Zhi could ascertain that this armored embodiment of Genghis Khan was, in fact, a puppet conjured by sorcery. The armor possesses no genuine life nor any semblance of a human aura. Its interior is hollow, entirely sustained by incantations. Once these spells dissipate, this so-called Genghis Khan will instantly transform into a mere heap of shattered armor scattered upon the ground, accompanied by a tremendous blast of horns. The false Genghis Khan atop the platform pointed his curved blade forward and bellowed like thunder. In response, the vast army below erupted in a frenzy, roaring as they surged forward with unbridled ferocity. At this moment, Chen Zhi truly witnessed the valor and prowess of the ancient Mongol warriors. The fervor of these horsemen could only be likened to that of demons. They wielded their sabers with abandon, their robust forms soaring through the air like famished beasts, capable of tearing apart everything in their path. Upon reaching the sandy expanse ahead, they appeared to perceive their foes within the transparent air, launching relentless strikes against the void. Each Mongol warrior exhibited a maddened zeal, this frenzied assault upon the air continuing for an interminable duration. Ultimately, they turned upon one another, many sustaining grievous wounds, suffering in agony and heat. Yet this band of warriors persisted in their fight. This was the punishment of these Mongol warriors. Observing the scene before him, Chen Zhi murmured softly, under Genghis Khan's command, these warriors unleashed a massacre, annihilating entire clans and cities, exhibiting a complete absence of humanity. With humanity extinguished, there is no need for compassion. Their punishment is an eternal struggle and unending suffering. It is likely that after this war, their severed limbs will regenerate, and they will fight once more in an endless cycle of violence. Damn it, Fatway spat into the ether. Perhaps it would be better to meet an early demise than to endure such torment. Thus, Chen Zhi and Fatway stood within the barrier, observing the battle unfolding before them. Under the moonlight, the scene was starkly illuminated. Those Mongol warriors fought desperately upon the scorching sands, their bodies drenched in blood. Their once intimidating presence now evoked a sense of pity rather than fear. With a sharp crack of a whip, Chen Zhi and Fatway turned swiftly to identify the source. They discovered several diminutive green earth spirits had unexpectedly scaled the wooden platform behind them. These spirits were small, their green hue lighter, reminiscent of children compared to those previously encountered. The elder Kutu, recently captured, was now atop the platform, writhing and emitting guttural cries akin to a slaughtered pig. However, his throat had been cut, rendering him speechless. His disheveled white hair and battered body bore the marks of the earth spirit's relentless assault, his face contorted in an expression of indescribable anguish. With sinister grins, several earth spirits pinned his arms down on the platform, tearing away the fabric from his abdomen, and then seized an axe from nearby, gently pressing it against his belly. What do they intend to do? A sinister premonition suddenly enveloped Pang Wei as he fixed his gaze upon the wooden platform ahead, astonished as he inquired about the punishment. Chen Zhi, silently observing the scene before him, softly remarked, "They are executing the most brutal form of punishment from ancient times, disembowelment." In the following moments, Chen Zhi and Pang Wei bore witness to an abhorrent display of torture, the cruelty of which defied description. The Earth Immortals exhibited not a shred of human compassion, nor did they comprehend fear. Rather, they appeared to revel in inflicting suffering upon others. The Earth Immortals first employed axes to meticulously slice open the abdomen of Lao Kutu, extracting his bloody intestines segment by segment, twisting and tearing them apart. They then removed his heart, liver, and lungs, manipulating them into various shapes while baring their knife-like teeth, grinning with a sharpness that sent chills down the spine. Throughout this harrowing ordeal, Lao Kutu remained alive, enduring indescribable agony that caused his entire body to convulse, arching in pain. Yet, astonishingly, after his intestines were removed and he had suffered immensely, he did not succumb. His abdomen soon returned to its original state. Thus, the Earth Immortals resumed their gruesome task, tormenting him anew. By the end, they seemed to perceive Lao Kutu as a mere animal, akin to a pig on a butcher's block, finding amusement in his suffering, an atrocity beyond human comprehension. Chen Zhi and Pang Wei, drenched in cold sweat, observed the scene, aware that had they not been battle-hardened, they might have fainted from terror. However, the horrific spectacle persisted, and the Earth Immortals appeared to take delight in their relentless cruelty, seemingly intent on never ceasing their torment. Damn it, this is utterly twisted. Pang Wei's voice trembled as he expressed his agitation, shaking with emotion. Even the depths of hell would be preferable to this. These wretched Earth Immortals are truly despicable. This is punishment. A punishment for those who have committed heinous crimes. An eternal torment without death. Chen Zhi spoke with a detached demeanor. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Chen Zhi suddenly recalled a saying from Buddhism. As stated in the Sutra of Infinite Life, individuals who commit evil are destined to fall into the evil paths. When their lives come to an end, the fires of hell will encompass them, and executioners will arrive to greet them. Let us not dwell on the notion of punishment. Pang Wei interjected, turning away from the inhumane scene. Orange, I ask you this. Should we attempt to save Lao Kutu? If rescue is futile, We should not squander any more time here. Let us seek an exit. The fewer glimpses we take, the better, lest we find ourselves on that butcher's block soon. Save him. Huh? Why should we? Chen Zhi cast a cold glance at the suffering Lao Kutu before turning back to Fat Wei. There is no exit here. Since our entry, I have released a probing airflow, and now the currents have all returned. This is a pocket-like structure. The distant horizon may appear far away, but it is merely an illusion akin to a three-dimensional film. In truth, we are situated within an underground space, a cubic chamber, with virtual scenes beneath us. We resemble tiny figures standing on a sand table. The surroundings of this space are entirely enclosed, indicating that there are no exits in the vicinity. The only possible exit lies above. Above? Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, Fat Wei looked up, only to find the area above cloaked in darkness, save for the moonlight, rendering everything else indistinct. Where are we to find it? It's pitch black all around. With such a large moon, not a shadow is visible. How can one ascertain where the door lies? Chen Zhi gently shook his head. We have become ensnared in a prison. If we cannot locate the door, escaping will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. With that, Chen Zhi ceased to gaze at the sky, his attention unwaveringly fixed on the group of Mongolian warriors engaged in brutal combat, witnessing them sever the arms of their comrades, only to rise from the scalding sand and rejoin the fray. Meanwhile, the diminutive earth spirits on stage seemed to possess an insatiable appetite for torment, relentlessly torturing Lao Kutu by extracting his intestines and innards, leaping about with the exuberance of green demons. Let us depart, Chen Zhi declared at last. Finding an exit is impossible now, and sustaining this barrier consumes too much magical energy. In our current predicament, we must devise a means to conserve our magical reserves. Once the barrier falters, those earth spirits will immediately detect our presence, and we will find ourselves in dire straits. We must return to the tent and formulate a new plan. After speaking, Chen Zhi tugged at Fat Wei but found him unresponsive. Fat Wei remained transfixed, gazing upward at the luminous moon, as if he had perceived something extraordinary. What is the matter? We must go. Chen Zhi called out to him urgently. Strange. Fat Wei continued to stare, pointing towards the moon. There is something off about that large moon. What seems amiss? Chen Zhi replied. It's all an illusory spectacle. What could possibly be peculiar? Not quite. Fat Wei persisted, still craning his neck to observe the moon. Let me tell you. We once sought the tomb of a minority ethnic king, known as the Cloud Peak Dragonstone Palace, which featured a skylight. It was so brilliantly illuminated that it nearly blinded me. At that moment, I wondered if the tomb was somehow electrified. Later, I heard others mention that the brilliantly shining skylight, known as the glazed blue gem or luminous shard, is an extraordinarily rare treasure. Since ancient times, even emperors have seldom encountered more than a few pieces. At night, it glows as brightly as the moon, suspended high above like a grand celestial orb. I find it hard to believe. And it took quite a while for Fat Wei to voice his conclusion. How is it that I feel this magnificent moon above me is, in fact, an enormous luminous shard? I must tell you, we once sought out the mausoleum of a minority ethnic group, known as the Cloud Peak Dragonstone Palace. Within it, there exists a skylight that, at the time, shone with such brilliance that it nearly dazzled my eyes. I found it rather peculiar and wondered whether the underground palace was somehow electrified. Later, I heard from others that the brilliantly shining skylight is known as azure glass or luminous jade, a rare treasure that even emperors have seldom encountered throughout history. At night, it radiates with the brightness of a full moon, suspended high above like a great orb. I found it hard to believe, and it took me quite some time to articulate my conclusion. I couldn't shake the feeling that this magnificent moon above me might, in fact, be an enormous luminous fragment. Chapter 364. The luminous glass fragment. Are you certain? Upon hearing Fat Wei's words, Chen Zhi immediately lifted his neck to gaze at the large round moon overhead, resembling a jade plate. As for certainty, I cannot claim to be so. Fat Wei also tilted his head, admiring the great moon above. Such treasures have never been recorded in historical annals, and the reason they are shrouded in legend is precisely because of their rarity. It is said that they are crafted from the purest glass stone, meticulously handmade, with only a few pieces in existence, so scarce that even the emperor cannot obtain one, let alone the common folk. Allegedly, those invaluable luminous pearls pale in comparison to it. I once beheld such a glass night glow piece in that underground palace, which was about the size of a plate, yet it shone more brilliantly than any daylight lamp. I still vividly recall that light, akin to the exquisite 8 treasure glass, with its myriad facets, each shimmering and dizzying to behold. Interwoven within the radiant white were hints of vibrant colors, yet to ascertain their authenticity, one must draw nearer. If it proves genuine, then an escape may be within our grasp. Chen Zhi squinted, fixating on the luminous moon above. The glass itself is fragile, with sufficient force. It can be shattered. If this moon were a shard of glass, then upon breaking it, we would be free. After speaking, Chen Zhi suddenly turned his gaze toward Fat Wei. Let us ascend, and behold whether the moon truly resembles your description, a luminous, delicate orb. Upon uttering these words, Chen Zhi grasped Fat Wei's hand and led him to a discreet location, concealing their forms behind a massive rock. He then activated the protective barrier surrounding them once more. The structure of this barrier was exceedingly intricate. It rendered them invisible while completely masking their presence, functioning as an impeccable shield. However, to transform it into a buoyant barrier bubble that could soar into the heavens, it was imperative for the bubble to be transparent, thereby compromising their invisibility. Thus, Chen Zhi needed to swiftly launch the transparent barrier bubble to avoid detection by the celestial beings nearby. Chen Zhi began to manipulate the currents of energy within his body, altering the exterior protective barrier into a barrier bubble. Gradually, the robust barrier around them turned translucent, exposing their figures to the outside world as their human essence seeped outward. In that fleeting moment, with a resounding pop, Chen Zhi propelled the transparent barrier bubble upward into the air. The bubble ascended with remarkable speed, seamlessly integrating into the surrounding darkness above. As they gazed upward, the twinkling stars began to enlarge, revealing resplendent golden spheres before their eyes. This virtual realm was crafted with astonishing realism. At that moment, Chen Zhi felt as though he were genuinely immersed in the cosmos, while everything beneath them shrank into mere shadows. The moon, which had previously appeared as a jade disk, now manifested with increasing clarity before them. Indeed, suspended overhead was an immense moon, or rather, a colossal, luminous glass disk. Just as Fat Wei had claimed, the moon was authentic, not a three-dimensional sphere, but a flat, disk-like sheet. As they approached this circular pane, they discerned the intricate structure of glimmering glass segments, each piece interlocking like a radiant mosaic to form the grand disk. These glass shards were predominantly vibrant and luminous, each possessing its unique reflective area. When combined, they emanated a dazzling brilliance so intense that Chen Zhi and Fat Wei found it nearly impossible to keep their eyes open. Just then, an overwhelming sense of oppression surged upon them, causing the barrier bubble to tremble violently. This sensation was eerily familiar. It was akin to the feeling he had experienced in the underworld when Jiang had sealed his Jiang family's spells with that stone ring. At that moment, this oppressive feeling was second only to the sensation of confinement. This glass fragment can suppress spells, Chen Zhi thought, his heart tightening. He hastily urged the energy currents to maneuver the barrier bubble downward, but it was already too late. The transparent barrier bubble shattered before the radiant glass shard with a resounding crash. Chen Zhi and Fat Wei plummeted from the heights of the heavens, akin to two unanchored sacks. What on earth is happening? Fat Wei, in a state of alarm, shouted into the void. Just as his voice faded, they plummeted from the heights above. At such a perilous altitude, a fall to the ground would surely result in shattered bones and torn ligaments. Once they distanced themselves from the realm of the shattered glass, Chen Zhi felt the flow of energy within him swiftly stabilize. Utilizing the fierce currents of his spell, he conjured a cushion of air beneath them, layering it thickly. When they descended, it was as though they had landed upon a sponge, bouncing high before finally settling firmly onto the ground. Ouch, ouch, my goodness. Is this a game? Fat Wei groaned, feeling his nearly fractured back as he struggled to rise from the ground. I say, Big Orange, is this not a shoddy construction? How can a barrier be breached so easily? To fall from such heights, I could have been turned to pulp. Shoo! Chen Zhi immediately gestured for silence, interrupting Fat Wei. He then deftly turned his body, pressing himself against the ground, and yanked Fat Wei close to him, pointing forward. Fat Wei quickly grasped the situation and followed suit, pressing himself flat against the earth as he peered ahead. In the distance, amidst the desert, the Mongolian warriors continued their fierce struggle, bloodied and battered, resembling grotesque blood gourds. The ground was littered with severed limbs and remnants of flesh, the battlefield a scene of utter brutality. On the wooden platform, the half-eviscerated old Kutu was still there, groaning pitifully. His white hair swayed in agony as he seemed to plead for death, his blood having stained the platform a vivid crimson. While the sharp axe remained lodged in his abdomen, everything appeared unchanged from before, yet the few green earth immortals had vanished. Chapter 365 discovered this fragmentary silence was profoundly unsettling. In that moment, it seemed as though the ongoing struggle of the Mongolian soldiers was rendered inconsequential, and the plight of the dying Kutu on the platform held no significance. The cacophony surrounding them faded into stillness, enveloping everything in a hushed quietude. The situation before them was starkly evident. Everything mirrored the prior scene, yet the whereabouts of those green immortals remained a mystery. Had they discerned their presence? Were they concealing themselves, poised to launch an attack? Chen Zhi and Fat Wei lay motionless on the ground, vigilant and wary of their surroundings. Chen Zhi contemplated erecting a concealing barrier to shield himself and Fat Wei, but soon realized that the energy within him was utterly disrupted, rendering the creation of such an advanced barrier impossible. In the process of rapidly forming the rebound barrier earlier, his body had sustained considerable damage, and the energy within him raged like a tempest, violently battering his insides. He held a mouthful of blood, suppressing the urge to expel it. He understood that the earth immortals must have concealed themselves, lying in wait for the opportune moment to strike. Chen Zhi and Pang Wei were now fully exposed. Those lurking in the shadows, the earth immortals, harbored a certain trepidation towards Chen Zhi's incantations, refraining from launching an attack. However, the moment they perceived him to be injured, they would undoubtedly spring forth, leaving nothing but remnants in their wake. Time slipped away, each passing second heightening Chen Zhi's vigilance as he scanned his surroundings, striving to harmonize the turbulent currents within his body. The longer he could maintain this state, the more favorable it would be for him. In approximately 2 to 3 minutes, he anticipated that his energies would regain their order. At that very moment, the familiar sound of clashing metal resonated once more. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. It echoed like serpents traversing the desert. Accompanying this cacophony, glimmering silver chains swiftly materialized within their line of sight. For reasons unknown, these chains moved with an unprecedented alacrity, exuding a fervent excitement akin to that of metallic serpents, soon encircling Chen Zhi and Pang Wei. To Chen Zhi's dismay, he noticed that the Mongolian warriors, who had been engaged in battle from a distance, were now scattered and fallen upon the ground. Their bodies emitted wisps of white smoke in the desert, motionless, resembling lifeless corpses abandoned in the sands. Meanwhile, old Kutu on the wooden platform had ceased his struggles, lying despondently, his gaze fixed upon the night sky, motionless like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Surrounding Chen Zhi and Pang Wei, an intricate web of chains had completely ensnared them. These chains possessed the ability to extend and retract at will, splitting from 1 into 3, then from 3 into 9, and so forth, endlessly proliferating. Within mere moments, they were engulfed by a dense network of chains. The iron claws at the forefront stood upright, resembling serpent heads, tilting towards Chen Zhi and Pang Wei. A piercing and eerie laughter echoed through the darkness, a chilling sound that sent shivers down Chen Zhi's spine. He felt an unsettling proximity to the source of this laughter, as if it emanated from beneath the very ground he lay upon. In a fit of urgency, he glanced downward, only to behold a malicious visage emerging from the inky darkness. The ground appeared as a reflective surface, revealing a demon-like green face pressed close to his own. Adorned with a crown, its lips stretched grotesquely to the roots of its ears, eyes sunken and crimson, sharp teeth stained with Kutu's entrails and blood, it grinned ominously, whispering, "Welcome to the underworld, spawn." Upon catching sight of that ghastly green face, Chen Zhi instinctively flipped his body and leaped away from that cursed spot. Simultaneously, countless green shadows erupted from the earth around them. The earth immortals, moving with lightning speed, resembled green bullets, launching their assault from below before Chen Zhi and Pang Wei could react. One earth immortal soared forth, hissing as it delivered a claw strike to Chen Zhi's left arm, its metallic claws leaving a deep mark upon his work attire. Chen Zhi immediately felt a sharp sting of heat. The robust fibers of his work uniform had been torn. The earth spirit, having failed its initial grasp, charged at him once more. With such force and speed, a mere touch could completely shred the left sleeve of his uniform, effectively dismembering his left arm. Just then, a resounding bang echoed, and the earth spirit collapsed, rolling on the ground with a shriek and burrowing into the soil. Chen Zhi swiftly covered his injured left arm and retreated a few steps. Upon looking ahead, he realized it was Fat Wei who had drawn his control stone pistol, firing a shot at the earth spirit. Without hesitation, Fat Wei removed his mask, allowing the sweltering air to wash over him. With both hands gripping his firearm, he shouted at the surrounding earth spirits, "Damn you! This is a control stone bullet. You little green creatures know what that means, right? Come at me if you wish to lose limbs. Even if I don't kill you, I can certainly cripple you." After this declaration, Fat Wei aimed his pistol at the nearest earth spirit and fired. The shot struck true, piercing the center of the spirit's head. The bullet spun momentarily upon contact with the green skin before embedding itself within, causing the earth spirit to wail in agony and roll on the ground, clutching its wound. Witnessing this, the other earth spirits hesitated, rooted in place and unwilling to act recklessly. During this moment, Chen Zhi quickly moved to Fat Wei's side, shielding his back. The two men stood back to back, drawing their control stone pistols to face the front. In a scenario where they were outnumbered, wielding knives was unwise, especially given the earth spirit's incredible speed. Only the control stone pistols could grant them an advantage, as neither wished to be the first to charge into danger. The wounded earth spirit continued to writhe on the ground, stirring up clouds of sand and creating a chaotic scene. Suddenly, a green shadow darted past, landing atop the injured spirit, which abruptly ceased its movement. When Chen Zhi discerned the situation, he saw the crowned elder earth spirit rise from the fallen green body. It had just used its sharp teeth to kill its own kind. With a sinister chortle, the crowned leader of the earth spirits bared its teeth, its long tongue trailing on the ground, resembling a large lizard. "You, human," it hissed, its lizard-like eyes fixating on Fat Wei. "Leave this wretch behind, and I shall grant you a path to safety. To hell with you." "Stop dreaming," Fat Wei retorted before the leader could finish its sentence, cursing the earth spirit leader. "Do you think everyone is as foolish as your wretched kind? You think you can deceive me into betraying my ally? What a delusion. As I recount this tale, I must inform you that while we humans engage in schemes of deception, you remain obliviously occupied with trivial pursuits. Your appearance is certainly reminiscent of a grotesque hybrid between a green creature and a tortoise, radiating an unsettling green glow. Perhaps you have donned one too many green hats? It would be wise to seek a secluded place to meet your demise, for your very presence induces a wave of nausea within me." As Fat Wei berated them, his eyes darted about, searching for an opportune moment. He raised his firearm and aimed directly at the leader of the earth spirits, pulling the trigger without hesitation. To his astonishment, the leader evaded the bullet with agility akin to that of a shadow, while the projectile struck one of the earth spirits behind him. Though the spirit was not slain, it let out a piercing scream before burrowing into the ground. "Understand this," Chen Zhi stated, surveying the earth spirits around him with a cold demeanor. "The control stone bullets possess the capacity to inflict devastating harm upon semi-divine entities. Once embedded within your bodies, they cannot be removed. They will gradually erode your bones and flesh, ultimately leading to a slow and agonizing demise. Who among you wishes to experience such a fate?" Upon Chen Zhi's proclamation, silence enveloped the earth spirits, extinguishing any thoughts of advancing. The leader's eyes glowed a menacing crimson as he glared at Fat Wei and Chen Zhi for a prolonged moment before murmuring a series of unintelligible incantations. Then, with a sudden bang, all the earth spirits vanished into the ground, disappearing from sight. "I had a feeling they needed a stern lesson," Fat Wei huffed, reapplying his mask. His chin, scorched by the heat, was now a vibrant red, resembling that of a roasted pig. "We must depart quickly. If these little green fiends re-emerge, we will be in dire straits." Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden whoosh was heard, as a metallic claw launched towards Chen Zhi, gripping his shoulder with precision. The claw pierced through his work attire, seizing his bone and dragging him forcefully to the ground. Chen Zhi was immediately engulfed by excruciating pain as the claw, akin to a human hand, viciously twisted within his flesh, clutching his shoulder blade tightly and attempting to drag him into the scorching desert below. In that critical moment, Fat Wei's reflexes were astonishingly swift. He leaped forward, wielding his knife and striking the chain that ensnared Chen Zhi. Forged from mid-level control stone and enveloped in a thick layer of high-grade control stone, Fat Wei's formidable blade sliced through materials with ease, severing iron as if it were mere clay. A resounding clang echoed as the chain was deeply gashed, though it remained intact. The iron claw recoiled, releasing Chen Zhi. Seizing the moment, Chen Zhi drew forth his weapon, the Slayer of Gods, and, summoning every ounce of strength, aimed for the gash in the chain, striking once more. A thunderous crack of electricity erupted as he severed a 4-inch segment of the chain, which was still attached to the iron claw. The chain recoiled like a wounded serpent, spiraling back into the shadows. Breathing heavily, Fat Wei cursed under his breath. What a bizarre contraption, truly resilient. Behold, blood still oozes from the severed end. Chen Zhi swiftly retrieved the cut chain, observing a transverse gash at its lower end, from which indeed, blood subtly seeped. A living control stone, he pondered silently, while the surrounding chains had ensnared them in a tight embrace. The situation was dire. The chains formed a circular barrier, imprisoning Chen Zhi and Peng Wei with no avenue for escape. Moreover, the chains proliferated relentlessly, advancing rapidly towards them. As they drew near, should these chains simultaneously launch into the air, their speed and power could effortlessly pierce the work uniforms adorning Chen Zhi and his companions, extracting their hearts. Impervious to the control stone bullets, it seemed that Chen Zhi and Peng Wei were destined for demise. Just as the myriad chains tightened their grip, encroaching within a meter of them, a shadow suddenly swooped down from the skies. This enigmatic figure glided with an ethereal grace, moving as though devoid of substance, swiftly seizing Chen Zhi and Peng Wei and propelling them into the air. Concurrently, the chains launched their assault, crashing into one another with a cacophonous clamor. One can only imagine that had Chen Zhi and Peng Wei remained ensnared within that circle, they would have undoubtedly been reduced to mere shreds. After a couple of agile leaps through the air, the shadow hastily returned them to the yurt, collapsing upon landing. Chen Zhi and Peng Wei, initially dazed, soon recognized the figure on the ground as Guidao, who had just regained consciousness. In a moment of utmost peril, he had rescued them. Yet, he now clutched his chest with his left hand, blood trickling down his fingers as his wounds reopened. Lao Jindo and Hu Ming hurried over to support Guidao, assisting him to rest nearby. Peng Wei, too, sank to the ground, gasping for breath. Chen Zhi, unwilling to squander precious time, quickly retrieved emergency powder from his pouch and consumed it, followed by copious amounts of water to restore his stamina. Finally, he released the accumulated energy within him, crafting a protective barrier that enveloped the yurt entirely, before collapsing wearily to the ground, breathing heavily. Outside, the world fell into a temporary silence, while Lao Jindo promptly sought medicine for Guidao, redressing his wounds. Fat Wei utilized adhesive to assist Chen Zhi in mending his work attire. After a brief respite, Chen Zhi and Fat Wei recounted the events they had just witnessed to Lao Jindo and Hu Ming. Both Lao Jindo and Hu Ming were taken aback by the revelations, particularly Hu Ming, who felt a profound sense of distress upon hearing about Lao Kutu's gruesome disembowelment. He yearned to implore everyone for assistance, yet hesitated to voice his plea. The actions of the ghost blade this time were executed with great reluctance, although the effectiveness of the healing elixir had begun to manifest after a period of rest. Allowing most of his injuries to mend, the earlier high-velocity leaps had reopened his wounds, leaving his work attire soaked in blood. After administering medication to him, Lao Jindo watched as Chen Zhi closed his eyes once more, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, remaining silent. The situation was exceedingly precarious. They required ample time to recuperate, yet an urgent dilemma loomed as the chains outside appeared to have detected their presence.